Zhang Yang's fingers tapped out the final period on the keyboard. The office at 3 in the morning was deathly silent. The cold glow of the monitor stabbed at his bloodshot eyes. 72 hours of brutal overtime had finally come to an end. Finally done, he muttered to himself, reaching toward the coffee cup at the corner of the desk. A violent palpitation suddenly struck. His chest felt as if it had been smashed by a heavy hammer. Zhang Yang's vision went black. His fingers swept weakly through the air and failed to touch the mug emblazoned with the word strive. The world shattered into countless points of light before his eyes, then plunged into absolute darkness. Agony. That was the first sensation Zhang Yang had upon regaining consciousness. Every bone in his body felt as if it had been dismantled and reassembled, while his skull buzzed like it held 10,000 bees. He forced his eyes open. What came into view was a rough wooden beam and a thatched roof overhead. A scent of herbs mingled with damp earth drifted into his nose. "Younger, you're awake." A woman's voice choked with tears rang out. Zhang Yang turned his head and saw a woman in coarse cloth garments throwing herself to the side of the bed. She looked to be around 30, her complexion sallow, and fine wrinkles etched into the corners of her eyes, yet those eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Thank heavens, my Younger is all right." Her trembling hand gently brushed his forehead, and the warmth of her touch left Zhang Yang momentarily dazed. A torrent of memories that did not belong to him surged forth. The life of an 80-year-old mountain village boy slipping and falling from a cliff while gathering herbs in the hills. Zhang Yang had just opened his mouth when he realized his voice had become crisp and childish, nothing like the hoarse adult tone worn out by all-nighters and overtime. He lifted his hand and saw a pair of small rough palms marked with faint scars. This was not his body. "Don't talk, just rest," the woman soothed softly. "You fell down from the mountain and have been unconscious for 2 days. Dr. Lee said it was a miracle you could wake up." As she spoke, a dark-skinned man walked in carrying a bowl. Seeing Zhang Yang awake, his face immediately broke into a broad smile. "Younger is awake. That's wonderful." From the memories flooding in, Zhang Yang recognized these two as his parents in this world. Zhang Debao and Wang Tsuohua, ordinary farmers in a small mountain village surrounded on all sides by peaks near the eastern capital. In the days that followed, Zhang Yang slowly adapted to his new identity and environment. The small mountain village lay cradled amid towering ranges with barely 100 villagers who had farmed the land for generations. Besides handing over grain to the distant lord of the eastern capital, they were frequently harassed and plundered by nearby bandits, making life harsh and precarious. Lying on the hard wooden bed, Zhang Yang would often stare blankly up at the thatched roof. He had actually crossed into the world of Dragon Ball, a place where people destroyed heaven and earth at the drop of a hat, and combat power soared to absurd heights. Yet he himself was merely an 80-year-old child with no strength to truss a chicken, living in an isolated mountain village. All the more ironic, in his previous life, he had died of sudden overwork while staying up late to revise the proposal for a Dragon Ball joint promotion event. Ding. All-world livestream system successfully activated. Host Zhang Yang, would you like to start streaming immediately? A cold mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind, startling him so much he nearly jumped out of bed. "Who's there?" he blurted out, instinctively glancing around the empty room. "Younger, what's wrong?" Wang Tsuehua poked her head in from the outer room. "Nothing, just a nightmare," Zhang Yang explained hastily. Once Wang Tsuehua left, the voice sounded again. "All-world livestream system has been bound to the host and can communicate via mental consciousness. Would you like to view the system details?" Zhang Yang swallowed hard and silently thought view. In an instant, a translucent interface unfurled before his eyes. All-world livestream system. Host Zhang Yang, age 8, combat power 3, skills none, emotion points 0, livestream viewers 0, system level 1, connected world, blue star. Several options lined the bottom of the interface. Start livestream system, shop, reward, records, system upgrade. Zhang Yang's heart began to race. As an office drone who had devoured countless web novels in his past life, he immediately understood his situation. Transmigration plus rebirth plus system, the standard package. According to the system's introduction, Blue Star was a planet of highly advanced technology that had already successfully achieved interstellar migration. However, before that age of expansion, Blue Star had suffered devastating environmental damage. Although massive efforts were later made to restore the environment, Blue Star remained a lightly polluted world. Most of the wealthy had already emigrated to other planets, leaving behind on the homeworld mainly those common folk who could not afford to leave. They lived within artificial environments and rarely had the chance to experience genuine natural scenery. Focusing his mind, Zhang Yang opened the system shop, and a dazzling array of items immediately appeared before him. Combat power points 100 emotion points per point, Senzu Bean 500 emotion points each, combat power scouter 1000 emotion points each, Kamehameha learning scroll 5000 emotion points, Bokujutsu flight technique learning scroll 3000 emotion points, Dragon Ball radar 2000 emotion points, physical constitution enhancement basic 300 emotion points, high quality rice seeds 1 kilogram 50 emotion points. The farther he browsed, the more relieved he felt. The shop contained not only iconic items from the Dragon Ball world that could directly boost his strength, but also practical goods that could improve daily life. Exiting the shop, he examined the other functions of the system. It turned out that this system could obtain emotion points and rewards from Blue Star viewers through live streaming. Emotion points could be used to purchase shop items and upgrade the system, while rewards might consist of various technological products from Blue Star. Younger, time to drink your medicine. Zhang Debao came in carrying a bowl of dark herbal decoction, interrupting Zhang Yang's thoughts. Looking at the black, bitter-smelling liquid, Zhang Yang could not help but frown, yet he still took it and sipped it down in small gulps. The bitterness of the herbs spread across his tongue, making him all the more acutely aware. This was no dream but reality. He had to start live streaming as soon as possible, accumulate emotion points, and gain the strength to protect himself in this dangerous world. 3 days later, Zhang Yang's body had mostly recovered, and he was allowed to go outside. Using the excuse of clearing his head, he went alone to a small hillside behind the village. From there, he could look down over the entire village, a dozen or so crude, thatched huts scattered through the valley, surrounded by soaring peaks that pierced the clouds, mist curling about them like an immortal realm. In these 3 days, Zhang Yang had already planned his livestream content. He would mainly introduce the local customs and scenery of this world. Although such streams might not attract many viewers at first, they would be safer and easier for Blue Star audiences to accept. According to the information provided by the system, humanity on Blue Star had already established multiple interstellar colonies, and there were even numerous private interstellar exploration teams. Up to now, even the people of Blue Star themselves did not know exactly how many colony planets existed. Zhang Yang could completely present the Dragon Ball world he was in as a newly discovered colony planet. After confirming that no one was nearby, Zhang Yang took a deep breath and silently thought, "Start livestream." Livestream has begun. Current viewers 0. A small hovering window appeared at the upper right of his field of vision, showing the number of viewers and the real-time barrage, currently utterly empty. Zhang Yang adjusted his mindset and began speaking in a relaxed tone. "Hello, everyone. Today, I'll be showing you the scenery of my hometown." He turned his body so the camera could take in the surroundings. "Look at these mountains on all sides, wrapped in drifting clouds and mist. Isn't it like a paradise on earth? The air here is so fresh it feels like it cleans your lungs, and every morning I wake to the sound of birdsong." Several minutes passed, and the viewer count stubbornly remained at 0. Zhang Yang could not help feeling a bit deflated and was about to end the stream when a barrage comment suddenly floated past. "Which planet is this stream from?" The realism of this footage is insanely high. The viewer count jumped from 0 to 1. Zhang Yang, seeing that there were finally viewers interacting, instantly felt his spirits lift. He cleared his throat, his tone turning livelier. "Ah, someone's finally here. Welcome to the live stream, Zhang Yang's daily life in another world. Just now you mentioned a scenic spot. No, this is actually my hometown, an ordinary little mountain village on the outskirts of Dongdu." Feigning nonchalance, he plucked a wild weed from the roadside. "Come, let me show you one of our local specialties. This is called qingfeng grass. Boiled in summer, it's especially good at relieving heat. When I was little and suffered from heat stroke, my mother would boil this for me to drink. It worked amazingly well." As he spoke, he strolled over to a clump of tiny purple flowers and casually picked one, twirling it between his fingers. "And look at this, Ziyun flower. It's said to calm the mind and aid sleep. They're everywhere around here. My mother often picks them to tuck into our pillows, saying they make sleep especially sweet." The barrage of comments began to roll by. "Scanning indicates that's a Xiling flower of extremely high medicinal value. On Blue Star, this plant has long gone extinct. Streamer, which colony are you on? The environment is this good? It must be a newly developed planet. The Blue Star homeworld doesn't have such an environment anymore." Zhang Yang was secretly delighted, yet on the surface he feigned surprise. "Huh, is this really that precious? Our back mountain is full of it. Yesterday, even my family's sheep refused to eat it, so picky." He continued forward until he reached a clear little stream. With an exaggerated sigh, he said, "Walk this long, I'm a bit thirsty. Alas, I'll just have to make do with some spring water from the mountain." Squatting down, he cupped the water in his hands and drank deliberately, letting out a satisfied sigh. "Ah, so cool and sweet, much tastier than bottled water. Honestly, I've been drinking this since I was a kid. Oh, I'm almost sick of it. I really want to try that high-grade synthetic water you all talk about." The barrage instantly boiled over an unpolluted water source. On Blue Star, only the privileged class can enjoy this. This water quality is way better than the recycled water at the Mars base. "Streamer, you're so lucky. All we drink here is synthetic water. So jealous." The water sources on the Blue Star homeworld have long since become undrinkable, showing off in such a subtle way yet so extreme. Emotion points surged rapidly, soon breaking through the 100 mark. Zhang Yang was inwardly overjoyed, but outwardly he remained nonchalant. "Actually, this water is just so-so. I prefer rainwater on rainy days, it's even sweeter. But it hasn't rained lately, so I'll have to make do." He walked up to a patch of woodland and patted the trunk of a nearby tree. Look at this tree. We call it ironwood. The timber is extremely hard and good for making furniture. But I don't really like it as it's too exhausting to chop. Even the axe chips when you cut it. He then pointed toward the distant orchard. Over there is a wild orchard. In autumn the fruit is incredibly sweet and juicy. The problem is they bear so much every year that we can't finish eating them. They rot on the ground and attract bugs. So annoying. The barrage let out a wail detected as ebony. In the interstellar market, it's worth a fortune. Natural fruit. On Blue Star, only the rich can afford it. Streamer, do you know how much a single natural apple costs on a space station? My heart is bleeding. This is all credit points. Streamer, if you don't want them, give them to me. I'm willing to trade a year's salary for one apple. Zhang Yang struggled to hold back his laughter, putting on a troubled expression instead. Really? These fruits are worth that much. If I'd known, I wouldn't have let the pigs eat the fallen fruit last year. Sigh, what a loss. He walked to an open area and gazed out at the surrounding mountains with a long sigh. Look at those mountains. Inside are many wild beasts and precious medicinal herbs. But we rarely go in, but it's too dangerous. A cousin of mine went in 2 years ago to gather herbs and still hasn't come back. Lowering his voice mysteriously, he added, they say man-eating monsters live in there. So no matter how valuable it is, we don't dare go in. Staying alive matters more. The barrage instantly exploded. Dangerous. That place is full of wealth. Why is all the good stuff in undeveloped areas? Streamer, you're wasting treasures. I'm going to cry. Resources like these could be traded on the interstellar market for a small spaceship. I'm willing to take the risk. Streamer, lead the way, and we split the profits. Emotion points surged again. Just then Zhang Yang's foot slipped, and he nearly fell. Instinctively, he grabbed a nearby plant to steady himself, then casually brushed the dirt from his hands. Ouch, almost fell. This mountain path really needs fixing. The barrage suddenly went wild. Wait. That plant just now. Life signal detection shows it's 100-year blood ginseng. A sky-high priced medicinal herb on the interstellar market. You just grabbed it casually like that. Such waste. My heart hurts so much. Streamer, do you realize you almost threw away the equivalent of a small starship just now? Emotion points spiked once more. Zhang Yang was secretly thrilled, yet outwardly he feigned confusion. Blood ginseng. This thing. We've got plenty of it here. Sometimes when we're chopping firewood it gets in the way, and we just burn it as kindling. Why is it really that valuable? His words made the barrage erupt at once, burning it as firewood. Did I hear that right? Streamer, which planet are you on? I'm applying for immigration. Give us the coordinates. I'd spend my life savings on a ticket there. This must be a newly discovered habitable planet that the Blue Star Alliance hasn't announced yet. Burning blood ginseng as firewood. I'm crying. What about you all? Streamer, what you're burning isn't firewood, it's fuel for starships. Emotion points soared past 500 in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yang was ecstatic inside, yet outwardly he remained calm, even letting out a yawn. It's getting late. I should head back for dinner. Mother said she's making mushroom soup today. I'm a bit tired of drinking it every day, but food can't be wasted. The sun was setting in the west, the sky awash with rosy clouds. Sitting on a hillside, Zhang Yang watched cooking smoke curl up from below, villagers returning home, children at play. A scene of pure pastoral tranquility. Everyone, it's getting late. I'm heading down the mountain for dinner. Facing the camera, Zhang Yang waved and said in a tone of mock regret, to be honest, I'm actually a bit envious of you people on Blue Star, drinking high-tech synthetic water every day and eating artificial food. Sounds so novel. Unlike me, always stuck with these natural things. I'm sick of them. Tomorrow at the same time, I'll show you our village's everyday life and let you see what primitive living really is like. When the stream ended, Zhang Yang checked the system interface and saw that his accumulated emotion points had reached 580. He chose to exchange 5 points of combat power, consuming 500 points, and left the rest in reserve. A warm current surged through his body, his strength clearly enhanced. He tried throwing a punch, the air whistling around his fist. So this is what it feels like for combat power to rise. Feeling the power within, Zhang Yang murmured, looks like this humble bragging livestream route is the right path. I'll continue tomorrow. On his way home, a system notification popped up. Viewer, Interstellar Farmer, has tipped a crate of nutrient solution from the Blue Star world. In a secluded spot, Zhang Yang took out the suddenly appeared blue, glowing vials. Pity they're not of much use. He put the nutrient solution back into the system space, shaking his head in disappointment. Tomorrow I have to find a way to guide viewers into tipping mechanical farm tools instead. Zhang Yang fell into deep thought. That night, lying on his bed, he gazed up at the myriad stars. Here the sky was clear and bright, far better than the polluted sky of his previous life. He knew this world was not as peaceful and gentle as it appeared. The scenes in his memory of monsters pillaging served as a reminder that danger could descend at any time. But now with the system, he finally had hope of protecting himself and his family. System, start the stream again tomorrow. Outside the window, moonlight bathed the mountain village in serenity. Zhang Yang clenched his fists, a steadfast light flashing in his eyes. No matter what lay ahead, he would survive in this world and lead his family to an ever better life. Gradually, Zhang Yang's live streaming room began to accumulate a steady audience on the Blue Star Network. Initially, it was just a handful of curious visitors who stumbled upon this peculiar live stream, intrigued by the shaky footage and somewhat odd angles. What greeted their eyes was not a professional broadcaster, but the simple daily life of an 80-year-old boy, chopping wood, fetching water, doing simple farm work, and occasionally talking to the air as if conversing with an invisible entity. It was precisely this unique contrast that led some viewers to choose to stay. Is the host going to perform wood chopping again today? I love watching it. The picture quality is just too touching. The screen keeps glitching inexplicably. Zhang Yang glanced at the scrolling comments on the virtual screen, a faint smile forming at the corners of his mouth. After a month of live streaming, he had grown accustomed to this unique mode of interaction. The number of viewers in the live stream stabilized around 1,000, which might seem trivial for a large streaming platform, but for Zhang Yang, it was a gratifying beginning. More importantly, these viewers provided about 10,000 emotional points daily, and during special programs this number would skyrocket. To his surprise, with clever guidance, the recent rewards were gradually shifting towards a more practical direction. The interstellar miner rewarded space folding Ho X1. I can't stand the efficiency of this hoe, take it. It's said that one hoe can till an acre. Zhang Yang looked at the high-tech farming tool gleaming in his virtual warehouse, both amused and exasperated. While the tool was indeed useful, an 80-year-old child wielding such advanced equipment would undoubtedly be seen as a monster. He could only use it secretly when no one was around, being careful not to attract attention. The tech queen rewarded environmentally adaptive seeds, X5. Little friend, give this a try, you plant them, and they'll bear fruit in 3 days. Though the seeds were excellent, Zhang Yang dared not use them openly, so he secretly planted 2 in his backyard. The results were large, sweet fruits which he had to claim were wild varieties he stumbled upon in the mountains. The most outrageous was a viewer named Mecha Maniac who directly rewarded a mini agricultural mecha claimed to be designed specifically for children, leaving Zhang Yang dumbfounded. Such a thing he dared not retrieve, letting it gather dust in the virtual warehouse instead. In contrast, rewards like physical condition enhancement points and basic skill experience books were far more practical. Zhang Yang quietly utilized these rewards, and before he knew it, his strength had grown to an unimaginable level. But he always remembered the system's warning: this world is home to immortals, and even the shamans among humans possess the ability to peer into the past and future. Before he had enough ability to protect himself, exposing his strength would be tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, he continued to play the role of an ordinary village child, performing farm work daily and live streaming to gradually build his strength. Even regarding combat strength, he only cautiously exchanged for 10 points before pausing, saving the remaining emotional points. World Livestream System host Zhang Yang, age 8 years, combat power 18810, skills basic Qi Gong max level, sky dance technique max level basic, herb identification max level basic, farming max level basic, cooking max level basic, hunting max level basic, traps max level. Emotional points 387500, livestream audience 1350, system level 1, connected world blue star. A month passed quietly, and the rice in the fields gradually turned golden. The harvest season arrived as scheduled. On this clear morning, Zhang Yang started the live stream as usual, directing the camera towards the golden rice fields outside the village. The plump rice ears drooped, glinting warmly in the morning light. Everyone look, our village's rice is ready. Zhang Yang softly spoke to the air, and the comments began to scroll on the virtual screen visible only to him. Wow, it's so beautiful and golden. It's like a real-life version of rice aroma. Don't you use mechanical harvesters, host? Zhang Yang explained softly. We do all the harvesting manually, the village is small, and we don't have many fields. As soon as he finished speaking, villagers began to emerge from their homes holding sickles, their faces a mix of complex emotions. Joy from the harvest intermingled with future worries. The old village chief walked at the front, his hunched back seeming even more bent than usual. He squatted down, plucking a rice ear to examine it closely, a glimmer of comfort flashing in his murky eyes, soon overshadowed by gloom. Are you worried again about the taxes from the eastern capital and the Black Wind Band? Zhang Daniu had unknowingly come to Zhang Yang's side, letting out a sigh. Zhang Yang looked up at the burly man. Uncle Daniu, this year's harvest is good. It should be enough for taxes, right? Unfortunately not, Zhang Daniu replied with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. You don't understand, the better the harvest, the more they take. The eastern capital taxes us 50%, and the Black Wind Band's bandits still want a 30% protection fee. In the end, we're lucky to keep 20%. Zhang Yang fell silent. He understood these circumstances better than Daniu. After a month of secret investigation, he had uncovered the details of the Black Wind Band. Their leader was a bear-head creature. With Zhang Yang's current strength, facing one bear-head monster, let alone 10, would be a trivial matter. The chi accumulated within him was considerable. His physical condition far surpassed that of an average person, and combined with the stealth skills exchanged through the system, he could quietly deal with that gang of bandits. But he could not do so. An 80-year-old child challenging a gang of bandits. If this got out, not only would it attract government investigation, but it could also catch the attention of those hidden immortal beings. In this world, abnormality equals monstrosity, and monstrosity equals disaster. If only I could deal with them without anyone knowing, Zhang Yang thought, then immediately dismissed that notion. Though the Black Wind Band was a small gang, it was rumored to have connections with certain powerful factions. If they traced back to him, the consequences would be dire. The Shadow Walker rewarded cloak of reduced presence X1. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Host, this cloak is for you. Wearing it reduces your presence by 50. Zhang Yang looked at the new reward. His heart stirred. This item might be useful, but it also posed a risk. A child suddenly having their presence reduced would seem very suspicious. Thank you, Shadow Walker, for the cloak. Zhang Yang politely thanked, then shifted his attention back to reality. In the fields, the villagers had begun harvesting. The sickles swept through the rice stalks, making a swishing sound as the golden rice ears were neatly laid down. The children followed behind the adults, picking up fallen rice ears, their faces radiating pure joy. Zhang Yang joined in helping with the farm work while continuing to livestream. My friends, this is our village's traditional harvesting method, entirely manual. He whispered, later we will use the threshing ground over there for threshing. The live audience was clearly interested in this primitive farming method, and the comments and rewards became lively again. The agricultural archaeologist rewarded fully automatic silent thresher X1. Host, use this. It's efficient and doesn't draw attention. Zhang Yang grimaced again. This item was too advanced, and he could only find an excuse to decline. Thank you, archaeologist, but while stick to traditional methods, it holds more significance. He noticed the old village chief standing on the edge of the field, glancing occasionally towards the distant mountain road, his expression increasingly worried. Zhang Yang understood what he was concerned about. In previous years during the harvest season, the Black Wind Band's bandits would appear on schedule, forcibly collecting protection fees. Any resistance would result in severe injuries or even loss of life. The Eastern Capital authorities turned a blind eye to this. As long as the taxes were paid on time, they did not care about the lives of the common people. Some even said that the Black Wind Band had the shadow of the authorities behind them, seeking to double-exploit these marginalized villagers. They're coming. They're coming. Zhang Yang looked up and saw a cloud of dust in the distance, a group of people rushing along the mountain road towards the village. The tall figure at the forefront, even from a distance, Zhang Yang could recognize. It was the bear-head monster. The villagers' faces drained of color. In an instant, the joy of harvesting completely vanished, replaced by fear and despair. The old village chief shouted with a trembling voice, "Quick! Hide the children. Women, go home." The scene instantly descended into chaos. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes, rapidly calculating in his mind. Direct confrontation was definitely not an option, but perhaps there were other methods. The battlefield analyst rewarded tactical fog generator X1. Host, it seems the newcomers are not friendly. This can create a small area of fog to cover the retreat. The psychological warfare expert rewarded fear amplifier X1. Use it against the villains to amplify their inner fear. The audience in the live stream had clearly noticed the tense atmosphere, and the rewards began to take on a military flair. Zhang Yang had no time to think further and quickly exchanged for the fear amplifier. This item looked like an ordinary whistle and wouldn't attract too much attention. The Black Wind Band's men were getting closer, and he could see the bear-head monster's fierce face and the gleaming large knife in its hand. Zhang Yang took a deep breath, knowing he must take action, yet he could not expose his strength. A crisis loomed, and he had to find a delicate balance between self-preservation and saving others. At this critical moment, a strange rumbling sound suddenly echoed from afar, accompanied by a slow, dragging noise. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the source of the sound and saw a bright red hovering motorcycle racing down the mountain path, carrying a blue-haired girl and a boy with a tail wrapped around his waist. Surprisingly, a giant sea turtle was following behind, lumbering, but surprisingly keeping up with the motorcycle's speed. Bulma, look. There seems to be something going on ahead. Little Wukong shouted, pointing at the crowd at the village entrance. Bulma slowed down and parked, curiously observing the two opposing sides. On one side are the villagers, and on the other they seem to be bandits, while the one leading them is actually a big black bear. Excuse me. The giant sea turtle huffed as it caught up. Could you spare some water for me? I can't move, I'm about to die of thirst. The live stream room instantly erupted. Biologist tipped species analyzer X1, a talking sea turtle. This world's creatures are all so amazing. Emotion points 5. Fantasy enthusiast tipped language translator X1. We urgently need a turtle language translator. Emotion points 3. The black bear monster was furious at being interrupted while collecting protection fees and turned to roar. Who are these little brats and the stinky sea turtle? If you don't want to die, get lost. Little Wukong jumped off the motorcycle, tilting his head as he looked at the black bear monster. You look so strange, and you can talk too. Looking for death. The black bear monster roared in anger, swinging a large knife as he charged at little Wukong. The villagers gasped in shock, with some timid ones closing their eyes, too afraid to witness the impending bloody scene. Only Zhang Yang felt secretly pleased. He recognized that the newcomers were the protagonists of the Dragon Ball World Sun Wukong Bulma, and that famous sea turtle. The emotion points in the live stream room soared rapidly. Fighting enthusiast tipped battle recorder X1. It's about to start. Emotion points 8. Animal protector tipped turtle food package X1. Please do not harm the sea turtle. Emotion points 2. Little Wukong effortlessly dodged the attack, the black bear monster's large knife slicing through the air and crashing heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Too slow, little Wukong commented, as if judging the flavor of a dish. The black bear monster roared in anger, attacking continuously, but couldn't even touch the hem of little Wukong's clothes. Seeing this, the surrounding bandits rushed forward. It's unfair to bully the few with the many, Bulma said, pulling a small capsule from her bag, pressing a button, and throwing it on the ground. With a bang, a small combat robot appeared before everyone. The villagers were stunned by this miraculous scene. Even the bandits were frozen in place. What is that thing? The black bear monster warily stared at the robot. Bulma smiled proudly and said, it's the latest model of a household security robot. Let's see how it performs against you guys. However, little Wukong waved his hand and said, no need, Bulma, I can handle it myself. As he spoke, he flashed forward, appearing in front of the black bear monster and delivering a punch. That seemingly casual punch contained incredible power, and the black bear monster was sent flying before he even had time to react, crashing heavily against the mountainside, collapsing and no longer moving. The other bandits, seeing this, were terrified and fled in all directions, throwing down their weapons. The live stream room erupted once more. Martial arts master tipped fist technique analysis X1. The finesse of that punch is unbelievable. Emotion points 12. Mechanical enthusiast tipped robot design blueprint X1. That robot is so cool. Requesting more details. Emotion points 6. The entire process took only a few minutes, and the villagers watched in stunned silence, unable to regain their senses. The total emotion points income had already surpassed 5,000, leaving Zhang Yang feeling secretly pleased. With the crisis averted, little Wukong and Bulma prepared to leave while the sea turtle slowly turned around. Zhang Yang hurriedly ran forward. Please wait. The two and the turtle stopped, curiously looking at this suddenly appearing child. Thank you for driving away the bad guys. Zhang Yang tried to appear as an ordinary 80-year-old child, saying, the village will surely thank you properly. Please stay for our harvest feast. Bulma hesitated for a moment, but as soon as little Wukong heard the word feast, his eyes immediately lit up. Is there food? I'm hungry. The giant sea turtle also nodded slowly. If there is water, that would be great. Yes, there are plenty of delicious food and water. Zhang Yang quickly assured, the sweet potatoes my mother makes are so tasty. Old village chief regained his senses at this point and hurriedly stepped forward, bowing. Dear benefactors, this child speaks the truth. Please let us express our gratitude. Today is a day of harvest, and the village has prepared a feast of food. Bulma looked at the sky and then at the eager faces of little Wukong and the sea turtle, finally nodding. All right, since we won't be able to cover much ground today anyway. The villagers immediately cheered, quickly transitioning from fear to joy as they surrounded the heroes and headed towards the village. The harvest feast was held in the central open area of the village. Long tables were filled with various farmhouse delicacies: roasted sweet potatoes, steamed corn, fresh vegetables, wild mushroom soup, as well as the villagers' treasured fruit wines and homemade pastries. Little Wukong's eyes lit up at the sight of food, and without hesitation, he began to eat heartily. At first, the villagers laughed as they watched this little hero's good appetite, but as the empty plates piled higher and higher, their smiles gradually turned into shock. This child can eat too much, right? Zhang Danyu stared in disbelief as he watched little Wukong devour the food like a whirlwind, quickly instructing others to bring more food. The livestream audience was equally astonished. Big eater tipped infinite stomach X1. Am impressed with this appetite. Emotion points 10. Nutritionist tipped calorie analyzer X1. How can he eat so much and not gain weight? Seeking metabolism secrets. Emotion point 7. Seeing this, Bulma helplessly rubbed her forehead. Wukong, mind your image. Little Wukong, with his mouth full of food, mumbled, but it's really delicious. Even better than what Grandpa makes. The sea turtle was slowly enjoying the fruits and fresh water prepared specially for it by the villagers, nodding in satisfaction from time to time. Zhang Yang sat beside little Wukong, helping him fetch food while secretly observing. This was a perfect opportunity to get close to the protagonists, and he must not miss it. The atmosphere of the banquet grew more lively, with villagers taking turns to toast little Wukong, Bulma, and the sea turtle to express their gratitude. The old village chief was even moved to tears. After so many years, we finally no longer have to suffer from the oppression of the Black Wind stronghold. Dear benefactors, please stay a few more days so that we can properly repay you. Bulma politely declined. We have urgent matters to attend to and need to continue our journey early tomorrow morning. Where are you headed to? Zhang Yang pretended to be curious and asked. We are searching for something called the Dragon Ball. Little Wukong, with his mouth stuffed with food, replied indistinctly. Bulma said that gathering all 7 will grant any wish. Mystic Scholar tipped wish analysis X1 Dragon Balls can grant any wish. This setting is amazing. Emotion points 9. Bulma shot a glare at Little Wukong. Why did you just casually mention that to someone? Little Wukong blinked innocently. Why can't I say it? It's not a secret. Zhang Yang's interest peaked, though he pretended to act clueless. Dragon Ball. What is that? It sounds amazing. Bulma sighed and explained. It's an orange crystal ball with several red stars inside. Have you seen anything like it nearby? The villagers shook their heads, indicating they had never seen such a thing. At this moment, Zhang Yang suddenly thought of a great idea that could protect the village while also establishing contact with Bulma. Sister Bulma, Zhang Yang pretended to be naive. That small capsule that can produce robots is amazing. Can you leave us a few? This way, if bad guys come again, we can protect the village ourselves. Bulma raised her eyebrow. Little boy capsules are very expensive, you know. Zhang Yang immediately said, I can trade you good stuff for them. As he spoke, he pretended to run back into the house, but actually retrieved the space folding hoe from the system warehouse. Look at this, Zhang Yang handed the hoe to Bulma. I stumbled upon this in the mountains. It looks special. Bulma's eyes brightened as she took the hoe. This craftsmanship. This material. I've never seen such technology. She examined the hoe closely, becoming more amazed by the minute. This seems to apply space folding technology. It's incredible. Tech archaeologist tipped ancient technology analysis X1 space folding technology. This is even more advanced than capsule technology. Emotion points 15. Zhang Yang chuckled inwardly while pretending to be innocent. So how many capsules can this get me? Bulma nodded without hesitation. Of course. She immediately took out 5 capsules from her bag. These are 5 security robot capsules, enough to protect your village. And this one, she took out a small communicator. If there's anything, you can use this to contact me. With the deal struck, Zhang Yang was overjoyed. This not only solved the village's security problem, but also established a line of contact with Bulma. The banquet continued late into the night. Little Wukong finally felt full and patted his bulging belly contentedly. I haven't felt this satisfied in a long time. Where are you all heading next? Zhang Yang asked casually. The sea turtle nodded slowly. Thank you very much for your water and food. We need to return to the seaside where my master, the turtle hermit, should be. Zhang Yang's interest peaked, and he immediately seized the opportunity. I know a shortcut to the seaside. I can take you. I often go with my dad to sell grain by the seaside. Little Wukong exclaimed with joy. Great. We have a guide now. Bulma thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. All right, then we'll set off for the seaside together tomorrow. That night, Zhang Yang explained the situation to his parents and the village chief, stating that he would act as a guide to help the benefactors reach the seaside, while also collecting some coastal herbs to bring back. Having previously established the persona of often going into the mountains to gather herbs, this reason did not raise any suspicion. More importantly, he now had the security robots and communicator given by Bulma, so the village's safety was assured. The old village chief gratefully shook Zhang Yang's hand. Good boy, go ahead and be careful on the way. With the protection you've exchanged for, we feel very safe. The old village chief arranged for the two to stay in the best guest room in the village, and only then did the villagers gradually disperse. Zhang Yang returned to his small room, contemplating his next plan. Today's events had given him a large number of emotion points and tips, but more importantly, he had established contact with the protagonist group. World Live Streaming System host Zhang Yang, age 8 years, combat power 18810, skills basic Qi Gong, max level sky dancing technique, max level basic herbal identification, max level basic farming, max level basic cooking, max level basic hunting, max level basic trapping, max level. Emotion points 421300, live stream audience 2350, system level 1, connected world blue star. The live stream audience had nearly doubled and the emotion points had increased by nearly 40,000. Zhang Yang looked at the system interface with satisfaction, beginning to plan how to utilize these resources. The next morning, the group was ready to set off. Zhang Yang slung a small backpack over his shoulder filled with some dry food and essentials, joining the team searching for the Dragon Balls. This way, Zhang Yang pointed to a small path. This is the closest route to the seaside, and it will take about 2 days. Little Wukong hopped around excitedly. Is it fun at the seaside? I've never seen the ocean before. The giant sea turtle replied slowly. The ocean is beautiful. My master, the turtle hermit, lives on an island in the sea. Bulma was checking the Dragon Ball radar. The signal is very strong. That Dragon Ball should be somewhere by the seaside. Zhang Yang looked at this peculiar group. There's a martial artist boy with a tail, a genius scientist girl, a talking sea turtle, and himself a time traveler with a live streaming system. This would be an adventure full of unknowns, and his live stream audience was already eager. Adventure enthusiast, tipped, panoramic recorder, X1. The seaside adventure is about to begin. Emotion points 12. Turtle style culture researcher, tipped, turtle style history, X1. Turtle hermit. Sounds like a master. Emotion points 8. And so Zhang Yang began his adventure alongside the Dragon Ball protagonists. Little did he know this adventure would completely change his fate in this world. As the morning sun rose, it cast a golden glow over the winding mountain road. Bulma's red hover motorcycle emitted a low resonant hum, leading the way. Little Wukong stood on the back seat, one hand resting on Bulma's shoulder, the other pointing towards the mountains shrouded in morning mist, his tail gently swaying with excitement. Zhang Yang, are there really many delicious foods by the seaside that I've never tried before? Little Wukong turned his head, asking this question for the nth time, his eyes sparkling with a yearning for unknown delicacies. Of course, Wukong, Zhang Yang replied with a smile, simultaneously glancing at the scrolling comments on the virtual screen. There are big lobsters, fresh sea fish, and all sorts of tasty shellfish. Whether grilled or boiled, they are all particularly delightful. As he described it, not only did it whet Little Wukong's appetite, but it also made the viewers in the live stream exclaim, "Cruel." Gourmet donated a taste simulator, X1. Stop describing it already. I'm drooling all over the control panel. Emotion points 5. Marine biologist donated an ecological scanner, X1. Attention. The ocean creatures on this planet may contain unknown energy. Emotion points 8. Wow. Then we need to hurry. Little Wukong urged Bulma. Bulma, drive faster. I'm already going as fast as I can. Bulma focused on the road ahead. This mountain road is rugged and uneven. If we go too fast, we might flip the vehicle. Forget about seafood. Oh, we might end up eating dirt. A giant sea turtle plodded along behind them at a leisurely pace. Although its speed seemed slow, it oddly managed to keep up, interjecting, "Youngsters, don't be impatient. The ocean won't run away. However, I am looking forward to meeting Master Wu Tian soon." This journey had yielded far more than Zhang Yang had anticipated. His initial goal was to meet the turtle sage, but the 3 days of companionship had led to even more precious discoveries. The greatest reward came from his interactions with Little Wukong. Zhang Yang's combat power was 18, far surpassing Little Wukong's 10, as clearly indicated by the system. At first, there was perhaps a lingering sense of superiority within Zhang Yang as a traveler from another world, but after several brief sparring sessions and in-depth discussions on martial arts, that sense of superiority crumbled. During a rest, Zhang Yang couldn't help but ask, "Wukong, your strength doesn't seem stronger than mine. Why do I feel like I can't block your attacks every time?" Little Wukong, munching on a wild fruit, tilted his head upon hearing the question, blinking his big eyes as if he had never considered this before. Grandpa said strength should be used in the right places. It's like throwing a stone. Throwing it directly and using a slingshot to throw it are not the same. He put down the fruit and demonstrated. You see, when throwing a punch, it's not just the strength of your arm. You have to start from your feet through your waist, then to your shoulders, and finally to your fist. He made a slow punching motion, and Zhang Yang clearly saw how the strength in Little Wukong's seemingly small body transmitted like waves, astonishingly coordinated. And you have to sense the flow of qi. Little Wukong continued to share what seemed to Zhang Yang to be metaphysical principles. If you can feel the opponent's qi, you'll know where they intend to strike, allowing you to dodge or block in advance. Grandpa said this is faster than the eyes. Zhang Yang listened, somewhat understanding, but his basic Qi Gong max level felt more like an energy manipulation method instilled by the system. Direct and efficient, yet lacking the nuanced perception of Qi and the philosophical understanding of martial arts. He had a higher blue value and attack power, but in terms of skill application and combat intuition, he was thoroughly outclassed by Little Wukong. Not to mention Little Wukong's innate scion physique. Once Zhang Yang lost control of his strength, and a stone that had cracked during sparring flew up, hitting Little Wukong on the arm surprisingly, making a light, clang sound. The stone shattered, and Little Wukong merely scratched the hit spot, saying, "It's a bit itchy." Zhang Yang's eyes twitched at the sight, while the live stream exploded in exclamations of human-shaped beast and indestructible. Ergonomics PhD donated a structural strength analyzer, X1. Preliminary scans show that this boy's bone density and muscle fiber strength are abnormal, defying biological logic. Emotion points 15. Ancient martial arts successor donated a detailed explanation of power techniques, X1. This child speaks of true martial arts. His power application is long-lasting and interconnected. Streamer learn well. Emotion points 20. All of this made Zhang Yang more eager to meet the turtle sage. Only that elder, known as the god of martial arts, could systematically teach him how to truly wield his power and understand the qi and martial arts of this world. Of course, he did not forget another important task, to build a good relationship with Bulma. This genius girl is the technological ace in the Dragon Ball world, and cultivating this relationship is undoubtedly beneficial. With those little gadgets obtained from the system's space, exchanged with emotion points and real-time guidance from the many big shots in the technologically advanced world, watching the live stream, Zhang Yang barely managed to keep up with Bulma's leaps in technological thinking. Once Bulma complained about the signal interference of the Dragon Ball radar in complicated terrains. Zhang Yang pretended to ponder, then carefully suggested, based on a comment from a signal processing expert in the live stream. Bulma, could it be that the background radiation noise filtering is not thorough enough? Maybe we can try using an adaptive filtering algorithm. Bulma was adjusting the radar at the time, and upon hearing this, she suddenly looked up in surprise at Zhang Yang. Adaptive filtering. Do you understand this too? This is a proposal I just started thinking about recently, but the core algorithm hasn't been optimized yet. She seemed to have found a kindred spirit and immediately pulled Zhang Yang into a discussion. Zhang Yang was sweating profusely behind his back, relying entirely on the professional terms and formulas frantically thrown out by the big shots in the live stream to keep up while maintaining a facade of knowing a thing or two. In the end, he had a moment of inspiration and exchanged for a environmental interference simulation and response algorithm library, a basic teaching software from a high-tech world from the system space, and handed it to Bulma. Oh, what's this? Bulma took the small storage device, connected it to her universal capsule portable computer, and after just a glance her eyes lit up more and more. This algorithm structure. So unique. But the efficiency is so high. Wow, the ideas in here are simply amazing. Zhang Yang, where did you get this from? I found it in a strange ruin in the mountains before. Zhang Yang once again pulled out his universal excuse. Bulma treasured it like a treasure, looking at Zhang Yang with completely different eyes, transforming from viewing him as an early wise child from a mountain village into a mysterious tech enthusiast. Although Zhang Yang's knowledge system seemed scattered and odd, sometimes astonishingly brilliant, and sometimes blissfully ignorant, this contrast made Bulma find him even more interesting and mysterious. Bulma Support Club President donated a heart chocolate, X1. The streamer did a great job. Helped our goddess solve a problem. Emotion points 10. Tech Spy donated an information encryptor, X1. Streamer churn out more technology. Big donations await. Emotion points 25. Thus during the day they traveled, exchanged martial arts, and discussed technology, mainly listening to Bulma's explanations and the big shots comments in the live stream. And at night, they camped, shared food, and listened to the giant sea turtle recount amusing tales about the ocean and islands. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As the salty sea breeze rushed towards him and the sound of waves echoed in his ears, little Wukong jumped up excitedly. Wow, it's the ocean. It's so vast, much larger than the river by the village. The endless azure ocean unfolded before his eyes, sunlight shimmering on the water's surface, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. We've finally arrived. Bulma stopped the vehicle and took out the Dragon Ball radar. The signal is strong. That Dragon Ball must be nearby. The giant sea turtle took a deep breath of the moist air, appearing quite pleased. Yes, this is the spot. Master Roshi lives on a small island over there in the sea. It raised its flipper, pointing into the distance. Everything that followed unfolded just like in the original story. The sea turtle dove into the water to invite Master Roshi. The group waited by the sea. Soon a wave splashed up, and the sea turtle returned, carrying on its back a small, muscular old man with a bald head, dressed in a floral shirt, wearing sunglasses, and carrying a turtle shell. He held onto the turtle shell with one hand, while the other hand pretended to stroke an imaginary beard with a casual demeanor. It was Master Roshi. Even though he already knew the plot, seeing this legendary martial arts master in person made Zhang Yang's heart race uncontrollably. At the same time, he could feel the audience's emotions in the live stream reaching a small climax, with rewards and emotional points scrolling wildly. Master Roshi first presented little Wukong with the flying nimbus as per their agreement. Little Wukong's curiosity and attempts with the flying nimbus resulted in Bulma, due to her impure thoughts, crashing spectacularly, while only the pure-hearted little Wukong succeeded in riding the nimbus, soaring joyfully through the skies. The barrage of comments in the live stream almost drowned out the screen. The physicist donated an anti-gravity analyzer, X1, unscientific. This cloud completely defies the laws of physics. Emotional points 18. The mind mentor donated a mind purity test, X1, so that's it. Having a pure mind is the key. I learned something. Emotional points 12. Joyful audience donated a haha, X100. Miss Bulma crashed so badly. But why do I find it so funny? Emotional points 20. Master Roshi took out another Dragon Ball and handed it to Bulma, receiving in return her generous gift of a latest fashion magazine, the sultry images on the cover causing the old turtle to instantly burst with nosebleed, revealing his true nature. Finally, Master Rose's gaze fell upon Zhang Yang. Oh ho ho, who is this little friend? Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, and although he was lecherous, his sharp perception could sense that this child harbored considerable chi, and there was something quite peculiar about him. The sea turtle hurriedly introduced Master Roshi. This is Zhang Yang. Thanks to him acting as our guide, we were able to reach the seaside so quickly. Hello, Master Roshi. Zhang Yang quickly stepped forward and respectfully bowed. This was a true powerhouse. Good child, good child. Master Roshi examined Zhang Yang, nodded. You have a good amount of chi within you, a solid foundation, but something feels a bit strange like. He seemed to be searching for the right words, eventually shaking his head. Regardless, you helped my old friend and the sea turtle, so I must express my gratitude. Master Roshi thought for a moment, rummaging through his magical turtle shell. Heaven knows how he pulled things out from inside, and after a while he handed Zhang Yang a small box. These are some body-strengthening pills, Master Roshi said, his gaze seemingly meaningful, very beneficial for establishing a solid foundation. Additionally, I see you seem to have a preliminary grasp of the flow of chi. Here are some of my early notes on chi cultivation. They may be of help to you. Zhang Yang took the box and a somewhat aged notebook, his heart racing. Master Rose's chi cultivation insights were far more precious than any weapon or armor. The system prompted that both items contained special chi information that required a large amount of emotional points to analyze and learn, but their value was immeasurable. Thank you, Master Roshi. Zhang Yang bowed deeply once more. At this point, the original objective had been achieved. The Dragon Ball was acquired. Bulma's the Flying Nimbus was obtained. Little Wukong's Master Roshi had been met, and unexpectedly, he had received a gift. According to Zhang Yang's original plan, he should now propose to become a disciple, earnestly asking Master Roshi to take him in so that he could learn martial arts. Given his demonstrated talent, the full-level basic skills granted by the system, and this beneficial relationship, the chances of success were quite high. However, at the moment he was about to speak, he habitually glanced at the data panel of the livestream. That single glance made him instantly change his mind. Over the past 3 days, the number of online viewers in the livestream had skyrocketed from 2350 to nearly 5000. The total emotional points earned exceeded 8000. Various donation items had nearly filled the temporary storage space of the system. He suddenly realized that the attraction of the livestream content over these 3 days far exceeded his imagination. What the audience loved was not just the profound martial arts, but also little Wukong's innocence and strength, Bulma's pride and wisdom, the sea turtle's simplicity, and the novelty and adventure of the journey itself. The key to the explosive increase in emotional points was the audience immersing themselves in the storyline of the Dragon Ball world, acting alongside the main characters. If he became Master Rose's disciple at this moment, he would inevitably have to stay on the island for tedious, in the audience's view, foundational training, turning the livestream into a monotonous routine of meditation, fetching water, and delivering milk. The explosive popularity and heat of the livestream would surely cool down rapidly. Conversely, what if he continued to follow little Wukong and Bulma? What would the next leg of the journey entail? They would encounter Oolong Yamcha and pour venture into Frypan Mountain, meet the Ox King and Chi-Chi, and even participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Every plot point was filled with excitement, conflict, humor, and growth. Live streaming these events would surely earn him a fortune in emotional points. With enough emotional points, he could exchange for higher-level skills and items, or even directly enhance his combat power. The power of the system might not be slower than Master Rose's teachings. Moreover, following the main characters would ensure he wouldn't lack for real battles and extraordinary encounters. In just a few seconds, Zhang Yang's thoughts spun rapidly. Becoming a disciple was a stable long-term investment, but following an adventure was the choice for maximizing immediate benefits, and in the long run it might not be inferior. In the world of Dragon Ball, real combat was often the fastest way to improve. More importantly, he enjoyed the thrill of live streaming adventures, the astonishment and laughter of the audience. This experience of being watched by countless people and interacting with another world was his unique cheat and joy. His determination was set. Just as Master Roshi prepared to ride the sea turtle back to the island, Bulma also revved up her motorcycle, ready to head to the next Dragon Ball location. Zhang Yang spoke up. Bulma, Wukong, he exclaimed, are you going to continue searching for the Dragon Balls next? Yes, little Wukong said excitedly, sitting on the Flying Nimbus. We still need to find the remaining 5. Zhang Yang revealed a longing yet bashful expression. Can I go with you? I've never been far from home, and I really want to see the outside world. I can help. I know the way and can hunt and cook. Plus, he looked at Bulma, I have some strange little things I found from the ruins that might help with your research. Little Wukong was the first to welcome him. Sure, the more the merrier. Zhang Yang, your grilled meat is delicious. Bulma hesitated for a moment, glancing at the Dragon Ball radar, and then at Zhang Yang. She was very interested in Zhang Yang's technological heritage, and having a local guide and chef seemed quite appealing, especially since Wukong was useless at anything other than fighting. All right, Bulma finally nodded, but you must listen and not run around on the way. Great. Thank you, Bulma. Thank you, Yukong. Zhang Yang was overjoyed. He immediately took out the communicator and contacted his parents and the village chief, whom he had left behind when departing, explaining the situation. Naturally, he didn't mention the Dragon Balls and adventures, only saying that Miss Bulma was a scientist traveling the world who needed him as a guide and assistant, offering a generous reward. Seeing the security robot and communicator Bulma left behind, and thinking that Zhang Yang was indeed much more mature and capable than other kids his age, Zhang Debo and Wang Suihua, though reluctant, tearfully agreed, repeatedly advising him to stay safe. The old village chief also supported young people going out to explore. With everything arranged, Zhang Yang, amidst countless safe travels and come back soon messages from the communicator, hurried back to the group. Master Rashi and the sea turtle had already departed, returning to the island. Bulma's red motorcycle was already revved up, and little Wukong circled above her on the flying Nimbus. Hurry up, Zhang Yang! Little Wukong shouted. Coming. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and leaped gracefully onto the motorcycle's back seat. Hold on tight. Next destination, let's go. Bulma twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared, speeding along the coastline. Little Wukong's flying Nimbus followed closely behind. Zhang Yang looked back at the gradually retreating hometown, and then turned to face the vast, boundless world, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. On the virtual screen, the audience in the livestream sent him their best wishes with wildly scrolling comments and donations. Adventure King donated a lucky amulet. X1, a new chapter begins. The streamer, keep it up. Emotional points 25. Plot Party donated a prophecy crystal fake. X1, high energy warning ahead. Get ready to record. Emotional points 15. All audience, have a pleasant journey. We believe in you. Emotional points 999. Zhang Yang's lips curved into a smile. The adventure of searching for the Dragon Balls was about to truly begin, and his life was about to embark on a completely different, yet far more exciting path. The red motorcycle roared as it departed from the coast, heading inland along a dust-laden road. Little Wukong rode on the Nimbus cloud, sometimes soaring into the sky, sometimes diving down, circling around the motorcycle like a joyful little bird, causing Bulma to exclaim, "Be careful." Zhang Yang sat in the back seat, adjusting to the bumps of the motorcycle while distractedly watching the frantic barrage of comments scrolling on the virtual screen. The audience was exceptionally excited about leaving the coast and embarking on a new adventure. Geographer donated environmental scanner. X1, vegetation changes indicate they are entering a temperate inland climate zone. Emotion points 3. Gourmet donated taste prediction. X1, looking forward to the specialty foods of the new places. Streamer, take more pictures. Emotion points 5. Based on the Dragon Ball radar's indication and Zhang Yang's vague memories, their next stop should be the village that had been troubled by little Wukong. Sure enough, after traveling most of the day, a small village shrouded in eerie silence appeared ahead. It was evening, the time when cooking smoke should be rising, but there were hardly any signs of life in the village, with every household's doors and windows tightly shut. This village is so quiet. Little Wukong lowered his altitude, curiously surveying the area below. Bulma stopped the motorcycle and checked the radar. The Dragon Ball signal is nearby, very weak, as if it's being interfered with. She frowned, and the atmosphere feels a bit strange. At that moment, a window cautiously opened a crack, and a pair of terrified eyes peeked out. Upon seeing them, the window quickly slammed shut. Immediately, several villagers appeared on the small road at the village entrance, holding hoes and pitchforks, surrounding them cautiously, their faces etched with fear and vigilance. Who are you? An elderly man resembling the village chief shouted bravely, "Are you sent by that monster?" Monster. Little Wukong jumped down from the Nimbus cloud, tilting his head in confusion. Bulma quickly explained, "Grandpa, we are not bad people. We are just passing travelers." "What do you mean by monster?" The villagers, seeing two older children and a smaller child, Zhang Yang, relaxed their guard slightly. The old village chief sighed and began to speak with sorrow and anger. Recently, a terrifying monster had arrived in the village, demanding a young and beautiful girl as a tribute every day, or else it would destroy the village. They had been tormented beyond endurance. The live stream chat was immediately filled with righteous indignation. Justice Messenger donated demon banishing talisman. X1, such wickedness in broad daylight. Emotion points 8. Sociologist donated collective fear analysis. X1, the villagers' collective anxiety has reached a critical point. Emotion point 6. Upon hearing this, little Wukong jumped up in anger. "There are such bad guys. Grandpa, don't worry, he'll help you chase it away." He waved his small fists confidently. Bulma, however, was more rational. "Wukong, don't be impulsive. We don't know how powerful the monster is yet. It's okay. I'm very strong." Little Wukong patted his chest and turned to the villagers. "When does the monster come?" At that moment, a terrifying roar came from afar, though it sounded a bit weak, accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground. The villagers were instantly pale with fear, screaming as they scattered back into their homes. "It's coming. It's here. A cloud of dust rose at the village entrance, and a huge, twisted, fearsome figure slowly approached. It had multiple eyes, claws bared, radiating a terrifying aura. Little Wukong immediately took a fighting stance, while Bulma nervously pulled out a capsule. Zhang Yang, meanwhile, prepared himself, while keeping a close eye on the live stream. The climax was approaching. The monster rushed forward, letting out a threatening roar. Without saying a word, little Wukong dashed forward in a single leap, shouting loudly as he threw a punch. However, the expected fierce collision did not occur. Little Wukong's fist seemed to penetrate a layer of illusion, directly passing through the monster's body. The huge monster image vanished with a pop like a soap bubble, leaving behind a small chubby creature wearing tiger-striped shorts staring blankly, or perhaps a small cow. Everyone was stunned. Little Wukong withdrew his fist, scratching his head. Where's the monster? Bulma blinked. Disappeared. The villagers peeking through the window cracks were equally dumbfounded. The live stream fell silent for a moment, and then the barrage erupted like a volcano. Physicist donated illusion breaking protocol. X1 unable to analyze. Energy reaction vanished. Form completely changed. This is unscientific. Emotion points 50. Biologist donated gene mutation simulator. X1 instant transformation of life form. What kind of biological technology is this? Emotion points 80. Mysticism researcher donated arcane core X1 magic. This must be magic. Transmutation. The magic that has been lost on our blue star. Emotion points 99. The entire live stream went completely crazy. For the Blue Star audience whose technology is highly advanced but lacks any supernatural powers, the real-life transmutation magic demonstrated by Wukong was far more shocking than even the powerful Kamehameha. This was a phenomenon that completely overturned their worldview. The number of viewers in the live stream began to soar at a visible pace. 7,000, 8,000, 9,000. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the 9,500 mark. The donation notification sounds almost merged into one, with various high-tech items, analysis requests, and even fervent expressions of admiration flooding the screen. The speed at which emotion points accumulated was astonishing. Zhang Yang's heart raced, and his blood nearly boiled. He made it. This time he really made it. As the emotion points rapidly approached the million mark and the number of live stream viewers neared 10,000, he seemed to see countless battle power points and magical items beckoning to him. However, just as the atmosphere reached its peak, the system's notification sound coldly rang out, warning current number of viewers in the live stream has reached the limit 1,000,000,000. Notice to increase the live stream viewer limit 1 million emotion points must be consumed to upgrade the system to LV2. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Zhang Yang's wild joy instantly froze. At the limit. This is the limit. He glanced at his total emotion points, which had reached an astonishing 98,000 after the previous wave of frenzied harvesting caused by Wukong's transformation, just a step away from the million mark. But that step felt like crossing a chasm. The number of viewers in the live stream was stuck at 1,000, unable to grow any further. New viewers could not enter, and the speed of the barrage and donations noticeably slowed. 98,000 emotion points. If all converted into battle power, he could instantly possess a battle power value exceeding 9,000. At this early stage of the Dragon Ball story, besides Master Roshi and those hidden old monsters, he could almost walk sideways. He could even attempt to alter some plotlines for greater benefits. Should he choose to instantly possess nearly invincible power, or should he invest these almost instant godlike emotion points into a mere system upgrade to expand the live stream capacity? Zhang Yang's heart was in extreme turmoil. The temptation of invincibility was immense, especially in this perilous world. But on the other hand, his rationality screamed, think long-term. The live stream was the foundation. They were only just at the beginning of the Wukong arc, with countless exciting storylines ahead. Yamcha, the cooking pot, mountain rabbit boss pull-off, the world martial arts tournament. Each could bring returns far exceeding the present. If he exhausted his emotion points for short-term gain, now future livestream profits would inevitably suffer due to viewer limits. As his inner conflict raged, the commotion outside continued. That little pig Oolong, seeing his transformation disrupted, was terrified and turned to run. But little Wukong was incredibly fast, dashing forward in an instant and grabbing him. Let me go, let me go. Oolong struggled desperately, but could not break free from little Wukong's seemingly slender, yet immensely powerful grip. Are you the monster that bullies the villagers and tries to steal girls? Little Wukong asked angrily. I was wrong. I was just joking. I want dare again. Oolong quickly backed down, crying out in a pitiful tone, I was just hungry and wanted to trick some food. The villagers cautiously approached, seeing that the so-called monster was actually this creature, feeling both angered and amused. Bulma stepped forward, hands on her hips. Turns out you're just a little trickster. What a waste of feelings. In the live stream, the audience was still buzzing from the earlier magic, but new viewers could not enter, and the discussions among the old viewers began to repeat. Zhang Yang looked at Oolong, who was being held by little Wukong, and then glanced at the glaring 100,001,000 on the virtual screen and the rapidly increasing emotion points, which had now surpassed 1 million. He thought of the countless exciting stories yet to unfold. He clenched his teeth and made up his mind. System, he silently urged, consume 1 million emotion points to upgrade to LV2. Confirm consumption of 100 emotion points to upgrade the Multiverse livestream system to LV2. Confirmed. Upgrade begins. Estimated time needed 10 minutes. During the upgrade, livestream functions will remain normal, but the exchange function will be unavailable. An invisible force seemed to sweep across the system interface, and the total number of emotion points swiftly shrank to a few hundred, but the viewer limit lock of the live stream vanished instantly. Almost simultaneously, the online viewer count surged upward like a flood breaking through a dam. 11,000, 13,000, 15,000. The speed was more than double what it had been before. New comments and donations flooded in like a tsunami. New viewer just squeezed in. Heard there's real magic here. Honorary president of the Magic Association donated forbidden spell analysis diagram fake. X1 welcome back magic to the world. Emotion points 50. Dimensional Traveler donated spatial beacon. X1 the streamer's world coordinates are extremely special. Emotion points 30. Although the emotion points had dwindled to a few hundred, looking at the rapidly growing number of viewers and the surging tide of donations, Zhang Yang knew he had made the right bet. Investing in the future is the true path. A brief moment of invincibility is far less important than sustainable wealth accumulation. At that moment, Bulma had already extracted the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls from Oolong. He had picked them up thinking they were ordinary glass beads. Thus, under Oolong's guidance, the group headed towards the small house where he had hidden the stolen goods. Zhang Yang took a deep breath, calming his excited emotions, and quickly followed. His adventure and the revelry in the live stream had only just entered their climax. The upgrade is complete. The current level of the Multiverse live streaming system LV2. New features 1. Live streaming worlds Blue Star technology, side Hunter world specialization. Current online users Blue Star 5874 Hunter world 13258. Total number 720010000. 2. The limit for acquiring emotional points in one session has been raised to 999 points. 3. The live streaming equipment has been upgraded to stealth holographic follow drone indestructible, offering a more diverse range of shooting perspectives. 4. Mall functionality activated emotional points can be used to repurchase previously acquired rewards. 5. Trading functionality activated items from this world or system can be listed with emotional point pricing or item exchanges. A series of system notifications echoed in Zhang Yang's mind, the immense joy overshadowing the sharp pain of 1 million emotional points evaporating in an instant. This new feature seemed tailor-made for him with boundless potential. A live streaming world had actually been added. Hunter World. Zhang Yang immediately shifted his focus to the virtual screen, and indeed the style of the bullet comments was distinctly divided into two factions. One faction consisted of Blue Star viewers filled with technological critiques and analyses, while the other appeared more peculiar and dangerous. Blue Star physicist. The law of conservation of energy has once again been rubbed into the ground. Emotional points 99. Hunter ruins Hunter. This transformation ability resembles that of legendary monsters. Quite interesting. Emotional points 50. Other bullet comments remain unchanged. Even Zhang Yang, amidst the rapidly scrolling bullet comments, seemed to catch a glimpse of a few familiar IDs flashing by, such as Nanny Jia wants candy, and I am not a fruit farmer, leaving him both curious and secretly vigilant. At the same time, he felt a subtle energy fluctuation coming from the live streaming equipment that had been hovering beside him, becoming more ethereal, as if it had completely blended into nature. This indestructible characteristic greatly enhanced his sense of security. It's just up ahead. Wulong hesitantly pointed towards the end of the road. To everyone's surprise, it was not some sinister lair, but rather a magnificent Western-style villa that appeared extravagantly luxurious, completely out of place among the surrounding villages. With pristine white marble columns, a meticulously trimmed garden, and even a gushing fountain and an outdoor swimming pool. Blue Star Architect. This architectural style is a blend of Capriccio and Rococo elements. Quite expensive. Emotional points 25. Hunter materialization ability user. Such a massive creation. Maintaining it requires considerable energy, or is it a physical entity? Emotional points 60. Wukong, holding the bruised Wulong, boldly pushed open the ornate gilded door. Bulma, Zhang Yang, and a group of villagers armed with farming tools, trembling yet indignant, followed closely behind. However, the expected cries and tragic scenes did not occur. Instead, they were met with a gentle melody and the fragrant aroma of pastries and black tea wafting through the air. The scene before their eyes left everyone, including Bulma, and Zhang Yang momentarily petrified, standing in place. In the spacious and brightly decorated living room, on a set of velvet sofas, three girls in exquisite little dresses elegantly held their fingers in a graceful manner, enjoying scones and macarons from a three-tiered dessert stand, quietly discussing the latest fashion trends. Next to the floor-to-ceiling windows on yoga mats, two other girls dressed in professional yoga attire were performing the challenging downward dog under the guidance of a temporary instructor, their expressions focused and serene. Another girl lazily reclined on a chaise longue, having another girl resembling a maid paint her nails while flipping through a fashion magazine. The entire scene was harmonious and leisurely, exuding the atmosphere of an upper-class salon where not a trace of abduction or captivity could be felt. "Wulong, you're back just in time." A slightly older girl with the strongest presence commanded without turning her head. "My Earl Grey tea has gone cold. Go get me a new pot. Also, the rose petals by the pool seem to be less fresh. Remember to instruct." As she spoke halfway, she finally sensed something was off, turned around, and saw the crowd of dark figures at the door and the disheveled Wulong being held. All the girls stopped their actions, curiously gazing at these uninvited guests. After a brief silence, they surprisingly erupted into exclamations of delight. It's the villagers. Are they here to join our afternoon tea party?" "Wulong, what happened to you? Go find an ice pack to put on that." "Who are these new friends? Their outfits are so strange." "Villagers. Bulma. Wukong, so many girls. Is there any food to eat?" Zhang Yang, trying hard to suppress laughter, shoulders shaking. "Indeed, it has upgraded. From queens and servants to a noble tea party. Live stream room all. Blue star bullet screen shield. My titanium alloy dog eyes. Hunter confusing behavior award. What is this operation? Emotional points 999. Wulong struggled with a sorrowful expression, shouted to the group of girls, "Ladies, stop talking. They are here to rescue. Oh no, to capture me. I was defeated." "Defeated?" The girl with the strongest presence, Miss Aue, put down her teacup, stood up, and although her face showed no fear, she revealed a hint of disappointment. "Useless, Wulong. I thought you could hold out a few more days, letting us enjoy this divine life, without classes and with someone to serve us." Another girl doing yoga added, "Exactly, the village is so boring. This place is so much fun. Wulong, aside from being a bit timid, is quite a good person." The truth was revealed in an even more absurd manner. This was not a kidnapping case at all, but rather a group of bored rich young ladies had conspired, or rather coerced, a timid little demon to live an ideal pampered lifestyle. Blue star sociology professor, group Stockholm syndrome. No, this is a dimensional strike style class oppression. Emotional points 150. Hunter phantom troop associate. An interesting group where the weak control the slightly stronger weaklings in strange ways. Emotional points 88. Blue star onlookers. These little girls are talented. Poor Wulong. Emotional points 66. Bulma, holding her forehead, said to the group of hostages who clearly had no intention of leaving, "All right, ladies, the game is over. The villagers are here to take you home." The girls immediately let out a chorus of disappointed sighs. Miss Aue even attempted to negotiate. "Blue-haired sister, are you going on an adventure? Take us with you. We can pay a lot. Or let Wulong turn into a RV and butler." Bulma's forehead twitched, firmly rejecting. "Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. Taking one Wulong is already a headache." Ultimately, amidst the reluctant gazes of the group of young ladies who kept looking back and the villagers' exasperated yet bewildered emotions, this farcical rescue operation came to a close. Before leaving, Miss Aue secretly slipped Zhang Yang a gem that looked quite valuable. "A little tip for you: take good care of our Wulong," causing Zhang Yang to be both amused and perplexed. After dealing with this extremely unexpected episode, Bulma fixed her gaze on Wulong, who was trying to slip away, revealing a gentle smile. "Hey, you pig. I got it. They'll go with you." Wulong looked at Bulma's hand, reaching for the universal capsule box, instantly caving and obediently crouching down with his head covered. "Don't use the water gun. I can transform into anything. Am very useful." Bulma nodded in satisfaction. "That's more like it." Watching this scene, Zhang Yang felt a surge of emotion. The process of Wulong joining the team was truly filled with endless pressure and sudden compromises. Thus, the peculiar team searching for the Dragon Balls was finally assembled. The next day, the group set off again. Bulma summoned a larger off-road vehicle more suitable for the wilderness and multiple passengers with a capsule, while Wukong nimbly flew ahead on his Nimbus cloud, and Wulong was forcibly required by Bulma to transform into a space-saving hummingbird perched on the roof dubbed Sentry, while Zhang Yang sat in the passenger seat. They quickly drove into the vast and dangerous tropical rainforest. The ecological environment here was far more complex and perilous than the previous roads. A gigantic man-eating flower suddenly sprang from the swamp, opening its gooey mouth in an attempt to swallow the off-road vehicle, but Wukong up front smashed it into bits with a single strike, Swarms of vividly colored venomous bees descended like dark clouds, their wings buzzing painfully, but were successfully dispersed and driven away by Bulma's high-frequency sonic wave disperser released from a capsule. A giant python, disguised as a massive vine, quietly descended from the trees, attempting to entangle the vehicle, but was skillfully detected ahead by Zhang Yang, who calmly struck its head with a controlled ki blast, causing it to retract in fright. He deliberately controlled the strength to make it seem like just a perceptive child with some rudimentary ki skills. There was even a peculiar mushroom forest that emitted colorless, odorless, paralyzing spores, but thankfully Wulong transformed into a high-powered fan, although it exhausted him greatly to blow the spores away. Aloe. Hunter Phantom Beast Hunter. Amazing biodiversity. Many species possess unique evolutionary traits with high research value. Emotional points 80. Blue Star Botanist rewarded with sterile sampling box X1. Anchor. Please help collect samples of that mushroom. Emotional points 40. Hunter Trap Tower Examiner. The response speed and methods in dealing with sudden dangers are worth referencing and could serve as a backup plan for new recruits. Emotional points 65. The journey inched steadily toward the desert, punctuated repeatedly by Oolong's futile escape attempts, and Bulma's equally relentless recaptures, water pistols, electric stun capsules, and even seductive traps. Bulma seemed to treat tormenting Oolong as her chief pastime on the road, delighting in it without end. Yet as they crossed a relatively flat expanse of wasteland, she suddenly shrieked, "Ah! Where's my capsule case?" Frantically, she halted the vehicle and scoured every pocket and backpack. That precious case, containing capsules for houses, motorcycles, aircraft, and countless other conveniences, had vanished without a trace. "It's gone. Gone. It must have slipped out while we were dodging those ravenous giant ants." Bulma wailed, her face crumpling in despair. "This is disastrous. All we have left is this off-road vehicle and a meager supply of emergency rations." Goku tilted his head curiously. "We could walk, though." Oolong, having reverted to his true form, immediately wailed, "Walk? What nonsense. His Magnificence refused to trudge on foot. Bulma, think of something quick." Zhang Yang feigned astonishment and dismay, but inwardly he knew full well that per the unfolding narrative Bulma would lose her capsules here. And Oolong, that sly swine, undoubtedly hoarded one or two, but would never surrender them. Bulma tried scanning with the dragon radar, but the search radius was too vast, akin to seeking a single grain of sand in an ocean. At last she resigned herself to grim reality. No choice. She stared ahead at the land, gradually giving way to shifting sands, gritted her teeth, and declared, "We'll abandon the vehicle. The terrain ahead grows too soft. The jeep will surely sink. We'll proceed on foot." "No." Oolong's anguished cry echoed across the barren plain. Thus the Dragon Ball quest transformed, overnight, into a genuine hiking expedition. Goku remained indefatigable, striding confidently at the front with his power pole slung over his shoulder. Zhang Yang moved with calm, measured breaths, applying rudimentary ki regulation techniques from Master Roshi's notes. Effortless, almost serene. Bulma meanwhile lamented incessantly, sore feet, scorching sun, parched throat. And Oolong suffered most. His stubby legs wobbled with every step. Exhaustion struck swiftly, prompting repeated attempts to shape-shift into stones or cacti to shirk duty, each foiled instantly by Bulma's unblinking vigilance. Earth Outdoor Enthusiast. The livestream team lacks desert trekking experience. Recommendation: rest 5 minutes hourly and replenish electrolytes. Hunter World Survival Expert. Insufficient water reserves or over-reliance on instruments for navigation. High risk factor. Earth Bulma devotee. Heartbreaking. Look at our dear princess. Host, do something. Donating 1 portable sunshade. Hunter World Observer. Fascinating. Team vulnerabilities are laid bare under extreme conditions. Zhang Yang could easily retrieve from his system space the fans' donated desert motorcycles, hoverboards, or even compact aerial vehicles. Yet he hesitated and chose concealment. First, he lacked a plausible origin story. A ruin couldn't plausibly contain everything. Second, and more startling, he realized this trope: the pampered heiress and her bumbling pig companion enduring desert hardship, while yielding modest emotional engagement per incident, dramatically extended average watch time in the livestream. Viewers relished Bulma's misfortunes and Oolong's antics, savoring the group's raw, unscripted interactions amid adversity. Concurrent viewership rose steadily. Donations flowed in, not as grand gestures, but as practical, utility-focused items. "Consider it training," Zhang Yang told himself, and gently reassured the increasingly irate Bulma. "Sister Bulma, hold on just a little longer. A lush oasis, or perhaps even a town, may lie just ahead." An oasis. Right now I'd trade it all for a bathtub brimming with bubbles. Bulma dragged herself forward, voice faint, her once elegant hairstyle now wild, and tangled, her fine garments dust-caked and disheveled. So beneath Bulma's mournful sighs and Oolong's shrill protests, the party plunged, deep step after uncertain step, into the boundless sea of sand. The sun blazed mercilessly, warping the air with shimmering heat haze. In every direction stretched a monotonous golden void. Unbeknownst to them, two pairs of eyes had already fixed upon them, from behind a distant dune. Yamcha! Yamcha! A small blue-winged-tailed creature, Poir, darted into a sandy burrow and called urgently to the wild-haired youth inside, who was polishing his sword. Fat sheep spotted. 4 of them, exhausted, stumbling. Just 1 girl and 3 kids. Easy pickings. Yamcha looked up. His gaze sharpened, yet flickered almost imperceptibly with tension, especially at the word girl. Oh, only 4. No vehicle in sight. None. They're walking. Dusty, bedraggled. They look utterly spent. Poir confirmed, emphatic. Yamcha arose, slung his blade over one shoulder, and flashed a grin. Confident yet edged with bravado, walking across the desert. How recklessly naive. Come on, Poir, business calls. Same plan, I scare them senseless, you snatch whatever's valuable. Yes, Master Yamth. Meanwhile, in Zhang Yang's livestream, comments from Hunterworld viewers caught his attention. Hunterworld, Jasuka. Faint aura detected at 3 o'clock behind the dune. 2 individuals. Hunterworld, Nobu. Subtle spatial distortion observed. Likely high-velocity movement approaching. Hunterworld, Phantom Troop lackey. So it begins. Robbery. Zhang Yang's pulse quickened. At last, the long-awaited narrative turn had arrived. He subtly adjusted his breathing. The 18 units of combat power within him stirred, flowing like quiet currents. Practical combat techniques from Master Roshi's notes flickered through his mind. Sure enough, moments later, a figure erupted from behind a colossal dune ahead. This mountain is mine. These trees, I planted them. Pass this way. Pay your toll. Yamcha struck what he deemed a fearsome pose, sword held high blocking their path. Poir crouched low in the sand behind him, poised to strike. Goku instantly brandished his power pole, eyes alight with excitement. Bandits. I'll defeat you. Bulma recoiled, ducking behind Goku. Be bandits. Oolong, however, simply transmuted into a trembling stone. Just then, as Goku tensed to charge forward, a hand settled firmly upon his shoulder. Goku, wait a moment. Zhang Yang stepped forward, a spark of eager anticipation dancing in his smile. May I take this one? Goku blinked, scratched his head. You want to fight, Zhang Yang? Sure, go ahead. Bulma gasped. Zhang Yang, are you sure you can handle this? Though she knew he surpassed ordinary children, the adversary before them, a fierce-looking desert bandit, seemed formidable indeed. The livestream exploded. Earth martial arts fanatic, the host stepping into the ring. Thrilling. 80 emotional points. Hunterworld Sky Arena owner. Finally, the host shows serious intent. Previous skirmishes were mere child's play. 120 emotional points. Earth motherly fan. Little Yang, no. It's too dangerous. Donating 1 protective force field generator. 50 emotional points. Worry. Hunterworld Nun analyst. Energy fluctuation rising, intriguing. Distinct from the short youths. More restrained yet purer in essence. 90 emotional points. Yamcha paused, startled, then burst into laughter at the sight of Zhang Yang, a fair-skinned cherubic child of barely 7 or 8. Brat, dreaming of being a hero. Scuttle home for your milk before I'm accused of picking on infants. Zhang Yang merely smiled, unfazed. He assumed the opening stance described in Master Roshi's notes, youthful yet imbued with an unexpected gravity and stillness. He offered a quiet, knowing grin. Whether it's bullying a child or proving otherwise, only battle can decide. And, he added, silently addressing the livestream audience, it's time to deliver some real thrills for our loyal viewers. Haven't the scenic vistas and Oolong's antics grown tiresome? Instantly, donation alerts and emotional points flooded the screen. Viewers' fervor ignited beyond measure. Zhang Yang drew a deep, steady breath, his gaze locking onto Yamcha. First, he needed real combat to test, refine, and truly awaken the techniques from Master Roshi's notes, channeling his 18 units of combat power with precision. Second, and far more crucial, audience was divinity, emotional points, life itself. Yamcha, you are the chosen instrument, the fortunate catalyst, to detonate this live stream. Battle ignited. The hot winds of the desert swept up fine sand, brushing past the 2 confronting figures. Yamcha looked at the audacious little brat before him. Although he found it amusing, his instincts from years of survival in the wilderness kept him on alert. Any child who could maintain such composure in this environment was certainly not an ordinary character. Little brat, since you're seeking death, don't blame me for being merciless. Yamcha uttered a low growl, his figure suddenly moving, the long sword in his hand slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound aimed directly at Zhang Yang's face. This sword strike was remarkably swift, showcasing his physical prowess far beyond that of an ordinary person. However, in Zhang Yang's eyes, this strike was not without its flaws. The combat power of 18 points provided him with dynamic vision and neural response speed, along with the martial arts experience from the martial masters of Blue Star in his mind, albeit lacking practical refinement, prompting him to instinctively react. He did not take it heeded. Instead, he shifted his steps, subtly angling his body to the side, causing the sword's tip to nearly graze the tip of his nose. The movement appeared somewhat awkward, even echoing a popular dance step from Blue Star influenced by a dance master's experience, yet the outcome was surprisingly effective. Yamcha was momentarily taken aback as his strike missed. Twisting his wrist, he transformed his thrust into a slash aimed at Zhang Yang's waist. Zhang Yang retreated again, his body swaying slightly to narrowly avoid the blow. His movements became increasingly fluid, the evasive techniques that existed in theory rapidly merging with his body. He began to adapt to the rhythm of the battle. The martial arts techniques he had learned from the Blue Star seemed to combine elements of Tai Chi and Bagua, becoming more refined. Yamcha found himself unable to land a hit despite several successive attacks, even failing to graze the opponent's clothing, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. He roared in anger, intensifying his assault, his long sword whirling through the air, seemingly impenetrable. However, as Zhang Yang gradually adapted to the combat rhythm, these attacks appeared to reveal even more gaps in his eyes. He even began to attempt counterattacks, aiming for the openings between Yamcha's moves. A simple direct punch or a swift chop would be thrust out well controlled and forced to avoid seriously injuring his opponent, but each time he struck at a critical point, it forced Yamcha to scramble defensively, interrupting his offense repeatedly. Bastard! Yamcha shouted furiously, feeling as if he were not fighting a child, but rather facing a slippery eel, occasionally getting knocked in the waist, which was incredibly frustrating. The battle was a tactical analysis. Zhang Yang was conserving energy while depleting his opponent's stamina-seeking weaknesses. The emotional points were steadily rising in the live stream, but Zhang Yang felt it was still not exciting enough. He knew the other party would soon unleash their ultimate move. Indeed, after a prolonged struggle, Yamcha suddenly leaped back, driving his long sword into the sandy ground, striking a peculiar pose as his eyes turned ferocious, emitting a low wolf-like growl. "Little brat, you forced my hand. Take this, Wolf Fong Wind Fist." Before the words had left his mouth, Yamcha's figure suddenly blurred, his speed skyrocketing, both fists morphing into countless shadowy strikes, like a hungry wolf pouncing, carrying a fierce momentum as they surged towards Zhang Yang. The force of the punches tore through the air, emitting a sharp howl. Punching frequency 5 punches second. Warning. Threat level increasing. The emotional points surged. Zhang Yang noticed the resemblance to a wolf's attack pattern. Though similar, it lacked true wildness. Little Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, this move is amazing." Bulma was so frightened she covered her eyes. "Zhang Yang, be careful." Oolong's transformed stone shook even more. Faced with this sudden fierce attack, Zhang Yang's expression transformed into one of intense focus for the first time. He concentrated all his mind, observing every subtle movement of Yamcha, feeling the flow of energy within his opponent. At first, the flurry of punches was indeed dazzling and hard to grasp. However, under Zhang Yang's heightened perception, he quickly discovered that the seemingly chaotic and frenzied attacks did not stem from the intricacy of the moves, but rather from the explosive energy emitted from specific points within Yamcha's body. This energy was weak, far from reaching the level of Master Roshi, let alone being capable of creating shockwaves Kamehameha. But it certainly existed. Yamcha was compressing and mobilizing the limited energy within his body to gather at the nodes of his arms and legs, instantly exploding it to gain extraordinary speed and strength. So that's how it is. Zhang Yang realized the so-called ultimate move is essentially a basic application of Qi, just executed differently. This thought opened a door to a new world. He recalled the concept of Qi that Master Roshi mentioned when teaching Goku and Krillin. He thought of Tien Shinhan's Dodon Ray and Solar Flare, as well as the Crane School's flight technique, which were all different forms of utilizing Qi, weren't they? Then a more powerful technique's name bounced into his mind: Kaioken. Wasn't that a terrifying move that compressed the energy within to the extreme, exploding it in an instant to gain several times, or even dozens of times the combat power? Following that, Super Saiyan forms 1, 2, and 3. Each transformation wasn't a leap in life levels, and an even more efficient and terrifying compression and control of the vast Qi within. Compression, constantly compressing, packing more powerful energy into a stronger body. This is the most essential and core secret of enhancing combat power in the Dragon Ball world. Those dazzling techniques, Kamehameha, Special Beam Cannon, Spirit Bomb, were merely techniques for releasing this compressed energy in different directions, representing the realm of technique. But the true Tao lies in how to possess and master a greater amount of energy Qi and how to have a body capable of withstanding energy compression. This perfectly explained why the Earth-Z warriors gradually fell behind in later stages. It wasn't that they didn't work hard, nor that their moves were not intricate enough, but rather that as Earthlings, their physical foundations, potential strength recovery, were innately inferior compared to Scion's Namekians and the Frieza race. Their containers were not large or sturdy enough, making it impossible to hold that level of energy compression. At that moment, Zhang Yang felt he had touched the true foundation of the Dragon Ball power system. A shiver and enlightenment surged through him. His aura suddenly transformed. No longer was he the cautious child trying to wield power, but rather a sage who had suddenly comprehended the laws of the universe. His eyes became deep and calm, looking at Yamcha not as an opponent, but as an example of someone striving to demonstrate the basic application of Qi. The seemingly ferocious shadows of the wolf Fang Wind Fist had become distinctly clear in his eyes, even appearing slow and filled with flaws. He no longer needed to exert effort to predict and dodge. A simple lift of his hand to block a pull, and Yamcha's powerful punch was deflected. A casual sidestep effortlessly avoided the strongest attack path. He even occasionally extended a fingertip to lightly tap at a critical point in Yamcha's energy flow, interrupting his force, making him feel as if he were about to spit blood. The mastery of Qi was undergoing a transformation. This was enlightenment. Impossible. How old could he possibly be? Zhang Yang's energy field harmonized and resonated, suppressing the fluctuations of his opponent. The battle situation turned instantly. From previous dodging and occasional counterattacks, it became a complete and utter domination. Yamcha felt as if he were punching into a bottomless whirlpool, with all his strength being devoured, dissolved, and deflected. The more he fought, the more horrified he became. The child before him seemed to transform into an insurmountable mountain. Finally, Zhang Yang seized an opportunity. During the moment, Yamcha's old strength had just waned and new strength had yet to be generated. Simply stepping forward, his right hand pointing like a sword, seemingly slow, yet extremely quick, he tapped at Yamcha's chest at the point of convergence of Qi. PFF. Yamcha felt a sudden pressure in his chest. The gathered energy instantly dissipated, and he crumpled to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Defeated. Completely defeated. Defeated by a child who looked to be under 10 years old. Even his opponent hadn't truly gone all out. The desert fell silent with only the sound of the wind and Yamcha's heavy breathing. Little Wukong gaped. Bulma lowered her hands from her eyes, dumbfounded. Oolong's transformed stone ceased, trembling, as if also stunned. Zhang Yang slowly retracted his fingers, standing in place, eyes closed, as he savored the wondrous epiphany he had just experienced. Having comprehended the essence of power in the Dragon Ball world, Zhang Yang found the seemingly fierce, yet crude wolf Fang Fist of Yamcha utterly bland. It was akin to a university professor observing a primary school student solving a system of equations. The process might be amusing, but the answer was already clear in his mind. He craved a more exhilarating release to validate his thoughts, and to conclude this live show with a sufficiently shocking finale. With his resolve firm, Zhang Yang's gaze sharpened, and the breath he had just calmed surged once again. But this time it was not the long imitation of the turtle hermit style, nor Yamcha's explosive outburst, but rather the nascent form of his own understanding derived from the concept of compression. He did not seek to project his Qi outward. Instead, he concentrated that 18 points of Qi within his body at the moment of his punch, dramatically amplifying its density. This was not the overall multiplicative enhancement of the Kaioken, but a rudimentary, localized attempt at the ultimate focus and control of power. In the next moment he moved. His figure darted like a specter, no longer dodging with agility, but charging straight ahead. A simple direct punch, unadorned, thundered towards Yamcha, who had just risen and was attempting to charge again. This punch, seemingly unremarkable, did not even produce the sound of tearing air. But at the instant his fist connected with Yamcha's blocking arms, boom! A surge of terrifying solid force erupted far beyond Yamcha's imagination. It felt as if he had been struck not by a fist, but by a solid iron hammer flying at high speed. Ah! Yamcha let out a cry of despair as his entire being shot backward like a kite, with a severed string uncontrollably flying through the air, tracing a long parabolic arc, before crashing into a weathered rock mound dozens of meters away. A tremendous roar. Dust and smoke filled the air. The entire rock mound trembled violently, its surface instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and Yamcha was almost embedded within it. The might of a single punch had reached such a level. Zhang Yang slowly withdrew his fist and stood with his hands behind his back, though this action looked a bit comical on his 80-year-old frame, slightly panting. The energy expended in that moment of focused Qi was far greater than the consumption of Qi itself. Yet excitement glimmered in his eyes. This was the path indeed. Just like that, the entire desert fell silent for a second. Then the live stream went absolutely wild. Blue Star, holy sword of physics. Energy calculation anomaly. Does not conform to the mass and velocity formula. Energy density is extraordinarily high. Emotion points 999. Hunter pinnacle of enhancement. Extreme compression of limited nin Qi into a single point for explosion. What incredible talent and control is this? Emotion points 999. Blue Star universal bullet screen. Whoa. Hunter Phantom Troop Franklin. This little brat is interesting. Blue Star Godly Rich. No other words, just impressive. Donated Planetary Energy Core, X1. This item is too dangerous and has been temporarily stored by the system emotion points 500. Hunter Greed Island Player. Wonderful. Donated Designated Card Magnet X1 SS Grade. Teleport specified opponent to the front. May your adventures be even more exciting. Emotion points 888. Hunter Mysterious Tycoon. This level of potential is worth investing in. Donated Nitrolomus Briefcase X1 contains 10 years of longevity, food Nitrolomi. Emotion points 999. Blue Star Tech Giant. Analysis impossible. Requesting highest permission for research. Donated Stellar System Warp Engine Blueprint X1. Emotion points 666. Room Manager hint: the blueprint has been encrypted and the host needs to reach the corresponding technological level to unlock it. The donations from the audience in the Hunter world were particularly exaggerated, with all sorts of unheard-of magical items and cards flooding into the system space. Although many could not be used or even understood at the moment, the intrinsic value they held and what they represented made Zhang Yang's heart race. The total amount of emotion points instantly surpassed 150,000 and surged towards 200,000. Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing sound emerged from the dust of the distant rock mound. A disheveled Yamcha struggled to crawl out of the humanoid pit, his clothes in tatters, face covered in dirt, clearly shaken, but not in any life-threatening danger. Zhang Yang had shown mercy. Mr. Yamcha, Puril exclaimed, instantly flying out of the sand, reverting to her original form, anxiously circling around Yamcha, her eyes filled with concern. Bulma, finally snapping out of her extreme shock, looked at Zhang Yang, who stood with his hands behind his back, then glanced at the disheveled Yamcha, suddenly cheered loudly, and rushed over excitedly, patting Zhang Yang's shoulder, almost knocking him into the sand. Wow. Zhang Yang, you are amazing. I didn't know you were this strong. You scared me to death just now. Yet Bulma's excited actions and bright voice struck like thunder in Yamcha's freshly calmed mind. Instinctively, he looked up towards the source of the sound. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Bulma's flushed cheeks from excitement, her blue hair, and her vibrant youthful figure shone like a strong light, instantly penetrating the fragile psychological defenses of the desert bandit. A girl. So cute. Yamcha's face turned crimson at an observable speed, with steam even rising from his head. The extreme shyness mixed with the shame of his recent defeat left his mind blank, and all he wanted was to escape the scene immediately. Puril, Moto, let's go, he shouted in a flustered manner, not daring to glance at Bulma again, almost scrambling toward the sand dune. Puril froze for a moment and quickly transformed into a hovering motorcycle. Yamcha jumped onto the motorcycle, the engine roared loudly, kicking up a storm of dust, and amidst a flurry of frantic maneuvers, he awkwardly accelerated away from the desert that had been the scene of his life's Waterloo and a heart-stopping crush. The onlookers, Yulong, who had transformed into a stone, sighing in relief. Hey, why did he run away? Bulma looked puzzled. I still wanted to ask him about the nearest towns. Just then Yulong, who had been playing dead, felt the opportunity had come. With everyone's attention drawn to the fleeing Yamcha, he quietly transformed back to his original form, stealthily attempting to sneak away in the opposite direction. But he clearly underestimated Bulma's level of concern for him. Yulong, where do you think you're going? Bulma suddenly turned around, hands on her hips and a friendly smile on her face. Oh, no, I was just stretching. Yulong jumped 3 feet high in fright, instinctively wanting to transform into a bird and fly away, only to mess up his transformation due to panic. With a puff, he did not turn into a bird, but rather transformed into an extremely luxurious gold-plated diamond-studded giant RV that looked quite pricey. And because he lost his balance, the RV toppled over with a crash, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Coincidentally, as the RV flipped, the door was shaken open and several universal capsules rolled out with a clattering sound, one of which had Bulma's family emblem printed on it. It was the one she had lost. The scene fell into silence once again. Bulma squinted her eyes, picked up her capsule case, then walked over to the overturned RV and tapped on the window, reflecting Yulong's panicked pig face on the glass. Oh, is it quite luxurious? You've hidden quite a few good things, haven't you? And why did you watch us walk for 2 days when you clearly have transportation capsules? Yulong. Oh no. Exposed. Ultimately, under Bulma's physical persuasion and Goku's cheers of "it's great to have a vehicle," Yulong, on the verge of tears, reverted back to his original form, surrendered all the hidden capsules, including the luxurious RV, and signed numerous unequal treaties of loss of rights and humiliation. The team once again possessed a means of transportation even more luxurious and comfortable than the previous off-road vehicle. The group boarded the RV driven by Yulong, who was forced to be the driver, and followed the direction indicated by the Dragon radar towards their next destination, the Flame Mountain. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yamcha, returning in disarray to his secret base, dove into a pile of sand and refused to come out for ages. Such a disgrace. What a shame. He pounded the sand, losing to a little brat, and being scared off by a girl. My name Yamcha, the king of the desert. But Bulma's cute face kept flashing in his mind, making his heart race. No way. I can't just let this go. Yamcha abruptly raised his head, flames of defiance and something strange igniting in his eyes. Universal capsules. Yes, I want to steal the universal capsules again. Next time it will be different. Thus, during the following journey, Zhang Yang and his companions frequently encountered poorly planned robbery schemes orchestrated by a certain desert bandit. Sometimes it was a giant pit suddenly appearing on the road, resulting in him falling into it. Other times it was a sandstorm ambush easily scattered by the RV. At times it was an attempt to use a tiger away from the mountain tactic to steal, always coincidentally discovered by Zhang Yang. These clumsy farces added countless laughs to the otherwise dull desert journey and kept the viewers of the live stream in stitches with emotion points and various donations from both worlds, practical or bizarre, flowing continuously into Zhang Yang's system. Zhang Yang sat comfortably on the RV sofa, watching Yamcha outside, who was trying to disguise himself as a cactus while exposing a corner of his clothing, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This journey was truly becoming more and more interesting. What awaited them at Flame Mountain? He anticipated with great excitement. The luxurious RV bumped along the cracked crimson earth, the heat waves outside warping the air, while the air conditioning inside screamed. Bulma, feeling anxious, wiped her sweat and checked the Dragon Ball radar again. No doubt the strongest signal is right at the center of Fire Mountain, but this temperature. What material can withstand it? Oolong clutched the steering wheel tightly, though most of the time it was on autopilot, his face filled with despair. The exterior of my luxurious RV is already starting to heat up. If we get any closer, we're really going to turn into a can of stew. Little Goku leaned on the window, curiously observing the hellish landscape outside. What a huge fire. I wonder if the meat inside is cooked. Just as despair filled the vehicle, Zhang Yang, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Although his perception of chi was not vast, the feeling of being spied upon, along with the fleeting rough aura trying to hide in the distance, was all too familiar. Yamcha, he really has followed us. Moreover, Zhang Yang thought with a smirk, it seems this guy has used some high-tech methods. His powerful mental energy faintly captured an extremely weak Nanki fluctuation coming from beneath the RV. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the RV, behind a massive heated rock, Yamcha was frantically adjusting a device resembling headphones with intermittent sounds of conversation from the RV echoing within. Per, make sure the signal is clearer. The key is how they got in. Yamcha spoke in a low voice to Per, who was fanning him. Yes, young master Yamcha, but this listening device seems to be on the verge of being fried. Per replied with concern. Just then a sobbing Oolong's voice came from the listening device. Bulma, what are we collecting the Dragon Balls for anyway? That Shenlong, can it really grant any wish? Can it send us directly into Fire Mountain? Bulma replied impatiently, of course it's true. According to ancient texts, gathering all 7 Dragon Balls can summon Shenlong to grant any wish. For example, to make a certain someone disappear forever, she said, casting a malicious glance at Oolong. Oolong shivered in fear. But outside the RV, upon hearing the words grant any wish, Yamcha felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his whole body freezing in shock. Any wish? He murmured, recalling Bulma's cute face in an instant, followed by the embarrassing blush and awkwardness he felt in front of her. A tremendous desire and shame flooded over him. If I could obtain the Dragon Balls, I could wish to never be afraid of girls again. Let me be able to get a girlfriend. Yes, just like that. Yamcha's breathing grew suddenly heavy and his eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. Compared to this wish, what were the universal capsules? What risk did robbery pose? Per. Yamcha suddenly grabbed Per, who was in fan form. The plan has changed. We're not going to rob capsules anymore. Huh. Young Master Yamcha, then what are we going to? The Dragon Balls. We're going to rob the Dragon Balls. Yamcha's voice trembled with excitement. The moment they painstakingly gather all the Dragon Balls and summon Shenlong will be our best chance to strike. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. He seemed to already see himself standing before Shenlong, wishing to bid farewell to his single life. With determination set, Yamcha learned through the listening device that Zhang Yang and his group were also at a loss regarding Fire Mountain, seemingly planning to look for other methods. He decided to use his ability to fly, with Per transforming into a flying machine to rush towards Fire Mountain, first scouting the terrain and seeking the most suitable locations for ambush and theft. Fire Mountain. Yamcha gazed at the burning sky in the distance, swallowing hard and instinctively feeling fear. But for the great goal of overcoming shyness and finding a girlfriend, he was willing to take the plunge. Per, let's go. The master and servant soared into the air, gliding over the scorching earth, racing towards Fire Mountain. During the flight, the high temperature and sulfur smoke made visibility extremely poor. Just as Yamcha lowered his altitude, trying to find a reference point, a sudden scream of terror came from a boiling lava lake below. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a little girl wearing tattered clothes and a bizarre metal helmet that almost covered her entire head being driven back by a massive dinosaur that spewed flames, stumbling and on the verge of falling into the lava. Yamcha frowned. Although he didn't consider himself a good person, he couldn't just stand by and watch, especially since the other party was a little girl. Just as he was about to dive down to rescue her, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The seemingly panicked girl, at the moment the dinosaur leaned down to bite, suddenly raised her hand and pressed a button on the side of her helmet. Click! With a soft sound, a uniquely shaped, sharply edged boomerang knife suddenly launched from the top of the helmet. The blade spun at high speed, cutting through the air with a piercing sound, drawing a precise arc that instantly swept across the dinosaur's neck. Whoosh! The massive dinosaur's head flew away with a thud, and its scorching blood gushed out like a fountain, the headless corpse swaying and crashing to the ground. The girl seemed stunned, staring at the fallen corpse and rolling head, her body trembling slightly. However, the dinosaur's tail still twitched reflexively, sweeping violently towards the girl. The girl was startled again and pressed another button on her helmet. Whoosh! A blazing laser shot from the front of the helmet, instantly striking the massive dinosaur corpse. A high-energy explosion erupted, instantly reducing the gigantic corpse to a small pile of charred ash. The entire process took only a few seconds, clean and swift, filled with the violent beauty brought by technology, contrasting sharply with the girl's panicked appearance. Yamcha watched in astonishment, hovering in midair. What kind of helmet is that? What an amazing weapon! He felt no fluctuation of chi from the girl. All the power came from that strange equipment. Curiosity piqued Yamcha, descended, wanting to ask the girl about her origins and the mysterious helmet. As he approached, before he could say a word, the helmet-wearing little girl seemed to snap back from her shock and suddenly turned to him. Through the helmet's visor, Yamcha saw a pair of vigilant and hostile eyes. Bad guy, trying to steal Kiki's helmet. The girl Kiki shouted sharply, giving him no chance to explain, her hands frantically pressing buttons on the helmet. Zing, zing, zing. Several energy beams were shot towards Yamcha indiscriminately. Although the aim was poor, the power was not to be underestimated, shattering the surrounding rocks and causing the lava to surge. Hey, wait, I'm not a bad guy. Yamcha dodged clumsily, feeling a surge of anger. Why was this girl attacking without distinguishing right from wrong? But Kiki paid no attention, continuously attacking as if everyone approaching was an enemy. Yamcha grew increasingly irritated by her reckless assault, and with his patience wearing thin, he decided to take action. Enough! Yamcha shouted, seizing a moment when the beams were fired. He accelerated suddenly and closed in on Kiki. Wolf Fang Fist. Although he had lost to Zhang, dealing with a little girl relying on equipment was still easy for Yamcha. He held back, delivering a precise chop to the back of Kiki's neck. Kiki didn't even make a sound, her eyes closed as she slumped down. Yamcha looked at her fall and frowned. He checked and confirmed that the girl had merely fainted and was not seriously harmed. The strange helmet seemed to cease functioning due to the user's unconsciousness. What a troublesome little brat, Yamcha muttered. He surveyed the dangerous environment around him, sighed, and carried the girl to a rocky hollow relatively far from the lava, leaving a bit of clean water. This is all I can do for you. Yamcha no longer delayed, summoned Purr, and once again soared into the sky, flying at full speed towards the core area of Fire Mountain. He did not think much about the girl's origins at this moment. The most important thing in his heart was the Dragon Balls. However, he did not notice that shortly after he left, the girl named Kiki's eyelashes fluttered, slowly awakening. She touched her aching neck, looked at the clean water beside her, and then glanced in the direction where Yamcha had left her, expression under the helmet filled with confusion and a hint of imperceptible fluctuation. Meanwhile, Zhang and his group, driving the RV that had endured the heat waves, finally arrived at the outskirts of Fire Mountain. The sight before them was despairing, the towering flames seemingly cutting off all possibilities of entry. Just as even Zhang began to ponder whether to spend a large amount of emotional points to exchange for temporary fire-resistant gear, the ground shook, and the Bull Demon King descended like a demon god. As the battle was about to break out, the Bull Demon King unexpectedly recognized little Goku's identity due to the flying Nimbus and the Rui Jingu Bang, instantly turning the standoff into a family reunion. Watching the Bull Demon King, who was crying and pleading for help regarding the troubles of Fire Mountain, while glancing at Yamcha, who thought he was hidden well, but was actually as bright as a beacon in Zhang Yang's perception, Zhang Yang's smile grew even brighter. The predicament of Fire Mountain, the powerful Bull Demon King, the mysterious Turtle Hermit, the lurking Yamcha, and the audience in the live streaming room eagerly anticipating a larger scene. This is much more interesting than the original plan, Zhang Yang thought as his emotional points rapidly increased. All right, we will help you find the Turtle Hermit. Little Goku, after hearing the Bull Demon King's request, immediately patted his chest in agreement, his eyes filled with anticipation for the adventure. A new side quest had begun. All eyes turned towards the vast ocean in the southeast. Only Yamcha remained fixated on Fire Mountain, waiting for the moment when the mantises would succeed. Little did he know this Oriole had long since fallen under the watchful gaze of the hunter. The raging flames of the fiery mountain can only be extinguished by the banana fan in the hands of Master Roshi. Thus Sun Wukong took the initiative to embark on a journey to borrow the treasure from Master Roshi. He rode the flying Nimbus, swiftly returning along the path he had come. Although Zhang Yang and his companions had spent several days struggling to reach Fiery Mountain, if he flew in a straight line through the sky, bypassing the towering mountains, the actual distance was not far. Before long, Sun Wukong arrived at the place where Yamcha and Chi-Chi were battling. Seeing the girl with a peculiar helmet advancing, Sun Wukong remembered the photo that the Bull King had shown him before he left. At that time, the Bull King mentioned that he had sent his daughter to find Master Wu Tian and recognized her as the Bull King's daughter Chi-Chi. After a hilarious conversation, Sun Wukong took Chi-Chi aboard the flying Nimbus, flying towards the vast ocean. On the boundless sea, after being kindly directed by a dolphin, Sun Wukong finally found the small island where Master Roshi lived. After a comical probing, Sun Wukong explained his intentions to Master Roshi. However, after a series of humorous searches, Master Roshi could not find the banana fan, but still readily agreed to accompany Sun Wukong to Fiery Mountain to resolve the fire problem. Due to Master Ros's impure intentions, he could not ride the flying Nimbus and had to travel on his spinning little turtle. Soon after, Master Ros's group arrived at Fiery Mountain, successfully reuniting with Zhang Yang and the others who were waiting there. The sight before him made even the well-traveled Master Roshi gasp in surprise. Oh dear, this fire is truly exaggerated. How did that rascal Bull King turn his home into this? Master Wu Tian. A voice like thunder filled with endless grievance and excitement rang out. The Bull King, who had been anxiously waiting, came rushing over like a child who had suffered a great injustice upon seeing his parent, his massive body thundering as he ran, shaking the ground. He rushed to Master Roshi without a trace of his usual fierce demeanor, directly dropping to his knees with a thud, embracing Master Roshi, almost burying the small-bodied Master Roshi, and bursting into tears. Master, you have finally come. Boo-hoo. Disciple is useless. My home is burned, the banana fan is missing. Boo-hoo. The scene, with a muscle-bound giant crying with snot and tears streaming down his face, was visually striking. Master Roshi struggled to free his head from the Bull King's bear hug, while patting his disciple's thick arm, barely able to reach, sighing, all right, how old are you now, still crying like a child? What kind of behavior is this? Get up, let me see what happened with this fire. The Bull King finally managed to stop crying, sniffling as he stood up, starting to gesture as he explained the cause of the fire. Perhaps it was due to his cooking mishap, or practicing martial arts gone wrong. His words were unclear, and how the flames had grown increasingly fierce, ultimately becoming uncontrollable. Master Roshi listened while observing the raging flames, his brow slightly furrowing. This fire is indeed extraordinary. The energy contained within is quite high, and ordinary methods will likely struggle to extinguish it. Speaking of which, I seem to have tossed the banana fan somewhere long ago. I think I swapped it for another book. Cough, cough. He quickly halted his train of thought, coughing twice to cover his embarrassment. Sun Wukong, eagerly waiting beside him, exclaimed, Grandpa, what should we do? Without the fan, can you extinguish the fire? You're amazing. Master Roshi, with his vanity stroked by Sun Wukong's praise, adjusted his sunglasses with pride. Hee. Although not having the banana fan is a bit troublesome, this level of problem is not difficult for me, Master Wu Tian. He began to walk towards Fiery Mountain with seemingly unsteady, yet firm steps, prompting everyone to hurry and follow. The closer they got, the more oppressive the scorching waves became. The air warped, and breathing became difficult. Master Roshi stopped at a relatively safe distance, slowly removing his sunglasses, revealing a pair of eyes that, though aged, gleamed with inner vitality. His expression turned slightly serious, and his aura shifted, no longer resembling that of a lecherous old man, but instead exuding the demeanor of a great master. He slowly raised both hands, placing them at his waist with palms facing each other. Everyone step back, Master Roshi said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly stepped back except for Sun Wukong, who widened his eyes, staring intently. Suddenly, between Master Rose's palms at his waist, faint blue light began to gather, and a subtle zizzy sound, like electricity, crackled in the air. An invisible pressure began to expand outward from Master Roshi, causing the small stones on the ground to tremble slightly. Shocking emotional value 500 from Blue Star Audience Energy Detector. Comment: high energy reaction. Detected ultra-high intensity energy gathering. This does not comply with the law of energy conservation. Comment: compressing such a vast amount of chi to this extent. Astonishing control. Emotional points are accelerating growth. Master Roshi took a deep breath, his previously hunched back straightening significantly, and he suddenly bellowed Kamehameha. With Master Rose's powerful, yet aged shout, the concentrated beam of terrifying energy surged forth. No longer a probing stream, but like a galaxy pouring down a torrent rushing forth. The blinding blue and white light instantly engulfed everyone's vision, and where the raging energy torrent passed, even the space seemed to warp. The scorching air thoroughly expelled, creating a brief vacuum passage. The fiery mountain, which had burned for countless years as if it were indestructible, was like snow encountering a nemesis in the face of this absolute power, its roaring flames forcibly extinguished, torn apart, and annihilated. The blue and white energy waves surged on without losing momentum, crashing fiercely against the mountainside. There was no deafening explosion, only a deeper, more haunting rumble. The lament of matter collapsing instantly under extreme energy, its structure completely disintegrating. The towering peak of Fiery Mountain, along with the Bull King's sturdy castle atop it under this world-destroying impact, crumbled like sand sculptures, shattering from the top down into nothingness. The massive rocks had yet to fall, but had already vaporized. The hard walls twisted and disappeared. In just a few seconds, that once majestic and fiery landmark was completely erased from the earth, leaving behind a gigantic pit that glimmered with lavard light and high-temperature crystals, as well as the suffocating energy residuals and billowing dust in the air. In the world, it seemed as if only the gradually dissipating trace of Master Rose's Kamehameha remained, accompanied by a deathly silence. The Bull Demon King gaped, completely oblivious to the giant axe in his hand clattering to the ground, tears still hanging on his rough cheeks, utterly frozen in an unparalleled shock. The fortress he relied upon to assert his dominance, the source of calamity he could not resolve, was gone. Little Wukong's eyes widened, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside, excitedly exclaiming, "Wow! So powerful! Master Roshi is incredible." Bulma and Oolong were so frightened they clung to each other, their legs trembling, nearly collapsing. Though they knew martial artists were formidable, this kind of power was comparable to a strategic weapon and had completely exceeded their limits of imagination. Is this truly the strength that humanity can wield? In the distance, hidden behind a rock, Yamcha and Pure were already pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Yamcha's previously ambitious resolve of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind, was utterly crushed in this moment, leaving only boundless fear and regret. He had just attempted to steal something from such a monstrous being. Yet at this moment, the one who appeared most busy was Zhang Yang, who seemed equally shocked. In his mind, the notification sound from the Multiverse live system was already going crazy, densely packed to the point of nearly merging into one, frantically scrolling. Astonishment value 999 from Blue Star Viewer, the universe's #1 foodie. Incredible disbelief value 999 from Blue Star Viewer. Matches a romantic tip, high-level energy crystal X1. Fervent admiration value 999 from Blue Star Viewer. Master Roshi is my idol tip, ancient martial arts cultivation notes fragment X1. Strong battle intent value 999 from Hunter World Viewer. 3 sword style swordsman message, what kind of ability is this? Collapse of worldview value 999 from Blue Star Viewer. Science popularizer tip, interstellar currency X5000. The value of emotional points skyrocketed at an unprecedented speed, each point reaching maximum value. In just a few seconds, it surpassed 5 million, then 8 million. Ultimately, as the residual waves of the Kamehameha completely dissipated, it steadily broke through the 10 million mark. And although the growth rate slowed, it continued unabated, with the ensuing astonishment, discussions, and analyses from viewers of the two worlds continuously pouring in. The list of tips was dazzling, ranging from high-tech items to materials from unknown worlds, even including some bizarre fragments of cultivation methods, most of which were currently of unknown use, but undoubtedly valuable. Zhang Yang suppressed the urge to laugh out loud, striving to maintain an expression of dumbfoundedness and incredulity, his acting reaching its zenith. Inside, he was bursting with joy. I'm rich. I'm rich. This wave is going to make me fat. Master Roshi is amazing. No wonder he's a seasoned powerhouse. The show effect is top-notch. The barrage in the live stream had exploded, densely covering the screen. What the hell is this thing? Kamehameha. This power is Kamehameha. This is like a planet destroyer. The Death Star's main canon in Star Wars might have this kind of effect, right? A bare-handed planet destroyer. Are humans in this world monsters? So the ancient texts were true. Martial arts practiced to the extreme can truly destroy heaven and earth. Master Roshi, from today on you are my god. I want to practice martial arts. No one can stop me. Streamer, please, I beg you, for Master Rose's contact information. I want to be your disciple. Tips are not a problem. Tip, Interstellar, Yacht X1, are the brothers from Hunter World still here? Can your non-users do this? From the Hunter World Phantom Troop Reserve. Ridiculous unless it's a top-level emitter with special conditions, but such pure and massive energy, ridiculous. The Bull Demon King fainted from shock in the bathroom. He lost his home, but the fire was indeed extinguished. Am I the only one who thinks that girl with glasses is cute? And that little pig who can transform? Is Yamcha okay? Is he still alive? Is he still thinking about stealing the Dragon Balls? Hilarious, the streamer is making a fortune. Master Roshi slowly withdrew his powers, striking a classic finishing pose, adjusting his sunglasses, and exhaling a long breath, as if he had merely done something trivial. He even pretended to dust off his clothes, which weren't really dirty, though his turtle shell and floral shirt weren't exactly clean, speaking with a hint of nonchalance. Oh dear, I'm getting old, my energy is a bit uncontrollable. I only wanted to extinguish the fire, but I didn't expect to wipe out the mountain as well. A miscalculation. Only then did the Bull Demon King snap out of his extreme shock, kneeling with a thud on the ground, not in sorrow for his castle, but before Master Roshi, bowing his head repeatedly. Master, your power is still so formidable. Disciple is deeply grateful. The Fire Mountain is finally extinguished. To him, while his home was important, resolving the suffering of this land was of even greater significance. Little Wukong excitedly ran to Master Rose's side, bouncing around him. Grandpa, you're amazing. Teach me please. Bulma clutched her chest, murmuring, so terrifying. If it had gone slightly off. Oolong had completely turned into a puddle of blue jelly, trembling on the ground. So scary. I want to go home. Shishi looked curiously at Master Roshi, and then at the vanished mountain, seemingly still trying to comprehend what had just happened. At that moment, the Bull Demon King stood up, looking at the wreckage of his homestead. Though the fire hazard was resolved, a hint of melancholy still crossed his face. Seeing this, Bulma immediately took out the Dragon Ball radar. Right. The fire is out. The signal for the Dragon Balls is still there. It's right beneath that big pit. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn there. Indeed, their initial goal was the Dragon Balls. Little Wukong was the first to respond. Yes. Dragon Balls. Let's hurry and find them. Thus the group began to walk toward the gigantic pit, which was still emitting high temperatures and wisps of steam. Master Roshi also curiously followed along, wanting to see what this so-called Dragon Ball was. Zhang Yang walked while distractedly checking the system panel. Multiverse Live System Host Zhang Yang, age 8, combat power 18810. Note: physical foundation enhancement requires more emotional points or special opportunity skills omitted. Emotional points 108500. Still slowly increasing. Live viewers 1 limit system. Level 2 connected worlds. Blue Star Hunter World Tip items list a large number of items added, need to be counted later. Emotional points have surpassed 10 million. The number of viewers has also surpassed 100,000. Zhang Yang was overjoyed. The system upgrade requires 100 million. It seems not so far-fetched now. Moreover, with so many tips, perhaps they could find something to quickly enhance their strength. I noticed that although the number of viewers from the Hunter world is far less than that of Blue Star, the quality of the emotional values they provide seems generally higher, and the items tipped are more inclined toward the extraordinary category. Hunter world. It seems I need to find ways to attract more viewers from there in the future. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains. Zhang Yang planned silently. Reaching the edge of the deep pit, the high temperature distorted the air. At the bottom of the pit, a faint reflection caught everyone's attention. It was the 7 Dragon Balls they had been desperately searching for. Bulma carefully wiped the Dragon Ball, still faintly warm from recent heat, and placed it beside the other 5 within her versatile capsule case. 6 orange-yellow crystal spheres lay side by side upon the soft velvet lining. Their internal red stars seemed to sense one another's proximity, pulsing with faint synchronized light. Amazing. The 6th one. We're almost complete. Bulma could no longer contain her exhilaration. She raised both hands high and leapt into the air, her voice ringing across the scorched earth, still trembling from recent cataclysm. Nearby, behind a jagged boulder, Yamcha swallowed hard. His gaze locked onto the Dragon Balls nestled in Bulma's capsule case, their alluring glow igniting an insatiable urge to seize them, wild and unchecked as untamed grass. Yet the moment his peripheral vision caught sight of the bald sunglasses-wearing elder in a flamboyant shirt, a wave of icy dread surged up his spine like lightning. The devastating Kamehameha wave, the very force that had shattered mountains, flashed before his mind's eye like a waking nightmare. He shuddered violently and pinched his thigh hard. Peepwar. Yamcha's voice trembled imperceptibly. Abort the plan. We're retreating, now. What? Master Yamcha, aren't we stealing them? These are the Dragon Balls, the wish-granting orbs. Puar whispered urgently into his ear. Fool, do you wish to be reduced to cosmic dust? Yamcha hissed, his face pale, as he gestured sharply toward Master Roshi. That old monster is no ordinary martial artist. To rob him in broad daylight. Is your life worth so little? Let's go now. Without another pause, he scrambled backward on all fours, dragging Puar with him, vanishing soundlessly into the deep shadows of the rocky outcrop, terrified that even a single delayed breath might draw the terrifying elder's attention. Dragon Balls. Wishes. All absurdly trivial against such absolute power. Survival was paramount. Meanwhile, young Goku paid no mind to Yamcha's hasty retreat. He was utterly entranced by Master Roshi's earth-shattering technique, circling the old master with starry-eyed wonder peppering him with rapid-fire questions. Zhang Yang merely glanced once at the direction Yamcha had fled and dismissed it entirely. Grandmaster, Grandmaster, that move was incredible. Baiyu, just like that, and the mountain vanished. What was it? How did you do it? Teach me. Please teach me. Goku tugged insistently at Roshi's pant leg, his expression radiating pure yearning and reverence. Ahem, well now, young one, Roshi said, feigning solemnity as he adjusted his sunglasses. That is the Kamehameha wave, a supreme secret art passed down only within my Master Matato's lineage, never taught to outsiders. It requires gathering every ounce of one's inner ki into a single focal point, then unleashing it in an instant. Without 50 years of grueling discipline, you won't even grasp its threshold. It's not something just anyone can. Before he could finish, Goku had already assumed a firm horse stance, palms drawn inward at his waist, his small face flushed crimson as he strained with guttural effort. HNN. HNN. Hey! With a youthful yet powerful cry, of fragile yet unmistakable azure sphere shimmered into existence between his tiny palms. Crackling arcs of electricity danced around its surface, hissing softly. Wah! What? Master Roshi's jaw nearly struck the ground. His sunglasses slid down to his nose, revealing wide, round eyes bulging with disbelief. I am possible. After watching it just once, he's already shaped the rudimentary form of the Kamehameha. Though its energy was pitifully weak, this was unprecedented. Having lived over 3 centuries and witnessed countless prodigies, Roshi had never encountered a child who could replicate the foundational structure of the Kamehameha after a single demonstration. This transcended genius. It was monstrous. It was demonic. Beside him, Bulma and Oolong clapped hands over their mouths in astonishment. Even Ox King stared dumbfounded, murmuring, Master, this child. Zhang Yang watched silently and smiled inwardly. Here it comes, the iconic scene. Time for my entrance. Instantly, he focused his mental interface on himself and young Goku, then addressed his interdimensional audience with swift, vivid narration. Fellow viewers, watch closely. This is the Scion, or rather Earth's prodigy, displaying astonishing aptitude. His first Kamehameha experience. And next, I'll demonstrate what true mastery looks like. Learn it in one glance. If you believe I can pull it off, boost your emotional resonance. Send generous contributions. The livestream erupted anew. Whoa, is this kid cheating? Roshi's reaction meme. Locked in. Ha ha ha. 50 years of training. Sir, times have changed. Is the streamer really going to try? No way. Could he be a prodigy too? I bet a pack of interstellar spicy strips. He fails. From Hunter World, none analyst, extraordinary learning capacity, and energy control talent. They call this ki in their world. Remarkably similar to our non, yet seemingly more oriented toward raw, energetic discharge. Contributions prepped. Streamer, go ahead. Zhang Yang drew a slow, steady breath and assumed the Kamehameha's preparatory stance, mirroring both Goku and Roshi's remembered form. His foundational ki cultivation was already at peak mastery. His perception and manipulation of ki far surpassed ordinary practitioners. Having observed the Kamehameha's immense energetic architecture at close range, he couldn't match its magnitude, but replicating its shape and generating even a modest sphere posed no challenge. He channeled the ki corresponding to his 18-point battle power, concentrating it steadily into his palms. Kamehameha. With a voice still youthful but resonant with authority, a sapphire sphere, more compact and slightly larger than Goku's, materialized instantly. Its light held steady, even stirring a faint ripple of air. Another one. Roshi's sunglasses slipped again. He felt his entire worldview being dragged across gravel repeatedly today. One prodigy might be excusable, but 2 emerging simultaneously. Even combined, their output couldn't ignite a cooking stove. But when did the entry barrier drop so precipitously? Am I truly growing old? Bulma and Oolong were less startled this time. Goku had already set an impossibly high precedent. Oh, Zhang Yang, you can do it too. So it's not that difficult after all. Bulma tilted her head curiously. Oolong muttered under his breath. Are prodigies suddenly this common these days? Ox King gazed at Zhang Yang, his rugged features alight with surprise and admiration. This boy is extraordinary indeed. Master Roshi studied the 2 gifted youths before him, especially Goku, growing increasingly intrigued. That brow line, that untamed innocent ferocity. A memory surged forth sharp and sudden. Child. Roshi stepped forward, scrutinizing Goku's face, then his fluffy tail, his tone turning grave and expectant. Was your grandfather's name Son Gohan? Goku blinked. Yes. Do you know my grandpa? It is you. Son Gohan was my very first senior disciple. A wistful sorrow softened Roshi's expression. I never imagined the child he adopted would grow so tall and possess such extraordinary talent. He sighed, then met Goku's eyes with gentle resolve. Would you come train with me on Kame House Island? With my guidance and your innate gifts, your future knows no bounds. He turned to Zhang Yang. And you, young one, you also show remarkable promise. Though perhaps not quite on Goku's level. Exceptionally impressive. If willing, you're welcome to join us. Truly moved by their rare talents, Rashi also entertained a quiet, pragmatic calculation 2 prodigious disciples would elevate his prestige immensely. And perhaps he stole a glance at Bulma, attract more charming visitors to his island. Goku, however, shook his head without hesitation, pointing to Bulma's Dragon Ball case. No. I promised Bulma I'd help find the last Dragon Ball. Grandpa always said keep your word. Once we gather them all, I'll come learn your biolite. Zhang Yang instantly echoed. Goku, and I will visit you on Kame House Island as soon as the Dragon Balls are complete. Grandmaster Rashi. He knew well, staying faithful to canon meant abundant spectacle and surging emotional resonance. That single pseudo-Kamehameha and the ensuing apprenticeship scene had already netted him nearly 1 million emotional points plus scattered contributions. Though disappointed he couldn't take the 2 talents home immediately, Rashi respected their integrity and nodded, presenting them with Kame House Island's coordinates, a simple map etched onto a turtle shell. Ox King bid farewell alongside his daughter Chi-Chi, needing to rebuild his homeland. Goku and Shi-Shi, the destined pair, met for the first time, one guileless and naive, the other shy yet curious. No sparks flew, only quiet curiosity. After parting ways with Master Rashi and the Ox King family, Zhang Yang's group boarded Bulma's capsule car, once more following the Dragon Radar's signal toward the final orb. Inside the vehicle, Bulma enthusiastically examined the 6 Dragon Balls while Goku continued experimenting with his miniature Kamehameha, delighted beyond measure. Oolong drove, grumbling intermittently. Zhang Yang appeared to rest with eyes closed, but most of his consciousness remained immersed in the Multiverse livestream system. His emotional points had stabilized at 11 million, still distant from the 100 million upgrade threshold, yet trending strongly upward. His contribution inventory overflowed. He focused especially on those from Hunter World. 3-sword-style swordsman's gift, high-intensity weighted wristbands, damaged 2-note training gear used daily by a green-haired swordsman, slightly degraded from excessive use, yet retains functional value. Phantom Troop probationary members gift notes on concealing presence, fragment 1-note scribbled fragments describing techniques to reduce personal detectability, handwriting hurried and illegible. Nun analysts gift foundational 10 practice manual 1-note detailed instructions on mastering 10, a basic Nun application involving enveloping the body with life energy. Hunter World artifacts lean heavily toward cultivation and combat utility. 10 appears analogous to Kibist bodily shielding, worth studying. These weighted bands suit my current physical conditioning perfectly. Without hesitation, he activated the foundational 10 practice manual. Instantly, insights flooded his mind. How to weave energy seamlessly over the skin, harmonizing flawlessly with his peak-level foundational key knowledge, refining his energetic control to exquisite precision. Then he materialized the damaged wristbands, discreetly fastening them to his wrists and ankles. His body grew noticeably heavier, movement subtly sluggish, yet comfortably within his limits. Excellent, steady, subtle strength advancement. Zhang Yang thought, deeply satisfied. At this moment, the vehicle gradually slowed down. Outside the window, the scenery had dramatically changed. No longer the previous deserts or mountains, but instead a peculiar sight appeared. Gigantic, vividly colored mushrooms stood tall, like trees, some even reaching dozens of meters, their caps blocking out the sun. Beneath these giant mushrooms was a rather sizable small town. The buildings in the town were mostly made of earth and stone with an ancient style. The residents walking on the streets, regardless of gender, mostly wore white robes, their heads wrapped in turbans to fend off the wind and the scorching sun, resembling Arabs on earth. As their vehicle entered the town, it immediately drew countless vigilant and scrutinizing gazes. The locals seemed filled with wariness and unease towards outsiders, their eyes revealing an indescribable fear. Oh no, we are running low on fuel, and we need to replenish some food and water, Bulma said, looking at the dashboard, while pulling the car over in front of what appeared to be a general store. You all wait in the car, I'll go buy some things, Bulma said, opening the car door and jumping out. However, as soon as she stepped out, it was as if the entire street had been put on pause. All the residents who saw her, whether haggling or hurrying along, stopped in their tracks, their gazes fixed on her, their faces filled with astonishment and fear. Bulma felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny and looked down at herself, suddenly recalling the mischief of Oolong. All her change of clothes had been ruined by that pig, and now she was wearing the only remaining outfit. A sexy bunny girl costume. Damn Oolong. Bulma blushed, feeling both embarrassed and angry, but since she was already out, she could only muster the courage to walk into the store. The situation inside the store was even more exaggerated. As soon as she entered, the previously noisy shop fell silent instantly. All the customers and staff seemed frozen, staring at her in shock, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. When she approached the counter with the selected supplies and a barrel of gasoline, the turban-wearing shopkeeper turned pale, trembling hands waving in refusal to accept her money. Bulma was baffled by the bizarre atmosphere, forcefully shoved the money at the shopkeeper, and hurriedly ran back to the car. What is going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Bulma said breathlessly while swiftly rummaging through her universal capsule for a relatively normal set of spare clothes. Thankfully, there was still one spare to change into, stuffing the bunny outfit back into her bag and shooting a glare at Oolong. After changing her clothes, when she got out of the car again to inquire about the situation or see if there was a map, the atmosphere in the shop had eased slightly. The shopkeeper cautiously looked at her and tentatively asked, "Miss, you're not one of the Bunny Corps, are you?" "Bunny Corps? What is that?" Bulma shook her head in confusion. Upon hearing her denial, the surrounding people seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but the vigilance in their eyes did not completely disappear. Instead, it was mixed with a complex expression, seemingly sympathetic, yet rejecting, not friendly at all. It's good that you're not. It's good that you're not. Hurry and leave, outsider. This is not a place for you to linger," the shopkeeper urged, seemingly unwilling to be too involved with her. Bulma was left bewildered, about to ask for more details, when suddenly a commotion outside the store erupted, accompanied by shouts from women. Looking through the window, she saw two soldiers dressed in beige military uniforms, wearing rabbit headgear and wind goggles, swaggering down the street with submachine guns. They casually shoved aside street vendors, snatching food and valuables, and laughed lewdly at the terrified residents trying to avoid them, their arrogance extremely blatant. "It's the Bunny Corps." The people in the store suddenly changed their expressions and hurriedly hid in the corners, not daring to make a sound. Bulma's anger flared up. These guys are too despicable. Bad guys. Little Goku also leaned against the car window, fuming. The two bunny soldiers soon noticed Bulma's uniquely styled car and the figure of Bulma standing outside. Even though she had changed her clothes, her identity as an outsider was still obvious. Exchanged glances and swaggered over. "Hey, you little outsider, looking good, huh? This car is pretty cool. Where did you get it?" One of the bunny soldiers tapped the car window with the barrel of his gun, speaking in a flippant tone. The other one directly reached for Bulma's hand, saying, "How about you come play with us?" "Let her go." Little Goku couldn't hold back and suddenly pushed the car door open, jumping out. "Oh, where did this little brat come from? Dare to meddle in our business?" The bunny soldier looked at little Goku with contempt, raising his gun, but as if to strike. However, little Goku's speed was beyond their imagination. In a flash, little Goku skillfully dodged the gun, but kicking one of the bunny soldier's wrists, sending the weapon flying, then followed up with a headbutt to another bunny soldier's abdomen. Ouch! PFF. The two bunny soldiers had no idea what had happened. They felt a whirlwind before collapsing to the ground, curled up in pain, unable to get up. Done. Little Goku clapped his hands, looking relaxed. Bulma sighed in relief, ready to praise little Goku, and expecting gratitude from the surrounding residents, only to find the situation completely off. The residents hiding in the store and behind windows showed no signs of joy. Instead, their faces reflected despair and even greater fear, as if they had witnessed a catastrophic scene. "It's over. It's over." They hit the bunny soldiers. "Run. The bunny leader will definitely be angry. Don't involve us. Get away." The residents fled in panic, as if avoiding a plague, scattering in all directions, leaving the street empty, with only Zhang Yang's group, the two fallen bunny soldiers, and the bunny vehicle remaining. Bulma was dumbfounded, asking, "Why are they acting like this?" One of the fallen bunny soldiers, enduring the pain, pulled out a walkie-talkie, shouting hoarsely, Boss, help. We were attacked. It's a group of outsiders. They provoked our Bunny Corps." Not long after the call ended, a more exaggerated vehicle shaped like a giant rabbit head and spewing black exhaust roared from a distance, coming to a halt with a screech beside the two fallen soldiers. The car door opened, and a figure stepped down slowly. This person was tall and robust, dressed in a crisp officer's uniform, draped in a cape, exuding an imposing presence. However, the most striking feature was his head. It was not a helmet, but a real furry rabbit head. His red eyes glinted with cold, fierce light. One long ear stood upright, while the other drooped slightly. His three-parted mouth opened slightly, revealing two large front teeth, carrying a hint of cruel amusement. As he stepped out of the vehicle, an invisible sense of oppression immediately spread. His icy gaze swept over the fallen subordinates, and then slowly moved towards little Goku, Bulma, and the recently disembarked Zhang Yang and Oolong. "So it's you." The rabbit leader's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a chilling tone. "You injured my subordinate. Do you dare to provoke the majesty of our rabbit army?" Fear emotion value from Blue Star Viewer. Rabbit is so cute. 777 horror emotion value from Blue Star Viewer. What is this biomodification? 999 interest emotion value from Hunter World Monster Appraiser. 888 comment. Half-beast species. Or a special ability creation. Interesting. Reward advanced carrot nutrient solution. 10 from Blue Star. Rabbit ear girl is the best. Zhang Yang's livestream room was once again filled with various bullet comments, and he took a deep breath knowing that new plot points and profit points had come to light. This rabbit leader seems humorous, but its special ability is quite troublesome. Little Wukong shouted with hands on his hips. They started it. Are you their boss? Then you are not a good person. The rabbit spirit's attention was completely drawn to Bulma, and it suddenly grinned, extending a hand. This pretty little girl, it seems you are their leader. Why don't we shake hands and be friends? Although Bulma was angry, she instinctively extended her hand out of politeness. At the moment their hands touched, a sudden change occurred. A flash of white light passed, and before Bulma could even scream, she transformed into a fresh carrot with a few green leaves landing with a thud on the ground. Bulma, Little Wukong and Oolong exclaimed simultaneously. Ha ha ha. The rabbit spirit gleefully picked up the carrot, playing with it in its hands. Now your friend is in my hands. If you don't want her to remain a carrot forever, obediently hand over all your valuables and that vehicle. From Blue Star Viewer, no. Fear emotion value, 999. From Blue Star Viewer, the rabbit is so scary, shock emotion value, 999. From Hunter World Viewer, rule analyst excitement emotion value, 999. Touching transforms. Is this manifestation or special ability? Reward analysis, glasses 1. Bullet comment, wow. Miss Bulma turned into a carrot. This ability is too buggy. Streamer, think of a way. Zhang Yang was startled and immediately realized the severity of the situation. His Kamehameha was too powerful. If he struck, he might obliterate both the rabbit spirit and Bulma. He had to find an opportunity. Bastard. Change Bulma back. Little Wukong yelled and charged forward. Don't come closer. The rabbit spirit raised the carrot Bulma in front of it. If you take one more step, it'll snap her in half. Little Wukong abruptly halted, anxious and pulling at his ears. Oolong suddenly had a brainwave and whispered to Little Wukong. Wukong, use your golden cudgel. Don't get close attack from a distance. Little Wukong suddenly understood and immediately pulled out the golden cudgel from his ear, chanting the incantation, extend. The golden cudgel instantly elongated, cutting through the air as it thrust towards the rabbit spirit. The rabbit spirit, unprepared for this move, hurriedly dodged. Though it avoided a fatal blow, it was still swept by the stick's wind and fell clumsily. Damn little brat. The rabbit spirit cursed angrily, shouting to its subordinates, get him. Capture that tail boy. 2 rabbit soldiers who had just gotten up immediately raised their machine guns and opened fire on Little Wukong. Little Wukong skillfully wielded the golden cudgel, blocking all the bullets, while the cudgel frequently elongated, leaving the 2 soldiers dizzy. Excitement emotion value from Blue Star Viewer, golden cudgel is impressive, 888. Praise emotion value from Hunter World Viewer, Weapon Master, 777. Interesting weapon. Its retractable feature has great potential. Bullet comment, Wukong is awesome. Long-range attacks are the way to go. Be careful of Bulma. While the rabbit spirit was completely focused on Little Wukong, Zhang Yang moved silently. He retrieved a high-frequency, vibrating particle dagger from the system space. Its blade was long and glimmered with a bluish light. As the rabbit spirit held the carrot Bulma and shouted at Little Wukong, if you move again, I will break her. Zhang Yang suddenly sprang into action. Instant step. Zhang Yang silently chanted, gathering chi in his feet, exploding in speed as he appeared beside the rabbit spirit. Like a ghost, the dagger, tracing a brilliant blue arc, aimed straight at the rabbit spirit's arm, holding the carrot. The rabbit spirit was taken aback, instinctively letting go and retreating, the carrot flying out of its hand, caught steadily by Zhang Yang. Bulma. Zhang Yang quickly retreated, carefully cradling the carrot in his arms. Well done, Zhang Yang. Oolong cheered. With the hostage lost, Little Wukong had no more concerns. Now it's my turn to teach you a lesson. He shouted loudly, the golden cudgel raining down like a storm, knocking the rabbit spirit and its subordinates to the ground, then tying them up securely with rope. Let us go, you wretched little brats. The rabbit spirit struggled and shouted. Little Wukong tilted his head and thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Since you like turning people into carrots so much, let's send you to a place suitable for carrots. Saying this, he pointed the golden cudgel towards the sky, chanting the spell long, long, long. The golden cudgel miraculously extended, piercing the clouds, its tip actually reaching the moon. Little Wukong hung the captured rabbit spirit and its companions at the top of the golden cudgel, then retracted the stick. Thus the rabbit army was sent to the moon. Laughter emotion value from Blue Star Viewer, sent to the heavens, 999. Shock emotion value from Blue Star Viewer, physicist, 999. This doesn't conform to physics. What material is the golden cudgel made of? Excitement emotion value from Hunter World Viewer, space researcher, 999. Spatial stretching ability. Incredible. Reward stretchable mineral, 1 bullet comment, directly to the moon, huh? Rabbit spirit, I'm directly landing on the moon. This operation is spectacular. As the rabbit spirit was dealt with, the townsfolk emerged from their hiding places, cheering and rejoicing. The shop owner gratefully offered to replenish their supplies for free and told Zhang Yang that if he lightly tapped the carrot 3 times, Bulma would return to her original form. Following the suggestion, Zhang Yang lightly tapped 3 times, and with a flash of white light, Bulma indeed returned to her original appearance. She first looked around in confusion, then recalled what had happened, her face flushed with anger. Where is that damned rabbit? I want to make him into stewed rabbit meat. After learning that the rabbit spirit had been sent to the heavens, Bulma's anger subsided somewhat. Meanwhile, the system prompts in Zhang Yang's mind were nearly overflowing. The rabbit spirit's strange ability and the spectacular scene of the golden cudgel reaching the moon caused emotion points and rewards to soar once again. Multiverse live streaming system, host Zhang Yang, age 8, combat power 18810, emotion points 153, live audience 100. After resolving the troubles with the rabbit army, Zhang Yang and his companions set off again on a journey to find the last Dragon Ball. Bulma, visibly upset about being turned into a carrot, sulked back into the driver's seat. Damn rabbits, don't let me run into you again, Bulma muttered as she started the car, driving towards the signal source indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. On the radar screen, the light representing the last Dragon Ball was located on a plain hundreds of kilometers away. The vehicle traversed the vast and unusual terrain, passing through giant mushroom forests and winding canyons. Zhang Yang appeared relaxed as he leaned back in his seat, but most of his focus was immersed in the system interface in his mind. Now possessing over 15 million emotion points, he carefully browsed through the list of items available in the shop and for rewards. High-tech items from Blue Star dazzled him, such as the individual energy shield generator, neural reaction accelerator beginner, and environmental mimetic cloak. Although these items did not significantly enhance his current combat power, they were highly functional. The rewards from the Hunter world were even more peculiar. In addition to the previous recovery grass and antidote pearl, there were also fragmented pieces of knowledge related to extraordinary powers, such as fundamentals of chi cultivation, tattered page, and insights on cultivation. Although they lacked a systematic structure, they gave Zhang Yang a vague understanding of energy systems beyond just chi. System exchange to increase basic combat power to 40 points, Zhang Yang silently contemplated. Previously, his combat power of 18 points was enough to handle ordinary enemies, but it was clearly insufficient against the approaching Pilaf gang and even stronger foes in the future. Zhang Yang refrained from increasing his combat power, not only to avoid attracting the attention of the deities, but also because he wanted to cultivate under Master Roshi. If he recklessly boosted his combat power, would Master Roshi still guide him? Consuming 2200 emotion points, current combat power 40. A warm current instantly surged throughout his body. His muscle fibers seemed to tighten, and his bones emitted a faint buzzing sound, while his senses became more acute. Though the increase was modest, Zhang Yang could distinctly feel that his body had indeed grown stronger. Still not enough. Zhang Yang pondered, the direct exchange for combat power can only go this far. I need a more fundamental method of enhancement or powerful skills and equipment. He cast his gaze towards the reward items and the purchasable options in the shop, weighing the pros and cons. Meanwhile, on a distant steep peak, a little girl dressed in a pink combat suit and wearing a pilot's hat was holding a telescope, keenly observing the car driving along the road below. King Pilaf, they are coming. Expected to enter the designated area in 10 minutes. The little girl, Xiaowu, urgently reported into the communicator on her wrist. A sharp and smug voice came from the communicator. Ha ha ha. Well done, Xiaowu. Is Ashura ready? This time we must capture them all and seize every Dragon Ball. It's ready. The bombs have been placed on their route, perfectly disguised. Ashura's mech is also on standby. Very well. Wait for my command. Pilaf's voice was filled with arrogant confidence. Down the mountain, Bulma was completely unaware of this, excitedly anticipating the approaching signal points on the Dragon Ball radar. Almost there. Right in front of that area. Huh. It seems like there's something there. Before she could finish her sentence, the front wheels of the car seemed to have run over something hard. Boom. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. Dazzling flames instantly engulfed the entire vehicle, and the immense shockwave tore the car apart in 2 scattering parts and debris everywhere. Off. Bulma screamed in terror. Yaf. Oolong and Poir screamed and hugged each other in fright. Little Goku was thrown out of the car, flustered by the sudden explosion. Only Zhang Yang remained calm. At the moment of the explosion, he was shocked, but not flustered. His maxed-out basic chi technique and just enhanced physical attributes granted him an extraordinary perception and reaction to danger. Instinctively, he spread his chi across his body to form a weak layer of protection, and using the shockwave from the explosion, he rolled out of the way with a grace akin to a spirit cat landing, without making much noise, merely bending his knees to absorb the impact. Shock value from Blue Star Audience explosion is Art 999. Fear value from Blue Star Audience caught off guard 999. Appreciation value from Hunter World Audience trap expert 777. Nice bomb placement, perfectly timed. Reward impact absorption gel 1 comments. Wow. An ambush. Which bastard did this? Is everyone okay? The smoke slowly cleared, and Zhang Yang quickly scanned the scene. Little Goku, tough-skinned, was only a bit dirty, but quickly got up vigilantly looking around. Though Oolong and Poir were frightened, they seemed unhurt. What surprised him most was Bulma. Miraculously, she crawled out of the explosion unscathed, though her face was pale and her hair was a bit messy. The Dragon Balls. Our Dragon Balls are still in the car. Bulma suddenly remembered the most important thing and panically looked at the wreckage that was once the car. Just then a roar of an engine sounded from above. A somewhat comical-looking robot mech, clearly armed, descended from the sky and landed precisely beside the explosion's wreckage. The mech's hatch opened and a dog-headed man in green attire and sunglasses, Ashura, agilely jumped out, making a beeline for the wreckage of the car, quickly dragging out a password box containing 6 Dragon Balls. Haha, got the Dragon Balls. Long live King Pilaf. Ashura shouted triumphantly, swiftly returning to the mech with the password box. Stop. Give back the Dragon Balls. Little Goku shouted in anger, ready to charge forward. But after securing the prize, the mech showed no signs of lingering and ascended, flying away at high speed. Nimbus. Little Goku shouted, and the golden clouds swiftly arrived. He jumped onto the Nimbus and immediately chased after it, moving as fast as lightning. Excitement value from Blue Star Audience. Nimbus is awesome. 888 comments. Goku, catch up with him. Get the Dragon Balls back. This mech is really fast. However, the Pilaf gang clearly had a plan. After flying a distance, the mech suddenly descended in a valley bend. Xiao Wu, who had been waiting there, quickly assisted. Ashura jumped out, handing the password box to Xiao Wu, and the two jumped into a pre-prepared high-speed off-road vehicle, speeding away down a side path. Meanwhile, the hovering mech had set itself to an autopilot mode, continuing forward to mislead pursuers. Little Goku, riding the Nimbus, caught up with the empty mech, blasted it apart, but was astonished to find it was empty and the Dragon Balls had vanished without a trace. Damn it, I've been tricked. Little Goku yelled in frustration, having no choice but to return. Upon learning that the Dragon Balls had been stolen, Bulma instantly despaired, collapsing to the ground. It's over. All over. The Dragon Balls have been taken. The car is wrecked. Even the universal capsules were destroyed in the explosion. Oolong, with a long face, added, "We can't go back. We're going to die here." Just as everyone was at a loss with the atmosphere sinking, Little Goku suddenly patted his head, rummaging through his old backpack, and surprisingly pulled out an orange-yellow Dragon Ball with 4 stars inside. Hey, look, I still have the 4-star ball. Little Goku said with a grin, "This was left to me by my grandpa, and I've been keeping it safe." A turn of events. Everyone suddenly saw hope again. Awesome, Goku, Bulma exclaimed joyfully, bouncing up. Now we have the 4-star ball, as long as we get back the other 6. She quickly took out the Dragon Ball radar, and the screen clearly displayed 6 light points gathered together, moving rapidly, indicating that the others were on the move. They went that way, but a new problem arose. Without a car, how to chase them? Just then the sound of an engine grew nearer. A somewhat worn but fast convertible made a sharp drift and stopped right in front of them. The driver was Yamcha, whom they had met before in the outskirts of West City and at Fire Mountain, with his little sidekick, Poir, beside him. "Yo, looks like you guys are in quite a bit of trouble," Yamcha said, nonchalantly brushing his hair back, trying hard to make his smile appear genuine rather than guilty. "Need a ride?" Just in time, too. Bulma and Little Goku were immediately overjoyed to see the car. "Yamcha, it's you. That's great. Yamcha, take us to chase those bastards who stole the Dragon Balls." Little Goku nodded vigorously. "Yes. Thank you, Yamcha." Zhang Yang stood by, watching everything with cold eyes. Yamcha's appearance was too coincidental, his timing so precise it felt like he had timed it to the second. Moreover, his flickering gaze and somewhat stiff smile could not escape the notice of Zhang Yang, who had lived 2 lives. He could almost be certain that Yamcha was either in league with the Dragon Ball thieves, or at the very least had some connection, harboring the mindset of while the snipe and the clam grapple, the fisherman catches both. Indeed, the Dragon Ball protagonists don't seem to have much sense. Zhang Yang silently sighed as Bulma and Little Goku readily believed the other party. However, Zhang Yang did not intend to expose this. On one hand, he needed Yamcha as a tool to provide transportation and smoothly advance the plot. On the other, as he had anticipated, having one more companion meant one more dramatic conflict, enhancing the live broadcast effect. The audience clearly noticed this as well. Teasing value from Blue Star Audience, the T-God is back 666. Alert value from Blue Star Audience, the Yellow Sparrow is behind 599. This Yamcha's appearance is too coincidental, isn't it? Critique value from Hunter World Audience, acting analysis 488. His expression isn't natural enough. He has ulterior motives. Comments, did this silly girl and silly boy just get in the car like that? Zhang Yang seems to have figured it out. Waiting for Yamcha to crash. Then it's a trouble for you, Yamcha. Zhang Yang also put on an innocent smile fitting for an 8-year-old and jumped into the car. He wanted to see what trick Yamcha was planning. Everyone got into the car, and Yamcha floored the accelerator chasing after the indicated direction from Bulma. All the way Yamcha acted unusually enthusiastic, constantly asking about the details of the Dragon Balls being stolen, subtly probing into everyone's situation, especially showering Bulma with attention to lower her guard. Bulma seemed completely oblivious, while little Goku focused solely on the road ahead. Only Zhang Yang occasionally cast meaningful glances at Yamcha, making him feel uneasy, forcing a couple of dry laughs to cover it up. After running a considerable distance, the dragon radar indicated that the target had stopped moving. Before them stood a dark, imposing, ancient castle, seemingly aged, standing solitary on the wasteland with 6 light spots on the radar, located inside the castle. "This is the place," Bulma said confidently. "All right, let's rush in and grab the Dragon Ball." Little Goku took the lead, ready to charge through the front door. "Idiot. Wait a moment." Bulma quickly pulled him back. "They must be on guard. We need to sneak in quietly." Thus Bulma, who considered herself, devised a simple sneaking plan, and the group, Little Goku, Bulma, Zhang Yang, Oolong Poir, and the variously minded Yamcha, began to cautiously approach the castle, searching for the so-called hidden entrance. From the Blue Star audience, the sneaking entrance facepalm, emotional value 233. What's the difference between this sneak and a frontal charge? From the Hunter World audience, the assassin, speechless, emotional value 444. 2 heavy footsteps, 2 chaotic breathing, completely lacking stealth. Comments help. What are they doing? Laughing to death, is this the sneak of the main character group? Their clumsy actions had long been captured by the surveillance cameras hidden throughout the castle, watched clearly by King Pilaf in the core control room. This group of fools. They've truly walked into their own trap. Pilaf laughed heartily as he watched the few tiptoeing on the screen. Activate all traps. I will let them know how incredible the wisdom of King Pilaf is. What followed was a chaotic adventure filled with traps, pitfalls, wall squeezes, net traps, and hypnotic gas. Although Pilaf's traps seemed childish, their sheer number and variety left little Goku and the others in a dire situation. Yamcha had hoped to take the opportunity to slack off, even trying to steal the 4-star ball, but got caught up in the indiscriminate attacks of the traps, ending up covered in dirt. Zhang Yang, with his max-level basic skills and extraordinary reaction speed, narrowly avoided traps multiple times, even occasionally helping Bulma, who was almost caught. However, he did not stand out too much, mostly just following the group, quietly observing and collecting the audience's emotional points. From the Blue Star audience, the traps are fun, joyful, emotional value 777. From the Hunter World audience, the trap master, critical, emotional value 333. Rough design, low efficiency, lacking aesthetics. Donations, simple trap removal tool kit 10. Comments, though. This is so funny. Yamcha is about to cry. Zhang Yang is quite skilled. Eventually, guided by Pilaf's careful direction, the group successfully broke into a huge room. In the center of the room was a display stand holding the password box. Little Goku spotted the box at once and rushed towards it. Dragon Ball. The moment he touched the box, with a click, a massive transparent metal dome descended from above, enclosing everyone, including Yamcha, Oolong, and Poir, who had quietly followed behind. Success. The screen on the wall lit up, showing Pilaf's smug face. "You fools have finally fallen into my trap. Now hand over that Dragon Ball you have." "No way." Little Goku tightly clutched the 4-star ball, not giving it up. "No problem," Pilaf said with a sneaky smile. "Asu Xiaowu released the hypnotic gas. Once they fall asleep, the Dragon Ball will naturally be mine." A wispy white gas began to seep in from the bottom of the dome. The group immediately panicked. Little Goku pounded on the dome with all his strength, but the specially made metal dome remained unyielding. Bulma tried to find a switch, but to no avail. Yamcha was also anxious, as he did not want to be captured here. Only Zhang Yang remained calm. He knew that Pilaf would surely make a mistake, and the opportunity was about to come. Sure enough, seeing little Goku fiercely clutching the Dragon Ball, Pilaf's eyes twinkled, and he devised another brilliant plan. "Wait. Stop the gas. Let me personally collect the Dragon Ball for a more ceremonial feel." He swaggered outside the dome with Asu and Xiaowu, commanding Asu to open a small passage, extending his hand. "Little brat, hand over the Dragon Ball." Little Goku naturally refused. Pilaf then resorted to threats and temptations, making a fool of himself. Just as Pilaf's attention was completely focused on little Goku, Zhang Yang's expression suddenly sharpened. He hadn't directly increased his combat power, but instead invested a significant amount of emotional points into understanding and controlling the essence of Chi, and through donations he obtained some treasures that enhanced his physical endurance. The basic concepts of Nun from the Hunter World, though part of a different system, provided him considerable inspiration, granting him a deeper understanding of the compression and condensation of his own energy. Now he was no longer the fledgling who could only use max-level skills step by step after his crossover. His understanding of Kamehameha far exceeded what Master Roshi had demonstrated. What he lacked was merely a sufficiently strong body to support a greater energy output. And now, with foundational enhancements and external treasures, his body was already capable of bearing it. It was time. Just at the moment when Pilaf was enraged by little Goku's refusal and attempted to forcibly grab it, Zhang moved. Without any warning, he leaped back a step, his palms facing each other at his waist, his movements smooth and swift, far more standard than his previous imitations, filled with a sense of power. Came, Haim, ha. This time his shout was no longer childish, but carried an undeniable resolve and power. A dense, solid, and radiant blue energy sphere instantly gathered, compressed, and expanded between his palms. Its scale and quality far surpassed his previous attempt, even exuding a pressure that tingled the skin. What a... Outside the dome, Pilaf, Asu, and Xiaowu were stunned. Inside the dome, little Goku, Bulma, and Yamcha also looked at Zhang in shock. From the Blue Star audience, the what the hell extreme shock, emotional value 999. From the Blue Star audience, the hidden big shot disbelief, emotional value 999. From the Hunter World audience, the energy controller extreme admiration, emotional value 999. Incredible energy compression rate. Perfect control. Donations high level concentration potion. One who comments. What power? Is this an 8-year-old? Zhang, have you leveled up? Boom. A dazzling blue pillar of light erupted like a roaring dragon, crashing violently against the specially made metal dome. The dome, capable of withstanding rocket fire, crumbled like paper before this utterly condensed Kamehameha wave, instantly being melted, torn apart, and shattered into a massive gap. The explosive shockwave sent the caught off guard Pilaf and his companions flying, leaving them disoriented. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, Zhang slowly withdrew his hands, emitting faint white smoke, a sign of intense energy output. He looked at his stunned companions, simply uttering 2 words, run. The group finally reacted and rushed out through the broken opening. Pilaf struggled to get up, and his first reaction was not to catch anyone, but to lunge towards the password box that had fallen beside him due to the shock, along with the 4-star ball that had flown out of little Goku's hands. Dragon Ball. My Dragon Ball. He frantically stuffed the 4-star ball into the password box, hugging the box, and watching the gaping hole, and the vanishing group screaming in frustration. My castle. My traps. But it's all right. The Dragon Balls are finally gathered. Clutching the box, he crazily ran towards the highest rooftop of the castle, with Asu and Xiaowu hurriedly following. As Zhang and the others burst out of the room, they heard Pilaf's frenzied shout from the rooftop. Come forth. Shenron, grant my wish. Let me become the king of the world. The sky suddenly darkened, clouds gathered, and thunder roared. The 7 Dragon Balls erupted with astonishing radiance, shooting into the heavens. A massive, unparalleled, and awe-inspiring green dragon slowly emerged amidst the dark clouds. Its red eyes scanned the surroundings like searchlights. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. I can grant any wish, but only one. Pilaf trembled with excitement, opening his arms ready to shout out the wish he had long dreamed of. However, at that moment, a clear and steady voice rang out, cutting in before him, echoing across the entire rooftop. Shenron, my wish is to allow the physical strength of Earth humans to grow infinitely, without racial limitations. This wish was not for personal gain, but aimed at the ultimate liberation of a race's potential. Shenron's red eyes instantly locked onto the suddenly appearing Zhang. Pilaf's smile froze on his face, staring dumbfounded at Zhang, who had somehow rushed to the rooftop door. His outstretched arm hung suspended in the air, mouth agape, unable to utter a word. No. In the next moment, Pilaf let out a heart-wrenching scream. Shenron's grand voice echoed through the heavens and earth. This wish is very simple. The colossal body of the divine dragon transformed into 7 dazzling golden rays akin to shooting stars flying against the night sky, tearing through the recently restored clarity and shooting off towards the corners of the world, eventually disappearing into the distant horizon. The Dragon Balls turned back into ordinary stones scattered across the ground. The full moon in the night sky appeared extraordinarily bright, illuminating the ruins of the ancient castle in a silvery hue, also shining a light on the varied expressions of the crowd amidst the ruins. A deathly silence enveloped the scene for a moment. My wish. My kingdom. Pilaf sat slumped in the damaged mech, his eyes vacant as he muttered to himself. Seconds later, extreme anger and despair erupted like a volcano. He sprang up, his head almost bursting with tangible flames, pointing at Zhang and the others, shrieking. It's you. You destroyed everything. Aishio, Xiaowu, take them down. Leave none alive. Especially that little brat with black hair. He frantically maneuvered the mech, raising its arms to reveal 2 dark cannon barrels. Xiaowu and Aishio snapped back to reality from their shock. Although fear gripped their hearts, especially towards Zhang, who had just unleashed a terrifying blow, they still mustered the courage to raise their laser guns and a wolf fang club. Thud, 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 thud. At that tense moment, a dull, yet rhythmic knocking sound suddenly erupted, interrupting Pilaf's roar and the actions of everyone present. The sound did not come from the outside, but emanated from within Xiao Wukong's body, like the heartbeat of some terrifying creature awakening heavy enough to make one's heart race. Wukong. Bulma, standing closest, was terrified as she saw Xiao Wukong curled up in pain, his small body trembling violently, veins bulging on his forehead, emitting a suppressed, inhuman growl from his throat. What's wrong with him? Yamcha instinctively took a step back, watching the suddenly transformed Xiao Wukong with caution. Oolong and Puar were so frightened that they clung together, shaking uncontrollably. Zhang Yang's heart sank. It's happening. Transformation into a great ape. He understood better than anyone what this meant. The Scion bloodline, the full moon of Earth, this transformation was unstoppable. Quick, stay away from him, Zhang Yang urged, grabbing the still-dazed Bulma and retreating rapidly. Seeing this, Yamcha wasted no time in grabbing Oolong and Puar and flying backward. Only Pilaf and his two companions seemed unclear about the situation, or perhaps they were blinded by rage. Stop pretending. Die for me. Pilaf pressed the button, and the mech's cannon mouth lit up. But it was already too late. In the horrified gazes of everyone, Xiao Wukong's body began to expand wildly, as if inflated. His clothes were instantly torn apart, dense black hair erupted from his skin, covering his entire body. His face protruded forward and fangs pierced through his lips, becoming sharp and elongated, while his tail grew longer and thicker at an astonishing speed. In just a few breaths, a once lively and innocent little boy transformed into a towering black giant ape, over 10 meters tall, muscles bulging and exuding an aura of brutal destruction amidst the piercing roar and the terrifying sound of cracking bones. Roar! The giant ape howled at the sky, its voice rolling like thunder, shaking the entire ruins, even startling countless birds in the distant mountains. Its blood-red eyes scanned the creatures below, which seemed like ants to it, filled only with primal and frenzied destructive desire. Extreme horror emotion value from Blue Star Audience. My eyes, 9.99 sanity value drop. From Blue Star Audience, what is this thing? 9.99 serious emotion value from Hunter World Audience. Monster Expert, 888. High energy response, extremely dangerous berserk state. Reward emergency calming spray for animals, 1 clearly useless bullet screen. Holy SHD. Did the monkey turn into a giant? What kind of horror movie is this? Wukong. Is that really Wukong? Impossible. Zhang Yang run. Pilaf, Ashio, and Xiao Wu's attacks appeared laughably small and insignificant before the giant beast. Laser beams hit the thick fur of the giant ape, leaving only a charred mark, which only further angered it. The giant ape suddenly raised its massive palm, carrying the power to crush everything, and slammed it down towards Pilaf's mech. No! Pilaf barely had time to emit a short scream before both he and the mech were swatted away, transforming into a star in the sky, uncertain of where they would fall. Immediately following, the giant ape casually swept with its other hand, and Xiao Wu and Ashio were also swept away, without any resistance, screaming as they followed Pilaf's fate. Easily dispatching the flies in front of it, the giant ape turned its attention to the remaining big toy, the half-ruined castle. It howled excitedly, its massive arms plunging into the debris, accompanied by the grating sound of rocks shattering, and it hoisted a large chunk of the castle ruins above its head. What? What does it want? Bulma's face turned pale with fear. The answer was evident. The giant ape's muscular arms bulged, and it hurled the immense chunk of ruins toward Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar. The enormous shadow instantly enveloped them, a breath of death howling down. While Yamcha's spirit nearly left his body, after all, he was an experienced desert thief, agile, far beyond ordinary. At the critical moment, he leaped backward with all his strength, dragging the paralyzed Oolong and Puar along, narrowly avoiding the main impact point of the debris. But he also knew that with his strength it was impossible to directly shatter or block such a colossal object. He could only watch helplessly as it crashed down. Boom! The massive chunk of ruins crashed down heavily, raising clouds of dust to the sky, with debris scattering everywhere. Although he avoided the direct impact, the splintering stones forced Yamcha to retreat repeatedly in a wretched state. Bulma! Zhang Yang exclaimed. Having retreated some distance to avoid the birth of the giant ape, he looked back and his heart sank. Bulma seemed unable to fully avoid it, struck solidly on the back by a larger piece of collapsing castle debris, falling to the ground, temporarily engulfed by the rising dust. Miss Bulma! Yamcha shouted in a panic, a wave of helplessness and regret washing over him. He had dodged the danger, but could not save her. However, the next second something jaw-dropping happened. Ouch, 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 that hurts. Bulma's scream came out from the dust, full of energy, and aside from the pain, she seemed to be unharmed. Which bastard threw that stone? It hurt so much. As the dust began to settle, Bulma surprisingly got up from the ground, the piece of debris rolling away from her. She was covered in dust, her expensive clothes ripped in several places, looking quite disheveled, but but as she rubbed her back it showed no sign of injury at all, let alone bleeding or fractures. Confused emotion value from Blue Star audience. 999 incredulous emotion value from Blue Star audience. What material is Bulma made of? 999 doubtful emotion value from Hunter World audience. Special physique. 777 bullet screen. She's fine. Could it be that Miss Bulma is made of iron? Is this scientifically possible? Zhang Yang's pupils constricted, several thoughts flashing through his mind. The wish of the divine dragon. To allow the physical strength of Earth's humanity to increase without racial limits indefinitely. But this wish seemed more like a key to unlock potential, granting Earthlings the theoretical possibility of infinite bodily enhancement rather than immediately bestowing powerful physiques upon everyone. Such enhancement required arduous training over time to gradually trigger and manifest. For an ordinary girl like Bulma, who never exercised the moment the wish took effect, her physical foundation should not have undergone such a ridiculous immediate enhancement. So the cause could only be, is it the work of Dr. Brief? Zhang Yang pondered. It seemed reasonable that the genius scientist had applied some cutting-edge biotechnology or nanoprotective technology to his daughter. Perhaps a mild human enhancement modification or a form of passive energy shield technology integrated beneath her clothing or even skin. This could explain why she appeared unscathed yet still felt pain. This discovery gave Zhang Yang a new understanding of the black technology from the Universal Capsule Corporation. The power of the divine dragon was grand and orderly, while human technology could also create astonishing miracles. However, there was no time for him to think deeply about it. Roar. The giant ape seemed very displeased that the little bug could still move, its attention immediately shifting from throwing rocks to the nearby, still shouting Bulma. It raised its enormous paw, casting a shadow that obscured the moonlight, and stomped down hard towards Bulma. The force of this stomp was far more terrifying than the earlier falling debris. Bulma, get away! Yamcha shouted urgently, but he himself was also forced to retreat continuously under the splintering stones and the terrifying pressure of the giant ape, unable to approach for a rescue, let alone counterattack. Bulma looked up at the giant foot descending like a small mountain, so frightened that she forgot to scream, frozen in place. In this critical moment, sky dance technique. Zhang Yang's figure appeared before Bulma like a ghost, wrapping his arms around her waist, his energy bursting forth as he narrowly flew out under the giant ape's foot. Boom! The giant ape's paw slammed down heavily, causing the ground to shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck, creating a deep pit with dust surging outward like waves. Zhang Yang and Bulma landed in a safer spot a bit farther away, and he set her down. Stay far away. Don't make a sound. Bulma, still shaken, looked at Zhang Yang's petite, yet exceptionally reliable figure, instinctively nodded, scrambling backward. The giant ape stepped into thin air, growing even more frantic. Its blood-red eyes immediately locked on Zhang Yang, the one disturbing its game, letting out a deafening roar as its massive hand, slicing through the air, came crashing down toward Zhang Yang. The speed was astonishing, covering a vast area. Zhang Yang's gaze sharpened, not daring to hold back in the slightest. Huh! He let out a low shout, channeling all 40 points of his combat power, executing the dance of air to its utmost, his figure tracing a winding light in the air, narrowly avoiding this deadly strike. The wind from the palm brushed against his cheek, bringing a sharp sting. From the Blue Star audience, cardiac arrest tension value 999. From the Blue Star audience, go for it. Streamer prayer tension value 888. From the Hunter World audience, nice footwork appreciation tension value 666. Donation, portable energy supplement, 3 bullet comments, too fast. Can't take it, Heaton. Zhang Yang was acutely aware that even though the giant ape transformed into a small Wukong might not perfectly wield its power, due to losing its sanity, its fundamental strength far surpassed his own. A combat power of 40 was still insufficient in front of the giant ape. He needed to maneuver, to utilize skills, and most importantly, wait for the right moment. After missing its strike, the giant ape became even more ferocious, unleashing a series of palm strikes, sometimes sweeping with its massive tail, even opening its bloodstained maw in an attempt to spit out energy blasts. Though it seemed unable to successfully condense due to its loss of rationality, the attacks came crashing down like a storm. Zhang Yang fully utilized his maxed basic skills. The dance of air granted him extreme agility, allowing him to weave and dodge through the gaps in the giant ape's assaults. His basic hunting and trapping skills enabled him to predict some of the giant ape's attack patterns, finding routes to evade. His reaction speed was pushed to its limit under pressure. In the ruins, a massive black shadow furiously attacked a small yet agile point of light that resembled a firefly. Each time the giant's palm struck down, it left a deep pit in the ground. Every time its tail swept, it kicked up large chunks of rubble and broken wood. The scene was perilously thrilling. Zhang Yang appeared to be in a dire situation, yet he always managed to dodge attacks at the most critical moments. He even began to intentionally guide the giant ape's strikes, steering it away from the direction where Bulma and Yamcha were located. From the Blue Star audience, extreme moves astonishment value 999. From the Hunter World audience, fantastic hunt focus value 888. Bullet comments, what positioning? Incredible. Dancing on the edge of a blade. Streamer, hold on. Watch out for the tail. Yamcha, Bulma, Oolong, and Puar crouched behind a massive broken wall, their hearts racing and palms sweating. At this moment, they truly realized how terrifying the power and mental resilience of this usually unassuming and overly calm child were. He can actually contend with that kind of monster. Yamcha was immensely shocked, his initial trivial thoughts obliterated by absolute strength and courage, even giving rise to a hint of admiration. He asked himself if it were him, he would have likely been turned into pulp long ago. Bulma clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with worry and fear, realizing that if it weren't for Zhang Yang, she would have been dead twice already. With continuous attacks failing to hit, the giant ape's rage reached its peak. It suddenly stood upright, its enormous fists clenched, pounding on its chest like a drum, producing a thunderous sound, releasing its uncontrollable violent power. This was the opportunity. A flash of brilliance sparkled in Zhang Yang's eyes. The giant ape stood tall, exposing its abdomen and chest, which were relatively vulnerable areas, and this posture caused its lower body to momentarily stagnate. He had been keeping this ace up his sleeve, not easily employing it. Perhaps it was worth a try. Although it might place a heavy burden on his body, this was the best and possibly the only chance. He instantly elevated the dance of air to its highest peak, leveling with the giant ape's head, his hands quickly retracting to his waist once more. Came, ha. This time he held nothing back. The 40 points of combat power were unleashed with no reservations, infusing the understanding of condensation and release from the Hunter World into it. A blue energy sphere, more dazzling, more condensed, and larger in scale than when he broke the metal dome, wildly gathered. The violent compression of energy even distorted the surrounding air. The radiance illuminated Zhang Yang's small face in a brilliant blue, his arms trembling slightly from the immense energy output. The giant ape seemed to sense the threat of this energy, halting, its chest pounding, its blood-red eyes gazing at the extreme blue light above, instinctively raising its massive palm to swat it away. But it was already too late. Wave. The energy torrent, compressed to its utmost, tore through the night sky like a sword of divine retribution, striking accurately and solidly against the giant ape's broad chest. Boom. The deafening explosion reverberated. The dazzling blue light instantly engulfed the upper half of the giant ape. The terrifying energy shockwaves spread out in a circular fashion, completely clearing the debris from the ground. Even the distant Yamcha and the others were blown back, unable to open their eyes. From the Blue Star audience, ultimate strike, boiling emotion value 999. From the Blue Star audience, nuclear explosion, suffocating emotion value 999. From the Hunter World audience, decisive kill, shocking emotion value 999. Donation, universal repair, liquid intermediate 1. Bullet comments. Did we win? Oh my god. That shot. Kneeling to the monster, kneeling to the streamer. The giant ape's massive body stood stiffly in place, its chest charred and emitting wisps of blue smoke. The blood-red hue in its eyes quickly faded, and its frenzied aura ebbed like a receding tide. Then, under everyone's tense gaze, its body began to shrink rapidly, the dense black fur receding, its fierce visage returning to normal. Moments later, the giant ape vanished. All that remained was the unconscious, bare-bottomed, and restored small Wukong falling from midair, landing with a thud on the ground. The night sky once again fell silent, with only the occasional crackle of sparks in the ruins. Zhang Yang slowly descended from the air, stumbling slightly, almost falling. His face was as pale as paper, his whole body uncontrollably trembling, the chi within him nearly completely drained, and his arms were sending waves of tearing pain. Forcibly exceeding the limits of his body to output energy had severe consequences. But in the end he held on and did not fall. He glanced at the unconscious small Wukong, then warily scanned his surroundings, confirming that Pilaf and his gang had indeed been blown away and posed no immediate threat, before letting out a slight sigh of relief. Live audience 100. Full house, emotion points 15. 35 million, 20 million bullet comments flooded the screen, the gift effects nearly drowning the visuals. Is it over? Bulma's voice trembled as she poked her head out from behind the broken wall. Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar cautiously emerged, gazing at the devastated battlefield, and the panting Zhang Yang, their faces filled with disbelief and the complex expressions of having survived a disaster. Everything that had happened tonight exceeded their wildest imaginations. The dragon appeared, the unimaginable wish was granted, companions transformed into a destructive giant ape, and an 80-year-old child turned the tide, ultimately reverting that terrifying giant ape back to its original form. Zhang Yang ignored them, his gaze cast toward the distant, profound night sky, his heart surging with waves. The wish of the dragon had been fulfilled with the cost shared by all of humanity. From this night on, the future of humanity on Earth had quietly changed. And he, Zhang Yang, the soul from another world, had finally left his first profound mark in this Dragon Ball universe thanks to the Multiverse live streaming system. The road ahead is long with powerful foes lurking, but the flame of hope has already been ignited. As the dust settled, the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and ash over the ruins. Bulma, Yamcha, Oolong, and Por cautiously emerged from behind the broken wall, their hearts trembling as they surveyed the nearly flattened Pilaf castle. The cataclysmic scene from moments ago seemed to echo in their minds, leaving their legs feeling somewhat weak. Is it really over? Bulma's voice still trembled slightly as she carefully navigated around the deep pit in the ground, her gaze first falling upon the unconscious little Goku, who was bare-bottomed. The little fellow was breathing steadily, seemingly just asleep, making it hard to connect him with the ferocious giant ape from moments before. Yamcha took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. He walked over to Zhang Yang, gazing at the pale-faced 80-year-old boy, who swayed slightly, yet stood upright, his expression filled with complexity. Admiration, gratitude, and a hint of indescribable shock welled up within him. "Zhang Yang, are you all right?" he finally asked dryly, feeling that his previous bravado as the desert bandit seemed like a joke in front of the boy. Zhang Yang shook his head, his voice hoarse. "Just exhausted, a bit of rest will do." He scanned the group. "Is everyone all right?" "Yeist." Oolong and Por quickly shook their heads, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Zhang Yang. Especially Oolong, who silently felt relieved that he had not offended this seemingly harmless little monster too much before. Relaxation emotion value from Blue Star Audience Survivor 777. Admiration emotion value from Blue Star Audience The host is strong 999. Exploration emotion value from Hunter World Audience Evaluating potential 888. Tip high concentration nutrient solution 5 Blue Star Technology bullet screen. The host is amazing. Squeaky voice. Is he really 8 years old? I was still playing in the mud at that age. The older brother from Hunter World seems to be analyzing the host, requesting a replay of the giant ape battle footage from the host's perspective. Bulma pulled out a blanket from the universal capsule to cover little Goku, then began to assess her losses. Most of her universal capsules had been lost in the explosion of the car earlier, making her stomp her feet in distress as she scolded Pilaf while rummaging through the ruins for useful capsule items. Yamcha watched Bulma as she busily worked, then looked at the unconscious little Goku and the unfathomable Zhang Yang, recalling his own previous helplessness, where he could only hide and watch, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. He clenched his fists, seemingly having made a certain resolution. That night, the few of them found a relatively intact spot on the edge of the ruins to rest. Zhang Yang consumed the portable energy supplement and universal repair liquid intermediate that the system had just rewarded him, feeling the emptiness within his body and the sharp pain in his arm quickly ease his pale complexion, regaining some color. This miraculous scene left Yamcha and Bulma, who had been secretly observing him, in awe. The next morning, the sunlight dispelled the gloom of the night, but could not hide the devastation. Little Goku woke up rubbing his rumbling tummy, completely unaware of his transformation into a giant ape or the events that followed. He only remembered feeling sleepy after seeing the full moon, which left everyone both amused and bewildered. The adventure of searching for the Dragon Balls was thus completely over. Bulma's Dragon Ball radar was damaged in the chaos, and the 7 Dragon Balls had once again turned to stone, scattering across the world, unable to be used for a year. Bulma's team naturally faced disbandment. After these few days of life and death experiences together, the subtle feelings between Bulma and Yamcha rapidly intensified. Yamcha, shedding his usual timidity, actively invited Bulma to go to West City, and Bulma blushed as she agreed. Por naturally followed closely behind Yamcha. Oolong looked at Bulma and Yamcha, then at Zhang Yang and little Goku, hesitating for a long time. The seductive allure of the lavish city life and countless beauties eventually overcame his fear of potential dangers, mainly feeling that following Zhang Yang and little Goku might be more perilous, and he shyly expressed that he too wanted to go to West City with Bulma to see the world. Thus the Dragon Ball search group officially parted ways. Before they left, Zhang Yang called out to Yamcha. He looked at this once vital warrior who was gradually falling behind in the original timeline and felt some regret in his heart. Now, because of his intervention, Yamcha had not cut off little Goku's tail, and his relationship with Bulma seemed to be going more smoothly, but the crises of the future would not disappear as a result. Yamcha, Zhang Yang's tone carried a maturity beyond his years. Once in the city while enjoying life, do not neglect your martial arts training entirely. Yamcha was slightly taken aback looking at this boy who was much shorter than him, yet felt an invisible pressure. The shackles of humanity have been lifted by the dragon, which means the ceiling of potential has been greatly raised. In the future, this world will see an increasing number of powerful martial artists, even monsters beyond human imagination. Strength is the foundation to face all changes. I hope to see your name among the ranks of top martial artists in the future, not merely as Bulma's boyfriend. Yamcha is one of the most regrettable martial artists in the Dragon Ball world. Initially, his talents were not inferior to anyone else's. Even while living alone in the desert through instinct and self-exploration, his martial arts level could match little Goku, who was strictly trained by his grandfather's son Wukong since childhood, even inventing practical skills like the Wolf Fang Fist and Energy Ball. However, he was one of the first Dragon Ball fighters to be eliminated. Apart from the later overly powerful enemies and the talent ceiling of Earthlings, it was also related to his own choices. Indulging in urban splendor and romance, neglecting training led him to be quickly submerged by the tide of the Scions and alien foes. Listening to Zhang Yang's words, Yamcha's face first flashed with skepticism, but soon he recalled Zhang Yang's earth-shattering Kamehameha and the thrilling scenes of battling the giant ape, and comparing it to his own previous helplessness, that skepticism quickly dissipated, replaced by deep reflection and introspection. He fell silent for a moment, then solemnly nodded. I understand. Thank you for your reminder, Zhang Yang. I will consider it seriously. Emotional value from Blue Star Audience. Heartfelt advice. 444. Emotional value from Blue Star Audience. Yamcha, don't mess around. 333. Emotional value from Hunter World Audience. Strongman's warning. 555. Bullet screen. The host truly cares too much. Yamcha listened to the advice. Is this something an 80-year-old can say? Zhang Yang concluded, no longer wasting words. All he could do was this. The road ahead ultimately had to be walked by Yamcha himself. Bulma and the others boarded the rediscovered hovercar, the universal capsule that was found in the castle, waving goodbye. Oolong even had tears in his eyes, unsure if it was reluctance or something else. Watching the vehicle disappear into the horizon, Zhang Yang turned to the small Wukong, who was gnawing on a roasted lizard leg he had found somewhere, and said, let's go to Kame House. Kame House. Great. Are we going to find the old turtle hermit to learn martial arts? Small Wukong exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Zhang Yang nodded, no longer concealing his abilities. He circulated his chi and his body floated lightly into the air. Sky dance technique. Wow. Zhang Yang, you can fly too. Teach me quickly. Small Wukong exclaimed, his mouth agape in surprise. He had been unconscious before and missed seeing Zhang Yang use the sky dance technique to save Bulma and battle the giant ape. I just learned it not long ago. Let's wait for an opportunity. Zhang Yang replied vaguely, keep up with me. The direction is roughly southeast, and it's far. We'll have to fly for a long time. He had previously checked the approximate location of Kame House on the system map. Okay, Small Wukong said enthusiastically, immediately summoning the Nimbus cloud and jumping on. The cloud and the person transformed into two streaks of light, swiftly flying towards the southeastern ocean. During the flight, Zhang Yang adapted to the long-distance travel of the sky dance technique, while also multitasking, watching the constantly rolling barrage and reward information on the system panel. Audiences from both worlds showed great interest in the scenery and flying experience of the Dragon Ball world. Emotional value from Blue Star Audience. Cloud travel. 233. Curious emotional value from Hunter World Audience. Unique mode of transportation. 367. Reward environment scanner. Blue Star technology. Reward basic insights on Hunter World, especially the basic insights on none rewarded from the Hunter World, though merely some basic fragments of the understanding of Hatsu and binds, not a systematic cultivation method, stirred something within Zhang Yang. He recalled last night's critical moment when he instinctively integrated that understanding of condensation into the Kamehameha, seemingly enhancing the energy's density and power. Could there be some commonality between this Nun and Qi? He attempted to silently comprehend those insights while circulating the Qi within his body. Indeed, he felt the flow of Qi within him seemed smoother, and his sensitivity to external energy sharpened just a bit. Although the effect was minimal, it undeniably opened a new door. The system's advantage of connecting multiple worlds began to show its preliminary benefits. Emotional points. 20. 5 million. 21 million. Continuous income. During flight, long distance flying consumed an immense amount of energy. Even with Zhang Yang's sky dance technique at maximum level and a combat power of 40, he had to stop several times to rest, consuming several rewards of high concentration nutrient liquid and portable energy supplements to sustain himself. Small Wukong, however, was relaxed and carefree, soundly sleeping on the Nimbus cloud for several naps. After flying for half a day until the sunset painted the ocean surface golden, they finally spotted a small dot on the distant horizon. As they drew closer, the outline of the dot gradually became clear. It was a small island with a peculiar egg-shaped house. Kame House, we've arrived. The two landed on the sandy beach. Small Wukong curiously looked around while Zhang Yang swept his gaze and immediately spotted the familiar egg house along with an old man in sunglasses and a Hawaiian shirt lying on a beach chair, intently staring at an old television. Master Rashi. On the TV, a rhythmic aerobics music was playing and several curvaceous women in tight outfits were energetically jumping. Two streams of suspicious red liquid even hung below Master Rose's nose, and he had a grin stretching to his ears, completely immersed in art appreciation, oblivious to the two who had just landed nearby. Grandpa came. Small Wukong shouted and ran over. Master Roshi showed no reaction, his eyes almost glued to the screen. Grandpa came. Small Wukong raised his volume and leaned over to call him again. Oh, who? Don't disturb me while I'm appreciating. Studying the mysteries of the human body. Master Roshi was interrupted and waved his hand impatiently, tearing his gaze away from those dancing long legs with great effort. When he saw that only Small Wukong and Zhang Yang were present, his face suddenly showed obvious disappointment. Oh, it's Wukong and Zhang Yang. Where's Miss Bulma? Why didn't that blue-haired girl come? He craned his neck to peek behind the two, seeming to still expect something. Small Wukong answered honestly, Bulma and Yamcha went to the city, and Oolong and Por went too. What? They went to the city? Master Roshi seemed struck by lightning, instantly collapsing on the beach chair, a look of life's meaninglessness on his face. Whoa, my Miss Bulma. My happy life. Zhang Yang quietly watched this legendary martial arts deity perform, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. The live broadcast room erupted in laughter, with various barrage comments like "old pervert, as expected of you," and image collapse flooding the screen, causing another spike in emotional points. After lamenting for a while, Master Roshi sat up again, adjusted his sunglasses, and assumed a serious demeanor if one ignored the bloodstains under his nose. Ahem. So you two came to find this old man for something. We came to learn martial arts from you. Small Wukong said loudly, his eyes shining brightly. Learn martial arts. Master Rose's small eyes darted between Zhang Yang and Small Wukong. Master Roshi still maintained his lecherous demeanor. You want me to teach you martial arts? That's not so easy, you know. He rubbed his chin, revealing a mouthful of gaps between his teeth. I came sen and have rules for accepting students. Unless you can bring me a beautiful and lively young girl to be my personal motivational coach. Otherwise, it's not negotiable. As he spoke, the blood in his nose threatened to surge out again. A beautiful girl. Small Wukong tilted his head, clearly not understanding the specific criteria for beautiful, but he readily agreed. All right, I'll go find one right now. After saying that, he jumped on the Nimbus cloud and with a whoosh flew away, leaving Zhang Yang and Master Roshi behind. Master Roshi was momentarily stunned, not expecting Small Wukong to be so proactive. He looked at Zhang Yang. Aren't you going with him? Zhang Yang shook his head, calmly walking to sit under a nearby tree. I believe Wukong will find a girl that meets your requirements. He emphasized meets your requirements. Master Roshi inexplicably felt that the child's gaze was somewhat meaningful, causing him to feel a bit uneasy. He chuckled awkwardly and turned his attention back to the television, glancing at Zhang Yang from time to time. Before long, an excited voice from the horizon rang out. Grandpa came. I found a beautiful girl. Master Roshi was delighted to hear this and jumped up, his glasses reflecting the light. Oh. So fast. Wukong really has potential. However, when the Nimbus cloud landed and he saw who was on it, Master Rose's smile instantly froze and he turned to stone. On the Nimbus cloud sat a very burly figure, over 2 meters tall, weighing over 300 pounds, dressed in a floral dress, sporting twin ponytails, and wearing blush. A girl. The girl looked at Master Roshi and threw him a flirtatious glance, speaking in a rough voice. Oh, does this old gentleman need someone to keep him company? From the Blue Star audience, my eyes. $9.99 from the Blue Star audience. Wukong's aesthetics. $9.99 from the Hunter World audience. Unique beauty. $7.77 barrage. Haha. Help. Master Rose's expression has collapsed. This girl could punch a cow to death. The broadcaster must have anticipated this. So calm. Pooh. Master Roshi almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, pointing at the girl, his finger trembling. This. Wukong. Is this the beautiful girl you found? Small Wukong looked innocent. Yeah. She's strong and lively. Plus everyone in the village says she's beautiful. He clearly misunderstood the meaning of beautiful in a specific context. Get her away. Get her away. This is not what I wanted. Master Roshi was nearly on the brink of collapse, waving his hands repeatedly. The plump girl huffed discontentedly, pouting as Small Wukong sent her away. Master Roshi panted, still shaken, and yelled at the returning Small Wukong. Wukong, you got it wrong. I'm not looking for that kind of strong. I want someone with beautiful curves, a lovely smile, a sweet voice. Do you understand? Small Wukong nodded, appearing somewhat confused. Oh, beautiful curves, lovely smile, sweet voice. I understand. He jumped back onto the Nimbus cloud. I'll go look again. This time Master Roshi had learned his lesson and shouted at Small Wukong's departing figure. Wait. It's best to be a human girl. At least mostly human. After a while, Small Wukong returned cheerfully. Grandpa came. I found one this time. She has beautiful curves, a lovely smile, and a sweet voice. Master Roshi looked on with great anticipation, only to see that next to Small Wukong was a mermaid with the upper body of a beautiful girl and the lower body of a colorful fish tail. The mermaid smiled and waved at Master Roshi from the shore, her voice indeed sweet and melodious. Hello there, old gentleman, Master Roshi. Zhang Yang, struggling to suppress laughter, the live broadcast room had already gone crazy with the emotional points from rewards flooding the screen. Reward: Heart Rescue Pill 1 Blue Star Technology Barrage Mermaid. No problem. The curves are definitely beautiful. Mostly human. No problem. Master Roshi might pass out. I need someone who can live on the island. On land. A girl. Master Roshi clutched his heart weakly, howling. Wukong, is your aesthetic a bit too abstract? Small Wukong scratched his head, feeling a bit wronged, but they all meet your requirements. Just when Master Roshi was about to give up, considering whether to lower his standards or simply resign himself, another voice came from the seaside. Excuse me. Is this where Master Roshi lives? Everyone turned to look, seeing a small wooden boat dock from which came a short, noseless, shiny-headed little monk wearing an orange training outfit. He looked somewhat nervous and awkward. It was Krillin, who had traveled far from the Doran Temple. He had heard that Master Roshi was the strongest martial artist in the world and had come to learn from him to become stronger and no longer be bullied. Seeing Krillin, Master Roshi perked up slightly. Oh, another kid who wants to learn martial arts. He assessed Krillin, and his aptitude seemed not bad. Krillin quickly bowed. Yes. Yes, Master Roshi. My name is Krillin, and I'm from Doran Temple. Please take me as your disciple. Small Wukong curiously looked at this little bald guy who was about the same size as him. Zhang Yang, however, understood that the crucial tool had finally arrived. Sure enough, after learning about Master Rose's special requirements for accepting disciples, Krillin eagerly offered suggestions. Master Roshi, I know where to find the girl you want. Master Rose's eyes lit up at this. Really? Krillin leaned in and whispered something to Master Roshi and Small Wukong. Zhang Yang was too far away to hear clearly, but he knew that Krillin must have said something inappropriate, otherwise why would Master Roshi be so excited? Moments later, Small Wukong and Krillin excitedly set off again on the Nimbus cloud. Zhang Yang still did not follow, quietly waiting. He knew that the dangerous blue chi was about to be brought in, and Master Rose's test was finally about to fall into the right track. He adjusted his chi, which had nearly recovered, filled with anticipation for the upcoming game-style training. Meanwhile, the audience in the live broadcast room was also highly enthusiastic about the upcoming new character and the legendary martial arts training. Emotional points 21 million, 23 million, various funny scenes, and anticipation contributed greatly during this period. The future days were destined to be anything but tranquil. Zhang Yang's journey in the Dragon Ball world with the start of game-style training was about to open a new chapter. Watching Sun Wukong and Krillin vanish into the horizon atop the cloud somersault, Zhang Yang sat cross-legged beneath the shade of a tree, eyes closed in apparent repose, yet his consciousness deeply immersed within the system interface. The livestream chat, still buzzing from the two beauties Sun Wukong had just brought, continued to scroll, with teasing remarks and eager anticipation. Joyful emotion value 654 from Blue Star viewer Old Turtle's Nightmare. Contemplative emotion value 421 from Hunter World viewer Aesthetic Variation Research. Chat 3 seconds of sympathy from Master Roshi. Sun Wukong is naturally mischievous. The host knew this would happen all along. So devious. Huh. Can't wait for the next beauty. Emotion points 23. 0 million 23. 5 million. A faint smile curled Zhang Yang's lips. He offered no explanation. He diverted a portion of his awareness to once again contemplate the fundamental insights on nun abilities sourced from the Hunter world, especially the principle of 10 enveloping one's body with energy to reinforce defense and stabilize one's condition. After prolonged aerial travel, this technique appeared to marginally accelerate the recovery of his internal chi. Though the effect was subtle, accumulation over time revealed boundless potential. Cross-system synthesis had opened a door to infinite possibility. Time had scarcely passed before the cloud somersault reappeared on the horizon. Here they come, Zhang Yang murmured, opening his eyes to gaze into the distance. The cloud somersault moved with astonishing speed. Within moments it drew near the island. Clearly visible upon its surface were not only Sun Wukong and Krillin, but also a young woman with long, deep blue hair. She wore simple robes, her features delicate and serene, her gentle eyes tinged with lingering unease as she clutched Sun Wukong's shirt, a tender, unassuming lawn chi. Master Roshi, we're back, and we found her. Sun Wukong shouted from afar. Master Roshi had already rushed to the shoreline, standing eagerly on the sand, craning his neck in anticipation. The moment he laid eyes on Lan Chi aboard the cloud, his eyes lit up. His sunglasses could not conceal his rapturous expression, and even the faint trace of blood beneath his nose seemed poised to reawaken. Oh, that's her. That's exactly the feeling. Elegant curves. Her smile. Well, she looks frightened, but utterly charming. Sun Wukong. Krillin. Brilliant work. The cloud descended. Sun Wukong leapt down first. Krillin scrambled off awkwardly. He carried too many distracting thoughts to ride the pure cloud somersault, so Sun Wukong had carried him the entire way. Tenderlawn Chi stepped down timidly and bowed respectfully toward Master Rashi. Hello, sir. These two children said you needed assistance. Need it. I need it desperately. Desperately. He he he. Master Rashi rubbed his hands together, grinning with unmistakable lechery as he leaned closer. Young lady, don't be afraid. I am the world's strongest martial artist, Master Rashi. I merely wish to invite you to stay a few days to exchange insights on life's profound philosophies. LSP viewers in the live stream erupted instantly. Admiration emotion value 888 from Blue Star viewer. Master Rashi is my role model. Excitement emotion value 777 from Blue Star viewer. I'd absolutely date this girl. Chat. Master Rashi's grin gives me chills. Run girl run. This is the correct way to begin. Host, stop watching and learn something wholesome. Yet, just as Master Rashi basked in delight, attempting to deepen his philosophical exchange with Lan Chi, an unexpected incident occurred. A seabird flying in from nowhere released a perfect white droplet, straight onto Master Rashi's gleaming bald crown. Master Rashi blinked, instinctively reaching up to touch it. Gentle Lan Chi happened to witness the absurd scene. With sincere concern, she softly interjected, Sir, there's bird. Hesitating as if deeming the word droppings too impolite, her cheeks flushing faintly. But that single syllable, bird, acted like a fatal trigger. Lan Chi's tender expression froze instantly. Her gaze sharpened into ferocity, her lustrous blue hair blazing gold before the very eyes of onlookers, every strand bristling upright, as her entire aura underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Achoo! A thunderous sneeze shook the air. When stunned senses reassembled, Lan Chi stood before them, utterly unrecognizable. Golden hair spiked wildly, eyes blazing with menace, a cigarette dangling from her lips. A denim jacket now draped her shoulders, and in her hands materialized two massive submachine guns. Who the hell dares mess with me? Roaring with a guttural voice, rampaging Lan Chi swung the barrels carelessly. Master Rashi. Sun Wukong Wo. Her hair changed color. Krillin guns. Where did those come from? Zhang Yang silently stepping half a pace backward, thinking so. It began. The live stream fell silent for a full second, then exploded with chat, though its tone had shifted entirely. Shock emotion value 999 from Blue Star viewer. Holy crap. Astonishment emotion value 999 from Blue Star viewer. That transformation was brutally hardcore. Intense curiosity emotion value 850 from Hunter World viewer. Is this materialization type or specialization type? Chat. Did I just hear bullets chambering? The LSP silence assembly commences immediately. Master Rashi's facial composure has collapsed. Again. Help. This girl's artistic style just underwent a violent genre shift. Rampaging Lan Chi paid no heed. Spotting a dazed old man, Master Rashi, and several children before her, she scoffed dismissively, then raised her guns skyward and unleashed a deafening burst, scattering seabirds in panicked flight. Ugh, what kind of dump is this? So damn noisy. Grumbling, she holstered her weapons, vanishing as mysteriously as they'd appeared, then plopped onto a nearby rocky outcrop, crossed her legs, and exhaled a slow plume of smoke, pointedly ignoring the petrified Master Rashi. Master Rashi's mouth hung agape, motionless. He glanced between golden-haired Lan Chi's son Wukong and Krillin. His fingers trembled, before releasing a long, desolate sigh. His entire being turned ashen, as if 10 years had been siphoned from his life in an instant. At last he understood why Zhang Yang had remained so unervingly calm. He'd known exactly what would unfold. Fine. Master Rashi waved, weakly, voice drained of vitality. Though the process was unexpectedly chaotic, the person, well, she is here. I, Master Rashi, keep my word. Summoning a final flicker of resolve, his gaze swept across Zhang Yang's son Wukong and Krillin, revealing at last the solemn authority of a true martial god. Beginning tomorrow, I shall formally instruct you in cultivation. Be prepared, boys. My training is no child's game. Though its origins were farcical, Master Rashi was no oath-breaker by nature. And when he beheld the raw yearning in son Wukong's innocent eyes, the unwavering determination in Krillin's gaze, and the preternatural composure and hidden potential in Zhang Yang's bearing, the heart of a martial artist stirred deeply within him. At dawn the next day, Master Rashi assembled the three disciples outside the egg house. First, he demonstrated the miraculous utility of the multiverse capsule, shrinking the entire egg house into a tiny capsule, then summoned a colossal sea turtle. Climb aboard. Rashi Island is too small for the training ahead. We're heading to a far larger island. The group mounted the turtle and set off across the open ocean. Young Goku and Krillin watched in wide-eyed wonder, while Zhang Yang stood quietly lost in thought. They realized Rashi Island was no fixed abode. The martial god himself wandered the vast oceans atop this ancient sea turtle, carrying his home upon its back. No wonder his whereabouts remained elusive to ordinary seekers. After a long voyage, an expansive island emerged on the horizon. its silhouette even revealing the faint outline of a town. The turtle made landfall on a secluded, uninhabited beach. Master Roshi retrieved a multiverse capsule. With a soft pop, the egg house reappeared. Well then, this shall be our temporary training ground. This island has over 300 households, more than enough for some rather unconventional training exercises. Roshi said, a knowing smile playing across his lips. The first step in their training was a baseline physical assessment, starting with the 100-meter sprint. Krillin went first. Trained at the Orin Temple, his form was textbook perfect and his acceleration explosive. He clocked an effortless 10.4 seconds, a time bordering on the physiological limit for human adolescence, and swelled with quiet pride. Goku ran for the first time wearing tattered shoes which hampered his stride and left him at 11 seconds, an outcome that deeply disappointed him. At Roshi's prompting, he swapped them for a proper pair and readied himself anew. This time he shot forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, so fast his body blurred, trailing afterimages in his wake. The final result stunned both Roshi and Krillin. 8.5 seconds. 8.5 seconds. Krillin's eyes bulged. He had never conceived of speed existing at such a magnitude. Though outwardly composed, Roshi's eyes behind his sunglasses flickered with genuine astonishment. The Scion's innate physical prowess was indeed terrifying. It was Zhang Yang's turn. He drew a deep breath and exploded forward, fluid in motion, ferocious in power, finishing precisely at 9 seconds flat. That time vastly surpassed ordinary human capability, but still fell short of Goku's 8.5 seconds. Zhang Yang felt no surprise. Stripped of ki, the Scion's racial advantage in raw physiology was overwhelming. His own performance stemmed entirely from the comprehensive bodily enhancement granted by his 40 combat power points, and the profound physical optimization conferred by his mastery of foundational skills. Finally, to assert his authority, Master Roshi decided to run himself. He peeled off his flamboyant shirt, revealing a compact, densely muscled torso, and assumed a textbook sprinter's stance. In the next instant, he drove off the sand with explosive force, his figure dissolving into indistinct motion. Only a deep gouge in the shore and a plume of rising dust marked where he'd been. His speed dwarfed that of all three disciples. Result 5.6 seconds. 15.6. Krillin and Goku stared speechless, irradiating from their very pores as they gazed upon their master. Was this the true measure of a martial god? Zhang Yang feigned astonishment, but inwardly he understood. Roshi's youth had forged a foundation of staggering depth. Combined with possible consumption of esoteric elixirs like ultra-divine water, his physical constitution had long transcended human limits. Even in old age, that bedrock remained unshaken. Yet after crossing the finish line, Roshi did not speak. Instead, he stood motionless, staring down at his hands, a look of incredulous doubt settling upon his face. Strange, he murmured, gently clenching and unclenching his fists, sensing the subtle thrum of muscle fiber. I barely noticed it mid-sprint, but now in stillness, this old frame, this body long believed to have reached its absolute ceiling, has it truly grown? Just a fraction? Though the increase was infinitesimal at his level of mastery, every filament of flesh answered to his will, and no shift, however minute, escaped his perception. That sensation of progress unseen for decades sent shockwaves through his soul. Hearing Roshi's whisper, Zhang Yang stirred. The moment had arrived. He stepped forward calmly. Master Roshi, what you've sensed may be linked to the wish I made before the Eternal Dragon. The Eternal Dragon. A wish? Roshi snapped his head up, gaze sharpening behind his sunglasses. Goku and Krillin leaned in curiosity alight. Yes, Zhang Yang nodded. After gathering the Dragon Balls, I wished, let the physical strength of Earth's humans grow, without racial limitation, infinitely. Upon hearing those words, Roshi froze, his expression shifting from bewilderment to thunderstruck disbelief, then erupting into uncontainable euphoria and fervor. To a man who had devoted his life to the pinnacle of martial excellence, he grasped instantly what this wish signified: the invisible cage that had imprisoned him, and every earthling martial artist for decades had just shattered. It's actually happened. The Eternal Dragon granted this wish. Roshi's voice trembled. He looked once more at his hands, eyes blazing with a light not seen in decades. A light rekindled, long dormant, now fiercely ablaze with the primal hunger for strength and transcendence. His earlier laziness and lechery had stemmed largely from a path long blocked. His body had hit its apex, rendering further effort futile, and the crushing solitude of invincibility had driven him to numb himself with trivialities. Now before him stretched an entirely new road, boundless, unwritten, shimmering with possibility. Ha ha ha! Excellent! 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 Roshi threw back his head and laughed, a sound rich with liberation and renewed vigor. If that's the case, this old man won't let a pack of youngsters outpace him. Effective, immediately training intensity doubles. No, triples. Let me show you what true hellish cultivation truly means. His aura shifted instantly, shedding every trace of the lecherous elder, replaced instead by the immense radiant presence of the world's greatest martial artist, burning with defiant resolve. In the days that followed, Rashi upheld his vow, imposing upon Zhangyang, Goku, and Krillin a regimen so grueling it bordered on the surreal. Before dawn broke, the trio was roused for their first task, milk delivery. But this was no ordinary chore. They wore heavy turtle shells, traversed treacherous terrain on foot, and delivered fresh milk to every household on the island, without spilling a single drop. Next came fieldwork, no tools permitted, only bare hands plunging into hardened earth to till vast tracts of farmland. Then came study. Rashi would select dense philosophical texts, or occasionally scandalous magazines, and demand rapid comprehension under strict time limits, claiming it honed focus and cultural literacy. To naive Goku and Krillin, it induced dizziness. Zhangyang, drawing on adult cognition and mastery-level learning aptitude, handled it with ease. Afternoons brought even harsher trials, hauling overloaded wheelbarrows laden with bricks across construction sites, swimming in shark-infested waters while evading bloodthirsty predators, navigating swarming beehives, enduring stings while refining evasion instincts. Finally, there was stone hunting. Rashi would hurl engraved stones, bearing characters like turtle, immortal, or man, deep into forests, across cliffs, even into the open sea, and demand their retrieval within strict deadlines, training perception speed and visual acuity. Each trial was excruciating, especially the initial runs weighted by the massive shells, each step feeling like wading through molten lead. Yet none complained, none faltered. Goku reveled in the challenge, treating it like a grand game. Krillin burned with fierce determination to surpass his limits. Zhangyang knew these trials were the ultimate forge, tempering fundamentals and unlocking latent potential. Gritting his teeth, he silently applied the technique of Chun to mitigate fatigue and amplify efficiency. Their astonishing adaptability and rapid progress left Rashi quietly awestruck. Zhangyang, though visibly less powerful than Goku, displayed uncanny mastery in learning agility, technical application, and endurance recovery, completing every task with unnerving precision and progressing at a steady, relentless pace. And when the trio slept, Rashi cast aside all pretense of idleness. Under cover of night, he trained alone, on deserted beaches or deep within shadowed groves, with intensity far exceeding anything he demanded of his students. His movements became lightning incarnate, each strike detonating with concussive force, filling the air with sharp sonic booms. The dragon's wish had reignited the embers of his dormant ambition, and he yearned fiercely to grasp the very edge of infinite growth. Moreover, as Zhangyang well knew, the dragon's blessing was universal. Across the entire earth, every dedicated martial artist, regardless of lineage or discipline, felt their bodies awaken to a long-forgotten or wholly unprecedented surge of physical evolution. High in the mountains, a blind monk struck a punch into a waterfall, sensing newfound power in his fist, and erupted into ecstatic laughter, redoubling his assault upon the roaring cascade. In a bustling city dojo, a master stared dumbfounded at his shattered strength-testing device, cracked clean through by an unexpectedly amplified ki blast. Across the globe, martial circles trembled with revelation and feverish excitement. Many who had long abandoned rigorous practice due to plateaued progress now transformed into obsessive cultivators, relentlessly pushing boundaries, hungry to discover where their limits truly lay. How strong could they become? Naturally, that collective fervor converged upon one focal point: the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. This legendary contest, unprecedented in scale, drew the undivided attention of every elite martial artist on the planet. No longer merely a contest for titles, it had become humanity's grand stage, a living testament to the new frontier of physical potential. Every competitor flexed their muscles in anticipation, eager to prove themselves on that sacred ground. Through fragmented external reports, Zhangyang too became aware of this global cultivation renaissance. As he endured daily trials, feeling his strength accumulate grain by grain, he also looked ahead, filled with quiet anticipation for the tournament to come. He knew this edition would eclipse its canonical counterpart, rising to become the definitive, breathtaking climax of the Dragon Ball saga's early arc. His multiverse livestream system recorded it all. Audiences across 2 worlds stood agape, not only at the bizarre yet brutal rigor of Rasha-style training, but at the astonishing rate of growth shown by Zhangyang and his peers, and above all at the electrifying promise of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Zhangyang's journey of survival in the Dragon Ball world advanced steadily, day after day, sweat-drenched and unyielding, forged in perseverance and purpose. A month of time silently passed amidst sweat, exhaustion, and rapid growth. For Zhangyang, little Wukong, and Klin, this was undoubtedly a transformative month. The hellish training of Master Rashi, though extreme, proved to be exceptionally effective. In the early morning, when Master Rashi finally announced the removal of their heavy turtle shells, the 3 felt as light as if they could float away. Wow! I feel so light. Little Wukong exclaimed, jumping up and down excitedly, soaring high and nearly hitting the ceiling. I feel. My body is filled with strength. Clin carefully threw a punch, producing a clear sound of air being cut. Zhang Yang silently felt the changes in his body. After shedding the weight, it wasn't just that his body felt lighter, more importantly his control over his own strength became more refined and sensitive. He could clearly sense the surging chi within him, which had grown more than double compared to a month ago. He pulled up the system panel. Wanjia Live System LV2, host Zhang Yang, age 8 years, combat power 60, normal state skills, basic Qi Gong, max level sky dance technique, max level Kamehameha wave, mastered basic herb identification, max level basic farming, max level basic cooking, max level basic hunting, max level basic traps, max level. New initial application of Nun ability 10 Zetsu Rin Hatsu form emotion points 2 Final live audience 1 blue Star Hunter World. After a month of hard training, his normal combat power increased from 40 to 60, a staggering 50 rise. This was not only the result of Master Rose's training, but also due to his nightly use of the technique 10 for accelerated recovery, along with occasional use of the physical enhancement agent Amfatigue recovery patch to compensate for the minor injuries caused by extreme training. More importantly, through continuous contemplation of the basic insights on Nun and the occasional tips on techniques rewarded by the audience from the Hunter world, like the application techniques notes for condensation, he began to preliminarily integrate the 4 aspects of Nun with the training of Qi. Although he had yet to form a systematic combat framework, he had gained a deeper understanding of the perception, control, and eruption of energy. When he unleashed the Kamehameha wave with all his might, he could instantly elevate his combat power to 120. However, his progress was not the most significant. Little Wukong and Clin also showed terrifying growth over this month. In terms of normal combat power, the 3 were almost neck and neck, each reaching around 60. Little Wukong, needless to say, with the Scion bloodline and a pure fighting heart, absorbed every bit of nourishment like a sponge. Although Clin started at a slightly lower point, his determination and meticulous mind allowed him to solidify the basics of Master Rose's training exceptionally well. However, once they used the Kamehameha wave, the gap became apparent. Little Wukong's talent and energy bursts was exceptional. The Kamehameha wave he executed carried a power that was subtly stronger than that of Zhang Yang and Clin. As expected of the protagonists, their increases in combat power are simply unreasonable. With my dual understanding of Nun and Qi, my normal combat power barely keeps up, and the power of my energy technique is still lacking. Zhang Yang watched Little Wukong, who was playfully tussling with Clin nearby, his aura naturally harmonious, and sighed inwardly. Indeed, some talents cannot be envied. Master Roshi looked at his 3 transformed disciples, his gaze behind the sunglasses filled with pride and a hint of barely perceptible shock. The speed of progress of these 3 little rascals, especially the increase in physical strength, far exceeded that of any disciple he had in the past. The wish of the dragon combined with their own efforts and potential had created a terrifying chemical reaction. All right, boys. Master Roshi clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the 3. The month of special training is now over. Next, it's time to test the results of your training. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is about to be held in the southern capital. Pack up, we are leaving. The World Martial Arts Tournament. Little Wukong's eyes lit up, instantly filled with anticipation. Is it finally coming? Clin felt both nervous and excited. Zhang Yang took a deep breath, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The stage had been set. It was time to experience this martial arts world that had become even more fervent because of him. Master Roshi took the 3 on a plane to the southern capital. Little Wukong and Clin, flying for the first time, were overjoyed, leaning against the window and watching endlessly. Zhang Yang, however, remained relatively calm, focusing more on resting his eyes and adjusting his state. Upon arriving in the southern capital, the registration process went smoothly. Master Roshi had prepared red and orange turtle martial arts uniforms for the 3. Once they donned their brand new martial arts uniforms, the 3 instantly appeared spirited and extraordinary, attracting many curious gazes. However, as soon as they entered the waiting area for the preliminary round, Clin's confidence took a blow. The waiting area was bustling with voices filled with extraordinary people from all over the world. Among them were muscular giants over 2 meters tall, their fierce appearances exuding an aura of intimidation that made the shorter Clin feel insecure. His head hung low as he felt defeated before the battle even began. Zhang Yang cast a glance at Clin, but did not offer any words of comfort. He knew that this feeling of inferiority stemming from one's physique and experiences could not be erased with just a few words. It had to be established through victories in real combat. Little Wukong, on the other hand, felt nothing at all, curiously looking around with great interest in the various competitors. An elder with white hair and eyebrows stepped onto the central stage, his voice booming as he explained the rules of the competition. To Zhang Yang's slight surprise, the elder announced that the number of participants in this tournament had exceeded 500. This far surpassed the more than 100 he remembered from the original story. It seems that this little butterfly of mine has really changed a part of the world. Zhang Yang couldn't help but reflect inwardly. The wish of the dragon had evidently spurred martial artists worldwide, causing many who had previously been dormant or on the fringes to emerge eager to test themselves in this unprecedented grand event and compete for the glory of being the #1 in the world. The preliminary rounds adopted a district elimination system. Contestants drew lots in turn. Zhang Yang drew number 63, belonging to the first district. Little Wukong drew number 198 in the second district, and Klin drew number 480 in the fourth district. The three were separated. Alright contestants, please head to your respective district arenas according to your numbers. The preliminary rounds officially begin. With the elders command, the massive waiting area surged with people. Zhang Yang separated from Wukong and Klin and arrived near the arena of the first district. Due to being in different districts, he couldn't keep an eye on Wukong and Klin's situations in real time and could only focus the live stream camera on his own arena. Blue Star Audience Go Streamer. Emotion points 233 Hunter World Audience Otherworldly Fighting Tournament Expectation Emotion points 450 Bullet comments. Wow. So many people. Feels like there are many experts. Klin seems really nervous. Wukong is totally in the zone. Who will the streamer's first opponent be? The competition progressed quickly. On the arena, fists and feet intertwined energies surged and competitors were occasionally knocked down or thrown off the stage. Zhang Yang observed calmly, noticing that the overall skill level of these competitors seemed indeed higher than that of the original story's contemporaries. Many had solid foundations, and their strength and speed far exceeded those of ordinary humans, clearly benefiting from the enhancement of physical limits. But that was all. No true threats had emerged yet. Contestant 63. Zhang Yang, please come to the stage. The referee called out. Zhang Yang lightly leaped, landing gracefully on the arena. His opponent was a muscular black man towering over 2 meters tall, with skin glistening like iron. The giant looked at the small Zhang Yang, grinning and showing his white teeth, flexing his biceps in an attempt to intimidate Zhang Yang. Kid, it's still not too late to admit defeat now, or you'll get crushed by me. The giant spoke in a deep voice, trying to intimidate before the match. However, before he finished speaking, Zhang Yang moved. His figure blurred, and he almost instantly appeared in front of the giant, delivering a simple and direct side kick that accurately struck the giant's abdomen. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The sneer on the giant's face instantly froze, replaced by extreme pain and disbelief, his massive body flying backward as if hit by a speeding truck, leaving the ground with both feet and crashing onto the ground outside the arena with a thud, unconscious without making a sound. The entire arena fell silent for a moment. The referee paused, then rushed over to confirm the situation, raising his hand to announce loudly, "Yes, the opponent has fallen off the stage. Contestant 63, Zhang Yang wins." The whole process was so swift that many spectators hadn't even reacted before the match was over. Blue Star Audience one-hit kill. Shock emotion points 666 Hunter World Audience Analysis of speed and power emotion points 520 Bullet comments. Wow. One kick. The streamer is amazing. This big black guy looks scary, but turns out he's so weak. It's not that he's weak, it's that the streamer is too strong. Clean and neat. Zhang Yang expressionlessly jumped off the stage. He had no interest in wasting time on such a crude opponent who relied purely on size, lacking in technique and effective energy application. The following preliminary matches were nearly uneventful for Zhang Yang. Most of the opponents he faced were similar to the first giant, having brute strength, but lacking true combat skills and effective use of chi. Occasionally there were one or two with strange techniques, but under his absolute speed, power, and keen perception, they posed no threat. He nearly defeated his opponents in a single move, resolving battles at the fastest speed, never even giving them a chance to call out their names. He didn't even encounter any opponents with names from the original story. It seemed that the formidable opponents were all like him, easily advancing. Soon the first district's matches concluded, and Zhang Yang advanced to the top 16 with a perfect victory. As he exited the first district, he saw little Wukong bouncing out from the second district, wearing a relaxed smile, clearly having advanced smoothly as well. On the other side, Klin approached, though still showing a hint of fear and fatigue on his face. His eyes sparkled with newfound confidence. It seemed his experiences in the fourth district hadn't been smooth sailing, but he had made it through. Zhang Yang, Klin, you both advanced. Little Wukong shouted happily. Yeah, are you both alright? Zhang Yang nodded. Okay. A few opponents were quite tough, but I won them all. Klin wiped his sweat, his tone carrying a hint of pride. After experiencing real combat, his mindset had clearly improved a lot. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Yo, it seems you all successfully advanced. Everyone turned to see Yamcha walking over, accompanied by Poir. He appeared more composed, clearly having not wasted any time in his training this past month. Yamcha, little Wukong greeted him. It seems you all have gotten much stronger. Yamcha assessed the three, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. It's a pity we didn't meet in the preliminaries. I hope to face you in the official matches. The four gathered to exchange their experiences from the preliminary rounds. Subsequently, the staff guided all the contestants who advanced to the top 16 to a special rest area in the main venue, waiting for the upcoming drawing ceremony and the match arrangements for the top 16. The real challenge was about to begin. In the rest area, the atmosphere evidently became tense. None of the individuals present were weak, and they all eyed each other with scrutiny and caution. Zhang Yang could sense several powerful auras hidden within. His gaze swept across the rest area, spotting a familiar bald head, Kirin, and a uniquely styled figure, Nam. He also felt a few more subtle, yet powerful auras, clearly new masters that had emerged due to the changes in the world not previously seen in the original story. This tournament has indeed become much more interesting. Zhang Yang's lips curled slightly, and the fighting spirit within him began to surge. The audience in the livestream also sensed the change in atmosphere, with bullet comments and rewards becoming more active. Emotion points 25 and 265 one-hit kill, in preliminaries advancing to the top 16. Anticipation, reward high-speed photography analysis device, blue star technology, reward combat, intuition, enhancement, scroll hunter world. The drawing for the top 16 is about to begin, and the exciting chapters of the World Martial Arts Tournament are officially set to unfold. The resting area for the top 16 of the world's greatest martial arts tournament was less a place for respite and more like a miniature battlefield. A palpable heaviness permeated the air, a result of the powerful auras of the 16 contestants clashing and compressing against one another unconsciously. Among the more than 500 participants, these 16 individuals were the cream of the crop, each standing or sitting in diverse postures, but all with sharp, eagle-like gazes, cautiously assessing their potential opponents. The space here was spacious, yet felt constricted due to the powerful presence of the warriors. In a corner, a short, yet muscular bald youth named Clin was diligently trying to adjust his breathing, attempting to calm the nerves that arose from participating in such a high-level competition for the first time. His senior brother Sun Wukong, whose tail was wrapped around his waist and wore an innocent expression concealing immense energy, was curiously looking around, completely oblivious to the oppressive atmosphere, instead exclaiming, "Everyone's aura is so impressive." Nearby, Yamcha stood with his arms crossed against the wall, appearing relaxed, but the slight furrow of his brow betrayed his inner turmoil. Pure at his feet sensed the tension in his master's nerves. Once a thief in the desert, he now stood on the pinnacle of martial arts, yearning to prove himself and surpass his past. What drew more attention were a few unfamiliar faces with particularly heavy auras. One was a middle-aged man dressed in simple hemp clothing, his gaze deep as an ancient well, with a restrained aura that seemed to blend seamlessly into the surroundings. Another was a towering figure with a metallic sheen to his skin, exuding an unshakable presence just by standing there. These were clearly new generation experts who had risen due to the global martial arts craze, and their presence added significant variables to the tournament. At that moment, a staff member approached the small stage in the center of the resting area, holding an exquisite lottery box. In an instant, all gazes, both overt and covert, were fixated on the small box, and the tension in the resting area rose to a peak, where one could hear a pin drop. The draw for the matches of the top 16 begins now. The host's loud voice shattered the silence. First match, contestant number 63, Zhang Yang. Dressed in simple training attire, Zhang Yang walked forward calmly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Although he still looked like an 80-year-old child, his steady stride and profound gaze made him impossible to underestimate. He reached into the lottery box and pulled out a numbered ball. The opponent is number 89, contestant Lan Fong. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. There stood a tall, fiery woman with striking purple hair, dressed in bold, culturally distinctive attire. Lan Fong, smiling brightly at him. Seeing Zhang Yang looking her way, she not only did not shy away, but boldly threw him a flirtatious glance, her red lips parting into a confident smile that carried a hint of seduction, as if to say, "Little brother, meeting an older sister like me is both your luck and misfortune." From the audience in blue star, it's Lan Fong. "My wife." Excitement level 450 from the blue star audience. Thoughtful emotional value 333 from the Hunter World audience. Analysis of the effectiveness of seductive tactics on immature or specific targeted individuals. Bullet comments: wow. Starting with a welfare bureau. Beauty versus child. This combination is brilliant. Host, it's time to test your Tao heart. Haha, what does an 80-year-old know? The beauty trap won't work right. Not necessarily. Many children mature early. The lottery continued. Sun Wukong drew a contestant named Buck, who exuded an indescribable stench and was dressed slovenly. He immediately pinched his nose and whispered to Clin, "Wow, that guy smells terrible." Clin in turn drew a man with thick knuckles and a gaze as sinister as a snake. The man felt Clin's gaze and returned it with a cold stare, causing Clin to shiver involuntarily. Yamauchi's opponent was a young man with long legs and a light step, clearly skilled in leg techniques. Notably, those few new experts with heavy auras indeed faced off against characters like Nam Nanwu and Keenan Jilin, who had previously entered the top 8 in the original work, foreshadowing a showdown far surpassing previous tournaments. With the draw concluded, the matchups were clear. The top 16 matches would take place simultaneously on 4 stages to expedite the tournament. Zhang Yang's match against Lan Feng was scheduled for the 3rd stage. Zhang Yang and Lan Feng ascended the stage, which was adorned with a red carpet. Lan Feng looked at the youthful face of Zhang Yang, whose height barely reached her chest. A hint of disdain flickered in her eyes, yet her smile grew increasingly sweet and charming. Her voice dripped with sugary allure. Little brother, seeing how young you are getting to this point is truly remarkable. However, the upcoming match could be quite dangerous. I wouldn't want to hurt such a cute child like you. Be a good boy and just admit defeat, okay? Sister will treat you to delicious candies later. As she spoke, she seemingly casually swayed her waist, striking a pose that showcased her alluring curves, an invisible and enchanting aura radiating from her. This was her unique charm field, developed by combining ethnic dance with psychological suggestion, capable of easily disorienting the minds of men, making their reactions sluggish and full of flaws. Many male spectators with insufficient composure began to exhibit dazed expressions, erupting in waves of infatuated admiration. However, Zhang Yang's clear gaze showed no signs of disturbance, like the purest of ice lakes, reflecting Lan Feng's performance without creating a single ripple. Within him was an adult soul that had experienced an era of information explosion, having seen various virtual and real temptations, with a mental resilience far beyond the ordinary. More importantly, this 80-year-old body had not yet reached the hormonal level where it could be influenced by such elementary physical allure. Your tricks are merely superficial. Zhang Yang's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable coolness. If this is your reliance, I suggest you admit defeat directly. Otherwise, when I make my move, you might not even have the chance to show your true strength. Lan Feng's smile instantly froze, replaced by a flush of shame and anger. To her surprise, her proud charm tactics completely failed against a mere child, leaving her with an unprecedented sense of defeat and fury. Humph, you ignorant brat. Since you're seeking trouble, don't blame your sister for being merciless. Lan Feng snapped, her gaze suddenly turning fierce. Her form moved. Her steps were no longer the seductive sway from before, but transformed into swift and bizarre movements akin to a spirit cat weaving through the forest, yet carrying a rhythmic dance, leaving trails of afterimages as she swiftly approached Zhang Yang. This was her combat footwork, shadow dance steps combining speed and seduction. Watch out. Phantom claws. Lan Feng's fingers transformed into claws, with a faint aura gathering at her fingertips, producing a sharp screech that sliced through the air, targeting Zhang Yang's throat and shoulder. The speed, power, and angle of this strike were ruthlessly fierce, far beyond what preliminary contestants could compare to, demonstrating that she indeed had the strength to reach the top 16. However, under Zhang Yang's enhanced perception from initial yin energy strengthening and martial knowledge infusion, while Lan Feng's movements were flashy, they were riddled with flaws. To Zhang Yang, her speed seemed to slow by a fraction, her power dispersed and insufficiently condensed, and the illusions created by her shadow dance steps appeared like bubbles under sunlight, bursting at the slightest touch. Just as her sharp claws were about to make contact with his skin, Zhang Yang moved. He did not choose to retreat or block, but with superior agility sidestepped and advanced, slipping into the blind spot of Lan Feng's attack like a swimming fish. His movements were simple and efficient, devoid of any unnecessary actions. His right hand seemingly raised casually, employing the preliminary techniques of entanglement and absolute, not clashing, hidden, but flowing like water to touch Lan Feng's wrist, diverting her gathered power in an instant. Simultaneously, his left foot struck silently, like a venomous snake, accurately kicking towards Lan Feng's right ankle, which served as her support. What? Lan Feng felt a tingling in her wrist as her offensive momentum was easily redirected, and more terrifyingly, a wave of soreness shot through her lower body, causing her center of gravity to instantly become unbalanced. She gasped, and her whole body involuntarily pitched forward. Rich combat experience allowed her to brace herself with one hand as she fell, using her waist to exert force, attempting to execute a technique to roll back up. However, Zhang Yang's attack was like a shadow, faster than she could comprehend. Almost the moment her body left the ground, a lightning-fast low sweep from Zhang Yang struck solidly against her soft side. Bang! A concentrated yet powerful force erupted. Lan Feng felt a sharp pain in her waist, her body entirely out of control, soaring like a kite, with a broken string tracing a messy arc before crashing down onto the hard stage, dust flying, her meticulously arranged hairdo unraveling, leaving no trace of her previous allure. From start to finish, it was merely a flash of 2 or 3 seconds. The charm was ineffective, and close-quarters combat was utterly crushed. Instant kill. The referee stood dumbfounded for several seconds, taken aback by the sudden outcome, hurriedly rushing forward to raise his right hand. Contestant Lan Fong has fallen from the stage. The winner is contestant Zhang Yang. From the Blue Star audience, is that it? I took my pants off for this. From the Blue Star audience, host is awesome. Joy level 555 for the Steel Straight Man Child. From the Hunter World audience, target shows extreme resistance to mind-affecting abilities, tactical assessment revised. Bullet comments, instant kill. A true instant kill. Beauty suffers social death. In the face of absolute strength, all flamboyance is just a paper tiger. Host women only affect the speed and precision of my kicks. This kid is a wolf slayer. Zhang Yang didn't even spare a glance at the flustered and angry Lan Fong struggling to get up below the stage, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. He calmly turned and jumped off the stage. This battle hadn't even warmed him up. He was more concerned about the situation on the other stages, especially regarding Sun Wukong and the performances of those unfamiliar strong opponents. On the first arena, Xiao Wukong's opponent was a nimble warrior known for his speed, named Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike was small in stature, his movements ghostly and unpredictable. He was adept at using high-speed maneuvers to create afterimages that confused his opponents and launched attacks from blind spots. As soon as the match began, Shadow Strike transformed into a streak of light rapidly circling around Xiao Wukong, causing multiple illusions of himself to appear on the arena. Ordinary opponents would have been dazzled, but Xiao Wukong, relying on the Scion's innate sharp intuition and the solid foundation laid by Master Rose, his training firmly locked onto Shadow Strike's true form. Quite fast, Xiao Wukong exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of encountering an intriguing opponent. He did not rush to attack, but instead adopted a stillness that countered movement, slightly lowering his body to carefully observe Shadow Strike's movement patterns. Seeing his confusion tactics ineffective, Shadow Strike decided to launch a strong attack. He advanced from an extremely tricky angle, his fingertips sharp as a spear, aiming directly at Xiao Wukong's side. Gotcha, he thought triumphantly. However, Xiao Wukong's speed far exceeded his expectations. At the moment his fingertips were about to make contact, Xiao Wukong shifted his body, evading with superior speed, and simultaneously shot out his right hand, like lightning, accurately gripping Shadow Strike's wrist. Got you. Xiao Wukong grinned, exerting force in his arm. He swung Shadow Strike around, tracing a semicircle in the air before crashing him heavily onto the arena floor. Boom. Shadow Strike was slammed into disarray, the advantage of his high-speed movement instantly shattered. Xiao Wukong pressed his advantage, delivering a concise and powerful knife hand strike to the side of his opponent's neck, ending the battle. Shadow Strike has lost combat capability. The winner is Xiao Wukong, the referee announced loudly. Xiao Wukong casually clapped his hands and flashed a victory gesture to Krillin and Yamcha in the audience. The battle on the second arena showcased a different style. Krillin's opponent was a grim master of knife strikes known as Shadow Blade. He was taciturn, his eyes like those of a venomous snake locking onto Krillin and creating tremendous psychological pressure. As the match began, Shadow Blade unleashed a storm of attacks. His hands, hardened through special training, were more durable than steel. With each swing, his knife strikes tore through the air, producing a slicing sound. More terrifying was that his chi could condense at the edge of his palms, forming an invisible blade. Each strike could leave deep cuts on the hard arena floor. Initially, Krillin was completely suppressed by this ferocious attack style. He dared not take on the opponent's knife strikes head-on and could only rely on the agile footwork trained by Master Roshi to constantly move and evade. Even so, his monk robe was torn in several places by the fierce winds of the strikes, putting him in peril. Shadow Blade's techniques were not only fast, but also aimed at vital points, resembling a true assassin lurking in the shadows. Stay calm, Krillin. Stay calm. Krillin repeatedly reminded himself, recalling Master Rose's teachings. Fear won't solve problems. Observe his movements. He forced himself to calm down, no longer simply dodging, but starting to carefully analyze Shadow Blade's attack patterns. He discovered that although Shadow Blade's attacks were fierce, they overly pursued a killing blow. After every full-force strike, especially when he missed, there would be a fleeting moment of recovery and adjustment. This was the opening. Once Shadow Blade executed a heavy downward slash that missed, leaving a deep mark on the ground. In that instant, with his old strength spent and new strength not yet gained, Krillin moved. He crouched low and darted in like a nimble mouse, sliding into hot oil, swiftly approaching the inner circle of Shadow Blade. This was the dead zone for his knife strikes. Now's the time. A glint flashed in Krillin's eyes as he harnessed the orthodox power technique of Master Roshi through his right arm, delivering a straightforward punch that was unadorned, yet packed with all his strength, striking Shadow Blade hard in the abdomen. Ugh! Shadow Blade was caught off guard, his eyes bulging, the powerful impact making his stomach churn and his movements instantly stiffened. Krillin seized the opportunity and followed up with a fluid series of techniques from Master Roshi: elbow strikes, knee strikes, and uppercuts. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of continuous strikes echoed. Shadow Blade's defenses were completely shattered, and ultimately Krillin executed a beautiful spinning kick that sent him flying off the arena, landing heavily at the edge, struggling to get up, but unable to rise again. The referee announced Krillin as the victor. Breathing heavily, Krillin looked at his hands filled with disbelief and immense joy. With his wisdom and courage, he had defeated a powerful opponent. This victory greatly boosted his confidence. Meanwhile, on the third arena, originally Zhang Yang's Arena Bucks match was also in progress. His opponent was a swordsman who emphasized grace and had flashy techniques. However, as soon as this master stepped onto the stage, he faced a severe challenge. The terrifying domain emanating from Buck, a mix of sweat, body odor, and decay. What does that smell, eh? The swordsman was almost suffocated by the stench, causing his elegant sword techniques to become chaotic. Buck, on the other hand, chuckled sinisterly, relying on his tough skin and muscular strength, completely ignoring the erratic attacks bulldozing through like a tank. His techniques remained filthy and crude, targeting the lower regions, combined with his verbally polluting taunts, quickly forcing the swordsman, unable to adapt to the environment, into a fluster, ultimately being violently pushed off the arena. Buck wins, the referee announced while covering his nose. Buck roared triumphantly on stage, but his fighting style drew a complex array of gazes from the audience. Some disgusted, some disdainful, and others wary of its practicality. Yamcha's battle appeared relatively steady and efficient. His opponent was a young fighter specializing in leg techniques named Lethal Wind. Lethal Wind's leg techniques lived up to his name, striking as swiftly as the wind. As his attacks began, it was like a torrential downpour, his legs transforming into countless afterimages, striking from all sorts of incredible angles toward Yamcha. Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha did not hesitate and unleashed his ultimate technique. Under Master Rose's guidance and through diligent practice, his Wolf Fang Fist had improved significantly. No longer merely imitating the actions of a wolf, he combined the wildness and agility of the wolf with the power techniques of Master Roshi, resulting in faster punch speed, more concentrated power, and even more unpredictable moves. On the arena, the shadows of legs and fists intertwined with the sounds of collisions incessantly ringing out. Yamcha remained calm, countering speed with speed. His punches not only clashed with his opponent's leg strikes, but also carried a tearing penetration power. After several hard collisions, Lethal Wind felt sharp pains shooting through his shins, panic rising in his heart. Yamcha seized the moment of hesitation caused by Lethal Wind's pain, abruptly changing his technique from the frenzied Wolf Fang Fist to a cunning advance, Wolf Fang. Instant flash. His body seemed to blur for an instant as he darted into Lethal Wind's center line at incredible speed, delivering a powerful uppercut that broke through Lethal Wind's double-arm defense, striking him squarely on the chin. Bang! Lethal Wind staggered back and fell heavily to the ground. Yamcha stood with his fists withdrawn, breathing steadily, showcasing his solid foundation and progress. Pure was excitedly jumping at the edge of the arena. Meanwhile, fierce battles were raging on other arenas. Chung Long Master Roshi versus the double crutch expert. Chung Long, disguised as Master Roshi, faced an opponent who wielded double crutches, moving with extreme agility. The opponent's crutches moved like a whirlwind, both offense and defense were impenetrable. However, Chung Long moved as if strolling in a garden, always evading attacks with minimal movements at the last possible moment. Occasionally, he would strike with a finger or a palm, precisely hitting the opponent at their weakest points, causing their techniques to falter. Ultimately, Chung Long seemingly casually flicked his sleeve, and a wave of soft energy sent his opponent off the arena, drawing waves of astonishment at his unfathomable strength. Kinan Kirin versus the strongman. Kinan's opponent was a giant towering over 2 meters with bulging muscles capable of easily lifting the stone pillars at the edge of the arena. The giant roared as he charged at Kinan, intending to crush him. But Kinan was unfazed, spraying a large amount of extremely sticky magic chewing gum, accurately hitting the giant's ankles and knees. The giant's movements were quickly restrained, as if trapped in a quagmire, possessing immense strength, yet unable to unleash it. Kinan easily circled behind him and delivered a knife hand strike that knocked him unconscious. The tactical execution was flawless. Nam versus the master of joint locks. This lean monk from a parched village fighting to raise funds for water supply had a determined and serene gaze. His opponent was a grappler skilled in ground combat and joint techniques. As soon as the match started, the opponent attempted to close in for a grapple. Knowing the trouble that would ensue if he got entangled, Nam immediately retreated while maintaining distance with solid footwork and strikes. He did not pursue a killing blow, but instead used precise strikes to force his opponent to constantly move and evade, draining their stamina. Nam's punches and kicks were unadorned, yet solidly grounded every block and counter, revealing his profound skills. The grappler, unable to break through, quickly exhausted his stamina, and in his impatience revealed an opening which Nam capitalized on with a heavy sweep that struck the lower part of his opponent, sending him stumbling to the ground without being able to rise in time. Nam's ultimate techniques Sky X Punch and the more powerful Super Sky X Punch were not used in this match, as they were his trump cards leaping high into the air, then flipping upside down, crossing his hands in an X shape, using the downward momentum to launch a fatal diving attack on the enemy below. The top 8 have emerged. With the conclusion of the last match in the round of 16, all 8 finalists of this martial arts competition have been determined. They are the effortlessly victorious Xiao Wukong, the hard-fought advancing Krillin, the concealed Chung Long Master Rashi, the steady and powerful Yamcha, the cleverly victorious Kennen Kirin, the mysteriously lethal Zhang Yang, the calm and solid Nam, and the overwhelming Buck who crushed his opponents with his unique tactics. 8 powerful fighters, each with distinct styles and exceptional strengths. The audience's enthusiasm was ignited, and the intensity and unpredictability of this martial arts competition far exceeded previous ones. In the resting area, the advancing fighters exchanged glances, the air thick with the spirit of battle, and a true dragon and tiger showdown was about to unfold in the quarterfinals. The quarterfinal lineup was now set. After a brief interlude, the draw ceremony commenced once more. A palpable tension hung in the air, thick with anticipation. Each match among the remaining 8 warriors would be a grueling trial of strength and will. Quarterfinal match 1. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena through amplified speakers. Contestant Krillin versus Contestant Burak. No sooner had the words left his lips than a ripple of murmurs surged through the audience, mingling sympathy with sly, knowing amusement. Krillin's face paled instantly. He had witnessed firsthand Burak's terrifying biohazard-like prowess, so overwhelming that even young son Goku had faltered in their earlier bout. Oh no, why? Krillin swallowed hard, his throat suddenly parched. The nauseating stench seemed already to coil into his nostrils, phantom and visceral. Yamcha gently patted Krillin's bald head. Good luck, Krillin. No shame in forfeiting if it comes to that. Meanwhile, son Goku beamed with innocent encouragement. Go, Krillin. He's just a bit smelly, that's all. His movements aren't actually fast. Zhang Yang watched the scene unfold, a faint knowing smile playing at the corner of his lips. Well-versed in the original narrative, he anticipated the outcome, but the spectacle promised to be deliciously absurd. With a silent command, his concealed livestream drone shifted focus, locking onto Krillin's anxious stance and Burak's swaggering confidence. Whoa, hell mode opener right out the gate. 3 seconds of sympathy for Krillin. How is this even winnable? I swear I can smell it through my screen. Streamer quick analysis. Does Krillin stand a chance? A wave of empathetic resonance surged from Blue Planet viewers 250. Calm analytical focus emanated from Hunter World spectators 388. Ladies and gentlemen, the quarterfinal spotlight match is about to begin. One contender is Krillin, the pure-blooded disciple of the Turtle Hermit School brimming with untapped potential. The other, well, Burak, the undisputed master of olfactory warfare. Victory may hinge not on raw power or speed, but on perception itself. The referee gestured for both fighters to ascend the stage. Burak lumbered forward, spectators in the front rows recoiled, pinching their noses in unison. He bared yellowed teeth in a grotesque grin, leering at Krillin. Little Baldy, you'd better surrender now. Otherwise you'll pass out stinking, and that won't be pretty. Krillin steadied himself, assuming the Turtle Hermit School's opening stance. Enough talk, come on. Match begins. Almost before the referee's final syllable faded, Burak drew a deep shuddering breath, and then unleashed it. An apocalyptic miasma erupted from his core, denser and more devastating than ever before. A putrid aura born of rotting food, century-old sweat, and volatile chemical decay. Ugh! Several spectators near the ring retched violently on the spot. The referee turned ashen, staggering backward, barely able to remain upright. Krillin struck first and hardest, felt a revolting amalgam of spoiled meat, fermented musk, and acrid toxins slam into his face and lungs like a solid iron mallet. Cough, cough. Ugh! Tears and snot streamed down his cheeks, his stomach churned violently, vision blurred, head spun. Dizziness made even standing upright a desperate struggle. Hee hee, how's it feel, little Baldy? Burak roared with laughter, charging forward in heavy strides. Though slow by elite standards, his advance became terrifying under Krillin's sensory siege. Krillin dodged weakly, his movements sluggish and uncoordinated, warped by nausea and vertigo. Burak's fist whistled past his scalp, its foul wind nearly triggering instant vomit. He could neither gather his ki nor perceive openings, only retreat and flinch, instinctively teetering on the edge of collapse. It's over. Krillin's done for. This isn't combat. It's psychological warfare. 0 physical damage. Maximum magical debuff. Streamer, do something. Can't you send him a gas mask? Empathetic concerns surged from Blue Planet viewers 500. Clinical observation intensified among Hunter World spectators 450. System alert received donation from Blue Planet viewer military enthusiast. Multifunction tactical respirator prototype 1. System alert, received donation from Hunter World viewer Ruins Explorer. Odor cleansing, herb, fresh one. Note may neutralize harmful auras. Zhang Yang stared at the sleek, futuristic respirator and the strangely fragrant herb now glowing softly in his system inventory, amused yet exasperated. Neither item could be deployed mid-match. He attempted telepathic guidance, but Krillin remained unreachable. On the ring, Krillin was cornered. Burak spread his arms wide, looming like a reeking wall, closing in to engulf him. It's over, little Baldy. Below, Master Rashi, Chung Long, frowned deeply. Yamcha stamped impatiently. Bulma covered her nose and shouted, Krillin, think fast. At that moment, Son Goku's clear, bright voice pierced the toxic haze, ringing directly into Krillin's ears. Krillin, you don't have a nose, you can't smell it. Just watch with your eyes. Those words struck like thunder, cleaving through Krillin's fogged, nauseated mind. That's right. Krillin jolted awake. I have no nose. I'm only reacting because everyone else is reacting. It's all in my head. Clarity dawned, sudden, radiant, absolute. The suffocating wave of nausea receded like tide from shore. Though the stench still lingered, its physiological grip vanished. His vision sharpened, his thoughts steadied, his ki once sluggish flowed again, smooth, potent, unbroken. Burak froze mid-lunge, stunned to see Krillin's tortured expression melt into calm, and then flicker with cunning. In that split second of hesitation, Krillin moved. Not back, but forward, ducking low, he darted beneath Burak's arm, with startling speed, emerging behind him. What a... Burak whirled, bewildered. Krillin stood, transformed. He stretched his limbs lightly, a confident smile blooming. Heavy-set guy, your stink attack doesn't work on me anymore. Impossible. Burak roared, hurling insults as he charged again, yet everything had irrevocably changed. Freed from olfactory assault, Krillin's turtle hermit fundamentals shone, precise, fluid, effortlessly evasive. Burak's strikes now looked ponderous, clumsy, painfully predictable. Like a nimble macaque, Krillin slipped past Burak's lunge, circled to his flank, and delivered a razor-sharp knife-hand strike to the nerve cluster of his thick forearm. Erg! Burak's arm went numb. Krillin didn't pause, his feet blurred, fists hammering rapid, punishing blows into Burak's abdomen and ribs. Thud, 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 thud. Burak staggered backward, groaning in pain. He tried again to weaponize his stench, but Krillin's utterly unfazed, almost mocking gaze ignited the first spark of true fear in Burak's heart. Time to end this. Krillin inhaled deeply, launched skyward, and delivered a devastating flying kick straight to Burak's jaw. Turtle shell flying kick. Crack. Burak's massive frame crashed to the mat, kicking up dust. He twitched twice, then lay still. His infamous miasma dissipated with his consciousness. Silence held, then exploded into thunderous applause and cheers. This triumph was not merely one of strength, but of insight, discipline, and unshakable composure. The referee, clutching his chest against lingering discomfort, stepped forward, examined Burak, and declared loudly, Contestant Burak is incapacitated. Winner, Contestant Krillin. Yes, I did it. Krillin leapt joyfully on the stage, waving wildly towards Son Goku and his friends. Haha, what a twist. Turns out having no nose is the ultimate cheat code. Son Goku's hint, perfect score. Krillin, my bad. I forgot to dodge psychologically. Congratulations to Krillin. Against all odds, he turned the tide. Joyful revelation surged from Blue Planet viewers. Intense, scholarly curiosity radiated from Hunter World observers. 600. System alert, received donation from Blue Planet viewers. Science Educator. Foundations of Psychology Deluxe Edition 1. Note for Krillin's deeper study. System alert, received donation from Hunter World viewer. Contract Auditor. Purifying Talisman, one-time use 1. Note may counter mental interference. Zhang Yang gazed upon the roaring stream of comments and generous donations, and smiled, quietly satisfied. Krillin's victory had undeniably catapulted the livestream's popularity. Zhang Yang noted the peculiar energy signature humming within the Purifying Talisman, a resonance that might prove invaluable in the future. And as emotional points surged anew, the path toward the system's next upgrade, its 100 million threshold, drew significantly closer. The quarterfinals' opening clash concluded in a manner both unexpected and theatrically brilliant, igniting the arena's fervor beyond measure. What followed would surely surpass even this. Zhang Yang turned his gaze toward the next contender stepping into the light, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. After the dramatic match between Klin and Bach, the atmosphere in the venue remained fervent. The audience was still engrossed in Klin's clever comeback when the host's voice rang out again, drawing everyone's attention back to the ring. The second match of the quarterfinals is about to begin. Contestant Chung Long will face off against contestant Yamcha. As the words dropped, enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted from the stands. Mr. Chung Long's effortless and unfathomable strength displayed in the preliminaries and the top 16 matches had already captivated a large number of spectators. On the other hand, Yamcha's steady and powerful Wolf Fang fist also left a deep impression. This was a clash between traditional martial artists and emerging martial artists full of highlights. Yamcha took a deep breath and walked confidently towards the ring with Pure, cheering him on at his feet. Compared to a month ago, Yamcha's demeanor was more composed and his aura had become even more refined. He recalled the month prior when Bulma suggested that everyone trained separately. He had felt a moment of confusion and lethargy until a seemingly casual remark from Zhang Yang awakened him. In the future, this world will see an increasing number of powerful martial artists, even monsters beyond human imagination. Strength is the foundation for dealing with all changes. I hope to see your name among the ranks of top martial artists in the future rather than just existing as Bulma's boyfriend. It was this statement that dispelled Yamcha's thoughts of wasting time and propelled him back into rigorous training. He vaguely felt that his body had broken through an invisible shackle, and the speed of his strength and chi growth surpassed anything before. Over the past month, he had not slackened at all, refining the Wolf Fang fist to a more profound level, and its power had escalated. He yearned to test his results in this match, even if his opponent was the inscrutable Mr. Chenglong. Chenglong Master Rashi slowly walked onto the ring with a cane, his face still adorned with a kind, yet slightly mischievous smile. Only he knew what the wish realized by the dragon had meant for a martial artist like him who had practiced for hundreds of years. In the past 300 years, his spirit and martial arts realm had been continuously rising, but the limits of the human body acted like a sturdy barrier, firmly locking away his strength's growth. But now that barrier had vanished. It was as if a spring that had been constantly compressed suddenly lost its restraints, and the potential he had accumulated for 300 years was released astonishingly in a short time. His total amount of chi body strength and reaction speed had all reached unprecedented heights. By some secret method of energy measurement, his combat power had long since surpassed the limits he had once estimated, reaching a number that would bring despair to ordinary martial artists, far exceeding 600. Moreover, this number was still increasing at a terrifying pace. The two stood firm in the center of the ring. Yamcha respectfully bowed. Mr. Chenglong, please guide me. Chenglong chuckled and returned the bow. Young man, no need to be polite, just come at me with all you've got to let this old man see your progress. Bullet comments, light old man duel. Full of highlights. Yamcha looks incredibly confident. How strong is Mr. Chenglong really? Never seen him serious before. Bullet comments, the game has started. How long do you think Yamcha can last? From the audience of Blue Star, eager for traditional martial arts, dual excitement value, 400. From the audience of Hunter World, energy level observation focus value, 520. Zhang Yang closely monitored the ring through a hidden drone. He was well aware of Master Rose's true strength and knew Yamcha's progress. But he was even more curious about what this duel would present under the unlocking human potential buff. The match begins. At the referee's command, Yamcha launched an attack first. He knew that against a master like Chenglong, seizing the initiative might grant him a threat of advantage. Wolf Fang Fist Gale. Yamcha's figure instantly blurred, moving faster than when he faced the fierce wind before. He transformed into a gust of wind, moving rapidly around Chenglong's fists and feet, creating a whistling gale as he unleashed dozens of fist shadows, enveloping Chenglong from all directions. This was a move where he maximized the agility and speed of a wolf, far exceeding his previous power. Below, Little Wukong and Klin both widened their eyes. Yamcha's speed has increased so much. Klin exclaimed. Little Wukong nodded, yeah, and his strength has also grown. However, in the face of this rapid and fierce attack, Chenglong remained as steadfast as a rock amidst a stormy sea. He didn't even move his feet. He just subtly shifted his body, raising his hand or leaning to the side, always able to precisely evade Yamcha's every fierce attack with minimal movements at the last moment. His movements appeared slow, yet were perfectly timed with Yamcha's concentrated fist shadows, not even grazing the hem of his clothes. Too slow, young man, a bit faster. Chenglong had the leisure to offer guidance, his tone relaxed. Yamcha felt a chill in his heart, but he did not become discouraged. His assault suddenly transformed. Wolf Fang Fist Hungry Wolf Barrage. He abandoned all-around harassment, concentrating his power into one point, his fists like the fangs of a hungry wolf, carrying a tearing momentum, launching a relentless frontal assault on Chenglong. The speed of his punches increased, the force more profound, causing the air to explode with a bang. Bang, bang, bang. This time Chenglong no longer just evaded, he extended his seemingly withered palm, either slapping, guiding, or deflecting, effortlessly neutralizing Yamcha's heavy punches one by one. With each contact, Yamcha felt as if his strength was being guided elsewhere, like a mud cow entering the sea, while the counterforce from Chenglong's palm made his arms slightly tingle. The gap is still this vast. Yamcha was shocked, thinking that his progress had been substantial enough to close some distance. Good strength, but the technique still lacks refinement. Chenglong commented, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes before becoming serious. How about trying this move? Before his words fell, Chung Long's figure suddenly vanished from Yamucha's sight. What a... Yamucha's pupils constricted, and he strained to perceive, barely catching a glimpse of a shadow that had already circled to his side. Right here, Chung Long's voice rang in his ear. Yamucha was alarmed, hurriedly turning to block, but Chung Long's palm had already gently pressed against his chest. A force that seemed gentle, yet contained an overwhelming might suddenly erupted. Drunken fist mountain punching ox. Yamucha felt an irresistible massive force surge through him, uncontrollably lifting him off the ground and sending him flying backwards. He tried to adjust his posture in midair to land, but the force was exceedingly clever, not only knocking him away, but also spinning him, making it impossible for him to stabilize his form. Whoa! Yamucha shouted akin to a kite, with a broken string soaring beyond the ring's boundary toward the audience. In this critical moment, a small figure leaped up with incredible speed, skillfully redirecting and stabilizing Yamucha's rotational force, safely bringing him to the ground outside the ring. It was Zhang Yang. The entire arena fell silent before erupting into deafening cheers. The strength displayed by Mr. Chung Long was simply miraculous. After a moment of stunned silence, the referee announced loudly, "Contestant Yamucha has fallen from the ring. The winner is contestant Chung Long." Yamucha steadied himself, looking at the composed Chung Long in the ring with a hint of bitterness on his face, but more so with respect. He deeply bowed to Chung Long. "Thank you for your guidance, sir. I have lost, and I accept it wholeheartedly." Chung Long nodded in satisfaction. "Young man, you have made great progress. The future holds limitless possibilities. Keep up the hard work." Bullet comments, instant kill. Another instant kill. Mr. Chung Long is too strong. Yamucha, though defeated, has improved significantly. Zhang Yang's skills are impressive, saving the day just in time. This gap is simply like an adult fighting a child. From the audience of Blue Star, astonishment at traditional martial arts, shock value 888. From the audience of Hunter World, analysis of energy utilization techniques, high interest value 750. System prompt received a donation from the Blue Star audience, ancient martial arts enthusiast, replica of the Yi Jin Jing X1. Note, hope it can help with martial arts research. System prompt received a donation from the Hunter World audience, martial arts observer, condensed chi crystal X1. Note, a pure life energy crystal may be useful for cultivation. Zhang Yang supported Yamucha, feeling the slight soreness in his arms from neutralizing that force earlier, gaining a more intuitive understanding of Master Rose, his current strength. The unshackled Master Wu Tian is truly terrifying. It seems I cannot afford to slack off in the slightest. At the same time, he felt happy for Yamucha's progress. Without unlocking his potential and his own efforts, Yamucha probably wouldn't even have qualified to make Master Roshi take him slightly seriously. The second match of the quarterfinals concluded with Chung Long's absolute victory. Although this battle was brief, it vividly showcased the style of top martial artists and pushed the atmosphere at the scene to a new climax. Next up will be the showdown between Zhang Yang and that lean monk, Nam, who fought for water for the village. The announcement echoed, "Zhang Yang and Namu, please come to the third arena." Zhang Yang took a deep breath, stood up, and adjusted his martial arts attire. The live stream chat was already in a frenzy. Here it comes. Yang Bao is about to battle that cool-looking monk. The betting has started. How many moves will Yang Bao take to win? It feels like a technical battle. Can't wait. Donating Blue Star military grade high energy nutrition bar, 10. Come on streamer, replenish your energy after the fight. Zhang Yang's mind stirred. He expressed gratitude for the donations while adjusting the perspective of the live stream to the best angle, ensuring that the audience from Blue Star and the Hunter World could clearly feel the charm of the martial arts battles in the Dragon Ball world. These were all valuable sources of emotional points. He stepped steadily onto the arena while Namu had also risen, walking step by step towards him. His steps were steady, each one seemingly rooted to the ground, his gaze calm, yet filled with undeniable determination. The two stood firm in the center of the arena, exchanging a martial artist's greeting. "Please give me your guidance." Namu's voice was deep and magnetic. "Please give me your guidance." Zhang Yang restrained his usual exuberance and responded gravely. In the face of a true martial artist, he showed ample respect. The referee signaled for the match to begin. There were no probing attacks. In the instant the match started, Namu's body shot forward like a taut bowstring. His movements were unadorned, direct, and swift as lightning. A punch aimed straight at Zhang Yang's face. The punches wind fierce, demonstrating extremely solid fundamentals and immense physical strength. So fast, Zhang Yang felt a chill in his heart. This speed far exceeded any opponent he faced in the top 16. He dared not be careless, pushing off with his foot, his figure floating backward while raising his hand to block. Bang! The collision of their arms produced a muffled sound. Zhang Yang felt a slight numbness in his arm, astonished in his heart this strength. Indeed, after the wish to the dragon, his foundational physical capabilities have improved tremendously. Having missed the hit, Namu's assault came crashing in like a relentless tide. Fists, palms, legs, elbows, every part of his body transformed into a deadly weapon, the moves connecting smoothly and naturally, the onslaught fierce, and with tricky angles completely sealing off Zhang Yang's escape routes. This was a combat skill refined through countless trials, a killing technique honed in harsh environments for survival. Although Na Mu aimed to spar, its essence remained incredibly dangerous. Zhang Yang infused the exquisite footwork of the sky dance technique into his movements, constantly dodging and weaving in the arena. He did not take every attack head in, but used his superior agility and the astonishing insights granted by his maxed foundational skills to search for subtle flaws in Na Mu's offensive. The figures of the two danced rapidly across the arena, the sounds of fists and feet colliding echoing continuously, dazzling the audience. Wow, this monk is amazing. The offense is so fierce. Is the streamer being suppressed? No way. Don't panic, Yang Bao is just observing. Look how steady his steps are. Donating Blue Star holographic tactical analysis device, Singlus quickly analyzed the opponent's weaknesses. His moves are simple yet efficient with almost no superfluous actions. Moreover, his physical strength is astonishing. I can't gain an advantage in a heat and clash. Zhang Yang thought quickly while responding, I must disrupt his rhythm. With a flicker of thought, Zhang Yang feigned a flaw intentionally, leaving his center slightly open. Na Mu fell for the trick, delivering a fierce straight punch that drove deep. At the moment the fist was about to connect, Zhang Yang suddenly lowered his body, nearly sliding along the ground, while executing a sweeping kick aimed at Na Mu's supporting leg. However, Na Mu's reaction was astonishingly quick. He utilized the momentum of his advance, stomping down hard on one foot, propelling himself into the air, not only avoiding the sweep, but also delivering a fierce downward kick aimed straight at Zhang Yang's head. Impressive. Zhang Yang silently praised, crossing his arms upward to block. Boom. A tremendous force struck, causing fine cracks to appear on the arena floor beneath Zhang Yang's feet. He followed through with a backward somersault, dissipating the force and creating distance between him and Na Mu. In the first round of confrontation, both sides were evenly matched, yet both recognized their opponent's strength. Na Mu's expression grew more serious. He hadn't expected that this seemingly young child possessed such seasoned combat experience and astonishing power. No more holding back. He resolved internally, his breath beginning to condense. Is he about to use his ultimate move? Zhang Yang sensed Na Mu's rising aura and stood ready. Na Mu's legs slightly bent, suddenly exerting force, launching himself into the sky, like a rocket leaping to a height of several dozen meters, the sunlight outlining a determined silhouette on his lean body. It's that move. Sky X Punch. Zhang Yang's pupils constricted. In the original story, the power of this move was considerable. In midair, Na Mu adjusted his body, head down and feet up, crossing his arms in a massive X shape, all the energy within him converging at the intersection of his crossed arms, creating a powerful sense of oppression. Then he descended like a meteor, plunging towards Zhang Yang on the arena with astonishing speed. The powerful wind pressure even caused the spectators around the arena to catch their breath. What the hell? What kind of move is this? A palm technique descending from the sky. Such strong momentum. Streamer, quickly dodge. You can't dodge, this move has a large coverage area. You must either take it hidden or find a way to counter it. Facing this lethal strike, Zhang Yang showed no signs of panic. He understood the power and flaws of this move. In the original work, little Goku dodged at the last moment thanks to his superior speed, but Na Mu's subsequent enhanced version of the Super Sky X Punch had even stronger tracking capabilities. Taking it hidden isn't impossible, but it's too exhausting. Besides, it's a perfect opportunity for a teaching moment for the viewers of the live stream. Zhang Yang's lips curled into a confident smile. Instead of retreating, he advanced, unleashing his chi to propel himself skyward, charging directly toward Na Mu's descending direction. What? Is he going to take it hidden? Everyone was stunned, including Na Mu, who was in midair. However, just as the two were about to collide, Zhang Yang's figure flickered like a ghost, fully utilizing the sky dance technique, making a bizarre movement with an almost right-angle turn in midair, narrowly brushing past the edge of Na Mu's X energy. At the same time, Zhang Yang's right palm, which had been charging with maxed foundational energy, was not meant for an attack, but gently pressed against Na Mu's back. This press was perfectly timed, angled, and forceful, akin to using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, instantly disrupting Na Mu's balance as he dove, applying lateral force. Na Mu felt a subtle strength surge through him, and his previously unstoppable diving trajectory abruptly veered off course, unable to readjust. He was like a kite with a severed string, hurtling towards the edge of the arena with tremendous inertia. Boom! A loud sound echoed as dust filled the air. Na Mu crashed into the ground, creating a large pit. Although he relied on his powerful physical attributes to avoid serious injury, the force of the Sky X Punch was completely diffused, leaving him disoriented and unable to fight for a short time. The arena fell silent before erupting into thunderous applause and cheers. The excitement of this match surpassed all expectations, especially Zhang Yang's incredible aerial dodge and the use of force against force, which completely overturned their understanding of combat. The referee approached to check and announced loudly, "Namu has exited the match. The victor is Zhang Yang." Zhang Yang slowly descended from the air, his breath steady. He walked to the edge of the pit, extending his hand to Namu, who was struggling to stand. Namu looked at Zhang Yang's outstretched hand, then glanced at the spot where he had fallen outside the ring, a hint of bitterness on his face, but more was the admiration for his opponent's strength. He grasped Zhang Yang's hand, using it to rise. "I lost. Your strength and skills far exceed mine." Namu admitted his defeat calmly. "Especially that last move, the control over timing and power is truly admirable." "Thank you, Mr. Namu. Your Sky X punch is incredibly powerful." "Oh, I merely took advantage of the situation," Zhang Yang humbly replied, then changed the subject. "I've heard about your reason for participating in the martial arts tournament. It's for your village, right?" Namu was taken aback. A hint of sorrow flashed in his eyes as he nodded. "Yes, my village has been suffering from drought for a long time. We urgently need funds to dig deep wells and bring water for survival. Unfortunately, I am outmatched." Zhang Yang smiled, retrieving a silver metallic device about the size of a palm from the system space, disguised as being pulled from his pocket. This was the Blue Star donation item, efficient underground water vein detection and rapid well drilling device. "Mr. Namu, this is for you." Zhang Yang handed over the device. "What is this?" Namu received it, puzzled. "This is a device that can detect underground water sources and quickly drill a sturdy deep well." Zhang Yang explained. "It's very easy to operate, but just press this button and it will automatically scan the area for water veins, selecting the best location. After that, it will start the drilling function, completing a well that can supply water for an entire village in just a few hours, and the well walls will automatically reinforce." Namu trembled upon hearing this, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at the small metal object in his hand. This is too precious. How can I accept this?" "Just accept it," Zhang Yang said sincerely. "The strength of a martial artist should not only be used for fighting, but also to help those in need. This is the respect you deserve, the respect of a true martial artist." Namu looked into Zhang Yang's clear and sincere eyes, his resolute demeanor slightly moistening. He tightly clutched the device in his hand, as if grasping the future of the entire village, deeply bowing to Zhang Yang. "Great kindness is undeserving of thanks. On behalf of all the villagers, I thank you." This scene was clearly relayed back to the live stream through a hidden drone. "Yang Bao is so warm-hearted. Tears in my eyes. Strong power, righteous values, I love it." Donating Blue Star Environmental Improvement Fund 1, applauding the streamer's kindness. An audience member from the Hunter World donated Incredible Plant Seeds 3, an interesting soul and actions, a looking forward to more excitement. Emotional points $9.99, $9.99, $9.99. The massive donations and emotional points notifications flooded the screen. Zhang Yang felt gratified. This was a win-win situation, gaining both victory and reputation. Namu left the arena filled with gratitude and hope, not even caring about the upcoming match. He couldn't wait to return and test this magical device. Zhang Yang stepped down from the arena, greeted by the admiring gazes of his companions. Little Goku approached. "Zhang Yang, that dodge you made was amazing. Let's try fighting like that next time." Krillin and Yamcha sincerely praised his skills and magnanimity. In the third match of the quarterfinals, Zhang Yang advanced to the semifinals without much trouble. And next, an even more intense semifinal competition awaited. The next match would be Little Goku against Ken and Kirin. As the spectacular match between Zhang Yang and Nam came to an end, the audience remained in high spirits, eagerly awaiting the next duel. The electronic screen clearly displayed the next matchup: Sun Wukong versus Ken and Kirin. "Wukong and Kennen, please prepare at the first arena." The announcement echoed. The area around the first arena was instantly filled with spectators, drawn in by Little Wukong's effortless performance in the previous round and his endearing yet powerful demeanor, which attracted a large fan base. Kennen's mysterious magic chewing gum tactic also piqued people's curiosity about whether he could create trouble for the formidable Little Wukong. However, after the announcement, Kennen stood on the arena with a sly grin, while his opponent Sun Wukong was nowhere to be seen. Where is Sun Wukong?" The referee looked around. Below, Krillin, Yamcha, and Bulma began to worry. Where did that guy run off to? Krillin tiptoed around, searching. He didn't run off to find food again, did he? Yamcha rubbed his forehead. Bulma stomped her foot in frustration. That idiot. He always drops the ball at crucial moments. Zhang Yang in the waiting area chuckled internally, nearly laughing out loud. Here we go, classic scene. He fell asleep while waiting. He quickly adjusted the perspective of the hidden drone, with his thoughts beginning to search for Little Wukong's figure within the martial arts temple. The audience in the live stream found it amusing. "Haha, I bet Wukong has fallen asleep for sure." As expected of Wukong, so carefree, he could sleep through the quarterfinals. Quick, find him, or he will be declared loser. Donate Blue Star Efficient Mint Candy X1 box quick wake him up. Indeed, the drone quickly found little Wukong curled up on a secluded sunlit bench in the waiting area, sleeping soundly, even blowing bubbles from his nose. Found him. Zhang Yang hurriedly shouted to Krillin and the others, he's sleeping in that corner. Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others felt a mix of exasperation and amusement rushing over. Krillin shook little Wukong vigorously. Wukong, wake up. It's your turn to fight. Just one more grilled fish. Little Wukong mumbled in his sleep, showing no sign of waking up. Bulma, frustrated, pinched his nose. Idiot Wukong. If you don't get up, you'll lose the match, and then there will be no prize money for good food. The words good food acted like a spell, causing little Wukong to suddenly open his eyes wide awake. Prize money. Good food. Where's the match? He sprang up like a fish leaping from water, fully alert. The first arena. Run. Yamcha pointed in the direction. Little Wukong rushed toward the first arena like a gust of wind, leaving Krillin and the others scrambling to catch up. On the arena, Kinnan was growing impatient, complaining to the referee. Referee, is my opponent too scared to show up? I should be declared the winner right away. The referee hesitated as he looked at the time. Just as the referee was about to announce Sun Wukong's forfeiture, a figure rushed onto the arena like a gust of wind. It was little Wukong, panting heavily. I am sorry. I fell asleep. Little Wukong sheepishly apologized to the referee, and Kinnan scratching the back of his head. The audience erupted in good-natured laughter, charmed by the innocence of this little contestant. Kinnan, however, wore a sullen expression, feeling insulted by the other's demeanor. Since both contestants are present, the match begins. The referee shook his head helplessly and waved his hand to announce. You little brat, daring to keep me waiting for so long, I'll make you pay, Kinnan declared, and without warning, he launched a sneak attack. His massive frame exhibited an unexpected agility as he lunged towards little Wukong, his enormous claws swiping at little Wukong's face. Wow, why did you attack before saying start? Although surprised, little Wukong's scion instincts kicked in, allowing him to instinctively lean back, just in time to avoid the claw. The wind from the claw grazed his cheek painfully. The match has already started. You idiot. Kinnan, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a relentless barrage of claw strikes, his assault fierce and brutal, resembling more of a street brawl than a martial arts contest, targeting the lower body and eyes with malicious intent. Initially, little Wukong was a bit flustered, mainly due to his unfamiliarity with such an unpredictable opponent. However, he quickly regained his composure. Though Kinnan's strength and speed were commendable, they still paled compared to little Wukong, who had undergone rigorous training under Master Roshi. You have many openings in your moves, little Wukong remarked casually while deftly dodging the attacks. He seized an opening and delivered a swift punch to Kinnan's abdomen. Ugh! Kinnan grunted, staggering back, his face displaying a mix of pain and disbelief. He hadn't expected such strength from this small child. Damn brat. Kinnan realized that brute force wouldn't work against him. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes. He lunged forward again, but suddenly opened his mouth mid-attack. Behold my ultimate move. Magic, chewing gum. A large mass of thick, transparent, and oddly scented gum-like substance shot from his mouth, like a cannonball, flying at great speed and covering a wide area. Little Wukong had never seen such a move before. Caught off guard, he was directly hit by the massive magic chewing gum. The sticky substance immediately enveloped him from head to toe, leaving only his nose and mouth exposed, with his limbs tightly bound, unable to move. Huh, you've fallen for it. Kinnan laughed triumphantly. My magic chewing gum is incredibly tough. Once caught, the more you struggle, the tighter it binds you. You are definitely going to lose. Little Wukong struggled, but felt the bindings tightening, the gum's tenacity beyond his imagination. It's so sticky. I can't move. Oh no. Wukong is trapped. Kinnan is too cunning. What to do? Can Zhang help? The rules don't allow outside assistance. Donate Blue Star Super Strong Degumming Agent X1. The host think of a way. The live stream was filled with urgency. Zhang frowned, although he was familiar with the plot and knew little Wukong could escape. Seeing his friend caught in such a devious move was still unsettling. Kinnan approached the immobilized little Wukong and smugly patted his head. You still have a lot to learn, little brat. The match is over. With that, he lifted the gum-wrapped little Wukong above his head with all his strength and hurled him toward the edge of the arena. Wukong! Krillin and the others shouted from below. As little Wukong was about to be thrown out of the arena and lose, he called out at the last moment, Kintown. A golden cloud swooped down like lightning, perfectly catching the falling little Wukong. Phew! Saved! Bulma and the others let out a sigh of relief. Little Wukong, lying on the Kintown, was also startled. The referee hurried over and sternly said, Son Wukong, using external tools for assistance violates the match rules. This is a warning. If you use Kintown again, you will be disqualified. Oh, I'm sorry. Little Wukong maneuvered the Kintown back to the center of the arena and jumped down. The Kintown obediently returned to the sky, ready to wait. Kinnan was furious. Is this reasonable? That doesn't count as a loss. Little Wukong stood on the arena looking at the still tightly bound magic chewing gum, a serious expression finally appearing on his face. This sticky stuff is really annoying. He stopped flailing around randomly as before, took a deep breath, and began to channel his energy, an invisible aura starting to gather around him. Kinnan felt a twinge of unease and spat out several more blobs of magic chewing gum, hoping to completely mummify Little Wukong. However, just as the new gum was about to hit, a glint flashed in Little Wukong's eyes as he let out a low shout. Hey, yeah. A powerful force erupted from his tiny body. He forcefully spread his arms outward. Rip! The incredibly tough magic chewing gum was torn apart and burst like fragile gauze, sticky fragments flying everywhere. Wah! What? Kinnan's eyes nearly popped out in fright, his jaw dropping to the ground. His signature technique had been forcibly countered by pure strength. Little Wukong, freed from the bindings, flexed his wrists and ankles, looking at Kinnan with newfound seriousness. You're a bad guy for using such an annoying tactic. I'm going to defeat you properly. At that moment, Little Wukong exuded an overwhelming aura. Although his power level might not have been exceptionally high, the inherent pressure of a Scion warrior made Kinnan feel a soul-deep terror. Monster! Kinnan completely lost his fighting spirit, turning to jump off the arena and concede. But Little Wukong was faster. In a flash, he appeared in front of Kinnan, delivering a simple yet direct punch right to Kinnan's abdomen. Bang! Kinnan's massive body flew back like a kite, with its string cut tracing an arc through the air before crashing to the ground outside the arena, knocked out. The entire arena fell silent, only to erupt in a cheer far more enthusiastic than any previous match. The sheer power of the moment was raw and brutal, igniting passion. The referee snapped back to reality from his shock, announcing loudly, Kinnan has fallen out of the arena and is disqualified. The winner is Sun Wukong. Yay, I won. Little Wukong jumped for joy, returning to his innocent and carefree self, waving at his friends below. Krillin and Yamcha rushed onto the stage surrounding Little Wukong. Wukong, you were amazing. You broke free from such a sticky thing. I don't know how that happened. I just felt like if I tried hard enough, I could break free. Zhang Yang also approached, sincerely praising, well done, Wukong. This is the true power of a martial artist. Little Wukong's eyes lit up upon seeing Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, I saw your match. You were amazing. Next time we must have a proper fight. No problem, Zhang Yang replied with a smile filled with anticipation. Battling these pure powerhouses was the best way for him to enhance his own strength. The live stream was flooded with comments and donations. Wow, Little Wukong is awesome. Pure strength tore through. So exhilarating. Little Wukong is so cool. Donate Blue Star Gene Enhancer Theoretical Edition. Let's study this kid's genes. A viewer from the Hunter World donated training insights on binding, basic, interesting application of Chi. Even pure physical strength can reach this level, worth studying. Emotional points $9.99. $9.99. Thus, the top 4 of the world's #1 martial arts tournament were born. Sun Wukong, Chunlong Master Rashi, Zhang Yang, and Krillin. The semifinals will feature a master-student duel, Chunlong vs Krillin, and a clash of 2 genius newcomers, Sun Wukong versus Zhang Yang. The true peak battle is about to commence. On the arena, Chunlong, or rather the disguised Master Rashi, leisurely stroked his fake goatee, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses, darting around, occasionally glancing at the beautiful female audience cheering for Klin, emitting sounds of admiration. The host finally managed to pull him back from his interactions with the audience, especially the female spectators, to the topic of the match. Ahem, Mr. Chunlong, look, your opponent, the young contestant Klin, is ready. Shall we begin this much-anticipated semi-final? Oh yes, let's start. Chunlong seemed to just regain his senses, patting his shiny forehead hidden beneath the headgear, turning to the ready Klin with a grin. Young man, it's not easy to reach the top 4 at such a young age. Klin looked at the nonchalant old man in front of him, feeling both amused and a strange sense of familiarity. He took a deep breath, assuming the standard starting posture of the turtle school, and solemnly said, Senior Chunlong, please give me your guidance. The match begins, commanded the referee. Without any hesitation, Klin launched the first attack. He knew that against a master like Chunlong, passive defense would only lead to doom. He had to take the initiative and showcase all the fruits of his special training. Klin's sturdy figure shot out like an arrow, his steps swift and steady, embodying the essence of the turtle school's basic footwork. He instantly closed the distance to Chunlong, delivering a powerful straight punch aimed at the center. The force of his punch, creating a faint sound of breaking air. Not bad speed and strength. A trace of barely perceptible approval flashed in Chunlong's eyes as he casually raised his arm, gently deflecting Klin's charged blow to the side. The movement seemed effortless, as if brushing away a falling leaf. Klin felt a soft yet firm force diverting his punch, a chill running through him, but he reacted quickly, spinning around to launch a fierce, sweeping kick at Chunlong's lower body. Chung Long lightly leaped as if weightless, just avoiding the strike. However, Klin seemed to have anticipated this. The sweeping kick was merely a feint. At the moment Chung Long jumped, he pushed off the ground with one hand, propelling himself into the air, his legs kicking out in a flurry like windmills. Turtle School's whirlwind kick. Klin shouted a technique he had devised by combining the basics of the Turtle School with his own physical characteristics. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with muffled sounds. Chung Long crossed his arms, appearing rushed, yet precisely blocking each of Klin's kicks. The two quickly separated and landed. Good lad, quite interesting. Chung Long clapped his sleeves and said with a smile, "It seems you've put in a lot of effort in your training." Klin landed slightly out of breath. He had exhausted all his strength in that round of aggressive attacks, but couldn't even force his opponent back a step. He fixed his gaze on Chung Long, his mind racing, power, speed, experience, completely on different levels. I can only rely on technique and unpredictability. With this thought in mind, Klin charged again, but this time his moves became even more agile and varied. He no longer sought to clash Eden, but combined the solid foundation of the Turtle School with his own agility, feinting at times, and launching surprise attacks at others, his figure flitting around Chung Long like a butterfly searching for that nearly non-existent flaw. Chung Long stood like a boulder regardless of Klin's relentless attacks, always managing to defuse them with minimal movement. His defense was impenetrable. When he did strike back, it was often just enough to guide and test Klin's limits. Left side. No, that's a feint. There's a gap in your lower defense. Too fast covered. Feinting high, attack the ribs. Klin felt increasingly alarmed, yet exhilarated. He sensed that Chung Long was not toying with him, but was uniquely guiding him through combat. Each block, each dodge seemed to convey where he fell short and where he could improve. Klin, focus on the flow of your chi. In a moment of crossing paths, Chung Long suddenly called out softly. Klin was taken aback, but inspiration struck him. He recalled the grueling training of the past 6 months, which was not just physical, but also involved the perception and application of the energy known as chi within him. He took a sudden step back, hands gathered at his waist, all the chi in his body beginning to converge into his palms. Oh, are you finally going to use that move? Chung Long's eyes lit up, becoming slightly more serious. The audience and the viewers in the live stream held their breath. Everyone recognized this starting stance. Turtle School Chi Wave. Klin exerted all his strength to push the condensed blue energy wave toward Chung Long. Although it was far smaller than when Wukong or Master Roshi unleashed it, the brilliance was solid and the speed was incredible, showcasing his excellent control. Well done. Chung Long did not dodge, gathering his hands as well. Turtle School Chi Wave. A smaller yet more refined energy wave shot from his hands, not to counter, but precisely colliding with the front end of Klin's energy wave. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The two waves of the same origin collided, emitting a harsh zzz sound, their energies mutually annihilating and dissipating into a gentle breeze. What a... Klin stared dumbfounded. His full-powered Turtle School energy wave had been resolved by the opponent in such a clever way. What kind of mastery over the energy wave was required for that? Good technique, but the condensation and output efficiency of your chi still need improvement. Chung Long evaluated, then his gaze sharpened. Now it's time for you to witness true speed. Before his voice faded, Chung Long's figure suddenly blurred. So fast, Klin's pupils contracted. He couldn't even see Chung Long's movements. It felt like a flash, and an irresistible force struck him from the side. Bang! Klin was hit on the shoulder by a palm strike, stumbling sideways. He barely steadied himself, but Chung Long was already at his back. Phantom fist. Chung Long's voice seemed to come from all directions, and several of his figures suddenly appeared on the arena. Klin looked around, completely lost his target. He attempted to sense the chi, but under Chung Long's intentional concealment and high-speed movement, the chi became elusive and indistinct. Here, a figure appeared right in front of Klin, throwing a punch. Klin hurriedly blocked, but it was a phantom. Behind you, another voice called out, and Klin turned in haste, but it was another empty shot. Above you. To the left. To the right. Chung Long utilized the phantom fist and ultra-high-speed movement, leaving Klin spinning in circles. Klin was exhausted, his stamina rapidly depleting, and he had taken several light blows. Although Chung Long was holding back, it still made his blood surge and left him in a miserable state. No, I can't keep up at all. Klin half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his sweat soaking through his monk robe. The gap in strength was like a chasm. Chung Long's figure solidified before him, speaking calmly. Klin, you've made great progress. Your foundation is solid, and your tactical application is very flexible. But in the path of martial arts, there is no end. Do not be satisfied with the status quo. Your potential is far beyond this. Klin looked up at Chung Long, his eyes filled with complex emotions. There was defeat, unwillingness, but more so a sense of enlightenment and gratitude. He knew that this man was teaching him in his own unique way. I can still fight. Clint gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up. His legs trembled, but his gaze was unwavering. He could not concede defeat like this. He had to fight until the last moment to honor his training and his teacher's expectations. He gathered the last of his chi and charged at Chung Long again. This time his moves were no longer flamboyant, even somewhat unsteady, but every punch and kick contained all his will and strength. Chung Long silently watched him, no longer using high-speed movement or phantom fist, merely employing the most basic blocks and dodges to defuse Clint's final assault. He allowed Clint to fully unleash and burn his last fighting spirit. Finally, after another desperate swing that missed, Clint's strength was completely exhausted, his vision darkened, and he collapsed forward. Chung Long reached out to gently support him, laying him flat on the arena. Contestant Clint is down. 10-9-8. 3-2-1. The match is over. The winner is Chung Long, the referee announced loudly. The audience erupted in warm applause. This battle, though marked by a disparity in strength, garnered respect from all for Clint's displayed perseverance, growth, and respect for martial arts. Chung Long, under the guise of Master Roshi, looked at Clint being carried away by the medical staff, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He knew that after this trial, this piece of rough jade would shine even brighter. Meanwhile, in the lively livestream, Blue Star Viewer 1. Wow, this Chung Long's strength is incredible. Clint had no chance to fight back at all. Blue Star Viewer 2. Although Clint lost, he fought honorably. He really tried hard. It moved me. Blue Star Viewer 3. Phantom Fist. It's the Phantom Fist. So cool. Donations. I must donate. Blue Star Viewer 4. Host, the next match is your semi-final against Wukong. Are you nervous? Blue Star Viewer 5. It seems Mr. Chung Long didn't even use his full strength. He was guiding Clint right. System notification: received a donation from my favorite turtle school, Chi High Efficiency Energy Nutrition Bar 10. System notification: received a donation from Martial Arts Observer Portable Environmental Data Analyzer Defective 1. Emotion points 199, 288, 155. Zhang Yang stood at the entrance of the contestant passage, having watched the entire match. He felt an array of emotions. The care and guidance Master Roshi showed Clint, and Clint's unyielding spirit deeply moved him. Congratulations, Senior Chung Long. Zhang Yang smiled at the old man walking off the stage. Hee, little guy, it's your turn next. Master Roshi clapped Zhang Yang on the shoulder, winking. That kid Wukong is a real monster. You better be careful. But hey, you're not too shabby yourself, little monster. Zhang Yang smiled, casting his gaze toward the eager little Wukong on the other side. In the second semifinal, Zhang Yang faced Sun Wukong. This clash of the Transmigrator and the Chosen One was about to unfold. He took a deep breath, feeling the 60 points of combat power within him, along with his fully leveled basic skills and the more than 30 million emotion points in the system store. The Universal Live System. Now it's time for the main event, Zhang Yang silently thought, his gaze sharpening. He stepped forward, walking confidently toward the arena. All eyes in the audience, including the gaze of 100 viewers in the live stream, focused on this 80-year-old boy who had fought his way into the top 4, surrounded by mysteries. The host excitedly shouted, next up, the second semifinal of today. Representing the same remote village, the unfathomable young man, contestant Zhang Yang, will face last year's contestant who brought us countless surprises and this year's unstoppable force, contestant Sun Wukong. What kind of sparks will fly from the clash of these two genius youths? Let us wait and see. Little Wukong had long since jumped onto the arena, excitedly shouting at Zhang Yang, it's finally our turn. Hurry, let's have a good fight. Zhang Yang stepped onto the arena, standing opposite Wukong. In the air, it felt as if invisible lightning was colliding. The great battle was about to commence. The semifinals of the world's greatest martial arts tournament, second match. Zhang Yang versus Sun Wukong. The referee's voice echoed throughout the venue, instantly igniting the last remnants of silence in the audience. After the match between Clint and Chung Long, Master Roshi, a contest that showcased perseverance and skill despite a significant power gap, everyone's anticipation focused on this second semifinal. On one side stands the biggest dark horse of this tournament, Zhang Yang, an 80-year-old from a remote village possessing the ability to defeat adult experts in seconds with a mysterious fighting style. On the other side is Sun Wukong, also of the same young age, endowed with exceptional talent, having displayed astonishing strength and boundless vitality in the preliminary and knockout rounds. More importantly, the two are actually fellow disciples, making this match highly intriguing. Two 80-year-old children standing on the stage vying for a spot in the finals is a rare scene in the history of the martial arts tournament. Finally, it's your turn, Zhang Yang. Little Wukong rubbed his fists together, a pure joy of battle radiating from his face, his tail excitedly swaying behind him. Let's have a thrilling fight. Zhang Yang looked at the vibrant, clear-eyed little Wukong, overwhelmed with emotions. This was the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world, the starting point of the Z Warrior, who would save Earth and even the universe countless times in the future. Facing such an opponent is both a challenge and a wonderful honor. He smiled slightly and assumed the starting stance. Wukong, please guide me. I will give it my all. Good. Little Wukong shouted, his expression suddenly turning serious. The match began. Without any unnecessary probing, little Wukong launched the first attack. His figure shot forward like an arrow, instantly covering half the distance of the stage, delivering a straightforward and powerful punch aimed at Zhang Yang's face. The wind from the punch howling, demonstrating solid fundamentals and tremendous explosive power. Zhang Yang's gaze sharpened, not daring to show any carelessness. While his combat power of 60 might not differ greatly from little Wukong's basic attributes, it could even be slightly inferior. The Scion physique and Master Rose's training gave little Wukong a natural advantage in endurance, recovery, and combat intuition. Zhang Yang's advantage lies in the knowledge he gained from the myriad realms and his different understanding of qi. Faced with this swift punch, Zhang Yang chose not to take it heed, but instead stepped lightly to the side, his body floating like willow fluff in the wind, while his right hand spread, its fingers slightly, seemingly casually brushing against little Wukong's wrist. Little Wukong felt as if his fist struck empty air, a gentle yet irresistible force causing his body to lean slightly forward. This was the Hua Jin technique that Zhang Yang acquired from a martial arts master on Blue Star, utilizing minimal effort to achieve great results. With a missed strike, he lost a bit of balance. If he were an ordinary martial artist, he would have revealed a flaw. But little Wukong, being a combat genius, leveraged his forward momentum, engaging his core, and stealthily swept his left leg towards Zhang Yang's lower body, like a steel whip, executing the transition with astonishing speed. Zhang Yang seemed to have anticipated this move. The extraordinary aerial mobility granted by his fully leveled Wukong technique came into play as he lightly tapped his toes, his body nearly gliding along the ground to narrowly evade the sweeping kick. Simultaneously, he clasped his hands before his chest, gathering a faint yet condensed stream of qi. Watch out! Zhang Yang called out, pushing his hands forward. The gathered qi did not release as a shockwave, but rather suddenly dispersed, transforming into dozens of fine, almost invisible qi needles, shooting towards little Wukong's vital points like a torrential storm. This was a refined technique he comprehended from the Hunter World's rewards, achieving extreme compression and transformation of qi to disrupt the opponent's blood flow and movement coherence. Although little Wukong did not understand the principles of vital points, his animalistic instincts sensed the threat. He let out a strange cry, his body spinning rapidly like atop his moving arms and legs, creating powerful gusts of air that dispersed and deflected most of the qi needles. The few that struck felt as if they bore on tough rubber, significantly reducing their effectiveness. Scion body strength far exceeded what ordinary people could imagine. Haha, interesting. This tickles. Little Wukong stopped spinning, patted his body, and grinned, the fighting spirit in his eyes intensifying. He charged again, fists, feet, elbows, knees. Every part of his body became a weapon, the offensive akin to a fierce storm brimming with wild rhythm and imaginative flair. At times he leaped with the agility of a monkey launching aerial assaults. At other times, he charged like a fierce tiger, targeting low blows. Zhang Yang in turn unleashed every bit of martial arts experience he had acquired. At times he moved fluidly like Tai Chi, neutralizing the brute force of attacks. At other times, he executed close-range strikes, like Wing Chun, unleashing explosive power. And at times he utilized the Wukong technique for instantaneous short-distance flickers, evading deadly attacks. He maximized the efficiency of his 60 combat power. Every block, every dodge, every counterattack was precise and efficient, with almost no energy wasted. On the stage, the two small figures clashed at high speed, the sounds of their fists and feet colliding, resonating like drums, the force of their strikes sending dust flying from the stage's edge. Their fighting styles were starkly different. Little Wukong embodied a combination of instinct and wildness, executing broad, forceful moves, whereas Zhang Yang represented skill and calculation, his movements fluid and filled with wisdom. Kamehameha. After failing to make headway, little Wukong finally unleashed his ultimate technique. He leaped back a step, clasped his hands at his waist, and the familiar blue energy sphere began to gather power. The audience erupted in exclamations. The signature technique of the Kamehameha appeared once more. Zhang Yang's pupils constricted, fully aware of the Kamehameha's power. Taking it heed would be a bad strategy. His mastery of qi was insufficient to withstand it directly. In a split second, a technique he acquired as a reward from the Hunter World flashed through his mind. A variant application of circle. He chose not to evade or counter, but instead instantaneously expanded his qi outward, with great control, forming an extremely thin qi sensing field that covered most of the stage. Within this field, any flow and gathering of energy clearly reflected in his perception. He keenly saw the core point where little Wukong's Kamehameha was most concentrated and also the most unstable. Just as little Wukong was about to release the Kamehameha, Zhang Yang moved. Instead of rushing forward, he swiftly moved sideways, his right hand's index and middle fingers coming together, firing a highly compressed strand of chi like a bullet targeting the weak side of the energy core. Sizzle. A faint sound of air breaking. The condensed chi precisely struck a subtle spot on the edge of the Kamehameha energy sphere. Little Wukong felt the energy he was gathering in his hand momentarily hesitate the flow, experiencing an exceedingly slight deviation. The Kamehameha, which should have blasted straight ahead, unexpectedly veered off course, slightly still powerful enough to roar towards the audience, blocked by protective measures prepared by Master Roshi, but it had deviated from its target and failed to hit Zhang Yang. What a... Little Wukong stared at his misfired Kamehameha, stunned. He had never encountered such a situation. Opportunity. Would Zhang Yang let this flaw go? He activated the Wukong technique with all his might, appearing like a specter beside Little Wukong, delivering a hand strike filled with all his strength aimed at the opening created by Little Wukong when launching the Kamehameha. This strike was quick and fierce, seemingly about to land. However, Little Wukong's Scion combat instincts saved him once again. In a split second, he didn't even have time to think. His body reacted before his brain. His tail, which had remained alert, snapped up like it had a life of its own, striking towards Zhang Yang's wrist like a steel whip. Snap! A crisp sound. Zhang Yang's hand strike was precisely intercepted by the tail, a wave of soreness radiating from his wrist. The attack was once again deflected. Impressive. Zhang Yang praised inwardly, but his movements did not halt. He used the momentum to retreat and create distance again. Little Wukong quickly adjusted his stance, his eyes brightening, as if he had encountered the most enjoyable game. The two were once again immersed in fierce battle. Zhang Yang continuously applied various unique techniques from Blue Star and the Hunter world, creating chi clones to confuse, using the Zhou technique to cover the stage surface with chi to alter friction and interfere with Little Wukong's footing, even attempting to use simple concealment to lower his presence and find a chance for a decisive strike. But Little Wukong, with his unreasonable intuition and extraordinary adaptability, either forcefully broke through or used faster speed and stronger power to counter, or simply imitated and learned, rapidly growing in battle. This duel was not just a clash of strength and skill, but also a confrontation of two distinct combat philosophies. Zhang Yang represented the pinnacle of technique distilled from countless worlds of martial wisdom, while Little Wukong embodied the peak of force and intuition rooted in the instinct of life. As time passed, both of their stamina rapidly dwindled. Sweat beaded on Zhang Yang's forehead, his breathing became rapid. Maintaining high-intensity techniques and precise control over chi was a tremendous burden on both his mental and physical strength. Little Wukong was similarly panting, covered in scratches and bruises, yet his eyes remained fiery, his fighting spirit undiminished. Zhang Yang, you're amazing. I've never had such an exhilarating fight. Little Wukong exclaimed excitedly between breaths, but I absolutely won't lose. Wukong, you are the most formidable opponent I've ever faced. Zhang Yang sincerely replied, feeling that Little Wukong's growth in battle was astonishing. In the end, both of them simultaneously launched their final sprint. They poured their remaining strength into one last strike. Little Wukong unleashed a powerful punch devoid of any frills, gathering all his chi and will. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, fused his lifetime of learning into a single move, condensing highly compressed chi at his fingertip, pointing towards Little Wukong's vital points. Bang! The fist and finger struck each other's chest almost simultaneously. The tremendous impact sent both of them flying backward, crashing heavily onto the stage, kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire venue fell silent, everyone holding their breath as they watched the stage. Both struggled to rise. Zhang Yang felt as if all his bones were dislocated, his strength exhausted, his vision beginning to blur. Little Wukong was the same, trying to support himself with his arms, but failing repeatedly. Get up, Zhang Yang. Wukong, keep going. The audience began to cheer. Bulma, Klin Yamcha, and others stood up in anxiety. With immense willpower, Zhang Yang managed to prop himself up with his elbow, but his legs were weak, unable to stand. He looked across, and Little Wukong was in the same state, lying on the ground, only his fingers slightly twitching. The referee began the countdown. 1, 2, 3. Could it end in a tie? Elimination for both. In this suffocating atmosphere, when the referee counted to 8, a little boy in the audience watching the struggling Little Wukong on stage instinctively shouted to the adult beside him, "Mom, I'm hungry. When are we eating?" This innocent child's voice was not particularly loud in the silent venue. However, to Little Wukong, it sounded like a thunderclap. Eat. Food. The eyes that had almost lost focus instantly brightened with a glimmer of light. The instinctive craving for food awakened the last bit of potential deep within his scion bloodline. Meat. I want to eat. Meat. Little Wukong murmured unconsciously, a surge of unknown power coursing through his body. He roared, suddenly pushing against the ground with both hands, miraculously standing up unsteadily. Though his body still swayed violently, he indeed stood up. On the other side, Zhang Yang heard the words eating and felt a stir in his heart, but ultimately he lacked the Scion's almost obsessive instinctive reaction to food. Exhausted of his final strength, he was unable to rise. The referee completed the 10-second count, confirming that Zhang Yang was unable to continue. The winner is Sun Wukong. The referee announced the result loudly. The venue erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. This spectacular and dramatic match concluded in such a theatrical manner. Little Wukong stood on the stage swaying slightly, looking at Zhang Yang, who was being helped up by the staff, revealing a tired yet sincere smile. Zhang Yang. Thank you. The match was amazing. Let's fight again next time. Despite losing, Zhang Yang showed no signs of disappointment, instead wearing a smile of relief and respect. He had done it battling to the last moment against the prodigy of this era without utilizing any power beyond his base combat strength. This fight deepened his understanding of martial arts and Qi. Congratulations, Wukong. Next time I will definitely win, Zhang Yang said softly. Bulma, Klin, and others rushed onto the stage, surrounding the wobbling little Wukong. Master Roshi looked at the two children, adjusted his sunglasses, his eyes filled with pride and amazement. Indeed, two remarkable little monsters. Zhang Yang walked down the stage with the help of the staff, completely ignoring the system's notification sound. His emotional points surged again, focusing instead on the gains from this battle. Meanwhile, the Blue Star viewers in the live stream had been thoroughly ignited by this ancient martial arts duel beyond their imagination, with notifications of rewards and emotional points flooding the screen. With the semifinals concluded, the finals will feature Sun Wukong versus Chunlong Master Roshi. The true master-disciple showdown is about to unfold. Zhang Yang, meanwhile, will compete against Klin for third place. The pinnacle of the world's greatest martial arts tournament is imminent. The finals of the world's greatest martial arts competition commenced under the watchful gaze of thousands. After a brief intermission, the arena had been simply repaired, yet the air still carried the fierce energy left from the semifinals. The audience was filled with unprecedented enthusiasm, whether present at the venue or watching through mysterious means in the Blue Star live broadcast room. All eyes were fixed on the two figures on the stage. The vibrant Sun Wukong, dressed in an orange turtle school uniform, and the elderly Chunlong, clad in a dark long robe whose hair and beard were completely white, but whose spirit remained vigorous. Zhang Yang was in the contestant area, accompanied by Krillin, receiving simple treatment while focusing intently on the match. Although he had lost to Wukong, he felt no great regret. Instead, he was filled with anticipation for this master-apprentice showdown. The aura within him began to slowly recover as he divided a portion of his attention to the rapidly refreshing barrage of comments and donation alerts in his mind. Blue Star Audience 1, here it comes. The finals. A battle among the Turtle Masters. Blue Star Audience 2, place your bets. I'm wagering on little Wukong to win. The hero's aura is undeniable. Blue Star Audience 3, Old Master Chunlong is a teacher of martial arts with 300 years of cultivation. Isn't Wukong still too green? Blue Star Audience 4, Zhang Yang may have lost, but he fought valiantly. That match had my adrenaline pumping. Here's a wave of donations. System alert, received a donation from Blue Star Audience Martial Arts, Fan High Energy, Nutritional Bars 10. System alert, emotion points 567, 489, 621. The referee announced loudly, the finals of the world's greatest martial arts competition begin now. It is Sun Wukong facing off against Chunlong. Grandpa, I'm going in. Little Wukong could hardly contain his excitement, and before he finished speaking, he sprang into action. He did not choose to approach from the ground, but instead, using his astonishing jumping ability, rocketed skyward like a rocket, instantly creating distance from the Turtle Master. This leap far exceeded the limits of ordinary martial artists, eliciting gasps from the audience. The Turtle Master Chunlong silently praised, "Good boy, your jumping power has improved." However, with his vast experience, he quickly guessed little Wukong's intentions, aiming to launch a surprise attack from above or execute the Kamehameha. How could he allow that to happen? Just as little Wukong reached the highest point on the brink of descending or changing tactics, the Turtle Master moved. He did not leap up, but forcefully stomped his right foot onto the arena floor. Boom! A muffled sound reverberated, and the solid surface of the arena seemed to tremble slightly. Using the tremendous recoil, the Turtle Master shot upward like a cannonball at a nearly vertical angle, his speed surpassing that of little Wukong's previous jump. What he executed was another profound technique of the Turtle School, using a momentary explosive force for a supersonic assault. Suspended in midair, little Wukong clearly did not anticipate that Chunlong would counterattack in this manner, watching helplessly as the opponent's figure rapidly enlarged in his vision. The Turtle Master delivered a concise and powerful side kick that struck little Wukong right in the abdomen. Bang! The solid impact echoed. Little Wukong cried out in pain, his body kicked back like a kite, with a broken string hurtling toward the arena's edge. "Oh, Wukong!" Bulma gasped, covering her mouth. Krillin and Yamcha also stood up nervously. It looked like little Wukong was about to fall off the stage and lose the match. In this dire moment, little Wukong's tail, which had maintained balance all along, proved its worth once again. He suddenly twisted his waist in midair, and that agile tail began to spin rapidly like a helicopter rotor. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind generated by the tail could even be heard by the nearby audience. This incredible scene left everyone wide-eyed. His tail is spinning, like a propeller. How is that possible? Using the weak lift generated by the tail's rotation and its ability to adjust direction, little Wukong's downward momentum was forcefully halted, and he began to wobble slowly back toward the center of the arena. Though his posture was comical and his speed as slow as a clumsy bird, he had indeed avoided the fate of being directly eliminated. The Turtle Master landed on the arena, watching little Wukong struggling to fly back, and a glimmer of surprise and amusement flashed behind his sunglasses. This kid, even his tail, can be developed for such use. Truly a natural-born fighter. Finally, little Wukong safely returned to the edge of the arena. He rubbed his stomach, which had been kicked, grinning as he said, "Grandpa, you're amazing." "I almost lost. That was just a warm-up." The Turtle Master feigned profundity, stroking his fake beard. "Now show me all your skills." Little Wukong's expression sharpened. After their previous exchange, he understood that conventional attacks would likely struggle to threaten this unfathomable grandpa. He took a deep breath, slowly bringing his hands to his waist, assuming the iconic starting pose. Ha! The blue energy sphere began to coalesce once more, the powerful energy fluctuations causing the air to distort slightly. "Oh, are you going to use this technique?" The Turtle Master's eyes gleamed as he also adopted the stance for the Kamehameha. "Then let this old man see how well you've mastered it." Ha! Almost simultaneously, two dazzling blue beams roared out from either end of the arena, resembling two roaring blue dragons crashing into each other with destructive force. Boom! The deafening explosion engulfed the entire venue. The two streams of energy, sharing the same origin, yet equally majestic, pressed against each other, annihilating one another, generating shockwaves that spread outward like a tangible force, causing the ground at the center of the arena to crack, and nearby spectators felt the fierce wind, nearly losing their balance. The Turtle Master had initially held a hint of disdain, believing that with his far superior cultivation compared to little Wukong, he could easily overpower him. However, at the instant the two energy waves collided, his expression changed. Little Wukong's Kamehameha, in terms of its refinement and the energy it contained, exceeded all his expectations. That pure and wild energy brimmed with vitality and boundless potential, matching his 300 years of cultivation almost equally. How is that possible? The Turtle Master was horrified, but there was no time to withdraw. The two energies remained locked in a stalemate, ultimately triggering a violent explosion at the center of the arena. Bang! The shockwave from the explosion violently hurled both figures near the center away. The Turtle Master and little Wukong were thrown back uncontrollably, like small boats struck by a giant wave, ultimately crashing heavily to the edge of the arena, almost simultaneously, just barely avoiding elimination. The audience erupted in astonishment. No one had expected that this little-known Chung Long could contend with Sun Wukong, who was unleashing the Kamehameha to such an extent. The two struggled to rise, both looking somewhat disheveled, their breaths quite ragged. Little Wukong looked at Master Roshi, his eyes filled with excitement and admiration. "Grandpa, your Turtle School's Kamehameha is so powerful." Master Roshi, though inwardly wryly smiling, maintained his lofty demeanor. "Humph, kid, you still have a long way to go. Just now I only used 30% of my power." That said, Master Roshi knew he couldn't keep fighting like this. He decided to employ more refined techniques. In a flash, two identical Chung Longs appeared on the stage. "Phantom Fist!" Krillin exclaimed from the sidelines. This was an advanced application of footwork, creating visual afterimages at high speed to confuse the opponent. The two Chung Longs rushed towards little Wukong from both sides, their movements bizarre, leaving him momentarily dazzled, unable to discern the real from the fake. Just as he hesitated, the Chung Long on his left suddenly vanished, and the real Master Roshi appeared behind him, delivering a powerful kick that struck fiercely at the back of little Wukong's heart. Pooh! Little Wukong was caught off guard, sent flying forward, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. So fast. Little Wukong got back up, rubbing his back, yet instead of feeling disheartened, his eyes shone even brighter. I understand." He mimicked Master Rose's movements, his feet moving quickly. In the next moment, something astonishing happened. On the stage appeared not two, but three little Wukongs. What a triple Phantom Fist! Master Roshi was genuinely shocked this time. The difficulty of Phantom Fist lay in the precise control of speed and rhythm. The more clones there were, the exponentially greater the difficulty. He never expected that little Wukong, after just one encounter, would see through the principle and instantly unleash the more advanced Triple Phantom. The three little Wukongs lunged at him from different directions, and Master Roshi momentarily couldn't tell which was real, relying solely on his experience to throw punches to block. However, the first two he hit were merely illusions. Just as he was exhausted from his old efforts and had not yet recovered his strength, the real little Wukong appeared at his side, landing a solid punch under his ribs. Ugh! Master Roshi grunted, staggering back several steps, his face displaying an expression of disbelief. This kid's learning ability and combat talent were truly terrifying. Haha, Grandpa, I can do this move too, little Wukong said proudly. Master Roshi rubbed the sore spot, realizing that conventional techniques might not lead to a quick victory. His eyes darted, and he suddenly became unsteady, his steps wavering as if he were drunk, while he let out a silly chuckle of drunken fist. Zhang Yang observed clearly from the sidelines, recognizing this famous martial art from Blue Star. Master Rose's version of drunken fist seemed disorganized, yet concealed lethal intent. Every sway and stagger could lead to a fierce attack. Little Wukong curiously watched the swaying Master Roshi and tentatively attacked. However, his punches were either seemingly dodged by the opponent or landed nowhere, instead allowing Master Roshi to counter with elbows, shoulders, and knees, hitting him repeatedly, leaving him disoriented and uncomfortable. Ouch! So dizzy. Grandpa, what kind of martial art is this? Why can't I hit you? Little Wukong felt a bit anxious. Master Roshi continued to sway while proudly explaining. This is drunken fist, seeming drunk, yet not with footwork that confuses, and the intent of the punch flowing freely. Kid, you still need to practice. Little Wukong stopped scratching his head as he watched Master Rose's peculiar movements, suddenly struck by inspiration. He recalled having seen wild dogs fighting for food in the deep mountains. They lunged, bit, and rolled, moving wildly, and without rhythm, yet they were highly effective. Got it. Little Wukong mimicked the posture of the wild dogs from memory, suddenly crouching low, hands pressing against the ground, letting out a low growl from his throat, his eyes now filled with a wild, attacking desire. What? What is he doing? The spectators exchanged glances. In the next moment, little Wukong moved. He no longer followed any martial arts routine, but instead moved like a true wild beast, using all fours mainly to confuse and adjust his center of gravity to pounce at Master Roshi with extremely irregular and unpredictable trajectories. Sometimes he lunged with ferocity, sometimes cunningly circled around, sometimes rolled on the ground to evade attacking with sharp angles that completely transcended the realm of human martial arts. This was little Wukong's self-created frenzied fist, using primal instincts to counter the intent and confusion of drunken fist. Master Roshi was caught off guard. His exquisite drunken fist footwork became somewhat disheveled in the face of the completely illogical frenzied fist. Little Wukong's attacks were like a torrential storm. Although devoid of structure, they relied on astonishing speed and power, along with that elusive tail that would trip, whip, and lash out like a steel whip, leaving Master Roshi flustered and in distress. This is absurd. Master Roshi felt increasingly anxious. His intention was to give his disciples a profound lesson, to teach them that there are always greater heights and not to be arrogant. However, he never expected little Wukong's resilience and learning ability to far exceed his imagination, pushing him to this point. At this rate, forget teaching his disciples. His old bones might end up in real trouble. With a determined heart, Master Roshi decided to employ one of his ultimate teaching techniques. He seized an opportunity, rapidly moving his hands in front of his chest, tracing dazzling trajectories, while murmuring, good child, it's time to sleep." A peculiar wave of spiritual energy radiated from his movements. Little Wukong's forward momentum suddenly halted, his eyes becoming dazed, as if he saw the most comfortable cradle. He let out a big yawn, swayed a few times, and then with a thud fell directly onto the stage, emitting even breaths of snoring. Hypnotic fist for good children. Master Roshi sighed in relief, wiping away non-existent sweat, finally resolved. The audience watched in dumbfounded silence. Oh, what kind of bizarre move was this? The referee began the countdown. 1, 2, 3. Just as everyone thought the match was about to end, Bulma in the audience looked at the sleeping little Wukong on stage, glanced at the sky. The martial arts tournament had lasted from afternoon into the evening, and the moon had risen, and instinctively shouted, "Wukong, wake up. After the match, we're going for a feast. There's roast whole pig." This phrase, feast and roast whole pig, seemed to carry a magical power, penetrating the effects of the hypnotic fist and burrowing into little Wukong's subconscious. Roast whole pig. Little Wukong, still dreaming, smacked his lips, his nose twitching, as if he caught a whiff of the tempting aroma. The overwhelming desire for food reignited the scion's potential. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Although still a bit dazed, his body swayed and managed to stand up. Awakened again. Master Roshi almost pulled off his fake beard. This gluttonous trait was too much for his hypnotic fist. Seeing little Wukong stand up again with determination, his fighting spirit even more intense than before, Master Roshi finally retracted the last trace of playfulness and testing. He understood that without using true strength, he could not truly gain his disciples' trust. His expression became unusually grave, and the aura around him began to surge violently. Sun Wukong. Master Roshi said solemnly, you are indeed a rare martial arts genius. The next move is my true ultimate technique. You will suffer greatly if hit. It's best for you to concede quickly before I unleash it. As he spoke, Master Roshi slowly raised both hands' palms facing each other, and a powerful current began to gather and leap between his palms, producing crackling sounds. The dazzling electric light illuminated his aged face as if the thunder god had descended. World-shaking fist. With a thunderous roar, he thrust his palms forward. A massive electric arc as thick as a child's arm and brilliantly radiant surged forth like a golden python, instantly enveloping little Wukong. Ah! Little Wukong let out a painful cry. The powerful current coursed through his body, causing him to convulse violently, as if every cell was wailing in agony. His feet left the ground, his body suspended in midair by the arc's power, as if caught in a giant web woven from lightning, utterly unable to break free. Golden lightning coursed over him, emitting terrifying sounds. Wukong. Below the stage, Krillin, Bulma, and others were in a panic. Zhang Yang clenched his fists. He could feel the terrifying energy contained within that current, which was no child's play. Master Roshi was fully exerting the world-shaking fist, sternly commanding, concede, Wukong. Otherwise you will be seriously injured. However, despite the pain twisting his face and his teeth chattering, little Wukong stubbornly shook his head, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. No, surrender. I can still fight. His tenacity shocked everyone. Master Roshi felt both relieved and anxious. If this continued, little Wukong would truly be in danger. Just as the stalemate reached a critical point, and little Wukong was about to exhaust his strength, his gaze inadvertently swept across the sky. He saw a bright full moon, which had unknowingly risen high in the night sky, its cold light illuminating the entire arena. The moon seemed to carry a certain fatal magic, instantly capturing all of little Wukong's attention. The Scion blood within him was completely activated at that moment. Roar. A roar unlike any human sound, and filled with brutality and a sense of destruction, erupted from little Wukong's mouth. Before the horrified eyes of everyone, little Wukong's body, suspended in the electric arc, began to undergo a terrifying transformation. His muscles swelled like balloons, body hair rapidly grew longer, his mouth and nose jutted forward, revealing sharp fangs, and in just a few seconds his form expanded into a gigantic ape over 10 meters tall. Transformed into a giant ape, Sun Wukong easily broke free from the electric arc's bondage of the world-shaking fist. He pounded his massive fists against his solid chest, letting out a deafening roar, his crimson eyes filled with primal destructive desire. Monster, monster, run. The audience was instantly thrown into a state of extreme panic, crying out as they scattered in all directions, causing chaos in the venue. Oh no, it's the moon. Master Rose's face changed dramatically. He had calculated everything, but did not foresee that Sun Wukong would transform into a giant ape upon seeing the full moon. A fatal weakness. He immediately tried to stop the giant ape, shouting loudly, Wukong, calm down. You are Sun Wukong. But at this point the giant ape had already lost all reason, raising its massive paw and stomping down fiercely towards Master Roshi. Master Roshi hurriedly used the sky dance technique to narrowly evade. The giant ape, missing its target, began a rampage, swinging its giant arms towards the audience. I can't let it harm the audience. Master Roshi was frantic. He tried to attack the giant ape with a Kamehameha wave, but ordinary attacks felt like mere tickling against the tough-skinned giant. As the giant ape was about to charge into the panicked crowd, causing an irreversible tragedy, Master Roshi gritted his teeth and made a decision. He gathered all his energy again, bringing his hands together, but this time the target was not the giant ape, but the full moon in the sky. Kamehameha. A thicker and more refined blue beam than any before shot into the sky, like a meteor traveling against the current, accurately piercing the heavens. Under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, the beam accurately struck the bright moon in the night sky. No sound came because sound cannot travel in a vacuum, but everyone clearly saw that a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the moon's surface, and then the entire moon shattered like a broken jade plate, splintering into countless pieces that scattered into the depths of the universe. With the moon's disappearance, the transformation power exerted on the giant ape also dissipated. The massive giant ape let out a reluctant wail, its body rapidly shrinking back into little Wukong's original form, lying naked and unconscious in the center of the devastated arena. The entire venue was silent as death. Everyone was stunned by this earth-shattering scene. Destroying the moon. Is this something humans can do? Who exactly is this Chunlong? Master Roshi Chunlong landed on the arena, looking at the unconscious little Wukong, then glancing at the chaotic venue. He let out a long sigh, pretending to be exhausted, staggering a few steps and collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, as if that last strike had drained all his strength. The referee, coming back to his senses from shock, tremblingly climbed onto the stage, looking at the unconscious little Wukong, and then at the seemingly exhausted Chunlong, who seemed to lack the strength to stand, hesitated for a moment, but still raised his hand, due to contestant son Wukong losing consciousness and being unable to continue the match. The winner of this final match is contestant Chunlong. The voice announcing the result was far less resounding than in the previous matches, carrying a hint of lingering fear. Master Roshi struggled to stand up, walked to little Wukong's side, and draped his outer robe over the naked little Wukong. He looked down at Bulma, Krillin, and others in a state of shock, then glanced at Zhang Yang, who was equally filled with astonishment, his gaze deep behind his sunglasses. This World Martial Arts Tournament concluded in a manner no one had anticipated. The champion was the mysterious Chunlong, the runner-up was the transformed giant ape son Wukong, while the third place would later be decided between the recovering Zhang Yang and Krillin. Yet at this moment, everyone's thoughts were no longer on the rankings. The giant ape under the moonlight, the Kamehameha that shattered the moon, all of this surpassed the realm of ordinary martial arts, unveiling a mysterious and dangerous veil over this seemingly ordinary world. Zhang Yang watched little Wukong being carried off the stage by Master Roshi, then looked up at the now empty night sky. His heart stirred. Is this the true power hierarchy of the Dragon Ball world? To destroy the heavens and the earth, even shatter the moon. His path to strength seems still long and arduous. Meanwhile, in his mind's live streaming room, comments like, "Holy crap, the moon is gone. And is this a martial artist? This is a deity," flooded in alongside frantic donation notifications. The emotional surge was escalating at an unprecedented speed. The final of the world's one martial arts tournament ended in such a shocking manner, leaving a tremendous impact on both the audience and the contestants. The event staff worked hard to calm the panicked spectators, clearing a relatively intact area for the battle for third place. Zhang Yang and Klin stood in the temporarily designated competition area, both still immersed in the shock of the previous superhuman duel. Klin looked at Zhang Yang, a hint of tension and admiration on his face. "Zhang Yang, I watched your match with little Wukong. It was truly impressive. I may not be your match." Zhang Yang composed himself and smiled at Klin. "Klin, you are strong too. Do not belittle yourself. We are both here because of our strength. Let us have a match without regrets." After a brief rest, Zhang Yang had regained most of his strength, and though not in perfect condition, he was more than capable of fighting. Although Klin knew he might be slightly weaker as a disciple of the Turtle School, he also held his own pride and fighting spirit. The referee, still shaken, announced the start of the match in a noticeably quieter voice. Compared to the earth-shattering previous matches, the battle for third place between Zhang Yang and Klin seemed normal in many ways, yet the intensity was undiminished. Klin made full use of his short stature and agility, executing the fundamental techniques and footwork of the Turtle School with great skill, sometimes slipping away like an eel and at other times launching fierce attacks. Zhang Yang continued to showcase his techniques, which integrated wisdom from multiple worlds. He incorporated the insights gained from his battle with Wukong into his practical combat, mastering the fine control of Qi with greater ease. He no longer solely pursued power. Instead, he focused more on efficiency and adaptability. At times, he guided Klin's attacks with transformative strength, and at other moments, he used compressed Qi blasts for long-range harassment, even attempting to simulate the concept of circle to sense Klin's intentions. The two exchanged blows, locked in a fierce confrontation. Klin's resilience and tactical execution made Zhang Yang nod in appreciation. He truly was a future candidate to become one of Earth's top warriors. Zhang Yang's ever-evolving and unprecedented combat techniques also opened Klin's eyes, leaving him struggling to cope. Ultimately, Zhang Yang, backed by superior overall strength and a deeper understanding of Qi, seized upon a slight opening after exchanging dozens of moves, using a cleverly executed push to send Klin out of the competition area. In the battle for third place, the winner is Zhang Yang. The referee announced the result. Although Klin lost, he wasn't too disheartened. Instead, he felt he had gained a lot. "Zhang Yang, your fighting style is truly unique. I've learned so much. Next time I will definitely win." Zhang Yang amiably patted Klin on the shoulder. "I'm always here to compete." With that, the world's one martial arts tournament came to a close. Champion Chunlong, Master Roshi, runner-up son Wukong, third place Zhang Yang. The event organizers awarded the prizes and trophies amid a somewhat eerie and hurried atmosphere. Master Roshi, holding the prize of 500,000 Sony, looked at the trophy emblazoned with World's one, his aged face grinning from behind his sunglasses, yet he had to maintain the lofty image of Chunlong, which was quite exhausting. Little Wukong quickly woke up under Bulma's care, having no memory of transforming into a giant ape or the moon being destroyed, merely patting his rumbling stomach and demanding food. Master Roshi took the opportunity to sternly warn him about the dangers of his tail and the moon, suggesting he find a way to deal with the tail issue. Little Wukong, though somewhat confused, obediently nodded. After the award ceremony, Master Rashi found an excuse to slip away, changing back into his signature floral shirt and sunglasses, reappearing in the guise of Master Mutian to summarize and educate his disciples about their performances, especially criticizing little Wukong's reckless use of the Turtle School's Kamehameha and the dangers of his tail, though the pride in his eyes was hard to hide. As night fell, the group decided to stay at a nearby inn and set off separately the next day. In his room at the inn, Zhang Yang found himself alone, finally having time to reflect on the gains from the world's one martial arts tournament. He summoned the interface of the Multiverse live streaming system. Multiverse live streaming system LV2 host Zhang Yang, age 8 years, combat power 68, increased after intense battle skills, omitted emotion points 865. The finals and third place battle caused a massive stir, especially Master Rose's moonbreaking and Little Wukong's transformation, driving the Blue Star audience crazy. Peak viewers 100 connected worlds. Blue Star Hunter World, looking at the skyrocketing emotion points and numbers nearing the upgrade requirement. Zhang Yang felt a surge of excitement. Only one last step remained to upgrade the system to LV3. What new functions and possibilities would the LV3 system bring? He carefully browsed the system log. Besides the massive influx of emotion points, he also received a wealth of rewards. Reward item list updated: high-energy nutrition bars, 35. From Blue Star, quickly restores stamina. Basic gene enhancement fluid. Weak effect 1 from Blue Star, slightly improves physical attributes. Memory alloy short blade 1 from Blue Star, possesses some self-repair and shape memory capabilities. Common language of the Hunter World. Proficient skill reward, low-level trap. Crafting blueprint from Monster Forest 1 from Hunter World. Notes on the practice of Jian. Tattered pages from Hunter World containing insights on the advanced application technique of Jian. Various other miscellaneous items. Among these, Zhang Yang was particularly interested in the bottle of basic gene enhancement fluid. Weak effect and the notes on the practice of Jian. The gene enhancement fluid could directly improve his physical foundation, while the notes on Jian might open the door to advanced applications of Nun abilities in the Hunter World, which was crucial for him to face stronger enemies in the future. The system mall and trading functions are also unlocked. Zhang Yang explored the new features. In the mall, he could directly purchase previously obtained reward items with emotion points. For instance, high-energy nutrition bars priced at 100 emotion points each, and basic herbal identification max-level skill cards priced at 500 emotion points, etc. This greatly increased the sustainability of resources. The trading function was even more magical. He could list items he obtained in this world or system items for sale at a set price, and even post requests for barter. This meant he might be able to acquire unique resources from Blue Star or the Hunter World through this platform, or even some items from the Dragon Ball world itself. Perhaps I could try to use information on Sinza Beans or the Dragon Radar. A bold thought surfaced in Zhang Yang's mind, but he quickly suppressed it. Now was not the time, and he needed to be more cautious. After summarizing his gains, Zhang Yang began to plan his next steps. The world's one martial arts tournament had shown him the true strength of warriors while exposing his own shortcomings. A combat power of over 60 points might be decent in the early stages, but as the plot progressed, the enemies would become increasingly formidable. He needed to boost his strength as soon as possible. First, digest the experiences from this battle, especially the fine control of Qi. Second, use the gene enhancement fluid to solidify the foundation. Then try to study the notes on Jian to see if he could combine the Qi from the Dragon Ball world to develop stronger defensive techniques. System upgrade is key. I'm still 13500 emotion points short. I need to plan an even more eye-catching livestream content. He thought of the upcoming Red Ribbon Army plot of Garen Tower and the Cat Sage, and even of the distant Namek. The future adventures were filled with challenges and opportunities. Little Wukong should set off tomorrow to find his grandfather's 4-star Dragon Ball, or deal with the issue of his tail. I could choose to accompany him or train alone. Zhang Yang pondered. Following the main character group was certainly safe and offered many opportunities, but it could limit his unique streaming style and growth rate. In the end, he decided to temporarily part ways. He needed some time alone to digest his gains and try out some small experiments that might not be suitable for display in front of the main character group. For example, utilizing the trading function or exploring the potential connections with the Hunter world more deeply. Late at night, Zhang Yang sat cross-legged on his bed, began to circulate his breath to heal his injuries while reflecting on the details of this martial arts tournament. Outside the window, the stars twinkled, replacing the position of the moon. This Dragon Ball world, due to his arrival and the existence of the Multiverse live streaming system, had already subtly shifted its future trajectory, and his legend was just beginning. This volume, World's one martial arts tournament, ends here. The next morning, the sunlight bathed the small town, dispelling the remnants of chaos and anxiety from the night before. Master Rashi now donned in his signature beach attire, and wearing comical sunglasses exuberantly announced that to celebrate the exceptional performances of his disciples and himself at the world's top martial arts tournament, especially his own victory as Chung Long, he would treat everyone to a feast at the best restaurant in town. Wow, a feast. That's fantastic. Upon hearing about food, little Wukong's eyes instantly sparkled, his stomach audibly rumbling in response, as if he had yet to fully recover from the physical exertion of the previous day. Bulma chuckled and shook her head, saying, Master Wu Tian, you're not planning to spend all the prize money you just won, are you? What nonsense. It is the teacher's duty to reward diligent students. A mere 500,000 Sony is hardly anything. Despite claiming so, he instinctively tightened his grip on the suitcase containing the prize money. The group chatted and laughed as they arrived at the most extravagant restaurant in town. The lavish decor made oolong and poor stick out their tongues at the prices listed on the menu. However, Master Rashi was in high spirits, waving his hand grandly. Order whatever you like. Today it's all on me. Yet he would soon pay the price for this boastful declaration. The ordering process turned into a personal performance by little Wukong. He paid no attention to what was written on the menu, only caring about the quantity and variety of the dishes depicted in the pictures. This one, and this. This one looks delicious too. Let's have 10 servings. Ah, that pork chop. Let's start with 20 servings. The server's hand holding the order board began to tremble, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Bulma tried to intervene, saying, Wukong, if you order too much, we won't finish it, and it'll go to waste. Little Wukong blinked his innocent big eyes, replying, there won't be any waste, Bulma. I can definitely finish it all. Master Rashi twitched the corners of his mouth, but forced a smile, saying, It's fine, let the kid eat. As the food arrived at the table in a continuous stream, everyone witnessed what a universe-level appetite looked like. Little Wukong devoured the food with astonishing speed, using both knife and fork, and later his hands piling plates up rapidly, creating several small mountains around him. Not only did he finish all the food he ordered, but he also consumed the side dishes, bread, and even the decorative broccoli that others hadn't touched. The patrons and servers in the entire restaurant stared in disbelief at this spectacle, as if witnessing an incredible performance. In the lively livestream chat, comments flew in. Wow. Is this the appetite of a scion? It must be connected to another dimension. At this eating speed, his battle power must be over 100. Poor Master Rashi, his prize money is in jeopardy. Streamer, hurry up and grab some. If you wait any longer, there won't even be soup left. Emotion points 199, emotion points 233. Tip: Blue Star Special Compressed Biscuits 10. Zhang Yang also ate a fair amount, but compared to little Wukong, he seemed like a small fry. He ate while watching Master Rashi's increasingly stiff expression with amusement. Eventually, when little Wukong patted his slightly bulging belly indicating he was about 8 full, the restaurant manager approached them with a tearful expression, informing them that all the ingredients in stock, including those set aside for dinner, had been completely consumed, roughly amounting to the equivalent of 50 adult portions. When it came time to settle the bill, the number on the receipt made Master Rashi's vision darken. 470,000 Sony. He trembled as he opened the suitcase, reluctantly counting out the thick bundles of cash, nearly emptying the championship prize, leaving only a pitiful 30,000 as a remainder. My money. Master Rashi held a suitcase that was mostly empty, wanting to cry, but having no tears. Little Wukong, on the other hand, let out a satisfied burp, completely unaware that he had just devoured almost the entire championship prize. After the meal, the group stood at the restaurant entrance, the atmosphere slightly subdued. Yamcha glanced at Zhang Yang and little Wukong, hesitating for a moment before asking Zhang Yang, Wukong, what are your plans next? Do you intend to continue following Master Wu Tian for training? There was a hint of barely detectable envy in his tone, though his gaze unconsciously drifted towards Bulma beside him. Having gone through so many adventures, his feelings for Bulma had gradually deepened, adding a sense of attachment that prevented him from pursuing martial arts as recklessly as before. Before Zhang Yang and little Wukong could respond, Master Rashi spoke, first his tone shifting from his usual lewdness to one of seriousness and relief, saying, no need. I have imparted everything I can teach you at the foundational level. The path ahead needs you to explore and create on your own. He turned to little Wukong and Zhang Yang, saying, Wukong, your potential is boundless, but you need to learn to control and guide your strength, especially your tail. Zhang Yang, your fighting style is unique and your thinking is broad. The turtle school techniques I know may no longer fully satisfy your needs. Continuing to follow me might actually limit your growth. Lastly, he looked at Krillin, saying, Krillin, your foundation is solid and your character is resilient, but you still need to engage in more battles to refine your spirit. Little Wukong listened, somewhat understanding, but he had always trusted Master Rose's words. He scratched his head and simply said, oh, okay, Master. I can use the Dragon Ball radar to find the 4-star Dragon Ball left by my grandpa. As he spoke, he pulled out the Dragon Ball radar, and sure enough, a light that was flashing in the distance on the screen. Zhang Yang wasn't surprised by Master Rashi's decision. He had planned to train independently, so he nodded, saying, thank you, Master Wu Tian, for your guidance during this time. I also intend to travel around meeting martial artists from all over the world in search of my own path in martial arts. Only Krillin displayed a resolute expression as he respectfully bowed to Master Roshi, saying, "Master, please allow me to continue training with you. I feel I still have much to improve." Master Roshi nodded with a look of satisfaction, saying, "Good, then you may stay." Yamcha observed this scene with mixed feelings, ultimately letting out a light sigh, saying to Bulma, "Bulma, should we head back now?" Dr. Brief must be worried since you've been out for so long. Bulma nodded, linking her arm with Yamcha's. With the decision made, little Wukong, being the spontaneous type, summoned the Nimbus cloud, jumped on it, and waved to everyone, saying, "Goodbye, everyone. I'll come back to play once I find the Dragon Balls." With that, the Nimbus cloud transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly disappearing into the sky. Zhang Yang also bid farewell to Master Roshi, Bulma, and the others, saying, "Everyone, until we meet again." With a thought, he began to float into the air using his sky dance technique, transforming into a streak of flowing light as he flew off in a different direction from little Wukong, his grace, causing passersby to gasp in awe. The livestream chat erupted once again with praise and tips for the sky dance technique. Zhang Yang stood atop the clouds, his mind racing with thoughts. From the choices made by little Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha, he vaguely understood why in the original story little Wukong could eventually grow to be a formidable figure standing at the pinnacle of the universe, while other Earth warriors, despite their considerable talents, gradually fell behind in an insurmountable gap. Indeed, little Wukong's scion bloodline granted him immense potential, but that was not the decisive factor. The real key was his pure, unyielding heart for martial arts. His path never relied on the guidance of others, but stemmed from an inner desire to grow stronger, a love for challenges, and a curiosity for the unknown. He was like a wild sapling, freely reaching towards the sky, absorbing all the sunlight and rain he could touch, including battles and strong foes, ultimately growing into a towering tree. In contrast, Krillin chose to continue following Master Roshi. While this was indeed a safe choice, allowing him to grow steadily under the protection of a senior, it also inadvertently set a limit for himself. His goal might be to become a top Earth martial artist like Master Roshi, yet Master Rose's achievements nearly represented the limit for ordinary Earth martial artists. Lacking the audacity to break conventions and surpass one's master, future accomplishments would likely struggle to transcend the existing framework. As for Yamcha, while Bulma's attachment was sweet, it indeed distracted him from focusing on martial arts. When life has other significant attachments, that forward-driving spirit that I alone am worthy fierceness naturally diminishes. Zhang Yang did not believe that love and martial arts could not coexist, but in a world like Dragon Ball, where the crisis index was constantly rising, if one could not prioritize martial arts as the foremost pursuit, it would be easy to feel overwhelmed in the face of relentless strong foes. Even if I wished to the dragon for liberation from the physical constraints of humanity, if my heart lacks the corresponding capacity and determination, the effect would likely be limited. Zhang Yang felt a surge of disappointment and urgency, thinking the future Majin Buu, Vegeta, Frieza. Each of them is a world-destroying existence. Relying solely on scions and alien warriors, the fate of Earthlings could never truly be within their own control. He realized that his arrival and the multiverse streaming system might be a variable in this world. Yet to effect more change, one first needed to become sufficiently strong and perhaps ignite the flames within more people's hearts. Leaving the noisy martial arts town, Zhang Yang did not rush to embark on a new adventure. He understood that the experience from the world's #1 martial arts conference was like a vast nutritional foundation which needed time to digest and absorb. Especially the soaring 87 million emotional points and various rewards from Blue Star and the Hunter world all required careful sorting and transformation into real strength. Zhang Yang performed the sky dance technique, flying away from the bustling town to find a suitable place for seclusion. He needed a quiet environment to digest the immense gains from the world's #1 martial arts conference and planned his next steps. Soon he found a steep and dangerous peak in a stretch of primitive mountains rarely visited by people. The summit was flat, shrouded in clouds and mist, offering a broad view, an excellent place for quiet cultivation. He took out the universal capsule produced by the Bulma family, pressed the button, and after a wisp of smoke, a fully equipped small villa appeared at the peak. This was exchanged with Bulma for the advanced technology from Blue Star that he had received as rewards during previous live streams kept for emergencies. With emotional points exceeding 87 million, it would be a lie to say he was not tempted. The system shop offered too many options to instantly enhance combat power, whether it was directly pouring in combat power, though expensive and less cost-effective in the later stages, or purchasing powerful skill cards and special items that had previously appeared, all of which could make him stronger in an instant. However, Zhang Yang forced himself to calm down. He had calculated that upgrading the system to LV3 required 100 million emotional points, and he was just 13 million short. Every system upgrade brought about a qualitative change. New connections to the world, new functions, and a higher cap on emotional point acquisition. If he were to consume a large amount of emotional points now for immediate boosts, it would certainly be satisfying for a moment, but would severely delay the system's upgrade progress. A stagnation in the system's level would mean that the efficiency of acquiring emotional points could not break through its bottleneck, which in the long run would be a loss rather than a gain. Early investment leads to later returns. He had to hold back. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and made a difficult but wise decision. This 87 million emotional points would remain untouched, fully focused on pushing for the system upgrade. He set his sights on quickly earning the last 13 million emotional points, which required a sufficiently substantial live streaming event. Not using emotional points did not mean he could not improve. The focus of this seclusion was to thoroughly digest the rewards from Blue Star and the Hunter world. Blue Star technology side treasures besides the previously used basic gene-strengthening liquid and memory alloy short blade. Zhang Yang also organized several new and intriguing technological products from Blue Star Neural Reaction Acceleration Patch Micro Effect, a disposable item that when placed on the temple can slightly enhance neural conduction speed in a short time, allowing the user to react more quickly in high-speed combat. The effect is weak, but it might create an opportunity at a crucial moment. Environmental mimetic cloak, damaged equipment from Blue Star's special forces capable of simulating surrounding light and thermal radiation signals to achieve visual camouflage. Unfortunately, it is a damaged version, incomplete in its mimetic capabilities and energy-consuming with a short duration. Portable material analyzer palm-sized, it can quickly scan and analyze the composition and structure of common materials. Very helpful for identifying unknown medicinal herbs, minerals, or toxic substances. High-frequency cutting blade, trial version, energy-driven, capable of generating high-frequency vibrations, theoretically offering excellent cutting effects on most materials. However, the trial version's energy core cannot be replaced, rendering it useless after use. Zhang Yang was temporarily reluctant to use it. These technological items each had their own unique utility, but were mostly auxiliary in nature and could not directly and significantly enhance core combat power. What truly provided Zhang Yang with a tremendous boost at the foundational level were the following three categories. 1. Blue Star martial arts experience, inclusive and integrative. Though Blue Star lacked the energy system of Qi, its combat techniques, fighting arts, and physical training methods had developed to an extremely high level with numerous schools and rigorous systems. Through rewards, Zhang Yang obtained various martial arts experience packages, including the essence of mixed martial arts, the secrets of ancient fist techniques, the 12 paths of kicking techniques, and real combat insights, sword blade gun. These experiences did not directly confer power, but instead embedded the wisdom, skills, force methods, and practical adaptability of countless predecessors into his consciousness. During his seclusion, Zhang Yang cross-verified and integrated this knowledge with the basics of the Turtle Immortal School and his own comprehension of Qi. He practiced his punches and kicks, sometimes steady and dignified like the Turtle Immortal School, sometimes fierce and direct like Blue Star combat, and at times incorporating the enigmatic and peculiar techniques of ancient martial arts. Holding a wooden stick, he could also display sword intent and blade intent that were either sharp, deceptive, or expansive. Although limited by his physical body and energy system, he could not fully replicate certain techniques from Blue Star that required specific environments or tools. This understanding and foundation of martial allowed him to reach a new height in utilizing his own strength. It could be said that at the level of technique in terms of foundational martial arts, he was already nearing perfection, laying an incredibly solid foundation for his future path. 2. Blue Star Gene Potion, solidifying foundations, breaking limits. Interstellar travel imposes extremely high physical quality requirements on astronauts, thus greatly advancing gene engineering technology on Blue Star. Zhang Yang was fortunate to obtain 3 bottles of low-level gene enhancement potion from rewards. The description indicated that this potion could significantly enhance basic physical qualities such as muscle density, bone strength, and neural reactions with very low side effects, but each person could only use 3 bottles in a lifetime and multiple uses would be ineffective. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang took these 3 bottles of light blue glowing potion in 3 doses at the beginning of his seclusion. The process was not easy. Each time was accompanied by the soreness and itchiness of muscle tearing and reassembling, as if his entire body was being dismantled and reshaped. But the effect was immediate. He could clearly feel his body becoming tougher with qualitative leaps in strength, speed, endurance, and recovery. The combat power value on the system interface started to surge: 71, 85, 110, 135. Finally, after fully absorbing the effects of the 3 bottles of potion, his basic combat power stabilized at 168 points, an increase of nearly 100 points. This was not just a change in numbers, but a slight leap in the level of life, providing a firmer container for accommodating stronger Qi and thought. 3. Hunter World Nun Ability System Formation Tenfold Explosion. Previously, the Nun ability knowledge Zhang Yang obtained was fragmented. This time in seclusion, he finally integrated the cultivation methods he had gradually received from rewards and thoroughly mastered the 4 fundamental actions of Nun ability: training, bind, nullify, refine, and emit. Bind, retaining life, energy, chi around the body. It has become his instinct. Nullify, completely retracting one's aura to eliminate personal presence, useful for stealth and recovery. Refine, a technique to explosively enhance life energy. It is the foundation of combat. Emit, the system for transforming life energy into unique abilities. Through testing and insights and combining his straightforward combat style that pursues the extreme of power, Zhang Yang ultimately identified himself as an enhancer. An enhancer, as the name suggests, simply and brutally uses Nun to strengthen oneself or specific items, unleashing extreme offensive or defensive power. When Zhang Yang combined refine and emit to unleash his full enhancer Nun ability, a surge of overwhelming energy instantly enveloped him. His hair stood on end without wind, and his body seemed to be shrouded in a realm that slightly distorted the surrounding air. The combat power value on the system interface began to fluctuate wildly, ultimately settling at 1680 points. A tenfold increase. This overwhelming sense of power made him feel as though he could shatter a small hill with a single punch. However, problems arose in tandem. In this state, the Nun and Chi within him clashed violently, making the energy extremely wild and difficult to control precisely. Not to mention performing the energy control-intensive Kamehameha, even maintaining stable flight with sky dance technique became extraordinarily difficult, let alone employing the intricate techniques of Blue Star martial arts he had just comprehended. It seems that the simultaneous use of Nun and Chi is the next major challenge to overcome. Zhang Yang was not disappointed. Instead, he was filled with a desire for challenge. With the tenfold explosion as a trump card, it was enough to deal with most crises, while he needed to diligently practice the coordination and unity of both energies during normal times. A month passed in the blink of an eye. When Zhang Yang stepped out of the villa again, his demeanor had become more restrained, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance, each movement exuding a natural sense of harmony and strength. With a basic combat power of 168, his psychic ability could reach as high as 1680 during an outburst. Such strength in the current stage of Earth could be deemed top tier. After exiting his seclusion, Zhang Yang did not immediately seek new adventures. Instead, a strong wave of homesickness surged within him. It had been over 2 months since he left home to follow Master Turtle for training and to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. After all, this body was only 8 years old. How anxious must his parents be after such a long absence? He performed the sky dance technique, his heart racing homeward, speeding towards the small mountain village on the outskirts of the eastern capital. His speed had increased even more compared to before his seclusion, with mountains and rivers rapidly retreating beneath him. However, as he approached the small village, the scene before him made his heart sink. He saw that the village was surrounded by over 100 soldiers dressed in eastern capital military uniforms. Armed and erecting barricades, they had completely sealed off the village. A crowd of terrified villagers gathered at the village entrance, confronting the soldiers with a tense atmosphere. Signs of destruction were faintly visible in the village, with several houses appearing charred as if they had been burned. What is going on? Zhang Yang's gaze turned icy as he accelerated, diving down like a meteor. Who goes there? The soldiers on the ground, realizing an attacker was descending from the sky, panicked and raised their weapons. However, they only felt a flash before their eyes, followed by an irresistible force hitting them, their weapons twisting and deforming in an instant as they were sent flying backward, unconscious before they could even utter a sound. Zhang Yang moved through the soldiers like a tiger among sheep, his form flickering amid them as he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, moving so quickly that only afterimages remained. These ordinary soldiers were like paper dolls before him. In less than 10 seconds, over 100 soldiers lay on the ground incapacitated. He was precise in his actions, merely knocking them unconscious without taking their lives. "Yang, my boy, it's Yang who's back." A sharp-eyed villager recognized Zhang Yang and exclaimed, "It really is Zhang Yang. Heavens, how has Yang become so powerful?" The villagers were both surprised and delighted as they gathered around. Zhang Yang's parents, Zhang Debao and Wang Suihua, also squeezed through the crowd. Seeing their son return safely and display such miraculous skills brought tears of joy to their eyes as they embraced him tightly. "Father, mother, what is happening? Why are these soldiers surrounding the village?" Zhang Yang comforted his parents and asked in a serious tone. Zhang Debao sighed, his face filled with fear and anger. "Alas, it's all because of those iron lumps battle robots left behind by that young lady from the western capital last time. It turned out that not long ago, tax officials from the eastern capital came to collect grain and accidentally discovered several battle robots carefully hidden by the villagers in the granary left by Bulma. The laws of the Eastern capital explicitly prohibit the import and use of high-tech products from the Western capital, with severe penalties for violators. The tax officials, seeing this as a treasure, reported it immediately. The higher-ups dispatched the military not only to confiscate the robots, but also to hold the entire village accountable for collusion, meaning colluding with the Western capital, threatening to arrest the responsible parties and even wipe out the village, as an example. The standoff had lasted several days. The villagers barely held on thanks to the terrain and some fighting spirit, but the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. After hearing this, Zhang Yang's eyes shimmered with cold light. He did not expect that the robots left by Bulma, originally intended to protect the village, had instead brought disaster upon it. The corruption and tyranny of the Eastern capital's regime were laid bare. Resolving the current military threat was merely a temporary measure. He could not stay in the village forever. Once he left, the Eastern capital might send even stronger forces, or perhaps more fearsome enemies like the Red Ribbon Army would be attracted. At that time, the village would face even harsher retaliation. The simplest solution seemed to be directly overthrowing the Eastern capital regime for good. With his current peak combat power of 1680, while he might not be able to single-handedly confront the entire national machinery, creating chaos and decapitating the higher-ups was not out of the question. However, this thought only lingered in Zhang Yang's mind for a brief moment before he dismissed it. Regime change would inevitably be accompanied by great turmoil, war, and death, displacing countless innocent civilians. What he sought was the ultimate pursuit of personal martial arts, the exploration of the mysteries of all realms, not to be mired in the quagmire of political struggle, nor to bring about war due to his selfish desires to protect the village. This was contrary to his true intentions. So how could he genuinely protect the village and ensure that his parents and fellow villagers could live peacefully after he left? After deep contemplation, an idea gradually took shape in Zhang Yang's heart: teaching martial arts. First, to enhance their self-defense capabilities. If the villagers, especially the young and strong, possessed a certain level of combat capability, ordinary soldiers or even small military units would pose no threat to the village. This was far more reliable than relying on imported high-tech products. Second, it would facilitate his own training. He could use the village as a base for open training and testing of new techniques, even validating some training concepts on the villagers. Third, it would also be an important trial. The wishes of the dragon god broke the racial limitations of Earth's human bodies, but whether potential could be transformed into strength still required proper guidance and arduous training. If he could lead more ordinary people onto the path of martial arts, even if just for strengthening their bodies and enhancing their combat abilities, would that not provide an additional force of resistance when Earth faced crises in the future? Could it create a possibility for the human race on Earth that differed from the Scions or Namekians? This thought excited Zhang Yang. He could not change the choices of Klin Yancha and the others, but perhaps he could start from his hometown, sowing the seeds of martial arts. Looking at the villagers who were still shaken yet filled with hope due to his return, Zhang Yang took a deep breath and spoke loudly. Father, mother, fellow villagers, you need not be afraid any longer. These soldiers will no longer threaten us. From tomorrow onward, I will establish a martial arts school in the village to teach everyone the skills to strengthen their bodies and protect their homes. Anyone willing to learn, regardless of age, is welcome to come. Upon hearing this, the villagers were stunned, then erupted into a fervent discussion. Having witnessed Zhang Yang resolve the military threat like a celestial being, they believed his words wholeheartedly. Learning such miraculous skills, for them who had farmed for generations and had long been bullied, this was something they had never dared to dream of. Zhang Debao and Wang Cuihua looked at their son, their eyes filled with pride and joy. They knew their son had embarked on a completely different path, and this small mountain village might also change because of him. Zhang Yang looked at the excited villagers and thought to himself, system upgrades require significant events. Spreading martial arts and changing a corner of the world, I wonder how many emotional points I will gain. And in the distant future, perhaps the fate of humanity on Earth could indeed be different. His gaze transcended the village, casting towards a broader horizon. The way home seemed to connect to a new journey. In the early morning, as the eastern horizon began to show a faint light, the tranquility of the small mountain village was shattered by a resounding call. In the largest threshing area at the center of the village stood a futuristic silver circular building. This was the Gravity Martial Arts Arena released by Zhang Yang using a universal capsule. Although only the most basic 1x gravity zone was activated, it was already a transformative training ground for the young ones just beginning their martial arts journey. Over 20 boys and girls aged between 8 and 16 donned matching white practice uniforms, gritting their teeth as they underwent a brutal training called running in front of Zhang Yang. Their target was not the flat track, but the back mountain covered in thorns and rugged rocks. Each person carried a heavy tortoise shell, a makeshift creation, using Zhang Yang's combination of qi and mental power, temporarily solidifying a giant stone from the riverside, soaking their backs in sweat. Each step felt like struggling through a quagmire. Faster. Just a bit faster. Imagine a hungry wolf is chasing you. Zhang Yang's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached every young ear. He himself stood not at ease, enveloped by a barely visible, yet slightly distorting solidified aura, an ability known as mental power hard. Simultaneously, the vast qi within him was slowly compressing and flowing along a mysterious route, attempting to combine the levitation of void dance with energy gathering of turtle-style qi gong concurrently. This method of multitasking was a tremendous burden on both spirit and body, yet he persevered, aiming to turn this high-intensity state into instinct. The youths looked at the figure ahead, younger than most of them, yet as steady as a mountain, their eyes devoid of complaints, filled only with fervent admiration and unyielding determination. They had witnessed Zhang Yang split a giant rock with his bare hands, leap across a wide river, and even create dazzling light blasts from his fingertips. This kind of power was a miracle they had once never dared to imagine. After running, they immediately transitioned to finding stones. Zhang Yang scattered pebbles imbued with a slight trace of his qi into the rushing river, and the youths had to hold their breath and focus to accurately identify those specific stones amidst the cold water and chaotic pebbles. This trained their sensitivity to qi. In the afternoon, they faced a more tedious, yet strength-building task of manual labor. Without plowing oxen or hoes, the youths used their palms to break the hardened soil and their fingers to dig planting holes. They swung their fists, forcefully flattening the protruding rocks on the mountainside to lay the foundation for a winding road. Each strike was accompanied by muscle soreness and joint aches, yet no one called for a halt. They knew that after every exhausting effort, Zhang Yang would always produce a strange, shimmering recovery potion, which required just a few drops to rapidly rejuvenate their fatigued bodies, even allowing them to feel their strength gradually increasing despite the pain. At night, it was not a time for rest. Zhang Yang would gather the youths under the oil lamp to teach them literacy, arithmetic, and the most basic knowledge of meridians and the theory of qi. He understood that without theoretical guidance, brute practice would ultimately yield limited results. These children, who might have spent their lives toiling away, now had eyes shining brightly, eagerly absorbing all knowledge. After more than half a month of intense training and high nutrition from recovery potions and high-energy foods exchanged by Zhang Yang from the system store, the results were astounding. These youths initially had combat power, generally ranging from 3 to 5, within the normal human range. Now even the weakest had risen above 10L, and a few with slightly better talents, such as the village chief's grandson Shi, who, a robust 14-year-old, had combat power nearing 20. Their bodies became strong and nimble, with sharp gazes and movements already carrying a hint of a martial artist's agility. During this time, Zhang Yang reactivated several combat robots in the village that had been treated as scrap metal, and also retrieved a dozen more from the universal capsule, forming a simple automated defense network to guard the village's perimeter. Initially, the villagers were somewhat apprehensive, but after seeing that these iron lumps only reacted to external threats and obeyed Zhang Yang's commands, they gradually felt reassured. The adults continued with their daily work, but the frowns on their faces lessened and their backs straightened, knowing that the village had gained a new protective force. However, the peaceful days were ultimately disrupted. That afternoon, as the youths were practicing combat drills in the threshing area, a sharp alarm from the combat robots suddenly rang out from the village entrance. Following that were heavy footsteps and the roar of engines. They're coming. Zhang Yang's expression tightened as he gathered his qi and mental power, shouting at the suddenly tense youths, "Gather! Prepare to face the enemy." At the village entrance, a dark mass approached, over 500 soldiers from Dongdu, equipped far better than last time, even bringing a few light armored vehicles and shoulder-fired rocket launchers. At the forefront was a middle-aged officer with a sinister expression who, upon seeing the few combat robots visibly styled from the West capital, flashed a glimmer of greed and malice in his eyes. "Rebels inside. Immediately put down your weapons, surrender the spies from the West capital and contraband, or face immediate execution," the officer shouted through a loudspeaker. In response, over 20 youths stood in formation, their eyes firm, yet tinged with excitement. A bunch of kids who haven't even grown hair yet. The officer was taken aback for a moment, then sneered, "Looks like this village really is deserted. First squad charge. Capture them alive, though I want to see what tricks they have." 50 fierce soldiers charged forward, completely dismissing the half-grown children. "Form up." Kifilled fists. Shi, who shouted as the temporary captain. The youths instantly grouped into threes, forming a simple triangular formation, facing the charging soldiers without retreating, instead advancing towards them. The battle erupted in an instant, leaving all soldiers, including the officer, dumbfounded. The youth's speed surpassed reason, easily dodging the soldiers' clumsy thrusts and grabs. Their fists contained terrifying power. What seemed like a light punch created a dull thud as it struck the soldiers, sending the sturdy soldiers flying with shattered ribs and blood spewing from their mouths. Bang! A soldier swung his rifle, but at a short boy who did not flinch, but instead blocked it with his arm, breaking the wooden stock with a crack, then retaliating with a punch, causing the soldier to scream and collapse, clutching his stomach. Swish, swish, swish. Several soldiers attempted to shoot, but the youths seemed to predict the trajectory of the bullets weaving through them, and then like leopards darted to the soldiers, delivering precise strikes to their necks, instantly bringing them down. This was not a battle but a one-sided massacre. 50 elite soldiers in front of the 20-odd youths could not even last 3 minutes before all lay on the ground wailing. Although the youths were somewhat nervous and uncomfortable at their first taste of blood under Zhang Yang's daily indoctrination of the belief in protection and the confidence surge from victory, they quickly steadied their minds, their gazes becoming sharper. Monsters! Shoot! Open fire! Armored vehicles crushed them. The sinister officer, both shocked and enraged, ordered hoarsely. However, before the armored vehicles could start, several of the most agile youths had already climbed onto the vehicles like monkeys, condensing a trace of chi around their fists, striking the vulnerable points like the observation windows and engine hoods. While they couldn't completely destroy the armor, they dented the steel plates and caused smoke to rise from the circuits, disorienting the passengers inside. The remaining soldiers, under the officer's coercion, frantically unleashed bullets and even fired rocket launchers. Yet the youths, relying on their superhuman speed and reflexes, weaved through the hail of bullets, and with each strike a soldier would inevitably fall. Their cooperation grew increasingly tacit. Some attracted fire, others executed flanking maneuvers, while others dealt with the distant rocket launcher operators. Throughout, Zhang Yang stood calmly at the entrance of the martial arts arena, quietly watching. He did not intervene, nor did he even mobilize the combat robots. This was a baptism the youths had to undergo. Only through the trials of blood and fire could they truly grow. The combat lasted less than 10 minutes. Out of over 500 well-equipped soldiers, aside from a few who had fled early and the officer, who had personally knocked out and captured, all others were defeated by this group of youths. The ground was littered with groaning soldiers, broken weapons scattered everywhere. Victory came so swiftly and thoroughly that the youths stood in the center of the battlefield, panting, staring at their hands in disbelief before erupting into uncontrollable cheers. But their cheers quickly subsided as they collectively turned to Zhang Yang, their eyes filled with gratitude and determination. Zhang Yang nodded slightly, a hint of approval on his face. He knew that after this battle, these youths had truly stepped onto the path of martial arts. Their spirit had undergone a qualitative change. They shed their naivety and fear, gaining confidence, composure, and a calmness that belonged to the strong. After the battle, the youths did not linger in the joy of victory. At Zhang Yang's signal, they quietly imprisoned the captives, confiscated weapons, treated their minor injuries, mostly superficial wounds, easily healed with recovery potions, and then returned to their daily arduous training, as if the fierce battle was merely a small interlude. Yet the refined aura they exuded could no longer be concealed. Zhang Yang watched all of this with a sense of satisfaction. His own training had not slackened, maintaining the state of hard to compress his chi, steadily increasing his base combat power to 185 points over the past month, and under the surge of mental power, it could reach 1850 points. His mastery of void dance and turtle-style qigong had also grown increasingly proficient. Meanwhile, the numbers on the system panel in his mind continued to fluctuate and grow. Although he no longer received the massive influx of points like during the World Martial Arts Championship, the audiences from Blue Star and the Hunter World were quite interested in his farming and teaching endeavors, especially seeing the rapid growth of the youths and their crushing of the army. Various comments such as, "Coach, I want to learn. Wow, this training is hardcore. And are you creating a new school streamer?" flooded the screen with emotional points steadily flowing in. Day by day, accumulating sand to form a tower. The rising sun cast a golden glow over the small mountain village outside the eastern capital, yet it could not entirely dispel the chilling atmosphere lingering at the village's entrance. Over 500 soldiers from the eastern capital, equipped with high-quality standard weapons, and even a few light armored vehicles and shoulder-fired rocket launchers, blocked all exits from the village. The commanding officer's expression was stern, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, evidently of a higher rank and more difficult to deal with than the officer who led the previous operation. Through his binoculars, he surveyed the 20-odd half-grown youths at the village entrance, his brow furrowed. Intelligence suggested that this group of children had defeated the hundreds of soldiers before. It was utterly absurd. Yet the battle remnants scattered across the ground, not fully cleared away, forced him to believe. "Rebels inside, listen," the officer shouted into a megaphone, his voice icy. "Immediately cease resistance and surrender the culprits who harmed our soldiers, along with all contraband from the western capital. Otherwise, our troops will take all necessary measures, including a forceful purge." His threat echoed in the air, yet the response he received was the increasingly resolute gazes and steady breaths of the youths. They spread out in the formations practiced during drills. Though their palms were slightly sweaty from tension, there was no hint of fear in their eyes, only a palpable eagerness for battle. "Stubborn fools. First and second squads charge. Armored vehicles provide cover. The officer, losing patience, issued the attack order. Hundreds of soldiers surged toward the village entrance like a tide, the armored vehicles roaring as they advanced, heavy treads grinding against the ground. Just as the soldiers were about to burst into the village, their faces already showing contempt, confident they could easily crush this group of naive children, an unexpected change occurred. "Attack!" shouted Sure, the leader of the youths, unleashing a fierce command. In the next moment, the 20-odd youths sprang into action. Their movements were so fast that they exceeded the visual capture ability of ordinary people, like 20 arrows released from bows crashing directly into the soldiers' ranks. Bang, 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 bang. The dull thuds of collisions, the sound of bones breaking, and the soldiers' screams and wails instantly mixed into a cacophony. The battlefield displayed a one-sided, crushing momentum, the absolute disparity in speed and reaction. Soldiers' clumsy thrusts and aimed shots appeared to the youths as slow as snails. They effortlessly dodged blades and bullets closing in on the soldiers. The seemingly tender fists of the youths contained power many times greater than that of ordinary people. A single punch was enough to crush the chest bone of a soldier wearing a bulletproof vest, sending him flying like a broken sack, toppling over a group of companions behind. A side kick could send a large soldier along with his weapon flying 7 or 8 meters away. Though they were still unable to gather chi waves like Zhang Yang, they instinctively condensed the faint energy within their bodies into their fists and feet. This made their attacks more penetrating and destructive. Sometimes a punch against a soldier's rifle would bend the steel-made weapon out of shape. They did not fight individually. In groups of 3, they either defended back-to-back against attacks or formed triangular formations to infiltrate and divide the enemy. Some focused on frontal assaults, others provided side distractions, while some specialized in neutralizing threats, such as rocket launcher operators and machine gunners. Their movements were fluid, as if they had rehearsed 1,000 times. A soldier, terrified, pulled the trigger at the short youth charging toward him, only to see the boy slightly tilt his head, and the bullet was past his ear. At the same time, a precise knife-hand strike landed on his wrist. The crisp sound of bone breaking echoed, and the soldier dropped his weapon with a scream. Another soldier attempted to smash Sure-Hu's head from behind with his rifle, but Sure, who seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, executing a swift crouching spin kick that sent the soldier crashing against the track of an armored vehicle, rendering him unconscious. The few light armored vehicles initially intended to charge through with their heavy armor were now entangled by the most agile of the youths. They leaped onto the rooftops like nimble monkeys, attempting to pry open the hatches or slam their kind-fused fists against the observation windows and engine hoods. Though they could not completely destroy them for now, the loud thuds and the constant vibrations of the vehicles made the occupants inside panic, unable to effectively fire their weapons. The officer stared dumbfounded at the scene before him. His proud elite soldiers were utterly incapable against this group of youths. This was not a battle, but a slaughter akin to a grown man storming into a kindergarten. Only the roles had been completely reversed. Monsters, they are a group of little monsters. A soldier, mentally collapsing, dropped his weapon and attempted to flee, only to be swiftly caught by a keen-eyed youth who took him down in a single blow. The battle began abruptly and ended even more swiftly. In less than 10 minutes, the entrance of the village was strewn with moaning soldiers from the eastern capital, weapons scattered across the ground, and the armored vehicles were left immobilized, their hatches tightly closed, the occupants evidently too afraid to come out. Over 500 well-equipped soldiers were completely defeated by just 20-odd barehanded youths. As for the youths, apart from a few who suffered minor injuries from stray bullets or received a few harmless punches, none were seriously harmed. Zhang Yang stood quietly under the eaves of the martial arts arena, calmly observing the battlefield. He did not even mobilize the combat robots hidden in the shadows. Seeing the youths cleanly dispatch the enemy, he nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. After the baptism of blood and fire, these raw gems finally began to shine with their true brilliance. As the battle concluded, the youths stood at the center of the battlefield, gazing at their fruits of war, breathing slightly hurriedly. The initial excitement and flush on their faces gradually faded, replaced by a sense of calm. They exchanged glances, each seeing a kind of transformation in the other's eyes. The fear they once held towards the soldiers dissipated in that moment. They truly felt the power they possessed and the responsibility that came with it, the responsibility to protect their homeland. Without excessive cheers or commotion, under Sure-Hu's command, the youths began to silently clean the battlefield, collecting weapons and securing the captured soldiers along with the ashen-faced officer. Their actions were skillful and orderly, as if they had just completed a special training exercise. This clean and decisive victory served as a spiritual tempering for these youths. Their gazes became sharper and steadier, the confidence and composure of martial artists increasingly evident in their movements. They truly understood the significance of their arduous daily training and more deeply comprehended Zhang Yang's intentions behind imparting them strength. After this battle, the youth's enthusiasm for training soared nearly without Zhang Yang's urging each one put forth their utmost effort. For they understood that the outside world was not a peaceful place. Only by possessing strength could they safeguard the hard-won tranquility before them. Zhang Yang's strength steadily improved during these relatively calm, yet constantly attentive training days. By maintaining a solid state to compress qi while meticulously studying the intricacies of the void dance technique, in the turtle school's qi manipulation, his foundation became increasingly solid. His basic combat power slowly yet steadily climbed from 185 points, gradually approaching the 190-point threshold. The use of his nun abilities also became more adept. Although he was still far from the near-instinctual permanent solid of Chairman Netero, the duration and adaptability of his self-imposed burden were continually improving. Meanwhile, the panel of the Multiverse live streaming system displayed fluctuating emotion points. The audience from Blue Star witnessed the exhilarating scene of the youths crushing the army, and the barrage exploded. Wow. Is this the power of martial arts? 20 against 500. And they won. Coach, I really want to learn this. Voice cracking, the streamer has formed a youth martial arts group on Earth. So exhilarating. These youths have a bright future. Earthlings have truly stood up. The audience from the Hunter world focused more on the integration of nun abilities with the energy known as qi and Zhang Yang's almost self-abusive training methods, contributing a wealth of awe and discussion. Though they did not acquire a massive amount of emotion points all at once, this steady growth, like a trickle, appeared more solid. As the sun rose and set, time passed. On a night of full month after Zhang Yang returned to the small mountain village, he sat cross-legged in the center of the gravity martial arts arena. His aura was harmonious and restrained the solid state, like a close-fitting armor. The qi within him compressed to the extreme, flowed like a gentle river, his spirit highly concentrated, perceiving every bit of growth and change in his strength. Finally, when his control over the compression of qi reached a new subtle level, his basic combat power effortlessly broke through to 195. In his mind, the long-awaited crisp notification sounded like celestial music. Ding. Detected that host's emotion points have reached 100 million, satisfying upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade, Zhang Yang said without hesitation. Multiverse live streaming system upgrading. 10, 50, 100. Upgrade completed. Current level of Multiverse live streaming system LV3. A new chapter is about to unfold with the system upgrade. Zhang Yang slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance crossing his gaze, and a hint of anticipation curled at the corners of his mouth. The Wanjia Live system was upgrading. 10, 50, 100. Upgrade complete. The Wanjia Live system had advanced to LV3. New features and changes. 1. Added live world Hazy Wang world rule aspect. Physical rule development. Current online viewers 100, 100. 2. The single acquisition cap for emotion points has been raised to 9999. 3. Emotion points required for the next system upgrade 10 billion. 4. New additions to the shop for Longzhu world items. Sinza Bean 100 emotion points each. Super God Water 100 emotion points per dose. Combat Power Detection Glasses 100 emotion points per pair. Teleportation Technique Scroll 100 emotion points. Universal Capsule Research Package 100 emotion points. Android Research Package 100 emotion points. A stream of system prompts flooded Zhang Yang's mind, and the long strings of zeros in the new exchange list turned his brief elation at the upgrade into a cold gulp of dismay. The inflation is ridiculous. Zhang Yang railed inwardly. When the system was LV1, Sinza beans were only 500 emotion points apiece. Now they're 1 million. They're just taking our money. Teleportation for 10 billion. Android technology for 10 billion. And the next upgrade needs 100 billion emotion points. While complaining to himself, he began to calculate carefully. The live room capacity jumped from 100,000 to 1 million, and the single acquisition cap rose from 999 to 9999, both seemingly tenfold increases. Yet the requirement for the next upgrade had leapt 100-fold. It was not proportional. Zhang Yang understood far too well that viewers were not emotion point vending machines. They would not always provide the cap on every broadcast. Only in moments of extreme shock, exhilaration, fear, or genuine emotion would emotion points explode. Ordinary training streams and daily life broadcasts might net only dozens or a few hundred points, and that would already be good. At this pace, even if I cling on until the top martial arts contest 3 years from now, I probably still won't amass 100 billion. Zhang Yang felt a pressure he had never known before. The system's appetite was growing. He could no longer remain secluded, relying on occasional incidents and a slow drip of daily training to make progress. He had to take the initiative. No, he had to create more spectacles that would ignite the audience's emotions. His gaze swept the shop list again, lingering on the Android Research Package and the Teleportation Technique scroll. Although the prices were jaw-dropping, the potential they represented was intoxicating. If he could obtain android technology and combine it with humanity's capacity for boundless bodily growth in this universe, the possibilities were staggering. Teleportation, too, was top tier in both strategic value and survival utility. The road is still long. Zhang Yang drew a deep breath to calm the restlessness in his chest. Fortunately, the benefits outweigh the costs. At least now I have a glimpse of higher vistas and possibilities. He closed the system panel and decided not to redeem anything for the time being. Senza beans were tempting, but he still had a few in reserve exchanged earlier out of curiosity, and a price of 1 million apiece stung. Super God water. That was too risky, and he doubted whether it would still be effective on someone like him whose body and fate had been altered by the dragon's wish, and who now had a system. The other items were astronomical. Those purchases would require long-term planning. In the days that followed, life in the small mountain village did not immediately change because of the system upgrade. It continued at its steady, orderly pace. Zhang Yang redoubled his efforts in training. The gravity martial arena, retooled with launching technology, became the place he spent the most time. Under several times normal gravity, he hammered the absolute compression of qi, refined the flexible direction changes and high-speed movement of the Dancian art, and pushed the concentration speed and energy efficiency of Guai Pai Qigong to new heights. The tenacity of his non-ability had become almost instinctive, always running, tempering body and spirit. His base combat power rose steadily from 195 points as he pressed toward greater levels. Sure Hu and the other 20-odd youths, having passed through the blood and fire trial against the Dongdu army, seemed to have completed a final metamorphosis. Their gazes were sharpened and calm. Their movements carried a masterful dignity, deep as an abyss and steady as a mountain. Daily training was no longer a chore to them, but as natural as breathing and eating. They sparred and exchanged techniques, discussing finer points of qi circulation. They began to integrate the launching ancient martial arts Zhang Yang had taught them with insights gained in battle, forging unique fighting styles. Their combat power rose at an astonishing rate. In just 3 months, the weakest stabilized above 80 points, and elites, like Sure Hu, broke through the 150-point mark. At the early stage of the Longzhu tale, this would already trample ordinary earth martial artists. The whole mountain village, thanks to this group of youths, felt like an isolated sanctuary of martial cultivation. During this relatively calm period, Zhang Yang's emotion points accumulated slowly but steadily through daily training streams and growing attention from 3 worlds of viewers, reaching nearly 30 million. That number sounded vast, but compared to LV3's exchange demands of hundreds of millions or billions and the 100 billion upgrade threshold, it was a mere drop in the ocean. One evening, the sunset painted the sky in brilliant orange. Zhang Yang stood outside the gravity martial arena and watched the youths training inside their sweat and momentum like a storm, and made a decision. He sprang lightly and landed at the arena's center as if weightless. He clapped his hands and drew the attention of every young trainee. Everyone stopped for a moment. The youths immediately halted and closed ranks, all eyes burning as they looked at their admired Yanga. They could sense Zhang Yang had something important to announce. In 3 months, you have transformed from ordinary mountain boys into true martial practitioners. Zhang Yang swept his gaze over them, his voice calm, yet charged, and you will not remain confined here. The youths brightened, a flicker of understanding in their eyes. Seclusion and closed-door cultivation will not last forever. You need broader skies and diverse opponents to advance our martial way further. He paused, his gaze deepening. Besides, the dragon granted my wish and opened the possibility of boundless growth for all Earth humans. But such power should not belong to a few. It should be sown like seed, spread so that more may benefit and human civilization as a whole may grow strong. Therefore, I have decided to leave the village and travel. Zhang Yang looked at his companions, now renewed in spirit. You two are capable of standing alone. He drew a breath and revealed a long-considered plan. I want you to leave the village, but not to follow me. You must disperse, go to major cities across Earth, and even remote towns. There establish schools and sects, build dojos, and teach the true methods of qi cultivation and the powerful philosophies of martial arts to those who hunger to grow stronger. His words rang like thunder in the youths' hearts. They exchanged looks, excited, uneasy at the unknown, and pained at the thought of parting from comrades. Sure Hu stepped forward, first, eyes resolute. Young, I understand. We are the sparks, right? We will carry the light of martial arts to every corner of the world. Yes, sparks. Zhang Yang nodded approvingly. You 20-odd are 20 powerful sparks. Once you scatter and take root, sprout and teach disciples, and those disciples teach others, one day a single flame may become a prairie fire. Then humanity as a whole will reach heights once unimaginable. We will no longer fear any external threat, whether warlords like the Hongzhou army or even stronger foes who may appear in the future. The youths were stirred by this grand blueprint, their blood boiled with aspiration. They seemed to see a future where countless Earthlings mastered Qigong and a generation of strong ones rose up. To defend their homes and grow strong, their purpose had been elevated in that moment. Yanga, we follow your lead. I'll go to Dongdu. That place is technologically advanced. There will surely be many who want to learn real martial arts. I'll head to the southern islands. The people there are fierce. I'll go to the snowy plains in the north. The youths responded in turn, debating their target destinations with heated enthusiasm. Sorrow at parting gave way to buoyant determination. They knew this was not an ending, but a grander beginning. At the same time, the Wanjie live room erupted completely because of Zhang Yang's sweeping declaration. Ding! From launching viewer Xingji Kaichuo's emotion points 888 near full. Comment, it's ignited. From a hero to a leader of civilization. This is the breath of a transmigrator. Ding! From launching viewer Lishir Kaiguxui's emotion points 7500. Comment, spreading the fire of civilization. This plot has epic grandeur. I tip a launching Ancient Martial Legacy Chip Basic Edition in support. Ding! From Hazy Wing viewer Mao Sihuang, Tuan Ganbu emotion points 6600. Comment, haha. Cultivating a faction. Interesting. This brat has big ambitions. I tip a crate of Sea King Essence Jerky to see how far he goes. Ding! From Hunter World viewer E.G. Liern emotion points 7200. Comment, popularizing extraordinary powers. A crazy yet alluring idea. I tip a fragment of unknown ancient ruin coordinates. Might be useful. Ding! From Hazy Wang viewer Haijun Kashu, Qingyuan emotion points 9500. Comment, infinite bodily growth potential plus systematic training spreading. Variables must be recalculated. I tip a schematic for a basic life sign monitor. Ding! Emotion points kept erupting 510048306900. The system notification chimes melded into a roar as the emotion point numbers leapt and accumulated at unprecedented speed. What delighted Zhang Yang more was that alongside the soaring emotion points, gifts from different worlds began arriving one after another. Although the practical value of some gifts remained uncertain, this cross-world recognition and investment were the greatest endorsement of his plan. The influx of emotion points peaked as Zhang Yang announced his grand plan and resonated with viewers from the new world. Total emotion points rapidly exceeded 40 million and continued to climb. A few days later, prepared and determined, the youths set out. They carried the modest startup funds Zhang Yang had provided, partly from earlier launching donations and partly from non-critical gifts now used for research or exchange, and their unshakable faith. One by one, they bade farewell to the village and their parents like fledglings leaving the nest to soar in all directions. Zhang Debao and Wang Tsawa were reluctant, yet immeasurably proud of their son and his comrades and the great cause they had undertaken. The village instantly grew quieter, left with a few young children and the elders. Zhang Yang too prepared to depart. He had no fixed destination and intended to wander at will, first visiting Dongdu to see the city's prosperity and conflicts, and then decide his next move. Before leaving, he glanced at the system panel. Wanjie Live System LV3, host Zhang Yang, age 8, apparent combat power 200 skills. Emotion points 483251119, live viewers 100. At capacity items added, launching Ancient Martial Legacy Chip Basic X1, Sea King Essence Jerky X1 crate, unknown ancient ruin coordinates fragment X1, basic life sign monitor schematic X1. Under intense training, his combat power had risen by 1805 points, and with the announcement of the Spark plan, his emotion points surged to over 48 million. He had also received strange gifts from different worlds. Then the journey begins. Zhang Yang smiled slightly at the invisible live camera in the air. With emotion, he vanished like a phantom at the village entrance, leaving only a faint afterimage. His first destination was 100 li away, the sprawling city known as Dongdu. What he did not know was that not long after his departure, a squad clad in unusual uniforms had silently appeared in the woods near the mountain village. They carried detection equipment far more advanced than the Dongdu armies. Their leader held a tablet-like device whose screen displayed an abnormal energy signature pointing unmistakably toward the now empty gravity martial arena. Leaving the small mountain village where he had lived for months, Zhang Yang moved like the wind, racing through the wilderness and forests. With a combat power of 2,000, he found no need to deliberately use the void dance technique. The speed unleashed by his physical body alone far surpassed that of ordinary vehicles. A distance of 100 miles was merely a brief warm-up run beneath his feet. In his heart, there was little sorrow of parting, but rather an eagerness for the road ahead, and a sense of urgency for the lofty goal of 10 billion emotional points. Although the number of viewers in the live streaming room skyrocketed, the emotional points from his daily travels were quite limited, ranging only from a few to dozens, mostly consisting of viewers marveling at the scenery of the Dragon Ball world. As he gradually approached the core area of Dongdu, a strange sense of disharmony began to arise. First, the population became denser and the roads became more organized, but the vehicles on the road made Zhang Yang's eyes twitch. Looking around, almost all were old-fashioned bicycles, occasionally interrupted by a few tractor-like vehicles spewing black smoke. People dressed in gray, blue, and green clothing with simple styles pedaled their bikes, while low brick houses lined the roadside, their walls adorned with slogans reminiscent of a bygone era. This scene, Zhang Yang slowed his pace, blending into the crowd, filled with astonishment. Why does it look like China in the 70s and 80s that I saw in historical footage from my previous life? Moreover, what caught his attention was that wherever he looked there were almost entirely pure humans with no earthlings exhibiting animal characteristics. This was extremely unusual on Earth in the Dragon Ball world, especially in large cities. In Shidu and Nandu, wasn't it a harmonious coexistence of humans and anthropomorphic beings? The purity of Dongdu stood out starkly. Livestream comments Blue Star, hey, is this really Dongdu? Where is the promised futuristic sci-fi city? Why does it feel so retro and nostalgic? Livestream comments a sudden change in style. Did we jump from a mountain village martial arts scene to a period drama set? All pureblood humans. This isn't the Dragon Ball world. What happened to my anthropomorphic friends? Livestream comments when something's off, there must be something hidden. Be careful, streamer. This place feels secretive. Livestream comments One Piece world. It looks like a peaceful town, but it feels like there's a lack of vitality. Livestream comments the architectural style and technological level seem more primitive than some of our underdeveloped islands. Livestream comments Hunter world, a closed environment with a single ethnic group, often accompanies unique social structures or historical issues. The discussions among the audience and the peculiarities before him heightened Zhang Yang's interest in Dongdu to its peak. He decided not to rush into action, but to delve deeper into the roots of this city. His target was the largest library in Dongdu, a five-story Soviet-style building that seemed quite dated. With a speed and perception far beyond the ordinary, he evaded all eyes, slipping into the library's interior like an invisible phantom. He did not linger in the ordinary reading area, but went directly to the confidential section marked Local Chronicles and Historical Archives. The door locks and simple infrared alarms were as good as non-existent before him. Deep within the dust-covered shelves, he found several heavy tomes preserved with special materials, their covers embossed with the words Secrets of Dongdu Martial Arts Chronicles. Brushing off the dust, he immersed himself in the history buried by time. Time flowed in the silent archives, and when Zhang Yang closed the last book, he was left speechless, his eyes filled with shock and a complex emotion that was hard to articulate. The truth was far heavier than he imagined. Dongdu was actually the hometown of Master Wu Tai Do. According to the records, hundreds of years ago, the Demon King Piccolo wreaked havoc on the world, bringing boundless terror. It was Master Wu Tai Do, hailing from Dongdu, who stepped forward, gathering almost all martial artists from Dongdu and the surrounding areas to form the Demon Extermination Alliance. To create a move capable of restraining the Demon King, Demon Sealing Wave Wu Tai Do secluded himself here for intense training. In the end, he succeeded. Leading a group of martial artists centered around the Dongdu disciples, he set out on the journey to seal the Demon King. It was an extremely brutal battle. Although they successfully sealed the Demon King Piccolo in a rice cooker, Wu Tai Do and the elite martial artists from Dongdu he brought with him were nearly wiped out, with none surviving. Dongdu, because of Wu Tai Do's sacrifice, avoided the fate of being destroyed by the Demon King, but at the cost of losing an entire generation of martial arts essence and top-tier experts. It can be said that it was the blood of Dongdu and the life of Wu Tai Do that bought 300 years of peace for Earth. However, the subsequent developments in history left Zhang Yang feeling a chill. Wu Tai Do's sacrifice was immense, and his contributions were monumental. If this achievement were remembered by the world, then Dongdu's status would be unshakable, and perhaps the center of Earth's dominion would shift here. This was clearly something that other vested interests did not want to see. Thus, a silent historical erasure began. Led by the royal family of that time, not the current one, and the powerful elites of several major cities, they collaborated to intentionally downplay, distort, and ultimately almost completely cover up the contributions of Wu Tai Do and Dongdu. Related records were destroyed, those in the know were silenced, and over time, apart from some local oral legends of Dongdu that were hard to verify and a few fragments hidden in the corners of this library, the outside world would know nothing about the master who once saved the world and his tragic hometown. A favor too great to repay is better forgotten, huh? Zhang Yang muttered to himself, his tone laced with sarcasm and coldness. He also thought of Master Roshi and Master Crane. As the only surviving disciples of Wu Tai Do after their master and seniors perished in battle, they not only failed to consider reorganizing their sect to continue the martial arts and spirit of Wu Tai Do, but instead quickly branched off, each founding their own styles, Turtle School and Crane School. They might have their reasons, perhaps pressured by the times, but in Zhang Yang's eyes such behavior was undoubtedly a betrayal of their sect, or at the very least extremely irresponsible. No wonder Master Roshi is so secretive about this, and Master Crane is even more twisted in character. This history is probably a scar they are unwilling to touch, or a stain in a certain sense. Zhang Yang pondered deeply. Ding. Emotional points 8500 from Blue Star viewer Truth Seeker of History. Comment: wow. I didn't know Master Wu Tai Do had this tragic history. Dongdu is simply the hidden hero city of the Dragon Ball world. Ding. Emotional points 9200 from Blue Star viewer Moral Critic. Comment: infuriating. Other cities are too ungrateful. Master Rashi and Master Crane are not good people either. Ding. Emotional points 7800 from Hunter World viewer Researcher of Contracts and Costs. Comment: the cost of saving the world is being forgotten by it. Truly a profoundly ironic fable of humanity. Ding. Emotional points 8800 from One Piece World viewer Revolutionary Army Cadre. Comment: covering up history is a common tactic of the rulers. The problems of this world seem to not be solvable by force alone. Donating a copy of Basic Ideological Enlightenment Manual. In the live stream, viewers were outraged and amazed by this buried historical truth, and emotional points surged significantly. Zhang Yang's discovery undoubtedly tore open a heavy and dark past hidden beneath the peaceful facade of the Dragon Ball world. Just as Zhang Yang was immersed in the impact brought by history, his powerful perception suddenly caught an unusual commotion outside the library mixed with terrified shouts and the buzzing of energy weapons. He flashed to the window of the library's top floor, looking down. The street was in chaos, with people fleeing in all directions. A team of about 10 soldiers dressed in matching black uniforms and equipped with uniquely designed energy weapons glowing with a bluish light were rampaging down the street. Their movements were synchronized, their gazes cold, clearly well-trained, far beyond the capabilities of the ordinary Dongdu military that had previously invaded. At the forefront was a squad leader scanning the surroundings with a device resembling a tablet on his wrist, data streams flashing across the screen. Reporting to headquarters, the scan of District 3 in Dongdu is complete and no high-energy reaction sources were found. The suspected target has likely left. Continue searching with a focus on investigating all recent abnormal energy fluctuation points. Headquarters suspected that the previously detected energy signals were related to that village and possible martial arts heritage. If necessary, coercive measures could be taken to obtain information. Their conversation came through the loudspeakers faintly, although muffled. The keywords energy signals, that village, and martial arts heritage were clearly captured by Zhang Yang. Are they coming for me and the village? Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed. It seems that after I left my hometown was indeed visited. This force does not seem to be affiliated with the Dongdu officials. He recalled the secretive aura he sensed when he left. It appeared the opposing force could no longer contain themselves and had begun a sweeping search within Dongdu. Their target was evidently him or the abnormal martial arts power he represented. Livestream comments: Blue Star, they're coming. They're coming. The troublemakers are here. With this equipment and demeanor, they are clearly villainous minions. Streamer go. Let them witness the value of 2,000 combat power. Emotional points are ready. We're just waiting for the streamer to show off. As he looked at the well-equipped soldiers below who posed no threat to him, a cold smirk crept across Zhang Yang's lips. Perfect, I'm feeling a bit irritable. I'll use you to stretch my muscles and at the same time provide a little appetizer for the friends in the live stream. He gently pushed open the window, drifting down towards the group of soldiers like a falling leaf. A one-sided performance was about to begin. What he didn't know was that behind this group of soldiers, a vast shadow known as the Red Silk Army was gradually extending its tentacles into this city full of secrets. Just as Zhang Yang was like a soaring eagle ready to swoop down and give that well-equipped squad of soldiers a surprise, an unexpected change occurred. A sharp, prolonged, piercing sound, as if it could rupture eardrums, suddenly erupted from the old loudspeakers on both sides of the street. This sound was highly penetrating, instantly drowning out all the noise and chaos. Then a scene that made Zhang Yang's pupils constrict unfolded. The panicked crowd, which had been in disarray, seemed to have been pressed by a unified switch in that moment. Their faces were still filled with fear, yet their movements became remarkably swift and orderly. No one ran around like headless chickens anymore. Those closer rushed towards the nearby houses, knocking frantically on the doors. Almost simultaneously, the occupants opened their doors to pull these unfamiliar refugees inside, quickly locking the doors with a loud bang. Those farther from the houses dove into alleys or shops or crouched behind sturdy cover. The entire process was so fast, it was dazzling. From the moment the buzzing began to the street being cleared took only a few seconds. The street, which had just been bustling with people, instantly became desolate, leaving only the squad of soldiers in black and Zhang Yang, who had just landed and was still somewhat dazed. Even Zhang Yang, who had seen much, was stunned by this well-trained and highly synchronized civilian emergency response. This was not something that could be formed overnight. It must have been the result of long-term drills, or rather, long-term threats that made such responses instinctual. Livestream comments: Blue Star, what the hell? What kind of divine coordination is this? Are all civilian soldiers? This reaction speed is faster than my university's emergency drill. What has the people of Dongdu experienced? The host's bewildered expression is killing me, haha. Livestream comments Hunter World, a highly organized civilian response mechanism, usually indicates long-term external pressure. Interesting, the resilience of this city is beyond imagination. Livestream comments One Piece World, fufufu, it seems the civilians here aren't simple either. Before Zhang Yang and the squad of black-clad soldiers could fully recover from the sudden turn of events, a synchronized and heavy sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from both ends of the street. Thud, thud, thud. A squad of soldiers dressed in earthy yellow military uniforms equipped with old bolt-action rifles, but standing tall and sharpied like hawks, surged from the alleys like a tide, quickly forming an encirclement that trapped the black-clad soldiers along with Zhang Yang in the center of the street. The equipment of this army compared to the energy weapons in the hands of the black-clad soldiers, which shimmered with a bluish glow and radiated a sense of advanced technology, seemed to belong to an entirely bygone era, as if it had emerged from a museum. However, the iron-blooded aura of this battle-hardened army and the discipline with which they acted was far beyond what the cold-eyed black-clad soldiers could compare to. A seemingly company commander-level officer with an old-fashioned pistol at his waist stepped out of the ranks, his gaze piercing through the black-clad soldiers, his voice loud and filled with undeniable authority. This is the military control zone of Dongdu. You are suspected of illegal intrusion, carrying hazardous weapons, and disturbing public order. Immediately drop your weapons and surrender. The squad leader of the black-clad soldiers glanced at his advanced energy rifle, then at the old-fashioned rifle in the other's hand, which appeared to him like a firewood stick, and the corner of his mouth seemed to curl into a disdainful sneer. Open fire. Eliminate the obstacles. The black-clad squad leader ordered without hesitation, viewing this merely as a simple show of force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bluish energy beams shot out instantly, heading straight for the yellow-uniformed soldiers. However, the soldiers of Dongdu seemed to have anticipated this. The moment the opponents raised their guns, they swiftly sought cover while raising their own weapons to retaliate. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of old rifles was dull, yet loud, and bullets whistled through the air. But as the black-clad soldiers had expected, the power gap was enormous. The energy beams easily penetrated the brick cover, while the rifle bullets hitting the specially tailored combat suits of the black-clad soldiers mostly only sparked harmlessly, unable to cause effective damage. The battle was almost one-sided. Although the Dongdu soldiers were brave, the equipment gap was too significant and casualties were imminent. Damn it, don't take me lightly. Zhang Yang frowned. He had initially wanted to observe the situation, but the enemy's utter disregard for human life completely infuriated him. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, especially since these Dongdu soldiers were protecting the city. He no longer hesitated, his figure flickering as he transformed into a blurred shadow, rushing into the ranks of the black-clad soldiers. What? So fast? The black-clad soldiers felt a blur in front of their eyes, unable to redirect their guns in time, only to feel an overwhelming force surging toward them. Crack, bang, ah. The sounds of bones breaking, bodies colliding, and screams instantly replaced the sounds of gunfire, becoming the dominant sound on the street. Zhang Yang did not even use his energy wave. Relying solely on pure physical strength and speed, he was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. His movements were simple, efficient, and violent. With every punch and kick, a black-clad soldier was sent flying like being struck by a speeding truck. Their energy firearms twisted and deformed, and they lost consciousness midair. In less than 3 seconds, all 10 previously arrogant black-clad soldiers were sprawled on the ground, groaning and unable to rise, their advanced equipment scattered, rendered useless. The entire battle process was so fast, it was suffocating. The Dongdu officer and his soldiers all stared in disbelief at Zhang Yang, who stood in the center of the field without even taking a breath, as if witnessing something unimaginable. The enemy they could not resist was so easily defeated by a seemingly 7 or 8-year-old child. Ding. Emotional point from the Blue Star audience. Violent aesthetics enthusiast 99.99. Full value comment. Wow. So satisfying. This is true oppression. Ding. Emotional point from the One Piece World audience. Martial arts expert 8800. Comment. Can pure physical power reach such speed? Is this kid's body made of steel? Ding. Emotional point from the Hunter World audience. Combat analyst 9200. Comment. Perfect force application with almost no unnecessary movements. He has reached an instinctual level with hard the foundation of ability. Ding. Emotional points 70, 100, 6500. The live stream was in complete uproar with full value emotional point notifications flooding the screen. The Dongdu officer was the first to react. He took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and waved his hand. First squad, confiscate weapons and detain the prisoners. Second squad, stay alert. The soldiers immediately sprang into action, efficiently binding the black-clad soldiers on the ground, who were unconscious or too weak to resist, and carefully collecting the oddly shaped energy weapons. The officer straightened his uniform and walked up to Zhang Yang solemnly, saluting with gratitude and respect in his eyes. Dongdu Garrison Captain of the 3rd Patrol Team, Zhao Taiju. Thank you for your righteous intervention. May I ask your esteemed name? Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang replied casually, not hiding the name filled with local flavor. Mr. Zhang Yang. Zhao Taizu's tone became more respectful. Your skills are extraordinary, saving our lives and maintaining the peace of Dongdu. This matter is of great importance, and I must report to my superiors immediately. Our city Lord Wu Zhandao has always sought talented individuals and respects martial artists. I wonder if you would be willing to accompany me to the city lord's mansion for a meeting. The city lord, Wu Zhandao. Zhang Yang's heart stirred. He had just learned about the connection between Dongdu and Wu Taidu and wanted to delve deeper into the core of this city. This was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. Sure, Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. I happen to be very curious about Dongdu. Great. Please follow me. Zhao Taizu's face lit up with joy as he immediately arranged for a vehicle, a military jeep that also looked quite old, to take Zhang Yang toward the most magnificent yet ancient and resilient building in the city center. The defenses of the city lord's mansion were far more severe than they appeared from the outside, with watchmen everywhere, yet everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Under Zhao Taizu's guidance, Zhang Yang made his way smoothly to the reception room deep within the mansion. Inside the room stood a middle-aged man around 40, dressed in simple military attire, tall and imposing, with a countenance exuding an intimidating aura even without anger. He had been waiting there. His gaze was sharp, his breath steady, although the intensity of the qi within him was far inferior to Zhang Yang's. The commanding presence born from years of holding power and the vaguely discernible iron-blooded aura indicated he was no ordinary person. This man was none other than the city lord of Dongdu, Wu Zhandao. City lord, this is Mr. Zhang Yang, who just assisted our troops in defeating the invading enemies in District 3, Zhao Taiju respectfully reported. Wu Zhandao's gaze fell upon Zhang Yang. A fleeting hint of astonishment flashed in his sharp eyes, but it quickly transformed into sincere smiles. He stood up, clasped his fists in salute, using an ancient martial arts gesture. Mr. Zhang Yang, you are young and accomplished. Wu is immensely grateful. Please have a seat. The two parties took their seats and attendants served tea. Mr. Zhang Yang, at such a young age you possess such extraordinary martial skills. May I ask where you studied? Wu Zhandao asked directly, his tone inquisitive but not offensive. By chance I learned some superficial skills on my own, Zhang Yang replied vaguely, then countered, City Lord Wu, I noticed that those invaders were well equipped and trained unlike ordinary bandits. What is their origin? Wu Zhandao's expression darkened at his words, a hint of severity flashing in his eyes. If I am not mistaken, they should be the reconnaissance unit of the Red Silk Army. Red Silk Army. Zhang Yang feigned ignorance. Of course he knew, but he needed to understand the specifics of the Red Silk Army from Wu Zhandao. An ambitious military organization aiming to conquer the world, Wu Zhandao replied heavily. They have vast influence and advanced technology, constantly searching for powerful supernatural forces and ancient relics. It seems they have their sights set on Dongdu. He paused, looking at Zhang Yang with burning eyes. Mr. Zhang Yang, you see, Dongdu is in great distress. The outside world has united to blockade us, not only cutting off our access to advanced equipment and technology, but forcing us to defend our homes with these outdated weapons. He gestured to the old facilities outside the window and the rifles used by Zhao Taiju and the others, his tone filled with helplessness and indignation. What is even more hateful, Wu Zhandao's tone grew colder, is that in terms of martial arts, their blockade against us in Dongdu is even more severe and outrageous. Oh. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, which was something he had not anticipated. Any martial artist with a bit of strength and fame is not allowed to stay in Dongdu for long, let alone open martial arts schools or teach martial arts here. Wu Zhandao's voice was laced with suppressed anger. Once it is discovered that a martial artist has had close contact with us in Dongdu, they will face joint suppression and exclusion from various forces. This is a silent understanding, a malicious martial arts blockade. They want to ensure that we in Dongdu have no inheritance in martial arts, leaving us with no chance of rising again. Zhang Yang's heart trembled. He immediately thought of Master Roshi. As the pinnacle of the martial arts world on Earth today, if Master Roshi was completely unaware of this, even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe it. However, he had never shown any indication of this, still enjoying the peace left by Wu Taidu on his small island. If his previous grievances with Master Roshi were mild, at this moment Zhang Yang's regard for him had plummeted to the bottom. This was not merely a matter of being out of touch with the world, it was a kind of tacit approval, or even to some extent a form of accomplice. He enjoyed the peace left by Wu Taidu, yet turned a blind eye to the suffering of his master and homeland. Wu Zhandao watched the changing expressions on Zhang Yang's face, knowing that his words had taken effect. He stood up and bowed solemnly to Zhang Yang. Mr. Zhang Yang, your strength is extraordinary and comparable to ordinary martial artists. I implore you, can you lend Dongdu a helping hand? We do not seek domination, only the ability to protect ourselves in this chaotic world to ensure that the homeland of Wu Taita's ancestors is no longer oppressed. Looking at this city lord who was exhausting himself to protect his homeland, recalling the tragic history buried in the library, and thinking of Master Rose's indifference, Zhang Yang's mind had already made a resolution. He extended his hand in a gesture of support, speaking in a deep voice. City Lord Wu, there is no need for such formality. The Red Silk Army is also my enemy. As for Dongda's predicament, I may be able to help a little. His gaze turned towards the slightly grayish yet resolute sky outside the window. The plan to spread the martial arts flame to the world might very well begin in this heroic yet tragic city. Gazing into the eyes of Wu Zhan filled with hope and determination, and listening to him recount the humiliating history of Dongdu, deliberately forgotten and jointly sealed off, the flame ignited in Zhang Yang's heart by understanding the truth of Wu Taidu only burned brighter. A hero should not be so buried. The name Wu Taidu must never become a forbidden taboo shrouded in dust. Yet he knew that merely relying on passionate fervor and personal strength was futile in reversing a history altered and obscured by the combined forces of the world. If you do not seize the high ground of public opinion, your enemies will. And when the enemy has spent centuries building an impenetrable consensus, restoring the truth requires not just the truth itself, but an absolute power that silences all doubters and oppressors. Master Wu, the matter of restoring the name is crucial and cannot be rushed, Zhang Yang said solemnly, his gaze sharp as a blade. To get others to listen to you, you must first possess the strength that compels them to listen. What Dongdu needs is a thorough resurgence, a power so formidable that all enemies dare not look straight at it, but can only gaze up in awe. At this moment, Zhang Yang had a deeper reflection on his previous spark plan. Dispersing Shi Hu and the others to sow seeds across the world was a good idea, but with an unstable foundation, exposing them too early to deeply entrenched forces could lead to mere embers snuffed out rather than a raging fire. Instead of spreading thin and risking defeat, it is better to concentrate our forces and build an impregnable stronghold. And Dongdu, a city with a tragic history and indomitable, a forgotten, yet yearning homeland of heroes, is undoubtedly the best starting point. He shared the same goal with Wu Zhan, their interests aligned. Implementing his martial arts popularization plan here would face far less resistance than in the outside world. Master Wu, I have changed my mind. Zhang Yang looked at Wu Zhan, his tone resolute. Rather than sending my disciples to struggle in unfamiliar lands, it would be better to have them stay in Dongdu and turn this place into the sacred ground of martial arts on Earth. We could collaborate under the name of the military and the city lord's office to establish martial arts schools throughout Dongdu, systematically teaching the true martial path of Qi. Wu Zhan's eyes sparkled with astonishing brightness upon hearing this. Is this true? Mr. Zhang Yang, if this can be realized, you will be the benefactor of Dongda's rebirth. No need for thanks, we have common enemies and shared goals. Zhang Yang waved his hand, then took out a somewhat out-of-place, portable phone modified by the system. I will gather them right away. He quickly contacted Shi Hu and the others, informing them of the change in plans. Everyone immediately set aside their current tasks and rushed to gather at the Dongdu City Lord's office. Shi Hu and the others were already active within or near Dongdu, not far away. Upon receiving Zhang Yang's notification, they were somewhat surprised, but no one questioned it. They had long formed an instinctive trust and obedience to the command of Brother Yang. Just one day later, in the training ground of the City Lord's office, 23 young martial artists, led by Shi Hu, stood solemnly. Each of them exuded a calm aura, their eyes bright, moving with a natural grace. Though dressed plainly, the master demeanor formed through systematic training and trials by fire was hard to hide. Their foundational combat power generally ranged from 80 to 150 points of force, capable of overturning the existing order of any city on Earth. Wu Zhan gazed at this group of young martial artists, each like a sword unsheathed. His shock was immense. He had initially thought Zhang Yang was merely an exceptionally powerful lone wolf, but he had not expected such a well-trained, limitless potential young force to stand behind him. This filled him with unprecedented confidence in collaborating with Zhang Yang. Livestream comments: Blue Star, wow. The martial arts team of the host has assembled. What a momentum. What vitality. I would believe they are elite special forces. More than 20 young masters with explosive combat power. Dongdu is going to take off. City Lord Wu Zhan must be dumbfounded, right? Ha ha. Ding. Emotion points 7,500 from Blue Star Viewer Power Observer. Comment: the strategic adjustment is very timely. Concentrating strength to accomplish big things is the correct way to rise. Ding. Emotion points 6,800 from Pirate King World Viewer Certain Fleet Admiral. Comment: a refined officer core. This little guy seems to want more than just being a martial artist. Ding. Emotion points 7,200 from Hunter World Viewer Team Builder. Comment: high efficiency and absolute loyalty. This Zhang Yang has the potential to become an excellent leader. Great. Wonderful. Wu Zhan was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Young talents being able to stay in Dongdu is the fortune of Dongdu. The location, construction, and all expenses of the martial arts school will be entirely covered by the city lord's office. I have only one request: can we prioritize selecting the first batch of students from my garrison? We need to quickly form combat power to cope with the Red Silk Army and other unforeseen events. Sure Hu and the others looked at Zhang Yang, and upon seeing him nod slightly. Sure Hu stepped forward and cupped his fist, saying, Master Wu, since Brother Yang has allowed us to stay, we will do our utmost. Teaching martial arts and strengthening Dongdu is our wish. The brothers in the troops are resolute and have a good foundation. They are excellent candidates for training. We have no problem. With mutual affection, the cooperation between both parties came together, seamlessly progressing beyond expectations. With the strong support and efficient operations of City Lord Wu Zhan, Shi Hu and the others quickly selected important locations in various towns of Dongdu, and one martial arts school after another named Yang Wu began to be established like bamboo shoots after rain. The finances of the City Lord's office poured out like a flood, yet Wu Zhan did not blink an eye, fully aware that this investment was crucial for Dongdu's future. The first batch of several hundred soldiers, carefully selected for their unwavering will and excellent physical condition, were eagerly awaiting their martial arts enlightenment. With the foundational issue of spreading martial arts resolved, Zhang Yang turned his attention to another constraint on Dongdu's development: technology. Looking at the system shop's listing for the Universal Capsule Research Package priced at 100 million emotion points, Zhang Yang frowned slightly. After a series of events, including crushing the Red Silk Army on the streets, unveiling Dongdu's history, and collaborating with Wu Zhan, the activity in the live stream soared to unprecedented heights, with emotion points surging beyond 70 million. However, he was still 30 million short of redeeming the Universal Capsule technology. Still not fast enough, Zhang Yang mused. The Universal Capsule technology was undoubtedly a tool to transform Dongdu's technological landscape and economic lifelines. But 100 million emotion points is no small sum. At that moment, his gaze swept across the system item bar, where he saw rewards from Blue Star. Blue Star Ancient Martial Arts Inheritance Chip, Basic Version, Basic Vital Signs Monitoring Device, Design Diagram, and various accumulated technological materials. An idea flashed through his mind. Since I cannot afford the Universal Capsule for now, why not start with Blue Star's technology to lay a foundation for Dongdu? Though Blue Star's technological level may lag behind Dr. Brief's brilliant inventions in top fields, its complete industrial system, solid foundational scientific theories, and mature large-scale application experiences would undoubtedly deliver a dimensional strike to Dongdu, which is still trapped in a 70s and 80s level. However, Zhang Yang was not a reckless person. He was friends with Bulma and had a connection with the Universal Capsule Company. Before utilizing unconventional methods to elevate Dongdu's technology, he should both ethically and logically first attempt to go through proper channels. He took out the phone again and dialed Bulma's number in West Capital. Hello, Zhang Yang. What made you think to call me? Are you looking to ask about some fun places again? Bulma's lively voice came through the receiver. Bulma, I have something to ask for your help with, and I would also like to seek Dr. Brief's opinion. Zhang Yang got straight to the point, concisely explaining the situation in Dongdu, the current state of being sealed off, and his hope to introduce Universal Capsule Company's technology, even the idea of establishing a branch there. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and Bulma's voice noticeably lowered. Zhang Yang, I have heard some things about Dongdu. However, moving technology and a company to Dongdu, that might not be possible. My father just rejected it outright. He said, it would offend many people, and the company cannot bear that kind of pressure. I'm really sorry, Zhang Yang. Although he had expected this, hearing the rejection still brought a flicker of disappointment in Zhang Yang's heart. He understood Dr. Brief's concerns. As the helm of a commercial empire, he had to consider the attitudes of shareholders, the market, and various forces. In a situation where the entire world tacitly sealed off Dongdu, if the Universal Capsule Company were to break the unspoken rule, first, it would indeed face enormous pressure. It's okay, Bulma, I understand. Please thank Dr. Brief for me and convey my apologies. It was my overreach. Zhang Yang's tone remained calm, showing no signs of dissatisfaction. After hanging up with Bulma, Zhang Yang felt little disappointment. Dr. Brief's rejection was within his expectations. The Universal Capsule Company was a commercial giant in West Capital, and even globally, its decisions were inevitably constrained by a complex web of business networks and international relations. To rashly enter the sealed-off Dongdu would be akin to commercial suicide. Bulma's earlier silence had already indicated the difficulties involved. Their friendship remained, but the barriers of reality were too thick. It seems I will ultimately have to rely on myself and the World Live Broadcast System. Zhang Yang took a deep breath, refocusing his attention on the light screen in his mind. Emotion points had already surpassed 70 million, and were continuing to grow slowly because of the follow-up effects from previously decisively taking down the black-clad soldiers, meeting with the city lord, and coordinating his disciples. In the live broadcast room, Blue Star, don't be discouraged, streamer. While Bulma's family is not doing well, we in Blue Star are here for you. Exactly. It's just technology, and we're here to support you. Let's check the donation list. We haven't been idle. For the rise of Dongdu. To slap those blockaders in the face. Go. A notification sounded. Ding. Received a donation from Blue Star viewer. Interstellar engineer. Detailed principles of miniaturizing fusion reactors with materials science requirements. This has been stored in the system space. A notification sounded. Ding. Received a donation from Blue Star viewer. Material science newbie. High-strength lightweight alloy formula suitable for aviation armored vehicles. This has been stored in the system space. A notification sounded. Ding. Received a donation from Blue Star viewer. Military enthusiast basic design and energy core compatibility plan for electromagnetic railgun. This has been stored in the system space. A notification sounded. Ding. Received a donation from Blue Star viewer. Agricultural academician, high energy density, fast-growing crop seeds, and cultivation techniques suitable for various harsh environments. This has been stored in the system space. A notification sounded. Ding. Received a donation from Blue Star viewer. Historical researcher. Complete development roadmap of modern industrial systems. Condensed version from the steam era to the information age. This has been stored in the system space. A series of donation notifications flooded the screen, clearly targeted by the viewers from Blue Star after thorough discussion focusing on the areas Dongdu desperately needs to break through. From energy materials weapons to agriculture and basic industry, it almost covers every aspect necessary for the rise of an independent force. Zhang Yang looked at the array of flashing data chips, seed samples, and design blueprints suddenly appearing in the system space, feeling a warm surge in his heart. This feeling of being supported and working together by countless people is far more inspiring than simply gaining power. Thank you, friends from Blue Star. Zhang Yang silently thought while also conveying his gratitude through the system. Your support is the key for Dongdu to break its shackles. Ding. Emotional points 2888 from Blue Star viewers, all enthusiastic netizens. 3100. 2650. Continuously flooding the screen. Comments. Go streamer. We believe in you. Comments. Let the technology tree of Dongdu flourish. No shine. Comments. Looking forward to the day when Dongdu's mech army crushes the Red Silk Army. Though the viewers from the Pirate King world and Hunter world were not particularly interested in technology itself, they acknowledged this act of collective will and breaking through difficulties, providing numerous emotional points. Ding. Emotional points 1500 from Pirate King world viewer Dreamer. Comment. Fufu uniting the weak to oppose the strong. What an interesting spectacle. Ding. Emotional points 1200 from Hunter world viewer Observer. Comment. Using knowledge from other worlds to compensate for one's own shortcomings. What a clever approach. The efficiency of resource integration is incredibly high. Zhang Yang didn't waste any time. He immediately immersed his consciousness in the system space, beginning to sort through the various donation items. The system space possesses certain information processing capabilities which can help him categorize them. Energy is fundamental. Miniaturizing fusion reactors is key, but this requires accompanying industrial capabilities and rare materials. Materials are the bottleneck. This alloy formula can solve many structural strength issues. Weapons are essential. Electromagnetic cannons. Good stuff, but they have extremely high energy consumption and manufacturing precision requirements. Agriculture is fundamental. We can't let the people starve while building. The industrial system roadmap. This is the cornerstone. With it, Dongdu knows what technologies to prioritize, avoiding detours. He sorted through while combining his limited scientific knowledge mainly from the popular science shared by Blue Star netizens and the memories of his former self with the current situation he observed in the library. Soon a clear and step-by-step technological enhancement plan formed in his mind. He raised his head and looked at the patient, an inquiring Lord Wujan. Master Wu, there are difficulties on Dr. Briff's side, and the collaboration has not been achieved, Zhang Yang said calmly. A glimmer of barely perceptible disappointment flashed in Wujan's eyes, but it was quickly masked by a hearty smile. No worries, this matter was never easy. Mr. Zhang Yang need not worry. However, Zhang Yang changed the topic, revealing a mysterious smile. I have some gifts from faraway friends that might solve Dongdu's urgent needs. Oh, Wu Zhan's spirit lifted. He knew Zhang Yang was mysterious and extraordinary, and the gifts he referred to must be remarkable. Zhang Yang did not directly produce the items. That would be too shocking. He walked to the desk and picked up pen and paper. This was the least suspicious way. He wrote swiftly, quickly transcribing the basic key technological data that the system had sorted out in his mind, which Dongdu's industrial level might feasibly achieve. First, the core components and smelting points of high-strength lightweight alloy formula. Next, the preliminary cultivation considerations for high energy density, fast-growing crop seeds. Finally, the initial part of the basic industrial system development roadmap, highlighting several key shortcomings and upgrade directions of the current industrial system in Dongdu. What he wrote was not the complete version, but a filtered selection that would show immense value to Dongdu scientists and engineers, enabling them to achieve breakthroughs in a relatively short time. After finishing a thick stack of papers, Zhang Yang handed them to Wu Zhan. Wu Zhan took them with confusion. At first he browsed casually, but soon his expression changed. From confusion to shock, then to unbelievable joy. His fingers turned slightly white from gripping tightly, and his body trembled slightly. As the Lord of Dongdu, he may not be a top-tier scientist, but he possessed enough vision and insight. The things recorded on the paper, whether the seemingly simple alloy formula, or the astonishing descriptions of crops, or the upgrade roadmap that pointed directly at the lifeblood of Dongdu's industry, each was a priceless treasure. The value far exceeded what Zhang Yang had just resolved with that team of black-clad soldiers. This was not merely a few technologies, it was hope. A breakthrough from the blockade, leading Dongdu toward the dawn of prosperity. This. Wu Zhan was momentarily speechless with excitement. He suddenly raised his head to look at Zhang Yang, his gaze so fervent it seemed ready to ignite. Mr. Zhang Yang, where did you obtain these? These materials. Their value is immeasurable. In the live broadcast room, Blue Star, Look, the Lord is stunned. This is dimensionality reduction strike. This is dimensionality reduction strike. Our Blue Star's basic technology is black technology here. Streamer, well done. This wave of emotional points is a huge profit. Ding. Emotional points 99.99 from Blue Star viewer. Long live technology, maximum value. Ding. Emotional points 88.88 from Blue Star viewer. Farming flow enthusiast. Ding. Emotional points 7,500, 6,900. Continuously rising. Zhang Yang had anticipated Wu Zhan's reaction and smiled nonchalantly. The source is inconvenient to elaborate, but Lord Wu need only know that these gifts are sincere and meant to help Dongdu. We can first collaborate in these areas with the Lord's government organizing personnel for verification and trial production. If effective, there will be more to come. Effective. Absolutely effective. Wu Zhan said decisively, tightly gripping the stack of papers, as if holding the future of Dongdu. Mr. Zhang Yang, your great kindness is beyond words. On behalf of the millions of soldiers and civilians of Dongdu, I express my gratitude. From this day forth, you are our most esteemed ally in Dongdu. Whenever you need help, Dongdu will spare no effort. In that moment, Wu Zhan's trust and regard for Zhang Yang reached its peak. If before he valued Zhang Yang for his personal martial strength, now Zhang Yang's status in his heart had risen to that of a strategic partner, a key figure who could influence Dongdu's fate. You honor me too much, Master Wu. It is merely mutual benefit. Zhang Yang waved his hand. The urgent matter is to quickly transform these materials into actual productive forces. I suggest establishing a top-secret project team led by scientists and engineers you trust and who have sufficient capability. That is indeed the way to go. Wu Zhan nodded firmly, immediately calling his personal guards and issuing a series of urgent commands, mobilizing Dongdu's top technical talents and arranging absolutely reliable secret research locations. After arranging the technological matters, Zhang Yang shifted his attention back to martial arts and the system itself. Sure Hu and over 20 disciples had already dispersed throughout Dongdu. With the strong support of the city lord's office, they began preparing for the establishment of martial arts schools. This news spread like wings, quickly circulating among the soldiers and civilians of Dongdu. Especially in the military, the heroic image of Zhang Yang instantly defeating a team of black-clad soldiers was embellished and spread among the soldiers, nearly deified. Moreover, his disciples, each with calm breaths and sharp eyes, were evidently no ordinary individuals. Now that these masters were to establish martial arts schools in Dongdu with the first batch of students selected from the army, how could this not excite the soldiers yearning for strength and wanting to protect their homeland? The major military camps were almost boiling with applications for enrollment, flying toward the various levels of commanders like snowflakes, all harboring a drive to become the lucky ones who would receive the true inheritance of martial arts. This atmosphere of anticipation and fervor naturally reached the audiences of the three worlds through Zhang Yang's live broadcast. In the live broadcast room, Blue Star, wow, the soldiers of Dongdu are so enthusiastic. This is the spirit of martial arts. Looking forward to Sure Hu's teaching scene. Streamer, hurry and start the martial arts school live stream. We want to watch. In the live broadcast room, Pirate King World, oh, are they about to teach real combat skills? This is interesting. I wonder how their chi differs from our haki. Fufu cultivating an army. It seems this world is about to get lively. In the live broadcast room, Hunter World, systematic skill transfer is an effective means to build organizational cohesion and enhance overall combat effectiveness. Observing the differences in learning processes of individuals with varying qualifications holds certain research value. The viewer's anticipation and discussions translated into a continuous flow of emotional points. Emotional points 1230, 1580, 1400. Stably increasing. Zhang Yang looked at the steadily rising emotional points gradually approaching 80 million, feeling satisfied. He decided to personally visit the martial arts school that Hu and the others had prepared earliest. One reason was to support his disciples and boost morale, the other was to satisfy the curiosity of the audience, reaping a wave of more concentrated emotional points. The martial arts school he chose was located in the core area of Dongdu, originally an abandoned warehouse, but after the city lord's office's full renovation, it had taken shape in just over a day, with a plaque reading Dongdu's first martial arts school hung up, exuding a tremendous momentum. Wu Zhan even personally wrote the school name as a show of support. When Zhang Yang arrived at the martial arts school, it was already crowded with people. Not only were there soldiers about to enroll dressed in uniform training gear lined up neatly, their eyes eager, but also many citizens who had come to watch blocking the streets. The soldiers maintaining order had to form a human wall by linking arms. Look, it's Mr. Zhang Yang. That's him. He single-handedly defeated 10 elite members of the Red Silk Army yesterday. God, could he really just be a kid? What an overwhelming presence. I felt my breath stop when he looked over. Zhang Yang's appearance instantly ignited the atmosphere of the scene. Gasps and discussions erupted like a tsunami. Countless gazes focused on him, filled with awe, curiosity, admiration, and expectation. Hu, along with a few early arriving disciples, hurried out to greet him, respectfully bowing. Teacher. Zhang Yang nodded, his gaze sweeping over the excited faces of the soldier students and the densely packed crowd of onlookers. He could distinctly feel the nearly palpable emotion surging toward him like a torrent. Everyone. Zhang Yang began to speak. His voice was not particularly loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present, as if resonating directly in their minds, instantly quieting the noisy scene. I know that you long for strength, desire change, and wish to protect the land beneath your feet and the people beside you. The path of martial arts is a difficult one. It grants you power, but also demands that you bear corresponding responsibilities, Zhang Yang said slowly, his gaze calmly sweeping over everyone. Today the martial arts school is established here to promote the spirit of Master Wu Tai-Do, strengthen the physique of Dongdu, and forge an iron wall to protect our homeland. He did not mention his own situation, which was targeted by the world, but instead connected martial arts with Dongdu's protection and the spirit of Wu Tai-Do, making it easier to resonate with the crowd. You are the first batch of students, the Spark. I hope you not only achieve success in your studies, but also pass on this indomitable and self-improving spirit. Let the fire of martial arts in Dongdu blaze ever brighter. His short and powerful words acted like sparks thrown into boiling oil, completely igniting everyone's passion. Self-improvement. Protect Dongdu. Long live martial arts. The soldier students shouted excitedly in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. The surrounding citizens were also deeply affected, joining in the shouting, and the entire district was immersed in a passionate and fervent atmosphere. Ding. Emotional points 99.99 from Blue Star viewer on site party. Comment, it's ignited. So exhilarating. Ding. Emotional points 8,500 from Pirate King World viewer hot-blooded fool. Comment, oh. Well said. A real man must protect what is important. Ding. Emotional points 7,800 from Hunter World viewer team builder. Comment, efficiently boosting morale and building a sense of collective identity. Clever methods. This wave of concentrated emotional harvesting caused Zhang Yang's emotional points reserve to soar, instantly breaking through the 90 million mark and continuing to rise rapidly. At the moment, Zhang Yang stood proudly at the entrance of the first martial arts hall in Dongdu, receiving a massive influx of emotional points and the people's support. He did not forget the deep-rooted concerns from the small mountain village far away. Almost simultaneously as the matters of the martial arts hall began to stabilize, he used encrypted communication to issue a thunderous command to the disciples who had already reached the vicinity of the village, as well as to the elite team from Dongdu that had been secretly deployed around the village. The command was brief and ruthless: eliminate all personnel from the Red Silk Army who were lurking or surveilling the small mountain village, leaving no one behind. At the same time, assist all villagers to relocate immediately and unconditionally to the core safe zone of Dongdu. The operation commenced under the cover of night, swift as lightning and silent as the forest. For disciples like Hu, whose strength now far exceeded that of ordinary soldiers by dozens or even hundreds of times, dealing with a team of not the most elite Red Silk Army scouts was akin to a strong man beating a child. The battle, if it could be called that, concluded within minutes. The lurking Red Silk Army soldiers could not even organize an effective resistance before being swiftly subdued, disarmed, and detained. The entire process was clean and efficient, even without disturbing the majority of villagers who had long since fallen asleep. When the villagers were gently, yet firmly informed by the soldiers from Dongdu that they needed to relocate immediately, the next morning panic was inevitable. However, under the reassurance and explanation from Zhang Debao and Wang Tsawa, now regarded as the heroic parents in the village, especially upon learning that this was arranged by their successful son, Zhang Yang, the villagers ultimately chose to trust. They quickly packed their belongings, casting a final reluctant glance at their homeland, and boarded the reinforced and disguised transport vehicles sent by Dongdu. The convoy, escorted by the elite team from Dongdu, traveled smoothly and safely to Dongdu. The Lord of Wujian had already received the news and personally arranged for the reception. All villagers were properly settled in a well-equipped shelter in the inner city of Dongdu, and Zhang Debao and Wang Tsawa were invited into a tranquil and heavily guarded courtyard, enjoying an extremely high level of hospitality. "Son, is this really true?" Wang Tsuehua looked at the spacious, bright, and fully furnished new home, still feeling somewhat dreamlike. Although Zhang Debao did not speak, his tightly clenched fists and slightly trembling body revealed his inner unease. They had spent their entire lives facing the dirt and sky, never imagining that one day they could live in such a place, receiving the personal attention of the lord of the city. "Father, mother, it is all true." Zhang Yang grasped his parents' rough hands, his tone carrying an unyielding firmness. "The village has been targeted by bad people, and we cannot go back anymore. From now on, this will be our new home. Dongdu will protect you, and I will too." He paused, his gaze becoming exceptionally serious. "Moreover, I not only want you to live a good life, but I also want to give you the power to protect yourselves." With that, Zhang Yang took out the items he had prepared in advance. The primary version of the basic gene optimization liquid formula, modified and produced locally based on his recommendations and the rewards from Blue Star. Although the effects might not be as perfect as those obtained directly from the system, it was capable of mass production and had significant effects on improving physical condition and laying the foundation for martial arts. "Father, mother, and all the uncles and villagers," Zhang Yang addressed all the gathered villagers, his voice clear as it echoed through the courtyard. "From today onward, I hope everyone can begin to learn martial arts." A stir arose among the crowd. Martial arts. For these ordinary villagers, it was something utterly unattainable. "I know everyone feels unfamiliar and even believes it's impossible." Zhang Yang understood their concerns. "But please trust me and also trust yourselves. Age is not a problem and talent can be compensated for." He shook the row of potions in his hand that glimmered with faint blue light. "These are potions that can improve physical condition, and I will supply them without limit. The training methods will be the most systematic and safest taught by my disciples." He scanned the faces of his parents and all the familiar villagers. "I do not expect everyone to become formidable martial artists, but at the very least we must have the strength to protect everything we currently have, no longer allowing ourselves to be bullied. I do not wish for a day to come when because of me you find yourselves in danger without the power to fight back." This heartfelt statement underscored the looming crisis. The villagers recalled the previous Red Silk Army, and then thought of their peaceful lives, now ultimately making up their minds. "The child is right. We cannot always hold back. Let's learn. Let's also acquire the ability to fly and escape from the ground. For ourselves and for the child to have peace of mind." Seeing the impassioned villagers and the gradually ignited fighting spirit in his parents' eyes, Zhang Yang felt relieved. He left behind detailed training manuals and a large supply of primary gene optimization liquid and recovery potions, designating a meticulous and patient disciple to be in charge of teaching and caring for them. With these resources piled up, along with the villagers' gratitude and relentless determination to train, their speed of progress would undoubtedly be rapid. Given time, this guard force from the small mountain village might bring him unexpected surprises. After arranging this most profound bond, Zhang Yang felt a great weight lifted from his heart. The technological development of Dongdu was progressing steadily with the support of Blue Star and the team led by Wu Zhan. The dissemination of martial arts was being spread by disciples like Shi, who receiving fervent support from the military and the public. Logistics and the safety of his loved ones were also assured. But what about himself? Remaining at a combat power of 2,000, he seemed to be at the top among humans on Earth, yet Zhang Yang understood that this was far from enough. Whether it was the potential strong warriors of the Red Silk Army, like the future Tao Bai, or the Scions who would soon descend years later, or even more distant cosmic threats, he needed to possess greater strength. Secluding himself for hard training was not the best approach. He needed to fight, to communicate, to integrate the strengths of many to forge his own martial path. At the same time, he also needed to seek more reliable sparks for the Yangwu Martial Arts Hall and the future Earth Defense Forces. Thus, after arranging all matters in Dongdu, Zhang Yang bid farewell to Wu Zhan and his parents, setting off alone on a journey to seek martial artists among humanity on Earth. His goal was very clear: to find martial artists who had left names in the original work, whose character had been tested, and who possessed pure human bloodlines. The wish of the Divine Dragon was solely directed at humans, and he aimed to maximize this advantage. During his journey, he did not slacken his own cultivation. He continuously kept his aura restrained, the flow of qi within him rushing like rivers constantly, cleansing his meridians, solidifying his foundation. Notably, he was honing his psychic abilities. Almost instinctively, he maintained a state of hardness, wrapping his life energy qi and mental energy psychic around his entire body, forming an impeccable defense while continuously refining its strength and durability. Occasionally, he would explosively unleash hardness, concentrating a massive amount of qi and psychic energy into a point, feeling the terrifying power capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. This high-intensity constant practice was a tremendous test for his mental strength and control, yet the results were exceedingly remarkable. He could feel that his fusion and application of the two types of energy were becoming increasingly fluid and natural. His first stop was the African continent. The target, Nam. This martial artist, whom he had met briefly at the World Martial Arts Conference, and who had accepted his reward of the efficient underground water detection and quick well-boring device, left Zhang Yang with a good impression. Of decent strength, with a sincere nature and a sense of gratitude. Using his memory and aura perception, Zhang Yang trekked for several days across the vast African grasslands and finally found the village where Nam resided. Unlike the brutality of Dongdu and the prosperity of Shidu, this place was filled with primitive vitality, but also permeated with the hardships of survival. However, contrary to the previous reports of water shortages, a modern water, while continuously gushing with clear spring water, stood tall in the center of the village. Children played around the water well, and women washed clothes nearby, their faces radiating with satisfied smiles. The efficient underground water detection and quick well-boring device, which Nam treasured, was quietly placed beside the well, spotless and shining. Zhang Yang. When Nam saw Zhang Yang's figure appear at the village entrance, he first rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then burst forth with immense joy, rushing over and excitedly shaking Zhang Yang's hand. "It's really you. How did you come? Please come in." Nam's warmth was heartfelt as he led Zhang Yang into his humble but tidy home, offering the best food and clean water. "Thanks to the divine artifact you gifted." Nam pointed at the water well outside, his face full of gratitude. "The village no longer has to worry about water. We have opened new fields, raised more livestock, and the children can have clean water every day. You are the benefactor of the entire village." Looking at Nam's simple and sincere smile and the vitality radiating from the village, Zhang Yang also felt a wave of comfort. This might be one of the most direct positive meanings brought by power. Live broadcast comments, Blue Star. Touching. Seeing the improvements in Nam's village fills me with an inexplicable sense of achievement. This is the good cause the host planted earlier. Nam is a person who understands gratitude indeed. Ding. Emotional points 5200 from Blue Star viewer Kind Guardian. Ding. Emotional points 3300 from One Piece World viewer Sentimental Person. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Yang got straight to the point and mentioned the purpose of his trip. He did not hide anything, candidly informing Nam of his collaboration with Dongdu, the martial arts dissemination plan he was promoting, and the idea of vindicating Wu Taidu. Nam listened attentively, and when he heard the name Wu Taidu, a clear admiration appeared in his eyes. Master Wu Taidu is the legendary martial artist who sacrificed himself to seal the great demon Bic. Nam's tone was grave. His hometown actually endures such injustice. Those so-called martial arts masters are truly disgraceful. His reaction eased Zhang Yang's heart. Nam did not harbor prejudice against Dongdu, but instead held great respect for Wu Taidu. However, when Zhang Yang formally extended an invitation for Nam to join the Yangwu Martial Arts Hall as an instructor in Dongdu to promote martial arts together, a look of extreme struggle and guilt appeared on Nam's face. He remained silent for a long time before finally shaking his head with difficulty, his voice hoarse. "Mr. Zhang Yang, your invitation is greatly appreciated. To follow a strong individual like you and vindicate Master Wu Taidu is my utmost honor. However, I cannot leave here." He lifted his head, gazing out at the vast and dangerous grasslands, his expression resolute. "This village needs me. You have seen that it is not peaceful here. The enormous beasts, greedy poaching gangs. If I do not remain here to hold the fort, the village will be devoured within a year. I grew up eating the food of the village, and my martial arts were initially cultivated to protect them. I cannot leave." This answer did not surprise Zhang Yang. He had long sensed Nam's deep bond with this land and village. "I understand." Zhang Yang nodded, his face showing no displeasure. The heart of a guardian is indeed one of the core spirits of martial arts. Choosing to protect the land that nourished you is not wrong. Nam, seeing that Zhang Yang did not pressure him, but rather expressed understanding, felt even more guilt and emotion. Zhang Yang shifted the topic. "However, inadequate strength and protection can sometimes appear weak. I hope that even if you stay here, you can become stronger and better protect everything you wish to safeguard." Saying this, he took out a memory chip made from portable information storage technology, rewarded by Blue Star, and several boxes of premium recovery potions produced in Dongdu, which far exceeded the quality of those on the market. Inside are some martial arts cultivation insights I've compiled, including more efficient methods of using qi, as well as some practical combat techniques that may help you. These potions can quickly restore your stamina and heal injuries after your training or battles. Nam looked at the items before him, his body slightly trembling. He understood all too well the value of this gift. It was not just assistance, it was also a form of recognition and expectation. Mr. Zhang Yang. I. Nam's eyes welled with tears, almost unable to speak. Take it. Zhang Yang patted his shoulder, his tone growing serious. Nam, according to the information I've received, Earth may face crises far beyond imagination in the future. Invasive forces from beyond the planet may arrive within a few years. At that time, individual strength may seem small, but every bit of strength adds to hope. I hope by then you can become a part of the Guardians of Earth. Nam was shaken by these words. Alien invaders. This news hit him like a bombshell. But looking into Zhang Yang's profound and serious eyes, he chose to believe. He stood up straight, his right hand clenched into a fist, striking his left chest firmly, and solemnly vowed, I Nam hereby swear. I will not disappoint Mr. Zhang Yang's trust. I will strive to train and protect the village. If any foreign enemy invades Earth, I will certainly stand up and fight to the death. Live broadcast comments Blue Star. Nam is great. A true man. I teared up. Is this the promise of a martial artist? The host's move was good, although he did not recruit anyone, he planted a powerful seed. Ding. Emotional points 99.99 from Blue Star viewer passionate. Max value. Ding. Emotional points 7,800 from One Piece World viewer appreciative of tough guys. Ding. Emotional points 6,600 from Hunter x Hunter World viewer promise keeper. In the solemn atmosphere, Zhang Yang and Nam exchanged further insights on martial arts. Nam had extensive practical experience from battling fierce beasts and poachers, and some unconventional techniques and instincts for crisis response inspired Zhang Yang. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang's profound understanding of qi and systematic cultivation theories opened Nam's eyes, making him feel that the path ahead was suddenly clear. After staying in the village for a day, Zhang Yang bade farewell amid the reluctant gazes of Nam and the entire village. Although he was unable to successfully recruit Nam, this trip not only solidified their friendship and sowed stronger seeds, but also yielded significant emotional points, further validating his criterion for selecting talent. Character comes first. Leaving the African grasslands, Zhang Yang's next target was the others on the list: King Chaba, master of Yoga Bapute, former sumo champion, and Aki Luobei. Zhang Yang held great interest in Aki Luobei, who appeared lazy and gluttonous in the original work, yet repeatedly helped Goku at critical moments, displaying incredible sword skills. This guy was a true potential stock, fundamentally not bad, just lacking guidance and food. Next, let's go find that gluttonous fat man. Zhang Yang's lips curled into a faint smile as his figure transformed into a streak of light, speeding towards the general direction where he remembered Aki Luobei was hiding. His journey of seeking had just begun. The accumulation of emotional points was steadily advancing towards the crucial 100 million points through each encounter and farewell. The technology of the universal capsule seemed to be within reach. Taking his leave of Nam, Zhang Yang set out in search of the famously gluttonous and phenomenally skilled swordsman, Yajirobe, relying on fragmented memories and scattered clues. His first destination was the vast forests and mountain ranges surrounding the sacred Karen region. In the original chronicle, Yajirobe appeared repeatedly near Karen Tower, suggesting a mysterious connection to it. Yet reality delivered Zhang Yang a sobering setback. For several days, he skimmed low over the terrain at tremendous speed, his spiritual sense fully extended, meticulously sweeping every inch across hundreds of miles around Karen Tower. He encountered ferocious dinosaurs, hordes of colossal apes, and even strange creatures possessing faint traces of key awareness. But nowhere did he detect the uniquely paradoxical aura of Yajirobe, simultaneously indolent and razor-sharp. Undeterred, he expanded his search, further venturing boldly into remote, mist-choked primeval jungles and treacherous peaks, hoping to uncover secluded cultivation grounds or hidden ninja enclaves. Leveraging his formidable power, he visited several reclusive ascetics and small mountain villages, describing Yajirobe to them a portly man bearing a katana with an insatiable appetite. Their responses were uniformly blank stares. We've never heard of such a person. A sword-wielding fat man. No one like that lives here. Ninja. That's just legend. A cascade of denials tightened Zhang Yang's brow. Yajirobe had seemingly vanished from the world, or else his very existence had been deliberately obscured, erased by some unseen force. Is Yajirobe really this hard to find? He might truly hail from a concealed ninja lineage, utterly inaccessible to ordinary folk. Don't lose heart, host. You'll surely meet him someday. Ding. Emotional resonance points 2300 from Blue Star viewer, missing person notice. Ding. Emotional resonance points 1500 from One Piece World Viewer Intelligence Expert. Comment target likely possesses exceptional stealth or information sealing capabilities. Ding. Emotional resonance points 1800 from Hunter x Hunter World Viewer Tracker. Comment key suppression is flawless, or he simply isn't in this region. Standing atop a mist-draped peak, Zhang Yang gazed down upon the boundless sea of forest below, his thoughts racing. Several possibilities exist. First, Yajirobe may currently be absent from his usual haunts, perhaps traveling abroad or undertaking a covert mission. Second, his affiliated faction is profoundly secretive, equipped with concealment techniques rivaling those of the absolute silence technique or shielded by arcane barriers imperceptible to my current cultivation level. Whichever proves true, the prospect of locating Yajirobe in the near term now appears exceedingly remote. Continuing this aimless, time-intensive search would yield abysmal efficiency. It seems destiny has not yet aligned. With a soft sigh, Zhang Yang temporarily shelved the search for Yajirobe and turned his gaze toward the next name on his list, Choppa Wong, Master of Yoga Arts. Unlike the elusive, dragon-like Yajirobe, Choppa Wong enjoyed widespread renown across the human martial arts world. His Yoga Martial Arts Academy stood in a bustling metropolis boasting numerous disciples and consistently strong showings in the world martial arts tournaments, making him a revered instructor sought after by dignitaries, tycoons, and celebrities alike. Yet sometimes fame eclipses substance. When Zhang Yang arrived at the Choppa-style Yoga Martial Arts Academy, located downtown, lavishly adorned in gold and jade, its entrance crowned by a towering statue of Choppa Wong deep in yogic meditation, he sensed an unsettling dissonance. Vehicles streamed ceaselessly before its gates. Those entering and exiting were uniformly affluent and impeccably dressed. The air carried only faint incense, not the sharp tang of sweat and relentless effort. Zhang Yang smoothed his simple travel-worn garments and stepped forward toward the grand entrance. Halt! A doorman in crisp uniform blocked his path, his gaze appraising, not unkind yet distinctly aloof. Young man, this is Master Choppa's academy. Unauthorized persons are not permitted entry. Are you here to see someone? I seek Master Choppa Wong, Zhang Yang replied calmly. Master Choppa. The doorman scanned him up and down, taking in his plain attire and youthful appearance, and gave a barely perceptible sneer, still clinging to formal courtesy. Master Choppa is extremely busy. Not just anyone may gain audience. Do you have an appointment? No. Then I'm afraid we must decline. The doorman gestured politely for him to depart. To meet the master, one must book in advance, and he lowered his voice, lacing it with subtle implication, pay a 10,000 Sony good faith deposit to prove your sincerity and eligibility. Moreover, his schedule is fully booked for 7 days. 10,000 Sony. A good faith deposit. A 7-day wait. Zhang Yang's brows knotted instantly. He recalled the original account. Choppa Wong, though prideful, bore no trace of such crass commercialism or arrogant gatekeeping. This was no martial arts sanctuary. It was a celebrity meet and greet. Whoa, 10,000. And a deposit. Has Choppa Wong fallen headfirst into a money pit? Where is the spirit of martial cultivation? Devoured by dogs. Fame and fortune truly corrode the soul. Host, this guy clearly isn't who you're looking for. Ding. Emotional resonance points 4500 from Blue Star Viewer, Contempt for Merchants. Ding. Emotional resonance points 3200 from One Piece World Viewer, Loathing of Hypocrisy. Ding. Emotional resonance points 2800 from Hunter x Hunter World Viewer, Value Assessment. Comment: pricing martial cultivation outright boosts efficiency, but strips away its core essence. 10,000 Sony. A 7-day queue. Zhang Yang repeated, his tone unreadable. Is this Master Choppa's way of receiving guests? Is this how he propagates the martial path? The doorman detected the quiet challenge in Zhang Yang's words, and his expression darkened slightly. Boy, watch your tone. Master Choppa's time is invaluable. Merely granting you audience is already an extraordinary grace. Without funds or patience, please leave. Do not cause disturbances here. Zhang Yang smiled, a cold glacial smile. He'd clung to a sliver of hope that this was merely underlings overreaching. Now he saw clearly: when the beam is crooked, the rafters inevitably follow. Since conventional courtesy yields nothing, Zhang Yang shook his head, dismissed the doorman entirely, and shifted his stance ever so slightly. In the next instant, under the stunned gazes of the doorman and bystanders, Zhang Yang lifted effortlessly off the ground, hovering weightlessly before surging forward as a blurred afterimage, soaring cleanly over the academy's towering gate and vanishing inside like a bird diving into forest canopy. He flew in. He can fly. By heaven, he's a true martial master. A wave of gasps and chaos erupted at the entrance. Inside, the academy proved even more opulent, gleaming hardwood floors, walls lined with photographs of Choppa Wong posing beside celebrities, and shelves brimming with trophies. Numerous disciples in matching training uniforms practiced gentle yoga postures under assistant instructors' guidance, the ambience less that of a martial hall, more akin to an elite wellness retreat. Zhang Yang's sudden intrusion struck like a boulder dropped into placid water. Who dares enter? How dare you breach the Choppa Style Academy? Several senior disciples or instructors immediately closed in, their faces grim. Zhang Yang ignored them entirely, his gaze locking onto the farthest recess of the hall, separated by beaded curtains, where the most stable, yet still feeble like a firefly against his perception presence resided. His voice rang out, calm, clear, cutting through all clamor to fill the entire hall. Choppa Wang. I am Zhang Yang, a wandering cultivator. I challenge you. Step forth and fight. Challenge the master. Is this boy insane? But he just flew in. He's no ordinary foe. A wave of shock and curiosity rippled among the disciples. The beaded curtain swayed. A figure emerged slowly, Choppa Wang himself. He appeared in his mid-40s, bronze-skinned, his physique sculpted to perfection, muscles flowing like liquid steel beneath white silk yoga robes, his eyes sharp, yet shadowed by irritation and scrutiny. He had sensed that bold, unmistakable intruding aura moments earlier in his meditation chamber, powerful and utterly alien. Now confronted by a challenger who looked no older than 7 or 8, astonishment surged, but quickly curdled into indignation at the sheer audacity. Still before his disciples and prospective patrons, including wealthy science, he must uphold the dignity of a master. Young man, Choppa Wang intoned, his voice carefully modulated, deep, resonant, commanding. Your reckless challenge shows profound ignorance of hierarchy. Such presumption is grievous disrespect toward elders. Given your youth and naivety, withdraw now. I shall hold no grudge. He sought to subdue, without combat, bending will through authority. Zhang Yang scoffed. On the martial path, mastery, not age, defines precedence. Choppa Wang, do you fear to accept this challenge? If so, speak plainly. That retort flushed Choppa Wang's face. Behind him, disciples roared in outrage, arrogant. Master, teach him a lesson. Let him feel the might of the Choppa style. Cornered before a crowd, Choppa Wang drew a slow breath, suppressing fury, his eyes flashing with menace. Since you insist on provocation, I shall instruct you, as your elder, on the meaning of discipline. Strike first. He assumed the opening stance of Choppa-style yoga boxing, body coiling, with serpentine flexibility, radiating latent danger. Zhang Yang shook his head. You strike first. I fear, if I act, you'll have no chance left. Utter arrogance. Unbearable arrogance. Choppa Wang finally snapped. With a guttural cry, he lunged, so fast that to ordinary disciples he became little more than a streaking blur. His arm twisted bonelessly, delivering a grotesque, spiraling yoga punch straight at Zhang Yang's face, its wind shrieking with lethal force. This blow channeled years of disciplined ki cultivation, capable of shattering stone tablets. He intended to subdue this insolent child in a single stroke, reclaiming his honor. Yet to Zhang Yang, the punch's speed, power, and technique were riddled with flaws, glaring fundamental weaknesses. He didn't even activate hardness or sturdiness. Merely raising his right hand, he moved with preternatural timing, index and middle fingers extended, striking with pinpoint precision at a critical joint on Choppa Wang's wrist. A soft, sharp sound. Choppa Wang felt a needle-thin surge of ki pierce his limb, his entire arm instantly numbing, his gathered ki dissolving like mist. His decisive punch collapsed as if striking empty air, every ounce of momentum effortlessly nullified. Stunned, he tried to pivot, but Zhang Yang's fingers darted downward like phantoms, tapping 3 vital acupoints along his chest and abdomen. Choppa Wang's internal chi and blood churned violently, his breath shattered. He staggered backward, stumbling several paces before barely regaining his footing. Face pale, then flushed, eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Annihilation, in a single breath. Absolute annihilation. The entire academy fell deathly silent, disciples gaped, jaws slack, as if witnessing the impossible. Their invincible master Choppa Wang, defeated in one exchange by a child's 2 fingers, nearly humiliated before their eyes. Glorious. Arrogance invites lightning. Host, legendary. 2 fingers teaching life lessons. Choppa Wang is pure bluff. Brutal reality check. Emotional points maxed. Ding. Emotional resonance points 9999 from Blue Star viewer face slapper. Maximum ding. Emotional resonance points 8200 from One Piece World viewer strength supremacy. Ding. Emotional resonance points 7700 from Hunter x Hunter World viewer precision strike. Emotional points 6500 7100. Continuous stream. Zhang Yang stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing coolly at the shaken Choppa Wang. Yoga emphasizes suppleness and inner harmony, a commendable practice indeed. Alas, you fixated solely on outward form and worldly acclaim, straying irrevocably from the martial path's essence, retaining only its hollow shell. Choppa Wang trembled with rage and dread, unable to refute. Those fleeting seconds had revealed an unbridgeable chasm between their strengths. Zhang Yang had no desire to linger. His purpose here extended beyond testing strength, to gauge character. He cut directly to the heart of the Matter Master Choppa Wang. I hear East City is the ancestral home of Grandmaster Wu Tade, yet now suffers suppression from all quarters, its martial sages disgraced. What is your view on this? Would you help restore Grandmaster Wu's honor and lend your strength? He watched Choppa Wang closely. As expected at the names Wu Tade and East City, Choppa Wang's eyes flickered with fleeting panic, then hardened instantly into sanctimonious indignation. Wu Tade. A long-dead relic. His hometown East City hides in obscurity, defying imperial order entangled with rebels like the Red Ribbon Army. Its blockade is self-inflicted. Restore his honor. Preposterous. Young man, you possess skill, but your judgment is warped, entangling yourself with such a place. Heed my counsel, turn back while you still can. The martial world runs deep, far deeper than mere strength can stir. As he spoke, he surreptitiously gauged his disciples' and potential patrons' reactions, crafting himself as the righteous guardian of orthodoxy, guiding the misguided toward virtue. Those words extinguished Zhang Yang's last shred of interest. Mediocrity in martial prowess could be forgiven, but moral bankruptcy, sycophancy, and truth-twisting dishonored the very title martial master. Zhang Yang didn't waste another syllable. Our paths diverge. We share no common ground. With that icy dismissal, he vanished, like a phantom dissolving from sight, and reappeared instantly outside the academy gates, as if he'd never entered at all. He came and went like wind, leaving behind only silence and Choppa Wang's face, flushed crimson, then ashen, burning with shame, fury, and a dawning chilling fear. Standing on the street outside, Zhang Yang glanced at his system interface. Emotional resonance points had surged again, now exceeding 98 million, hurtling toward the 100 million threshold. Yet his heart remained utterly still. Choppa Wang wasn't even worthy of his anger. Only Bapto remains on the list. Let us hope he is not another Choppa Wang. Zhang Yang shook his head, then shot forward once more, a streak of light racing toward his next destination. The road to finding true kindred spirits proved harder than anticipated. Yet this very difficulty only fortified his resolve to establish East City as his foundation, cultivating strength from within. The Capsule Corporation's technology was soon to be acquired. East City's rise was inevitable, and his own martial path, refined through relentless seeking and rigorous discernment, would grow ever sharper, ever more unyielding. Leaving behind the Zhaba Wang Martial Arts Academy, rife with hypocrisy and the stench of greed, Zhang Yang felt no particular stir within his heart, only a sharper, clearer understanding of the current state of humanity's martial arts world. He soared through the air, the wind whipping across his face, yet his mind involuntarily drifted back to the moment of parting with Nam. Nam had forsaken the chance to ascend to higher realms of martial cultivation in order to protect his village, a purity of heart, an unwavering conviction truly worthy of admiration. Recalling how during the village's drought crisis Nam had chosen to compete for the martial arts tournament prize rather than wield his strength to coerce or dominate, it was precisely this seemingly stubborn adherence to principle that in today's world shone with rare and precious luster. Indeed, humanity is diverse. Pure martial cultivators like Nam are exceedingly rare in this world, Zhang Yang mused inwardly. He understood clearly that at their core he differed fundamentally from Nam, and even from someone like Xiao Yukong. For him, martial cultivation was not a sacred faith demanding lifelong devotion, but a formidable instrument to secure his place in the world, break through constraints, and achieve his goals. He loved power, pursued strength, yet never enshrined martial cultivation as the sole inviolable creed of his existence. He would not abandon shortcuts for the sake of principle as Nam did, nor would he exult in raw strength and combat alone as Wukong did. At bottom, I am merely an ordinary man who happens to possess extraordinary power. Zhang Yang held a lucid self-awareness. My Tao lies in harnessing every available resource, not to worship power, but to forge greater strength for myself, and those I cherish, to live more fully unshackled by others, unbroken by fate. He saw no flaw in this path. It was simply the inevitable outcome of divergent life experiences and temperaments. Though their Tao differed, their goals could for a time align. He sought allies who shared his vision, and also valued talent in all its forms. Composing himself, Zhang Yang set course for the city where Baput currently resided, guided by the intelligence he had gathered. According to fragmented memories from the original narrative and current intelligence, this future Muay Thai master was still ascending in his professional career, far from his zenith, yet already drawing attention. Baput's training base lay in a tropical metropolis famed for its rich martial culture. Zhang Yang did not make a bold entrance. He suppressed nearly all of his aura and blended seamlessly into the crowd as an unremarkable tourist settling near the gym where Baput trained daily, and began his patient observation. He watched Baput train, relentlessly diligent, drenching sandbags again and again with sweat. The hallmark ferocity and explosive power of Muay Thai manifested vividly in his movements, and his indomitable forward-charging spirit possessed undeniable charisma. Though the chi circulating within his body remained unrefined, it burned with remarkable vitality and explosive potential, an auspicious sign. Is this Muay Thai? It looks terrifyingly fierce. The elbow strikes and knee smashes seem devastatingly powerful. Baput trains hard, truly a dedicated man. Ding. Emotional resonance .3200 from Blue Star viewer, martial arts enthusiast. Ding. Emotional resonance .2100 from One Piece World viewer, admires diligence. Yet truth often dwells beneath appearances, and deeper scrutiny was soon warranted. A prestigious regional professional combat tournament was about to begin, and Baput ranked among the top contenders for the title. 3 days before the match, Zhang Yang's acute perception detected something amiss. A sharply dressed, shrewd-eyed man secretly summoned Baput to a secluded alley behind the gym after training. Zhang Yang crept closer, silent as a gecko, and overheard their exchange in full. Baput, tomorrow night's bout. You only need to accidentally fall to your opponent's strike in round 3 per our plan. These 2 million Sony are yours. The shrewd man slid a thick envelope across his tone, both seductive and commanding. Baput's eyes flared with sudden heat, his breath quickened. Without hesitation, he snatched the envelope and stuffed it deep into his training bag, then flashed a servile smile. Rest assured, boss. You can count on me, flawlessly executed. It'll look exactly like exhaustion, and no one will suspect a thing. He even patted his chest emphatically. I've studied that fighter's style inside out. Round 3, I'll feign a weakness, let him luck into a KO. Child's play. His practiced ease betrayed this was no first-time transaction. Satisfied, the shrewd man nodded, murmured a few final instructions, and departed. Alone in the alley, Baput glanced warily around, then eagerly reopened his bag, running greedy fingers over the thick wad of cash, his face twisting into a crass, sordid grin utterly alien to the fierce, determined warrior he appeared in training. From the shadows, Zhang Yang witnessed it all. His last flicker of hope extinguished completely. To sell his integrity, stage a sham match, and deceive the audience. For a mere 2 million Sony. How did this differ in essence from Xiaoba Wang's hollow posturing? If anything, it was worse. Naked deception, a flagrant betrayal of the martial spirit itself. Perhaps Baput bore hidden burdens. Perhaps he needed money. But to Zhang Yang, such justifications held no weight. A man who so casually tramples his own convictions and principles. How could he ever be trusted to remain loyal when confronted with greater temptation or coercion? How could he possibly cultivate the unyielding fortitude required to scale the highest peaks of martial cultivation? Mud cannot be molded into a pillar. Zhang Yang sneered inwardly, utterly disinterested in further contact. Whoa, match fixing. I just praised his dedication, and now I'm disgusted. He'd sell his dignity for cash. Host, leave immediately. This scum doesn't deserve your mentorship. Ding. Emotional resonance .5800 from Blue Star viewer, champion of justice, anger. Ding. Emotional resonance .3900 from One Piece World viewer, despises cowards. Ding. Emotional resonance .3100 from Hunter x Hunter World viewer, integrity assessor. Comment lacks the most basic contractual integrity and professional ethics. Value negative. 2 successive visits to reputed martial masters had ended in profound disappointment. Zhang Yang all but abandoned the notion of building his inner circle around established figures. His gaze now widened to embrace the world entire. If true talent is scarce among the renowned, then I shall journey forth myself, to witness the myriad martial paths of this world distill their essence and fuse them into one sovereign art. And in doing so, let the name Yangwu blaze forth, forged in real combat, unassailable and renowned. In the days that followed, Zhang Yang unleashed his full potential. He abandoned the rigid pursuit of canonical characters from his list and embarked instead upon a true global odyssey, a journey of exploration and challenge. He began in the scorching African savanna, home to ancient tribal warriors who wielded no chi yet had forged their bodies to transcendent limits. Through unique hunting techniques and mystical totem war dances, they channeled an eerie, formidable strength. Zhang Yang engaged them in pure physical combat, absorbing their instinctive, nature-attuned fighting intuition and mastery of biomechanical force application. Livestream chat. One Piece World. Oh, this primal style of combat is intriguing, deceptively crude, yet brimming with the hard-won wisdom of survival. A surge of emotional resonance 4400 points from viewer, martial arts analyst of the One Piece World. During a grueling contest of strength against the tribe's mightiest warrior, Zhang Yang deliberately restrained his power, relying solely on technique to evade and counter, until at last he subdued his opponent with a modified shoulder throw layered with multiple shifting kinetic impulses, drawing gasps and reverent awe from the entire tribe. A gift received from Earth viewer, ancient martial arts revivalist essence of primal tribal body mechanics, dynamic visual edition. Accompanying note: you learn astonishingly fast. These fourth-generation principles are invaluable for reconstructing authentic ancient martial arts. He then ventured deep into the Antarctic ice field seeking ascetics who honed will and flesh amid extremes of cold and gale. There dwelled martial artists who cultivated qi infused with glacial frigidity, moving with deliberate slowness, yet delivering blows of crushing freezing weight, as if capable of halting time itself. Zhang Yang fortified his body with the principle of firmness countered with agile footwork and immersed himself in the unyielding resilience forged in absolute desolation. Livestream chat Hunter x Hunter World willpower tempered in extremis is a proven path to unlocking latent potential. A tribute-based application of qi. Crude, but its conceptual direction merits attention. A surge of emotional resonance 5200 points from viewer environmental adaptation faction of the Hunter x Hunter World. In a duel with an ice field ascetic, Zhang Yang absorbed a heavy fist laced with frost qi, his skin instantly frosting over. Yet his inner blood surged, his qi pulsed outward, and the ice shattered like glass, leaving the ascetic stunned into silence. A gift received from Earth Viewer Materials Science Enthusiast Inspiration Pack: Energy Conduction Cryo-Resistant Material Design under Ultra-Low Temperature Conditions. Accompanying note: your cryo-resistance metrics are extraordinary. We've gained revolutionary insights. He then entered dense rainforests, clashing with elusive masters of covert schools, ghost-like in movement masters of terrain poison and concealed weapons. Their martial philosophy centered on deception and lethality, though perhaps lacking in frontal power. Their uncanny timing, trapcraft, and ruthless opportunistic combat mindset profoundly expanded Zhang Yang's very definition of battle. Once deep in the rainforest, Zhang Yang inadvertently triggered a meticulously laid toxic mist trap. Dizziness struck him instantly. He immediately activated his qigong to purge the venom while the livestream erupted. Gift received Universal Antidote Serum High Potency Formula 3 from Earth Viewer Stay Strong Host. Gift received Exotic Antidote Herb Otherworld Variant 10 from Hunter x Hunter Viewer. Try this. It may help. Though he overcame the crisis through sheer cultivation, these timely gifts revealed the genuine concern flowing across dimensional boundaries, and another wave of emotional resonance swelled. He challenged renowned dojos worldwide, regardless of lineage, size, or reputation. Some matches were exchanges of mutual respect, ending with restraint, and others were decisive demolitions, exposing hollow reputations. His combat style was kaleidoscopic, at times a tempest of overwhelming force and velocity, at others a gentle spring breeze, disassembling a lifetime of mastery with a single exquisitely precise technique. Gradually whispers began circulating within the underground martial world, a mysterious, prodigious child martial artist. Some dubbed him the martial obsessive, others the omen of ruin, most simply regarded him with profound curiosity and awe, wondering at his origins, his power, and the unfathomable depth behind his gaze. Each battle, whether swift domination or hard-fought trial, sustained the stream's feverish momentum and flooded it with emotional resonance. Victory over a rainforest assassination master triggers collective astonishment at Esoteric Martial Arts 9999. 8880. Exposing a karate master's fraudulent claims ignites cathartic schadenfreude 7700. 6900. A clash of wills with an Arctic ascetic inspires reverence for indomitable spirit 8500. 9100. His reservoir of emotional resonance had long since surpassed 100 million and continued rising at a breathtaking pace. Yet he refrained from redeeming the Omni Capsule RD Breakthrough Package just yet. He resolved to wait until returning to Dongdu, then consolidate all gains in one decisive act. One day Zhang Yang arrived at a city perched on the edge of the desert, renowned for its relentless gales and endless dunes. Here stood the ancient Sandflow Fist sect, whose techniques mirrored desert quicksand, entangling, adhesive, inescapable. Their dojo was austere, even-weathered, its humble dignity standing in stark contrast to the opulence of Chaba King's establishment. Its master was an elder named Saladin, white-beard, dark-skinned, his face deeply fissured by time, yet his eyes burned with startling clarity, his aura as solid and immovable as a mountain. Zhang Yang did not force entry. Instead, he observed tradition, submitting a formal challenge scroll under the name Yang Wu. Saladin himself received him, offering no pleasantries, and led him straight to the sandy training ground behind the dojo. "Young man, your name has grown loud of late," Saladin said, his voice rough as sandstone, yet resonant as bronze. "The Sandflow Fist speaks not in words, but in fists. Please, please." Zhang Yang sensed immediately that this elder was unlike any pretender he'd faced before. His aura dense, his foundation unshakable, a true master forged in decades of unwavering discipline. The battle erupted, instantly. At Saladin's first motion, he seemed to merge with the earth beneath him. His steps uncanny swift, his fists tracing arcane trajectories, stirring roaring vortices that lifted golden sands into serpentine coils, lunging toward Zhang Yang. His chi was neither explosive nor flashy, yet profoundly enduring and weighty, radiating a potent binding and eroding force. Zhang Yang's eyes gleamed with sudden fierce interest. Rather than shatter the technique with brute force, he responded with equal artistry, drifting like willow down in gale winds, weaving effortlessly through Saladin's dense storm of fists, savoring the profound essence of the sandflow concept. Indeed, the opponent's force was singular. Once touched, it felt like sinking into mire, strength diffused, absorbed, and stalled. Livestream chat Earth. This elder possesses real substance. Such an unusual style. Is it designed specifically to counter overwhelming power? Is the host secretly learning from him? A surge of emotional resonance, 6600 points, from viewer Martial Arts Observer of Earth. A surge of emotional resonance, 5500 points, from viewer Technique-Oriented Faction of the One Piece World. Comment: an excellent control-oriented combat methodology. They darted across the sandy arena, their forms blurring, fists and feet colliding with deep resonant thuds. Zhang Yang suppressed his own power to match Saladin's level, relying entirely on refined technique and accumulated experience to hold his ground. Sometimes he yielded like water to overcome rigidity, guiding Saladin's entangling force. At other times he exploded with hardness, a pinpoint burst shattering the suffocating field of adhesion. Saladin grew increasingly astonished. His lifelong mastery of the sandflow essence seemed to lose half its efficacy before this youth. Zhang Yang moved like an eel, slippery, elusive, finding the tiniest gaps in his opponent's chi circulation or piercing through with purer, more concentrated energy. What stunned him most was how rapidly Zhang Yang adapted, learned, even mimicked. At moments he could sense traces of his own entanglement, intent flickering within the youth's own strikes. Exhilarating. Zhang Yang laughed aloud. A battle of perfect parity, self-imposed, and one that continuously nourished his growth was precisely what he craved. No longer merely defending, he launched his own assault, fusing all he had gathered on his travels: tribal biomechanics, Arctic resilience, rainforest subterfuge, and his own deepening comprehension of chi and mind, into a seamless, luminous, explosively creative offensive. His movements defied categorization, sometimes thunderous and unstoppable, sometimes fluid and yielding, sometimes shadowy and inscrutable. Saladin felt immense pressure mount. His sand-like defense, once impenetrable, now faltered, overwhelmed by attacks that shifted unpredictably, each imbued with the distilled essence of disparate martial traditions. Finally, seizing the infinitesimal moment between Saladin's expended force and rising new power, Zhang Yang delivered a palm strike, blending tribal kinetic mastery, concentrated hardness, and the subtle entanglement of sandflow fist to prevent evasion, piercing the elder's guard and halting perfectly still at his throat. The dust settled. Silence returned to the training ground. Saladin stared at the palm suspended before his windpipe, feeling its lethal coiled precision, and sighed deeply. He lowered his stance and bowed low, sincere and unreserved. I am defeated. Your martial cultivation is profound beyond measure, Master Zhang Yang. The name Yang Wu is richly deserved. Livestream chat, 3 worlds victory. Host, you're incredible. That elder is truly formidable. He earned our respect. The final technique synthesized so many elements. It was breathtaking. A surge of emotional resonance, 9999 points maximum, from viewer Martial Synthesis, Enthusiast of Earth. A surge of emotional resonance, 8800 points, from viewer Innovation Appreciator of the One Piece World. A surge of emotional resonance, 9500 points, from viewer Combat Learning Assessment Division of the Hunter x Hunter World. Comment: an astonishing capacity for real-time combat analysis, integration, and synthesis. Zhang Yang withdrew his hand and returned the bow with solemn respect. Master Saladin, your sandflow fist is uniquely brilliant. I have learned immensely. I yield graciously. This time the exchange was sincere, heartfelt. Afterward, they sat together, exchanging profound insights on the Tao of martial arts. Saladin expressed neither disdain nor suspicion toward Zhang Yang's references to Dongdu and Wu Taiju. Instead, he honored Wu Taiju's spirit of sacrifice and lamented Dongdu's plight, though candidly admitting his own sect lacked the strength to oppose larger forces. Zhang Yang made no demands. Instead, he gifted Saladin foundational cultivation insights and several restorative elixirs as tokens of gratitude. Saladin accepted them with deep appreciation. Leaving the Sandflow Fist Dojo, Zhang Yang stood atop the city's highest tower, gazing across the boundless desert where the sun sank slowly beneath the horizon. After months of travel and dozens of battles across wildly divergent styles, he felt his martial foundation deepen immeasurably, and his command over chi and mental focus grow ever more harmonious and effortless. Though his raw combat metrics showed no dramatic leap, his practical prowess and spiritual attainment had transcended their former bounds. And in his mind, the tally of emotional resonance had soared to a number deeply satisfying, over 120 million. It is time to return, Zhang Yang thought quietly. The Omni Capsule technology awaits redemption. Dongdu's comprehensive evolution is about to begin. His figure shot skyward, blazing with golden light as he streaked toward Dongdu. This pilgrimage, though it yielded no preordained elite recruits, proved a resounding triumph. For his own cultivation, for the growing legend of Yongwu, and for the colossal accumulation of emotional resonance. Having concluded that exhilarating exchange of martial principles with Saladin of the Sandflow Fist, Zhang Yang's wanderlust did not fade. It flared brighter, stoked by the assimilation of countless martial lineages. He contemplated pressing deeper into uncharted wilderness to seek even older legacies. When news swift as wings swept across the global martial community and reached his ears, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament would soon commence on Mugyua Island in Nandu. The World Martial Arts Tournament, the ultimate hall of honor for any earthborn martial artist, the supreme stage to test one's mettle and etch one's name into legend. Though Zhang Yang held no regard for empty fame, he recognized this gathering as the zenith of contemporary human martial achievement. Save for a few hidden anomalies, an unparalleled opportunity for observation learning and even strategic acquisition. Clashing with scattered martial artists worldwide was beneficial. But how could it compare to competing before a global audience, facing a constellation of elite fighters in a crucible of peak intensity? More crucially, Son Goku, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu would all appear at this tournament. Battling them, especially Son Goku, whose current strength remained unknown, held incalculable value for refining his own martial Tao. The World Martial Arts Tournament. It is time to prepare. Suppressing his impulse to rush immediately to Mugyua Island, Zhang Yang decided first to return to Dongdu. After 3 years of wandering, he needed to synthesize his knowledge and to witness what seeds he had sown had grown into. With heart racing homeward, he accelerated to his utmost, becoming a golden streak rending the heavens as he blazed toward Dongdu. When the familiar silhouette of the eastern capital reappeared before his eyes, even though Zhang Yang was mentally prepared, he was still profoundly shaken by the sight before him. 3 years ago, the eastern capital, though resilient, still bore an air of decay and antiquity, with buildings primarily characterized by a low, sturdy, and utilitarian style. The streets were filled with old model vehicles and military jeeps, and the air was thick with a subtle tension and somberness. But now what greeted his eyes was a brand new metropolis brimming with futuristic technological vibes. Skyscrapers stood in impressive arrays, their glass facades reflecting dazzling rays of sunlight. On the elevated tracks, sleek maglev trains swiftly glided silently. On the broad, tidy streets, various stylish electric cars flowed ceaselessly. The once dilapidated residential areas had been replaced by organized, tree-lined modern communities. In the city center, a massive holographic projection tower had even been erected, playing promotional videos and news about the eastern capital. What was this? It was no longer the slightly dull eastern capital of 3 years ago. This was clearly a super city with a level of technology that rivaled the top international metropolises in his past life, and in some aspects it even felt more futuristic. Live chat comments: Blue Star. My God, is this the eastern capital? The change in 3 years is so immense. The speed of urban construction is just ridiculous. Maglev, holographic projection. Has the eastern capital unlocked some kind of technological explosion talent? Streamer, hurry down to take a look. This feels so cool. Ding. Emotional points 99.99 from Blue Star Viewer. City Planner shocked. Ding. Emotional points 8800 from Blue Star Viewer. Tech Enthusiast. Ding. Emotional points 7700 from One Piece World Viewer. Astonished development. Comment: the vibrancy of this city is thrilling. Ding. Emotional points 8500 from Hunter World Viewer. Social structure observation. Comment: completing such a large-scale urban upgrade in a short time is a testament to terrifying organizational and execution capabilities. Zhang Yang gently descended onto a designated landing platform at the edge of the city, immediately approached by soldiers clad in new standard military uniforms, their spirits high and eyes sharp, ready to verify his identity. Upon confirming it was Zhang Yang, the soldiers instantly stood straight and saluted him with the utmost standard military courtesy, their eyes filled with unreserved enthusiasm and reverence. Welcome back, Mr. Zhang Yang. He boarded a newly arranged military energy vehicle, spacious, comfortable, and running silently while observing the scenery outside the window. The faces of the citizens no longer bore the past sorrow and numbness. Instead, they were filled with hopeful smiles and bustling figures. Shops lined the streets, brimming with vibrant goods, alive with energy. He felt pleased in his heart, but he also clearly recognized that the development of the eastern capital had reached a critical bottleneck. The city's hardware construction had nearly reached the limits of current technological conditions, but it lacked core technologies like the universal capsule that could revolutionize space utilization and greatly enhance people's livelihoods. Many large facilities, such as houses and vehicles, incurred high circulation and storage costs, inevitably constraining further economic development and the quality of life for the populace. The universal capsule. It's time, Zhang Yang affirmed in his heart. The vehicle drove straight into the heavily guarded inner city, finally stopping before the increasingly magnificent Lord's mansion. Upon receiving the news, Wu Zhan had already led several trusted aides to wait at the entrance. 3 years without seeing each other, Wu Zhan had also undergone remarkable changes. He still wore military attire, but the dignity between his brows had intensified, and his aura was heavy and solid, faintly radiating with a flow of energy. In Zhang Yang's perception, his combat power had astonishingly surpassed 300 points. For someone who was just an ordinary human with top-tier abilities with combat power in the dozens 3 years ago, this was a leap in progress. The bloodline talent of Wu Taido was indeed extraordinary. Mr. Zhang Yang, you've finally returned. Wu Zhan stepped forward, excitedly shaking Zhang Yang's hand with a firm grip. It's been 3 years, and your charisma has surpassed the past. His gaze fell upon Zhang Yang, now standing over 6 feet tall, handsome, and poised, and he couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment. 3 years was enough time for an 80-year-old child to undergo a complete transformation. Lord Wu, it's truly eye-opening to see the changes in the Eastern capital after 3 years apart. Zhang Yang replied with a smile, his gaze sincere. It seems that while I was away, the development at home has surpassed my expectations. It's all thanks to the foundation you laid back then. Wu Zhan remarked with emotion. Those technological documents, especially the industrial system roadmap and basic material formulas, saved us from taking many detours. Now the industrial capacity and technological level of the Eastern capital confidently rival those of the Western capital. However, he paused, revealing a hint of helplessness. As you anticipated, we lack key core technologies in spatial applications and certain high-precision fields, leading to a stagnation in development. No worries, I'm back this time precisely to solve this issue. Zhang Yang smiled confidently. Entering the Lord's mansion, Zhang Yang's first stop was to see his parents Zhang Daba and Wang Zuohua. They had been settled in a quiet and elegant residence adjacent to the Lord's mansion with the highest level of security in the Eastern capital. 3 years apart, the changes in his parents were equally gratifying. Perhaps due to the favorable living conditions and their cheerful spirits, combined with the nurturing of gene optimization solutions and martial arts training, they appeared even younger than 3 years ago, resembling university students in their 20s. Wang Zuohua held Zhang Yang's hand, her eyes reddening as she babbled about her longing. Zhang Daba, though not very talkative, looked at his son's tall and upright figure with pride and satisfaction. Zhang Yang checked his parents' cultivation levels, and the results surprised even him. His father's combat power was around 350, and his mother Wang Zuohua was also about 320. This was achieved despite their not being extremely passionate about martial arts, viewing it more as a means of strengthening their bodies. The effects of gene optimization solutions and the abundant resources in the Eastern capital, including specially supplied food and training environments, were astonishing. Afterward, he went to see the villagers in the settlement area. The scene left him both amused and gratified. He saw a group of elderly men and women, even a few gray-haired old men, vigorously sweating it out in a dedicated training ground. Some were lifting stone blocks weighing hundreds of kilograms, others were punching and kicking specially designed sandbags with great vigor, and others were practicing basic qi guiding techniques, all brimming with energy. From his rough perception, most villagers had stable combat power between 100 and 150 points, with a few particularly talented and hardworking individuals even nearing 200 points. The village elder, who he remembered always with a pipe in his mouth and a shuffle in his step, was now bare-chested, revealing still thin but clearly defined muscles, effortlessly squatting with a massive stone weighing no less than 500 kilograms. Live chat comments: Blue Star. The old man is amazing. What an atmosphere. A group of super soldier grandpas and grandmas. The Eastern capital's national martial arts program has been a resounding success. The streamer's gene potion is simply extraordinary. Ding. Emotional points 99.99 from Blue Star viewer Elderly Enthusiast Joy. Ding. Emotional points 7,200 from One Piece World viewer Age is No Barrier. Ding. Emotional points 6,800 from Hunter World viewer Potential Development Example. Good, all good. Zhang Yang looked at the rejuvenated villagers, filled with emotion. This guard force from the small mountain village, while not individually powerful, had undeniable loyalty, and their numbers would continue to grow over time, with the next generation becoming one of his and the Eastern capital's most reliable foundations. The news of his return spread like wildfire. In less than half a day, over 20 of the first disciples, including Shi, who served as branch leaders of the Yangwu martial arts school in various major districts of the Eastern capital, hurriedly dropped their affairs to rush back to the Lord's mansion. When these familiar faces gathered together, Zhang Yang felt a shock once more. In 3 years, these youths, still bearing youthful innocence back, then had now grown into composed, sharp-eyed young talents. They stood there, their auras condensed, their blood vigorous like over 20 unsheathed swords. especially Shirhu, whose physique had become even more robust, standing there like a small mountain, his aura thick and overwhelming, giving Zhang Yang the sense that his combat power undoubtedly exceeded 800 points. It might even be close to 900. Other disciples generally had combat power above 500 points, with the lowest nearing 600 points. The speed of this progress far exceeded Zhang Yang's expectations. 3 years ago, when they left, their average combat power was probably still below 200 points. Teacher, led by Shirhu, over 20 disciples bowed in unison, their voices loud and filled with genuine respect and excitement. Everyone rise. Zhang Yang felt gratified, gesturing for everyone to sit down. It seems that in these 3 years, none of you have been idle. As a representative, Shirhu respectfully reported on the developments in martial arts in the Eastern capital over the past 3 years. Thanks to your blessings and the strong support of the Lord's Mansion, there are now over 1,000 registered martial artists in the Eastern capital with combat power exceeding 100 points. Among them, over 1,000 elites have combat power exceeding 300 points. For those with combat power exceeding 500 points, sufficient to serve as military instructors or core coaches of martial arts schools, there are over 1,000. And for those with combat power exceeding 800 points, reaching the level of what we know as first-class masters. Shirhu paused, his tone carrying a hint of pride. There are already over 100. This includes 12 among our brothers and sisters, as well as 89 outstanding individuals who broke through in the military. Even though Zhang Yang was mentally prepared, he was somewhat dizzy from the flood of numbers. 100,000 martial artists. Over 10,000 with combat power over 300. Over 1,000 with combat power over 500. Over 100 with combat power over 800. What terrifying strength this was. 3 years ago, among all humanity on Earth, there were probably only a few who could reach 100 points in combat power. And now the Eastern capital alone possessed such a terrifying martial arts foundation. He originally thought that his combat power of 2,500 points gained through training would allow him to tread confidently in the world, at least to hold a stable position for a significant time. But now it seemed that if the more than 100 experts in the Eastern capital with combat power over 800 formed a battle array, or if a few with exceptional talent broke through 1,000 points, or even higher, he might not be able to handle it easily. It seems I have underestimated the potential of the Divine Dragon's wish and the speed of development that comes from collective strength. A sense of urgency arose within Zhang Yang. This was a good thing, indicating that his plan had been successful and that the potential of humanity on Earth was being furiously excavated. But it also meant he must elevate himself faster to remain at the forefront of the tide. Live chat comments: 3 worlds. Wow. 100,000 martial artists. Is the Eastern capital going against the heavens? Over 100 with combat power over 800. This counts as experts in our world, right? Is the streamer stunned? The force he cultivated is about to catch up with him. A sense of crisis has emerged. Streamer, hurry, in exchange for good things to upgrade. Ding. Emotional points 99.99 from Blue Star viewer. Expanding forces shocked. Ding. Emotional points 8,800 from One Piece World viewer. Military strength assessment. Comment: a powerful army is taking shape. Ding. Emotional points 9,200 from Hunter World viewer. Organization growth analysis. Comment: exponential growth mode with immense potential. Host needs to be cautious to maintain core status. Emotional points 7,700 to 8,100. Continuous spamming. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang couldn't help but sweat for Little Wukong. According to the original plot, Little Wukong's combat power in this martial arts tournament was probably just over 100, barely reaching 200, not considering his tail transformation. At his current level, achieving anything in front of the formidable Eastern capital delegation would be nearly impossible. It seemed that the plot had already been set into motion by the flap of his butterfly wings, stirring up a tremendous storm. Very well. Zhang Yang suppressed the waves in his heart, looking appreciatively at the disciples and Wu Zhan before him. The current prosperity of the Eastern capital is inseparable from your efforts. Our foundation is already incredibly solid. Now, it is time for the brilliance of the Eastern capital to shine before the entire world. Zhang Yang's gaze was like tangible lightning, instantly piercing the somewhat tense atmosphere inside the City Lord's mansion, landing precisely on Wu Zhan. City Lord Wu immediately select the top-notch and most reliable scientists and engineers to establish a highly confidential space technology research institute. All necessary resources must be prioritized. His voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable decisiveness, as if he could already foresee the future where the bottleneck plaguing Dongdu for so long would be shattered in one blow. Wu Zhan's body jolted, and an uncontrollable joy burst forth in his eyes. He understood Zhang Yang too well. Such orders would not be given unless he was fully prepared. This meant that the legendary key technology capable of changing the landscape of Dongdu and even the world was already in Zhang Yang's grasp. Good. I will take care of it immediately. Wu Zhan's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Without any hesitation, he turned and quietly issued several urgent commands to a personal guard behind him, and the entire city lord's mansion's nerves instantly tightened, operating efficiently for the miracle that was about to be born. Next, Zhang Yang's gaze shifted to the disciples led by Shi, their eyes burning with intensity, like sharp blades awaiting inspection. You all get ready too. Zhang Yang's voice carried an inspiring power. The world's #1 martial arts tournament is approaching. This will be the stage for our Yangwu Martial Arts School, and for Dongdu to officially declare our strength to the world. I want you to select the strongest 50 people to accompany me to the Mugwa Island in the southern capital. Not only must we compete, but we must also showcase the prestige of Dongdu. Let those who have forgotten, or even slandered the martial arts masters of the past see clearly that the martial arts of Dongdu has never declined. Yes, teacher, Zhang Yang. The synchronized roar was like thunder, the surging battle spirit nearly lifting the roof. Shi and the others were all eager, their eyes burning with the desire to prove themselves. They had diligently cultivated for 3 years, waiting for such an opportunity, a stage that would make the name Yangwu resonate throughout the world. Livestream comments Blue Star, it's ignited. The Dongdu Heavenly Group is about to embark. 50 big shots with at least 750 combat power. This lineup is too luxurious. I've already started looking forward to the face-slapping segment. Let the world feel the fear from Dongdu. Ding. Emotion points 99.99 from the audience of Blue Star. Anticipation max. Excitement. Ding. Emotion points 8,800 from the audience of the Pirate King World Declaration of War. Comment. Not bad, great momentum. Let the world have a good time. Ding. Emotion points 9,200 from the audience of the Hunter World Team Morale Assessment. Comment. Clear goals, high morale and expectations for execution are extremely high. Ding. Comment. Goals are clear, morale is high and expectations for execution are extremely high. Once everything was arranged, Zhang Yang stepped alone into a specially designed absolute quiet room made of special alloy and inscribed with basic energy isolation runes derived from the simple barrier technology of Blue Star. The stone door slowly closed, isolating all the external clamor. He sat cross-legged, and his consciousness instantly sank into the vast system interface. The emotion points value exceeding 120 million resembled a sea of golden stars radiating a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. This was the massive capital accumulated from countless battles and strategies over his 3-year journey. System exchange for Universal Capsule RD results package. Zhang Yang silently thought, his will as firm as iron. Confirm consumption of 100 million emotion points to exchange for Universal Capsule RD results package. The system's cold prompt sounded. Confirm. Boom. It was as if the universe had just opened, and an unimaginably vast torrent of information surged into Zhang Yang's consciousness. Countless complex and profound fragments of knowledge intertwined and interconnected flooded in like a galaxy, mathematical models of multidimensional space, folding molecular synthesis pathways of Kafka memory alloy laws of energy conservation and transition between compressed and release states, construction and balance of micro-singularity energy fields to maintain subspace stability. A massive array of blueprints, process flows, catalyst, molecular formulas, error correction parameters. This knowledge was not rigidly piled up, but was deeply imprinted in the depths of his soul in a way that was cohesive and self-contained, as if he had possessed it all from birth. At the same time, within the system space, a metal box approximately the size of a suitcase, designed with streamlined aesthetics and shimmering with a soft white glow, appeared out of nowhere. The box felt icy to the touch, containing a peculiar energy fluctuation. Inside were neatly arranged information storage chips, far exceeding current Earth technology, carrying all the technical details, rolls of design blueprints made of special materials, and several sealed reagent bottles containing samples of rare elements needed for synthesizing key catalysts. The most eye-catching were 10 samples of universal capsules ranging from the most common housing and vehicle models to small aircraft, and even one marked as portable combat armor trial type. They lay quietly there, representing a leap in civilization. The entire process lasted nearly 10 minutes. When the information storm finally calmed down, Zhang Yang slowly opened his eyes, as if countless tiny geometric shapes and data streams flashed fleetingly in the depths of his pupils. He gently clenched his fist, feeling as if the entire world had gained an additional spatial dimension in his eyes. He not only possessed this knowledge, but also understood the principles behind it, even able to draw inferences and propose potential optimizations. Ding. Successfully exchanged and loaded Universal Capsule RD results package. The host has completely mastered the core of this technology. Remaining emotion points 20 million. Almost at the moment he opened his eyes, outside the quiet room, Wu Zhan's deliberately lowered voice, barely concealing his excitement, rang out. Mr. Zhang Yang, the Research Institute and core team are all ready and waiting outside. The timing is just right. Zhang Yang took a deep breath, calming the still surging echoes of knowledge in his mind, picked up the heavy metal box, and opened the stone door of the quiet room. Outside the door, Wu Zhan led 7 or 8 prominent figures from the scientific community of Dongdu. Most of them were gray-haired, dressed in white lab coats, their faces etched with the marks of time and wisdom, yet at this moment their eyes sparkled with the fervent desire and anticipation of youth, intently watching the metal box in Zhang Yang's hands, their breaths quickening. Zhang Yang solemnly placed the metal box on a temporarily moved alloy table, opened the lid, revealing the futuristic technology-filled items inside. Inside this, his voice was clear and powerful, echoing in the corridor, is the key to breaking the developmental bottleneck of Dongdu and even leading the next technological revolution. The complete core materials, design blueprints, key catalyst formulas of the universal capsule technology, along with 10 samples of different models. He did not elaborate on the technical principles, but the technology's aesthetic chips, blueprints, and those 10 exquisite capsules spoke volumes about their extraordinary nature. Buzz, several old scientists nearly lunged at the table, their gloved hands trembling, as they carefully picked up a universal capsule, then took an information chip and inserted it into a portable reader as a waterfall of complex formulas and structural diagrams flowed across the light screen. This spatial curvature constant perfectly matches. God, this material synthesis idea is simply a genius conception. The energy field stability coefficient surpasses the existing boundaries of physics. City Lord, Mr. Zhang Yang, this is simply a miracle. An elderly academician wearing thick glasses was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face, his voice choked. We in Dongdu are really going to soar. Another old professor specializing in materials science held the reagent bottle containing the catalyst, as if it were a rare treasure, murmuring, with this, many material science problems that have troubled us for years may be solved. This is not just space technology, it's a revolution in materials science. Livestream comments Blue Star, look at how excited the old academicians are. I'm feeling pumped too. This is the weight of knowledge. The scientists of Dongdu are so lovable. It feels like a new era is contained within this box. Ding. Emotion points 9999 from the audience of Blue Star witnessing history. Emotional. Ding. Emotion points 8800 from the audience of Blue Star beauty of science. Ding. Received a reward from the audience of Blue Star nanomaterials expert, microstructure, self-assembly guidance technology, trial version. Note, hope this helps you reverse engineer the catalyst. Ding. Received a reward from the audience of the Pirate King World Vegapunk fan. Notes on the incomplete theory of spatial capsules. Note, just a small gift, hope you can reach that step. Ding. Received a reward from the audience of the Hunter World Ruins excavator, an ancient stone tablet engraved with unknown spatial runes, high precision scan. Note, obtained from some ruins may contain different ways of understanding space. Seeing these elders who had devoted their lives to Dongdu lose control like this, Wu Zhan couldn't help but feel his eyes welling up. He tightly grasped Zhang Yang's hand. Mr. Zhang Yang, great kindness is beyond words. Dongdu will never forget. City Lord Wu, everyone. Zhang Yang looked at the excited scientists before him and said solemnly, I have entrusted the technology to you, the rest depends on you now. I hope that when the world's #1 martial arts tournament concludes and we return in glory, we will see Dongdu's own universal capsule production line already operational. Let the people of Dongdu enjoy this convenience as soon as possible. We guarantee to complete the task. The old scientists shouted in unison as if they had been invigorated, seemingly decades younger. They carefully closed the metal box as if escorting a national treasure, and under the protection of elite soldiers they hurriedly headed towards the newly constructed Space Technology Research Institute, guarded like a military fortress. With the delivery of the universal capsule technology, the entire massive war machine of Dongdu began to operate at full speed and overload towards this goal. Countless resources were mobilized, the best talents were concentrated, and everyone understood that they were participating in a great cause destined to be recorded in history. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, turned his gaze toward the distant south to the islands where storm clouds were about to gather. He called over Shi, who had been waiting nearby, equally excited. Have the participants been determined? Shi, who took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and respectfully reported, Teacher, the preliminary selection has been completed. According to your requirements, we have chosen the best among the best. Including myself, there are a total of 51 people. The lowest combat power is 750, and the highest is me. After multiple tests with the latest combat power assessment device, my value is stable at around 860 points. He spoke with a hint of confidence. This strength was something he couldn't have imagined 3 years ago. Very good. Zhang Yang nodded in satisfaction. Shi's progress was indeed astonishing, reflecting not just talent, but the result of his temperament and effort. Go prepare, check your equipment, and adjust your state. 3 days from now, we will depart from Mugwa Island. His gaze seemed to pierce through the barriers of space, seeing the island that would soon be set ablaze by their arrival. This time we will let the whole world see clearly that Dongdu is back. The legacy of Master Wu Taidu has never been interrupted. The potential of humanity far exceeds their imagination. An invisible storm had already begun to gather in the skies above Dongdu, about to sweep toward the southern capital's Mugwa Island with unstoppable force. And the best stage to ignite this storm, showcasing Dongdu's strength and will to the world, was none other than the highly anticipated world's #1 martial arts tournament. Zhang Yang seemed to envision the dazzling brilliance that would erupt when the martial flow of Dongdu collided with those destined opponents on the arena, and how his system's notification sound would be drowned in a tsunami of emotion points and astonishing rewards from various realms. Looking at the blue sky in the south, a smile mixed with confidence, anticipation, and a hint of disdain curved Zhang Yang's lips. This tournament was destined to be completely different because of him and Dongdu. The hustle and bustle of Durian Airport seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier. Leading 52 martial artists from the eastern capital, Zhang Yang moved through the airport hall like a silent but surging torrent, heading straight towards the registration area for the world's #1 martial arts tournament. They did not deliberately release their aura, but their bodies, honed through brutal training and internal energy refinement, naturally emitted a sharp and refined aura akin to a tangible force field, making the bustling travelers and staff around them instinctively feel a sense of trepidation, involuntarily parting to make way for a wide passage. Whispers and uncertain gazes converged on this group, yet they could not disrupt the resolute pace of their steps. The registration area was prominently located in the central square of Papaya Island, adorned with colorful flags and filled with lively chatter. Countless martial artists, reporters, and spectators from around the world gathered here, and the air was thick with excitement, tension, and the scent of various perspiration. Amidst this commotion, Zhang Yang immediately spotted several familiar figures. The turtle sage, wearing a turtle's hell emblem hat and sunglasses, leaning on a cane, appeared quite unkempt. Beside him was Clin, who had a shiny bald head and a sturdy build, the suave Yamucha, with long flowing hair, and a blue cat named Poir by his side, and Bulma, dressed in convenient adventure attire, intently operating a tablet computer. A little further behind them stood the constantly looking around Oolong, the quietly grooming blue-haired Lan Chi, and the slowly crawling giant turtle. This small team formed a peculiar yet harmonious atmosphere. Master Wutian, Clin, Yamucha, Bulma. Zhang Yang's face broke into a sincere smile as he raised his voice to greet them, quickly making his way over. As he moved, the 51 martial artists behind him, standing tall like javelins, synchronized their movements, creating a strong visual impact. The turtle sage and his companions turned their heads at the sound. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, who had grown far taller than ordinary people, with a calm demeanor and sharp eyes like knives, as well as the obviously well-trained and imposing team behind him, expressions of surprise appeared on their faces. Wow, it's Zhang Yang. Clin was the first to exclaim, the memory of their battle 3 years ago still fresh. You've grown so tall. Why would it change? Yamucha exclaimed. Bulma looked Zhang Yang up and down, curiosity sparkling in her scientist's eyes. Wow, it's been 3 years and you've changed so much. Your growth rate is catching up to some special races. There are so many people. Oolong muttered quietly behind Clin. Lan Chi blinked curiously while the giant turtle slowly let out a sound of The turtle sage adjusted his sunglasses, hiding a fleeting glint in his eyes, yet he maintained his comical demeanor, clearing his throat twice. Ahem, it's Zhang Yang. Long time no see. And these are... His gaze swept over the silent Shirhu and the others behind Zhang Yang. Master Wutian, everyone. Zhang Yang turned slightly to present his companions. These are the friends I brought from the eastern capital, and they are the contestants from our Yangwu Martial Arts School participating in the world's #1 martial arts tournament. I did not raise my voice intentionally, but my calm words clearly reached the ears of everyone present. They are all martial artists who have inherited the legacy of the martial sage Wutai and have grown up on this land of the eastern capital. Martial sage Wutai. Eastern capital. The turtle sage and Bulma almost simultaneously repeated these two keywords in a low voice. Bulma was purely curious and inquisitive, while the turtle sage's body subtly stiffened for a moment. Beneath his nonchalant expression, complex emotions surged within him. Memories of the past concerning the master who had sacrificed himself to seal the Demon King Piccolo, and the eventual separation from his fellow disciple, the Crane Hermit, to establish their respective schools. Although they later learned that there were deeper reasons behind their master's sacrifice, the fact that they could not stand by their master's side during the final battle ultimately meant they had failed in their duty as disciples. This sense of guilt and remembrance was quickly concealed. He chuckled, took a few steps forward with his cane, and patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder, though he had to slightly raise himself on his toes. Oh, so it's the young people from the eastern capital. Good, very good. You all have such spirit. I am the god of martial arts, Master Wu Tian. Just call me Turtle Sage Hua. He tried to use his usual antics to diffuse the odd atmosphere from a moment ago. Clin and Yamcha felt that the names Eastern Capital and Martial Sage Wutai sounded somewhat familiar, but did not think too deeply about it. They simply thought it was impressive that Zhang Yang could bring so many people to participate in the competition, and they all greeted him warmly. Oolong Lan Shi and the giant turtle also moved closer, curiously observing this disciplined group of visitors from the Eastern Capital. As a representative, Shirhu stepped forward and respectfully performed a martial artist's greeting to the Turtle Sage. Senior Turtle Sage, it is an honor to meet you. The Eastern Capital martial artists behind him also slightly bowed in unison, their movements standardized and exhibiting a military-like discipline, causing another flash of surprise in the Turtle Sage's eyes. Livestream comments Blue Star Wow. A historic meeting. Turtle School versus Eastern Capital Yangwu School. The Turtle Sage clearly hesitated when he heard the name Eastern Capital. There must be a story. Definitely a story. Shihu's presence is also very strong. He shows no signs of weakness in front of the legendary Master Wu Tian. These Eastern Capital folks are so disciplined, they feel like soldiers. Bulma looks at Zhang Yang as if he is a rare specimen. It's hilarious. I see Oolong and Lan Shi. And the giant turtle. A family portrait of the Turtle Sage. Ding. From Blue Star Audience Crosstime Reunion Emotional Point 8888. Excited. Ding. From Blue Star Audience Detail Capture Emotional Point 7700. Ding. From One Piece Audience Team Momentum Comparison Emotional Point 8000. Comment while both sides have such strong auras. But that group behind looks more like trained soldiers. Ding. Received an emotional point from Blue Star Audience Micro-Expression Analyst Beginner's Guide to Micro-Expression Interpretation Advanced Edition. Note the Turtle Sage's micro-expression just now was quite intriguing. The host may study it. Just as the atmosphere was cordial and both sides were exchanging pleasantries, a strange voice suddenly interrupted. Oh, I thought it was someone making a fuss here. Turns out it's you, old Turtle Wu Tian. Everyone turned at the sound to see an old man dressed in a traditional Chinese jacket sporting two long mustaches and a melon cap, looking rather lewd, accompanied by two young men. The old man was none other than the Crane Hermit. Behind him was a tall man dressed similarly with a third eye on his forehead and a stern expression. Tianjin Fan. The other was a short, timid-looking boy with a top knot. Jiaozi. Humph. Crane Hermit, why are you, old bird, not staying in your nest, but running over here? The Turtle Sage immediately shot back. The two of them began their usual banter, as if they were old rivals meeting. The Crane Hermit sarcastically mocked that the Turtle Sage couldn't produce good disciples, while the Turtle Sage retorted that the Crane School had improper intentions. As the two argued fiercely, the Turtle Sage seemed to deliberately use a proud tone to provoke the Crane Hermit, saying, don't underestimate people. Look, this is Zhang Yang, and these young talents from the Eastern Capital are all our turtle schools. Friends. He had originally intended to say successors, but thinking of the uniqueness of the Eastern Capital, he changed his wording. Eastern Capital. These two words seemed to have magical power, instantly choking the chattering Crane Hermit. He abruptly turned his head, his small eyes finally focusing on Zhang Yang and the silent martial artist from the Eastern Capital behind him. As another disciple of the martial sage Wutai, he shared an extremely complex sentiment towards the names Eastern Capital and martial sage Wutai, just like the Turtle Sage. His expression changed drastically within a few seconds, first showing shock as if he had heard something unbelievable, then surprise, his eyes rapidly scanning each person as if confirming something, and finally deep reminiscence, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused, as if he had pierced through time to see the master who sacrificed himself for the people and the memories of their eventual choice to part ways. The memory of not being able to shoulder the final responsibility alongside their master flashed a hint of shadow in his eyes. In the end, all emotions transformed into an indescribable complexity, mixed with a hint of regret and a subtle sense of wariness. His facial muscles twitched a few times, his lips moved as if wanting to say something, but ultimately nothing came out. He even forgot to continue the banter with the Turtle Sage, only casting a deep glance at Zhang Yang, then sweeping over Shirhu and the others as if he wanted to engrave their appearances in his memory. Then he abruptly swung his sleeve and sharply ordered Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi behind him, let's go. Tianjin Fan frowned, clearly puzzled by his master's sudden action, but he did not question it, further merely casting a cold glance at Zhang Yang and the others, his three eyes carrying a scrutinizing gaze and a hint of combat intent. Jiaozi obediently followed the Crane Hermit, and the three quickly left the registration area, leaving Clin Yamcha and the others bewildered along with the thoughtful expressions of the Turtle Sage Bulma and the knowing Zhang Yang. Livestream comments Blue Star Wow. The Crane Hermit's reaction was even more extreme than the Turtle Sage's. The name Eastern Capital carries a silent spell, doesn't it? He definitely knows something. He was absolutely involved in the events concerning martial sage Wutai. Tianjin Fan is so cool, those killer eyes. Jiaozi is so cute, I want to pinch his face. The entanglements of grievances and feelings are becoming increasingly complex. Ding. From Blue Star Audience Plot Progression Emotional Point 9999. Curious. Ding. From Blue Star Audience Famous Scene Record Emotional Point 8500. Ding. From Hunter x Hunter Audience Information Analysis Emotional Point 9000. Comment: the keyword Eastern Capital has a strong information disturbance effect on specific targets. The possibility of a connection to the history of martial sage Wutai is 87. 5. What is this old bird up to? The turtle sage stroked his chin, watching the crane hermit's nearly hasty retreat, muttering in confusion, though there was a hint of understanding in his gaze. He also recalled his master reflecting on the past they chose to diverge from. Bulma also appeared contemplative. Eastern Capital. Martial sage Wutai. It seems there are many stories within that we don't know about. She looked at Zhang Yang, her eyes filled with deeper inquiry. Zhang Yang understood in his heart that both the crane hermit and the turtle sage were disciples of martial sage Wutai, and had similarly interacted with the demon king Piccolo Old Shorty, and must have been well aware of their master's heroic sacrifice to seal the demon, as well as the burdens borne by the Eastern Capital as Wutai's homeland, along with their own choices and regrets in that upheaval. His unusual reaction at this moment precisely confirmed the existence and weight of that history. Zhang Yang did not point it out, merely stating lightly, perhaps the crane hermit is reminded of certain past events. After the small interlude of registrations, everyone began to handle the registration procedures. With only 1 minute left before the registration deadline, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the square. A wild youth dressed in tattered tiger-skin shorts, carrying a rui rod, and with hair still standing like flames, rushed in, a large rice ball clenched in his mouth, shouting, "Wait for me. I want to register. I am Sun Wukong." It was the little Wukong who had been missing training for 3 years. His arrival lightened the slightly tense atmosphere caused by the crane hermit's strange behavior. The turtle sage Klin and the others felt both amused and exasperated as they welcomed him. After some commotion, little Wukong successfully registered. He noticed the significantly changed Zhang Yang and the group of unfamiliar powerful characters behind him excitedly surrounding Zhang Yang with questions, openly displaying his fighting spirit. Revision note: completed. The members of the Turtle Sage's team in the scene where Zhang Yang meets the Turtle Sage's team, Oolong Lan Chi and the Giant Turtle, were clearly included, along with a brief depiction of their reactions and positions. The registration has ended and all participating contestants have decided the preliminary groupings and venues through a lottery. Due to the overwhelming number of participants exceeding 1,000, the preliminaries will take place simultaneously in 4 venues. Each venue will determine 2 contestants to form the top 8 who will compete in the finals held tomorrow at the main venue. Zhang Yang drew the 3rd competition venue. He instructed Hu to lead the other martial artists from the Eastern Capital to their assigned locations, while he calmly walked towards the 3rd venue. Inside the 3rd venue, the atmosphere was lively. The stands were filled with spectators, and judges and staff were busily maintaining order. A huge matchup board hung prominently, densely filled with names. Zhang Yang found his name and match number, then chose a spot in the contestant rest area to sit down and close his eyes to rest. He did not pay attention to the other contestants, as his perception indicated that while there were a few impressive presences in the venue, none emitted energies that posed a threat to him. The martial artists he brought from the Eastern Capital were dispersed across the various venues, and with their minimum combat power of 750, they were almost overwhelmingly dominant in the preliminaries, so he had no worries. The competition quickly began. Various schools of martial artists took turns stepping into the ring, engaging in fierce exchanges of punches and kicks, with energy waves clashing, eliciting gasps from the audience. However, to Zhang Yang, most of the matches seemed like children's play, full of flaws with vast differences in strength and speed. Next match: contestant Zhang Yang versus contestant Zhu Yin. The judge announced loudly. Zhang Yang opened his eyes and walked slowly onto the stage. His opponent was a muscular man over 2.5 meters tall, like a small mountain, known as Zhu Yin, renowned for his strength and defense. Zhu Yin looked at Zhang Yang, whose figure was slender and tall relative to himself, with a youthful face, but deep-set eyes, and grinned cruelly. "Kid, it's not too late to admit defeat now. Otherwise, with 1 punch from me, you might be lying in bed for half a year." The audience also murmured, clearly not optimistic about the seemingly weak Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang remained silent, calmly standing in place, beckoning to Zhu Yin with a finger. "Seeking death." Zhu Yin roared, taking a big step forward, charging at Zhang Yang like a rampaging bull, his massive fist carrying a fierce wind aimed directly at Zhang Yang's face, powerful enough to shatter rocks. However, in Zhang Yang's eyes, this punch was as slow as a snail, the force dissipated, full of flaws. Just as the fist was about to reach him, Zhang Yang moved. There were no flashy moves, no explosive energy, not even a large range of motion. He simply raised his right hand seemingly casually with his index and middle fingers together, and with a speed difficult to catch by the naked eye, he struck precisely at a spot on Zhu Yan's wrist. Puff! A faint muffled sound echoed. Zhu Yan's massive body charging forward suddenly stiffened. His punch, filled with terrifying power, instantly softened. His entire right arm hung down as if all the bones had been pulled out. A severe ache and weakness overwhelming him, causing a painful grunt to escape his lips, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He looked at Zhang Yang in terror, as if he were staring at a monster. The outcome is decided. Contestant Zhang Yang wins. The judge paused for a moment before reacting and immediately announced. He didn't even see what Zhang Yang had done. The audience erupted in astonishment, followed by enthusiastic applause and gasps. Zhang Yang nodded slightly to the judge, not even glancing at the incredulous Zhu Yan, and turned to leave the stage, returning to the rest area to continue resting. The entire process was effortless. Livestream comments: Blue Star, what the hell? What just happened? I blinked and that big guy just went down. Acupuncture. Is this a martial arts novel? The streamer is really impressing me. Full marks. Overwhelming combat power. They are simply not on the same level. Ding. Emotion points 99.99 from Blue Star audience. Instant KO. Shock. Ding. Emotion points 8,800 from Blue Star audience. Expert style. Ding. Emotion points 9,200 from One Piece World audience. Appreciation of combat skills. Commando. Interesting technique similar to finger gun, but strikes the energy nodes more precisely. In the subsequent matches, regardless of the opponent, Zhang Yang only used one move. Sometimes it was a technique similar to acupuncture, sometimes a blade-like strike at extreme speed, and sometimes merely a focused gaze that created a weak energy impact to stun his opponents. There were no unnecessary movements, and the efficiency was astonishing. His performance also caught the attention of some observant individuals in other venues. Meanwhile, in the other three preliminary venues, the martial artists from the Eastern Capital were also demonstrating similarly overwhelming dominance. In the second venue where Shurhu was located, he faced an opponent excelling in speed, unleashing part of his aura that far surpassed normal people, causing his opponent's movements to distort, followed by a clean and swift punch that sent the opponent flying out of the ring, winning easily. His combat power of 860 was practically a bug in the preliminaries. Representatives from the military like Long 9, Long 23, and Long 78, it displayed even simpler and more efficient fighting styles, often resolving battles in an instant right after the judges announced the start, eliciting bursts of astonishment from the audience. Even the relatively weaker martial artists from the Eastern Capital, with their solid foundations and combat powers exceeding 750, were able to advance easily to the next round. The collective strong performance of the Eastern Capital martial artists created ripples like a stone thrown into a calm lake, quickly drawing the attention of all contestants and media. The name Eastern Capital, which had been silent for many years, once again forcefully entered the world's view alongside the incredible young martial artists. The preliminaries were tense and efficient, with contestants being eliminated one after another. Zhang Yang cut through the ranks. Whether his opponents were well-known martial artists or exceptional individuals, none could withstand even a single move from him. His performance not only intimidated his opponents, but also drew varied expressions from those observing secretly in the stands, such as Master Rashi, disguised as Chung Long, Krillin, Yamcha, Bulma, Oolong Lan Chi, and the Turtle Hermit, while also causing concern among Master Crane and his disciples, as well as certain hidden forces. Chung Long, Master Rashi disguised, looked at Zhang Yang's effortless demeanor, his brow furrowing and the eyes behind his sunglasses filled with complex emotions. This kid, in 3 years, has grown to this extent. And those he brought along are all extraordinary. Eastern Capital. Master Wu Tai Do, you sacrificed yourself to seal Piccolo, while we, your unworthy disciples, have strayed from the sect, failing to fight alongside you to the end, neglecting our duties as disciples. Yet now your homeland has raised such an astonishing group of successors. He felt a myriad of emotions, both nostalgia and guilt towards his master, as well as shock at the current strength of the Eastern Capital. Krillin and Yamcha watched in amazement, while Bulma rapidly recorded data. Oolong quietly whispered from behind the Turtle Hermit, so impressive, and Lan Chi simply observed. Master Crane in a certain VIP box watched the replay of Zhang Yang's match through the glass, his expression dark, his thoughts drifting back to the past. The legacy of Master Wu Tai Do has not been severed in the Eastern Capital, and has become so troublesome. Back then my master died fighting Etho, that old turtle, and I learned afterward that there were hidden truths. We ultimately strayed from the sect, failing to uphold our duties as disciples. Now the Eastern Capital reemerges. Is it a blessing or a curse? He took a deep breath and said to Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi behind him, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, if you encounter anyone from the Eastern Capital, especially that Zhang Yang, be extremely cautious. Tianjin Fan crossed his arms, his 3 eyes fixed intently on Zhang Yang's figure on the screen, coldly declaring, Master, he is strong, but I will not lose. The aura within him began to stir, a sign of excitement upon encountering a strong enemy. Jiaozi nodded, somewhat understanding. After a whole day of fierce competition as the sunset bathed Papaya Island in golden hues, the list of the top 8 in the world's premier martial arts tournament was finally announced. The qualifiers from the first venue, Chenglong Master Roshi, disguised Sun Wukong. From the second venue, Tianjin Fan Shihu. From the third venue, Zhang Yang Long 9 Eastern Capital Military Representative. From the fourth venue, Long 23 Eastern Capital Military Representative, Long 78 Eastern Capital Military Representative. The announcement of the top 8 list instantly caused a stir across Papaya Island. Chenglong Master Roshi and Sun Wukong were the champions of the previous tournament, and their advancement was expected. Tianjin Fan, as a genius of the Crane School, also has formidable strength and is highly anticipated. However, all the remaining 5 spots were completely dominated by martial artists from the Eastern Capital. Moreover, besides Zhang Yang and Shihu, who was clearly one of the top contenders, the other 3 were actually codename fighters. This mysterious Eastern Capital force was shockingly formidable. With absolute strength, they occupied more than half of the spots in the top 8. This list was like a sudden storm sweeping through everyone's perceptions. The media's cameras immediately focused on the hotel where the Eastern Capital delegation was staying. They brought with them a universal capsule house, bombarding them with countless interview requests and inquisitive gazes. Those who previously held disdain or hostility towards the Eastern Capital were now forced to reassess this suddenly rising powerful force. Zhang Yang looked at the final list of the top 8, his expression showing no surprise. This was only the first step of the plan to announce the return of the Eastern Capital to the world. The real challenge lies in tomorrow's finals. He was to face not only the disguised Master Roshi, but also the infinitely potential little Wukong, the cold and powerful Tianjin Fan, and his own trained Shihu, and elite military fighters, all eager to prove themselves. As night deepened, Papaya Island became increasingly lively. The matchups for the top 8 were to be determined by lottery, and a greater storm was quietly brewing on the eve of the finals. Zhang Yang returned to the inconspicuous but spacious universal capsule house of the Eastern Capital delegation, where Shihu and the others had already gathered, each face filled with excitement and seriousness. The easy advancement in the preliminaries had not made them complacent, as they knew that tomorrow's opponents would be drastically different. Master, the results of the top 8 matchups have been announced. Shihu handed a sheet of paper to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang took it and scanned it. First match, Chenglong vs. Long 78. Second match, Sun Wukong vs. Long 23. Third match, Tianjin Fan vs. Long 9. Fourth match, Zhang Yang vs. Shihu. Seeing these matchups, Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. This arrangement was quite interesting. Master Roshi was up against the military representatives from the Eastern Capital, little Wukong against another Tianjin Fan against the third, while he himself was directly up against Shihu, the strongest visible contender in the Eastern Capital team. It seems that the organizers might have arranged this, wanting us from the Eastern Capital to first exhaust each other, or perhaps to gauge our true capabilities. Shihu said solemnly, his eyes filled with excitement rather than fear. To fight against the teacher he admired on the stage of the world's premier martial arts tournament was an opportunity he had longed for. Long 9, Long 23, and Long 78 had serious expressions as their opponents were the enigmatic Chenglong, the imposing Sun Wukong, and the three-eyed Tianjin Fan, making every match a tough battle. No worries. Zhang Yang placed the paper down and calmly looked around at everyone. How the matchups are set does not matter. What matters is that you all give your utmost strength to prove the value of Eastern Capital martial arts to the world and to yourselves. Remember our purpose for this journey, to showcase our martial prowess. Yes, Master Mr. Zhang Yang. Everyone responded in unison, filled with fighting spirit. Livestream comments: Blue Star, Group of Death. All tough matches. The first match is Master Roshi, can't wait. Wukong against Eastern Capital's experts will be exciting. Tianjin Fan and Long 9. It's bound to be a clash of speed and strength. The highlight is the internal battle between the streamer and Shihu. A master-disciple showdown. Is Eastern Capital aiming to dominate the rankings? 5 seats in the top 8. Ding. Emotion points 99.99 from Blue Star audience. Top 8 matchup announced. Boiling. Ding. Emotion points 9,500 from Blue Star audience. Peak showdown predictions. Ding. Emotion points 8,800 from One Piece World audience. Matchup analysis. Comment: haha, interesting arrangement. Only through clashes between strong individuals can true potential be unleashed. Ding. Emotion points 9,200 from Hunter World audience. Strategic simulation. Comment: internal battles in the Eastern Capital might expose core strategies, but it's also the best exhibition of cohesion and strength. Ding. Received a donation from Blue Star audience. Betting agent. Latest top 8 match odds internal version. Postscript: I have high hopes for you, dark horses of Eastern Capital. Ding. Received a donation from One Piece World audience. Battle Maniac. A special spice to ignite fighting spirit. Use with caution. Postscript sprinkle a bit on the stage, and things will get even more lively. Huh. Ding. Received a donation from Hunter World Audience Tactical Analyst. Preliminary analysis report on opponent behavior. Cheng Long Sun, Yukong Tianjin fan. Postscript based on the observations from the preliminaries for reference only. Feeling the enthusiasm of the live stream audience and the donations from various worlds, Zhang Yang felt even more at ease. These resources and information from countless realms might play an unexpected role at a crucial moment. He looked out at the dazzling night view of Papaya Island, his gaze seemingly piercing through the night, seeing the stage that would host earth-shattering battles tomorrow. Rest well and prepare for tomorrow's battles, Zhang Yang said to everyone. Let this world remember the name of the Eastern capital. As the night deepened, undercurrents swirled. The finals of the world's premier martial arts tournament are about to unfold in a fierce and glorious manner. The brilliance of the Eastern capital has already unsheathed, gleaming with cold light. As the night faded, the morning sun cast its golden rays over Papaya Island, the main venue of the world's premier martial arts tournament. A massive circular arena capable of accommodating tens of thousands was already bustling with noise and completely packed. Colorful banners fluttered and large screens hovered around the arena, broadcasting the actions on the stage in real time. The air was thick with unprecedented anticipation and tension. Today, the true champion of the world would be determined. The host, microphone in hand, projected his voice through the loudspeakers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals of the world's premier martial arts tournament. After yesterday's intense preliminaries, 8 top contenders have emerged. Today, they will compete for the ultimate victory here. First, let us welcome the contestants for the first match. The defending champion of the last tournament, contestant Cheng Long, and representing the Yangwu Martial Arts School from the Eastern capital, contestant Long 78. Amidst the thunderous cheers and whispers, the disguised Master Rashi as Cheng Long and the sharp-dressed, cold-faced Long 78 emerged from opposite sides of the arena, stepping onto the expansive stone stage. Master Rashi still appeared as the old man with a wig, white beard, and a cane. His steps seemed unsteady, but the gaze behind his sunglasses was as sharp as an eagle, revealing a trace of complex emotion as he swept over Long 78. This was a disciple from his master Wu Tai's hometown, a testament to the Eastern capital's return to the world after years of isolation and in such a formidable manner. Long 78 stood upright like a javelin, his gaze firm, devoid of any unnecessary expressions. His combat power of 760 was ready to unleash like a tightly drawn bowstring. He understood that his opponent was the reigning champion, unfathomable in strength, but in the Eastern capital's military dictionary, there was no fear, only execution and victory. The match begins. The referee's arm swung down. Almost instantly as the words fell, Long 78 moved. Without probing or hesitation, his internal energy erupted violently, a momentum far stronger and more refined than all the contestants in yesterday's preliminaries soared into the sky, and a faint cyclone began to form around him. The 760 combat power was unleashed without reservation, his figure transformed into an afterimage rushing straight for Master Rashi. His moves were devoid of any frills, honed into lethal techniques through countless real battles and simulated confrontations against external enemies based on some information provided by Zhang Yang. Fists, elbows, knees, and legs. Every part of his body became a weapon, attacking from tricky angles, aimed directly at vital points, moving with astonishing speed, imbued with the brutal killing intent forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. So fast. This momentum, it's so much stronger than yesterday. Gasps erupted from the audience. Master Rashi Cheng Long felt a tremor in his heart. This young man's foundation was frighteningly solid, his energy refined, and more importantly, his combat style was entirely predicated on efficient lethality. Unlike any school he was familiar with, filled with a simplistic yet dangerous aesthetic of violence. Faced with this storm-like onslaught, he found that his exquisite feints and baiting techniques seemed to have lost their effect. The opponent's attacks were like a precisely calculated machine, cutting off most of his escape routes, forcing him to only choose to withstand the blows or utilize a speed and power far exceeding his opponent's to suppress. But Master Rashi was not here merely for victory. He wanted to see what kind of warriors the Eastern capital had cultivated under Zhang Yang's leadership over the past 3 years, feeling a sense of guilt and need for atonement towards his master Wu Taidu, wishing to personally gauge the caliber of these disciples. To start with overwhelming power was not his intention. As his thoughts raced, Master Rashi shifted his step and his figure began to blur. Phantom Fist. In an instant, 3 identical Cheng Longs appeared on the stage, surrounding Long 78 in a triangular formation. Long 78 hesitated in his attack, his cold gaze swiftly scanning the 3 afterimages without the slightest hint of panic. The training in the Eastern capital had long included simulations and countermeasures against various forms of chi applications. He let out a low shout, disregarding the illusions on both sides, and gathered all his strength into a punch accompanied by a sharp sound cutting through the air, striking directly at the Chunlong that felt most solid in his perception. Huh, he isn't fooled. Master Roshi was slightly astonished. This young man's combat intuition and energy-sensing ability far exceeded his expectations. His real body quickly retreated, while the two side afterimages lunged in to obstruct Long 78's line of sight. However, Long 78 paid them no mind. His punch, unwavering, even more ferocious, exuding a momentum of charging forward, willing to perish together. Bang! The frontal afterimage was shattered by a punch. At the same time, the attacks from the side afterimages landed on Long 78, only causing him to sway slightly, as the protective energy around him dissipated most of the force. Coming from a military background, he was well trained in enduring damage. Seizing this fleeting moment, Master Roshi finally found an opportunity to strike. He no longer relied on afterimages swiftly closing in like a ghost, unleashing solid and refined martial arts. His movements, while seemingly not as explosive as Long 78's, were fluid and seasoned, always managing to deflect or neutralize Long 78's attacks at the most critical moments, while his palms, fingers, and fists danced like butterflies, accurately striking at the joints and weak points of Long 78's attacks. Clap, clap, pow. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed continuously. Long 78 felt as though his offensive was sinking into a quagmire. Although his opponent's strength seemed not much stronger than his, the skill and experience were leagues above. With each collision, a tricky force penetrated his body, disrupting his energy flow, causing his blood to surge, rendering him unable to exert his strength. His battle-hardened killing techniques were systematically neutralized before the martial arts master, who had been tempered through countless trials, as if all his attack routes were laid bare. He attempted to unleash a stronger aura to break through with brute force, but Master Rose's movements were too swift, always evading the core area, before his energy fully erupted, launching counterattacks from unexpected angles. On the stage, Long 78 resembled a fierce tiger, unleashed his attacks ferocious, yet consistently guided and deflected by the seemingly aging Chunlong, with exquisite movement and technique resembling a dance being orchestrated. Long 78's expression grew, increasingly solemn, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He felt that he was unable to unleash even 30% of his full strength in this frustrating confrontation. His opponent was like an insurmountable mountain, suppressing him in the very way he was most adept at. Livestream comments: Blue Star. Experience always trumps youth. Master Rose's techniques are extraordinary. Long 78 feels completely restrained. He can't exert his strength. Is this the gap in battle experience? It seems like Master Roshi is guiding him. The style of the Eastern Capital Warriors is so hardcore, all lethal moves. It's really frustrating to watch. Ding. Emotional points from Blue Star viewers for skill suppression, 8888. Astonishment. Ding. Emotional points from Blue Star viewers for frustrating battle, 7700. Ding. Emotional points from the One Piece World viewers for practical versus traditional, 8500. Comment: roar. Two different battle philosophies. The young man's attacks are more direct, but the old man's experience is simply too rich. Ding. Emotional points from Hunter World viewers for tactical analysis, 8200. Comment: the elder utilized information disparity and rhythm control to completely dominate the battle. The younger side lacked adaptability to unconventional tactics. Master Roshi secretly praised good lad, resolute in spirit. After taking so many covert strikes from me, he still perseveres. His offensive remains intact. The foundation of the Eastern Capital is truly solid. Master Wu Taidu, if you saw such outstanding juniors from your hometown, you would surely feel gratified. As he thought of this, the guilt he felt for not being able to fight alongside his master back then seemed to lighten, but at the same time, he became even more determined to properly guide these juniors. The battle continued for about 3 minutes, and Long 78 had been forced to the edge of the stage by Master Rose's exquisite footwork and grappling techniques, with only the boundary behind him. Young man, you're quite impressive, but you need more tempering. Master Roshi rasped, seizing the moment when Long 78 was momentarily exhausted, delivering a seemingly gentle push to Long 78's chest. This palm strike contained not brute force, but a soft yet resilient pushing power. Long 78 felt an irresistible force surge through him, his footing unstable, and he involuntarily flew backward, landing gracefully outside the stage, without even falling. He steadied himself, gazing at the composed Chunlong on the stage. A flicker of unwillingness crossed his face, yet more so was a sense of gravity and reflection. He took a deep breath, straightened his chest, and respectfully cupped his fists towards Master Roshi, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, senior." He understood that his opponent had gone easy on him, otherwise he could never have exited so gracefully. Contestant Chunlong wins. The referee announced loudly. The venue erupted in warm applause, both congratulating the victor and praising Long 78 for his honorable defeat. Master Roshi watched Long 78's departing figure nodding slightly, secretly reflecting Eastern capital. Zhang Yang, what you have brought is not only strength, but a distinctly different martial spirit. The upcoming matches look to be extremely interesting. His gaze inadvertently swept toward the contestant passage, as if he could see through the walls to the one he was eagerly anticipating, the leader from the Eastern capital, Zhang Yang. The first match concluded with Master Rose's seemingly easy yet deeply thoughtful victory, but the fierce foundation and unique style of the Eastern capital warriors had already left a profound impression on all spectators and opponents. The atmosphere of the tournament was pushed to a climax, as everyone eagerly anticipated the next match, the showdown between Sun Wukong and another mysterious expert from the Eastern capital, Long 23. The lingering tension from the fierce clash between Chung Long and Long 78 was still palpable, and the atmosphere in the main venue remained fervent and taut. The host's booming voice resonated throughout the arena. Next, let's welcome the contestant for the second quarterfinal match. Last year's runner-up of the World Martial Arts Tournament from the Turtle Sage School, contestant Sun Wukong. Wow, it's Wukong. Go little Wukong. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, clearly indicating that Sun Wukong had garnered a significant fanbase since the last tournament. He still wore his signature orange martial arts outfit, carrying his Rui Jingu Bang. With a pure and excited smile on his face, he gracefully leaped onto the stage, happily waving to the audience around him, instantly infecting many with his wild and vibrant spirit. And his opponent is, the host paused deliberately to create suspense, also from the Yingwu Martial Arts School in the Eastern Capital, codename contestant Long 23. From the shadows of the passage, Long 23 stepped forward slowly. His demeanor was similar to Long 78's, meticulous and coldly composed, but his frame appeared slightly leaner, and his gaze was sharper, as if focused on speed and precision. He silently walked onto the stage, standing firm, his eyes slicing through Sun Wukong like a surgical knife, seemingly completing a preliminary assessment of his opponent in an instant. His combat power, a staggering 780, lay dormant, yet he exuded a venomous aura, as if capable of unleashing a lethal strike at any moment. In the audience area where the Turtle Sage and his group were seated, Krillin spoke in a worried whisper. Wukong's opponent seems like a robot. He looks hard to deal with. Yamcha also wore a solemn expression. The fighters from the Eastern capital have such a solid foundation. Bulma, fixated on the stage, murmured, we can finally see how much the wish from the dragon has really improved Wukong's physical condition. Oolong continued to hide, while Turtle calmly swayed his head. In the VIP box, Master Roshi let out a cold snort. That wild kid against the monster from the Eastern capital. Let's see who can outlast him. Tien's three eyes were fully focused. He too was curious about Sun Wukong's strength and the limits of the Eastern capital warriors. Zhang Yang, in the Eastern capital's resting area, calmly observed the stage. He sensed that Long 23's combat power was significantly higher than that of the current little Wukong, but the vigorous life force and latent energy within Wukong felt like a tumultuous undercurrent in the deep sea, unpredictable and potent. The match begins. The referee waved his hand downwards. No unnecessary words were spoken. A glint of light flashed in Long 23's eyes, and his figure suddenly became blurred. He commenced with full force, unleashing his 780 combat power, entirely moving even faster than Long 78 before. He approached Sun Wukong like a specter, his fingers aligned like blades, aiming for Wukong's throat and heart, while his knee silently drove towards Wukong's abdomen, each strike brutal and fierce, carrying the deadly efficiency characteristic of military combat techniques, as a sharp piercing sound sliced through the air. So fast, Sun Wukong exclaimed, but his instincts, honed from years of battling forest beasts and undergoing Master Rose's rigorous training, kicked in instantly. He suddenly leaned backward, dodging the knife-hand strike aimed at his throat, while simultaneously using his arm to deflect another blow. His abdominal muscles tensed, instantly bracing for the knee strike. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Sun Wukong staggered, slightly sliding back half a step, rubbing his belly as he grinned. Wow, that's some serious strength. And it hurts too. Long 23's heart sank. That knee strike should have incapacitated an ordinary martial artist instantly, but hitting Sun Wukong felt like striking a piece of alloy wrapped in an incredibly tough leather, covering the rebound, leaving his own knee slightly numb. What is this guy's body made of? With one failed strike, Long 23 launched another attack. He moved around Sun Wukong like a persistent parasite, launching an unceasing barrage of punches, kicks, fingers, and elbows from various tricky angles. His techniques contained no superfluous flourishes. Each strike pursued maximum efficiency and lethality, akin to a precise surgical operation aiming to dismantle Sun Wukong's defenses. At first, Sun Wukong was indeed caught off guard, appearing somewhat flustered. Although his techniques were also honed through systematic training by Master Roshi, they retained more of the style of wilderness combat, unpredictable and adaptable, at times even employing seemingly clumsy maneuvers that perfectly evaded attacks. He sometimes rolled like a nimble monkey, sometimes struck back like a hungry tiger, and though it appeared he was on the defensive, always blocking and dodging, he consistently found slivers of openings amidst the relentless attacks, occasionally countering with a punch or a kick. Puff, thud, slap. Long 23's attacks fell on Sun Wukong like raindrops, but their effectiveness was far from what was anticipated. Sun Wukong's body was stronger than imaginable. Many attacks that would easily break bones for others merely elicited a pained cry and slight hesitation from him, with no signs of serious injury. The Scion's physique, already robust, had been further tempered through 3 years of arduous training, now exhibiting fearsome defensive power akin to an impregnable fortress. In contrast, while Sun Wukong's combat power might not seem as high as Long 23's, each of his counters was imbued with astonishing explosive force. His fists were incredibly heavy and his kicks carried immense force. Even when blocked or partially deflected by Long 23, the residual impact still surged through defenses, causing Long 23 to feel his blood boil and his arms grow sore. After a dodge, Sun Wukong unexpectedly closed in, delivering an elbow strike that seemed casual but grazed Long 23's ribs, causing him to feel a piercing pain, making it hard to breathe. Livestream comments: Blue Star, whoa. Little Wukong's health bar is way too thick. Guasha. Long 23 is giving Wukong a guasha massage. Is Wukong's defense maxed out? Even though he's taking a beating, every counter he delivers feels so painful. No wonder he's the protagonist. His physique is such a cheat. Long 23, I can't break through his defense. Ding. Emotion point 9200 from Blue Star. Audience: Meat Shield versus Assassin. Astonished. Ding. Emotion point 8800 from Blue Star. Audience: Mystery of Health Bar. Ding. Emotion point 8500 from One Piece World. Audience: Body Envy. Kamen. This little guy's body is even sturdier than some of our races here. Ding. Emotion point 8900 from Hunter World. Audience: Data Anomaly. Comment: Target Sun Wukong physical strength and energy readings do not match. There are signs of special enhancement or racial traits. The battle on the stage fell into a bizarre rhythm. Long 23, like an unflagging precision machine, continued to unleash high-speed attacks, his techniques brutal, maintaining the momentum of the fight. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong stood like a resilient rock, unwavering amidst the tempest, though constantly hit and crying out in pain. His eyes grew brighter, and his fighting spirit soared higher. His counterattack frequency and accuracy gradually improved amidst the onslaught. Zhang Yang watched this scene, secretly sighing in admiration. No wonder he is the child of fortune in this world. His growth, speed, and adaptability are simply astonishing. He could clearly sense that under the immense pressure brought by Long 23, the dormant potential within little Wukong was gradually being awakened, the already vibrant chi becoming even more refined and surging in battle, with his combat power steadily climbing at a visibly rapid pace. From the initial clear disadvantage, he began to close the gap. Haha, this is fun. Your moves are painful, but you can't take me down. After withstanding a side kick, Sun Wukong excitedly shouted, taking a deep breath as his speed surged, no longer purely on the defensive, actively exploiting the openings in Long 23's attacks. Long 23 grew increasingly alarmed. His stamina quickly depleted under the rapid and intense assault. The subtle pains accumulating in his arms and body, though not serious each time, added up like ants gnawing an elephant. In contrast, his opponent, though taking more hits, became braver and more fluid in his movements, seemingly growing stronger. As the balance shifted, victory began to irreversibly tilt towards Sun Wukong. I can't let this continue. Long 23's gaze sharpened, deciding to take a risky gamble. He feigned a weakness, luring Sun Wukong to deliver a heavy punch to his chest, while he remained steadfast, condensing all his remaining energy into his fingertips, like an invisible sword striking towards Wukong's shoulder joint in a flash. This was a self-destructive tactic. He aimed to inflict a light injury in exchange for his opponent's arm's mobility. However, just as his fingertip was about to hit its mark, Sun Wukong's instinctual beast-like intuition kicked in once more. His punch bizarrely curved midair, narrowly avoiding the vital point on Long 23's chest while twisting his body at an incredible angle. Sizzle. Long 23's fingertip energy grazed Sun Wukong's shoulder blade, drawing a streak of blood, but failing to pierce the joint as intended. Sun Wukong's fist, though misaligned from the heart, landed solidly on the right side of Long 23's chest. Boom. A heavy muffled sound resonated. Long 23 felt as if struck by a heavy blow. His body shook violently, his face instantly paled, a mouthful of reverse blood surged up his throat, but was forcefully swallowed. He staggered backward, his breath becoming erratic. This punch became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Sun Wukong, having gained the upper hand, didn't know what it meant to take advantage of his victory. He instinctively felt he should continue attacking. He darted forward, closing the distance to the unsteady Long 23, delivering a simple, yet powerful sweeping kick aimed at Long 23's supporting leg. Long 23, already off balance, barely raised his arm to block, but felt a tremendous force hit him, causing him to lose balance, entirely crashing backward, heavily landing at the edge of the stage, struggling momentarily, unable to stand up immediately. The referee promptly approached, checked on Long 23's condition, and announced loudly, "Contestant Sun Wukong wins." The arena fell silent for a moment before erupting into deafening cheers. This battle unfolded in ways none had expected, and the outcome left everyone astonished. It seemed that Sun Wukong, who appeared to be constantly pressured, had actually worn out the formidable and brutal tactics of the Eastern capital expert through his astonishing defensive capabilities and ever-increasing strength. Seeing Long 23 on the ground, Sun Wukong hurried over, reaching out a hand, asking concernedly, "Hey, are you okay? You hit me so hard." Long 23 looked into Sun Wukong's pure and untainted eyes, feeling mixed emotions. He took a deep breath, suppressing his surging blood, using Wukong's hand to stand up, shaking his head, his voice hoarse. "I lost. You are strong." He paused, adding, "Your body is incredible." After saying that, he slightly nodded at Sun Wukong and turned to walk down the stage, somewhat dejected. He accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. The Eastern capital's martial arts pursue efficiency and practicality, but the opponent's innate resilience and growth were a different kind of strength. Sun Wukong scratched his head, grinning foolishly, then excitedly waved at Krillin and Master Roshi in the audience. Zhang Yang withdrew his gaze, feeling even more anticipation for tomorrow's match. After this battle, little Wukong's combat power likely increased again, perhaps nearing the breakthrough of 1,000. And Sure Hu and Long 9 also needed such strong opponents to hone their skills. Wild instincts, extraordinary physique, rapid growth in battle. The protagonist's halo is indeed well-deserved, Zhang Yang muttered to himself, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This makes things interesting, doesn't it? The second match of the quarterfinals concluded with Sun Wukong's tenacious reversal, leaving the Eastern capital down another key player, but the potential displayed by Wukong drew the attention of all spectators. The suspense of the tournament only grew heavier. The atmosphere in the main venue after the astonishing comeback battle between Sun Wukong and Long 23 not only did not calm down, but erupted like water droplets thrown into a pot of boiling oil, instantly bursting into a frenzy. The audience whispered to each other, their faces flushed with excitement as they debated the recent battle, each expression a mix of lingering shock and heightened anticipation for the upcoming duel. A palpable heat of battle permeated the air, as if the temperature in the entire main venue had risen several degrees. The host, clearly skilled in stirring emotions, transmitted his voice through the sound system, imbued with a rallying power even more fervent than before, akin to the beating of war drums. "Ladies and gentlemen, please calm your excited heartbeats, but do not stifle your fiery enthusiasm." The visual feast and anthem of will from the previous match, brought to us by contestant Sun Wukong, has yet to fade, while the grand banquet of the world's premier martial arts competition has only just begun. More intense, more spectacular, and more blood-pumping confrontations await us. Next, let us welcome the two top contenders of the third round of the quarterfinals with shouts that tear through the heavens and thunderous applause. Stage. He deliberately elongated the final note, raising the audience's anticipation to its peak, then suddenly turned his arm, pointing like a sword towards one side of the contestant passage, his voice rising sharply, first up, hailing from the mysterious and powerful Crane School, possessing a third eye that perceives all secrets and acclaimed as a favorite to win this tournament. A super genius, Tianjin Fan. The spotlight instantly focused, a beam of light illuminating the entrance as brightly as day. Tianjin Fan, arms crossed, appeared with a stern face akin to a mountain rock covered in frost, stepping onto the stage with a steady and imposing gait. Though the third eye on his forehead remained tightly shut, it already emanated a chilling pressure. As he stood in the center of the stage, his sharp gaze and the slightly opening third eye slowly scanned the entire arena, radiating a commanding aura that enveloped half the stage, causing the audience in the front rows to hold their breath involuntarily. Having undergone the baptism of the preliminaries and observed other contestants, his combat power, reaching an impressive 650, had solidified, placing him among the top tier of competitors at this stage. However, even more unsettling was the figure seated behind him in the audience, a Crane master with a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth, along with the seemingly innocent, yet bizarrely powerful dumpling. This undoubtedly signaled that Tianjin Fan possessed not only formidable hard strength, but also commanded the ever-evolving and strange techniques of the Crane School, with unpredictable external variables lurking. And his opponent is... The host's voice shifted instantly from high-pitched excitement to a solemn gravity, as if introducing a war god emerging from a sea of corpses, also hailing from the biggest dark horse of this tournament, known for their iron discipline and absolute strength, the Eastern Capital's Yangwu Martial Arts School. Another representative of theirs codename, Long Nine. Let's welcome this iron warrior from the Eastern Capital. From the opposite passage in the shadows, Long Nine stepped out silently. His physique was not excessively bulging like some muscle-bound monsters, but every inch of his muscle definition resembled a forged alloy steel cable, exuding explosive power. His steps were as steady as a mountain, each footfall resonating with the pulse of the earth, imbued with a peculiar rhythm. Unlike the sharp precision of Long 23 or the steady heaviness of Long 78, Long 9 emanated a more pure, straightforward aura, as if forged from the brutal battlefield of corpses and blood. His gaze showed no signs of wavering, like the calmest hawk locking onto Tianjin Fan the moment he stepped onto the stage, his eyes cold enough to freeze the air. With a combat power of 820, he resembled a dormant volcano, yet the invisible pressure had already made the keen-sensed martial artists feel breathless. The audience erupted in a tsunami of applause and cheers mixed with countless excited discussions and speculations. Another one from the Eastern Capital. This feeling is even more terrifying than the previous two. The genius with 3 eyes faces the killing god from the Eastern Capital. This is a true battle of dragons and tigers. I've heard the techniques of the Crane School are peculiar and very hard to guard against. I wonder if they can counter the Eastern Capital's straightforward style of overpowering with sheer strength. I doubt a contestant Long Nine's momentum is too strong. It feels like Tianjin Fan will be in for a tough fight. In the area where Master Rose's group was seated, the atmosphere was also quite tense. Krillin swallowed hard and said quietly, "This Tianjin Fan feels so powerful, just standing there gives me chills," and his techniques. Yamcha's expression turned serious as he interjected, "The Crane School's techniques are known for being treacherous and fierce with countless variations. A moment's carelessness can lead to disaster. They are indeed hard to guard against." Bulma was more curious, adjusting her glasses and staring at Tianjin Fan's forehead. 3 eyes. Can it really achieve a 360-degree view without blind spots? This physiological structure is too unscientific. I really want to study it. Oolong had long hidden beneath his seat, peering out with just his eyes, while Launch, in her gentle state, sat quietly beside him, her gaze tinged with worry. In the VIP box, the Crane Master observed Long Nine on the stage, a disdainful and chilling smile, curving his lips, silently thinking the brutes from the Eastern Capital merely possessing a bit of strength. Tianjin Fan used the exquisite techniques of the Crane School to utterly crush him. Let the world know what true martial arts really are. He was filled with confidence in Tianjin Fan's strength and those strange techniques, as if he had already envisioned the scene of victory. Zhang Yang, in the exclusive rest area of the Eastern Capital, calmly watched the stage. His powerful perception clearly told him that Long Nine had a distinct advantage in hard strength, with a combat power difference exceeding 170 points that would not be easily bridged. However, the complex and varied combinations of techniques possessed by Tianjin Fan, especially the Kikaho that had yet to be unleashed but hinted at danger, along with the seemingly innocuous dumpling, with its bizarre psychic powers, all loomed like hidden stingers, forming the greatest variables in this confrontation. This was destined to be a fierce clash between hard strength and cunning techniques, an ultimate showdown of spear versus shield, of the orthodox against the unconventional. Begin the match. The referee's arm came down like a guillotine, the voice firm and decisive. Almost the moment the word "begin" resonated, Long Nine moved. He showed no signs of testing the waters, his right foot lunging forward. The solid arena floor emitted a dull hum, as if unable to bear the pressure. His entire body surged forward like an armor-piercing projectile launched from a giant crossbow, carrying an unstoppable and fierce momentum, charging fiercely at Tianjin Fan. A simple right straight punch, without any embellishment, crashed towards Tianjin Fan's face, the force of the punch compressing the air, producing a low rumble like distant thunder. This was the purest initiation of military combat techniques, stripping away all feints, aiming to destroy the enemy with the fastest speed and the strongest power along the shortest path. Tianjin Fan's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of a pinhead. Long Nine's launch speed and the explosive power contained in this punch exceeded his previous estimates based on observations. But Tianjin Fan was also a battle-hardened genius, remaining calm under pressure. Though his third eye remained shut, the dynamic visual capacity of his 2 eyes and combat intuition had already captured the terrifying trajectory of that punch. His body slid slightly to the right as if it had no bones, narrowly evading the punch, while his left hand fingers together like a blade gathered chi at the fingertips, producing a faint hiss sound. Divine finger technique. Like a venomous snake that had lain in wait, it struck with pinpoint precision at the vital point of Long Nine's right wrist, attempting to break the fierce direct hit with skill. However, Long Nine seemed to have anticipated this response. The punch he threw unexpectedly sank 3 inches midway, transforming from a fist to a claw, fingers curling like steel eagle hooks, with chi swirling at the tips, shrieking as it raked back towards Tianjin Fan's wrist that was executing the divine finger technique. Simultaneously, his left leg swept towards Tianjin Fan's supporting ankle like a coiled steel whip, silent, yet as swift as lightning. A simultaneous assault from above and below, ferociously brutal. Oomph. Tianjin Fan emitted a cold grunt from his nostrils. The divine finger technique he had just pointed out withdrew like a receding tide, his figure gracefully leaping back, and at the same time his right foot lightly tapped the ground in front. Phantom punch. A solid and indistinguishable phantom identical to his real form instantly remained in place, absorbing all of Long Nine's attacks. Long Nine's claw grasped at emptiness, feeling only void where he aimed, while the sweeping leg passed through the phantom's calf without obstruction. But his instincts and reflexes, honed through countless life-and-death battles, were extraordinarily quick. Almost in the instant the attack missed, his core abdominal muscles exploded with power, abruptly halting his forward momentum, and with this immense torque his body spun like a rotating top, delivering a rear swing punch infused with all his strength and backward rotational force, accompanied by a piercing sound, fiercely smashing towards the spot where he sensed the most solid presence. Bang! A dull thud like a giant striking leather erupted. Tianjin Fan's true form just happened to appear there, seemingly intending to launch an attack from behind, only to be taken aback by Long Nine's remarkably swift reaction and fierce counterattack. In a rush, he could only cross his arms in front of his chest, bracing himself to endure this heavy swing punch. A tremendous force struck him, sending Tianjin Fan sliding backward 7 to 8 meters, the soles of his shoes screeching against the arena floor, only barely stabilizing his stance, his crossed arms radiating a fiery, aching sensation. He felt a chill in his heart. What terrifying power! Such quick reflexes. The people of the Eastern capital cannot be measured by common sense. This initial clash, rapid as lightning and fierce as a thunderbolt, though brief, had already revealed the essence to all those knowledgeable. Both sides exhibited astonishing speed, strength, technique, and combat wisdom in an exceedingly short time, more importantly, a keen grasp of the rhythm of battle and a ruthlessness that showed no mercy. Impressive. No wonder you're so arrogant. Tianjin Fan's gaze became sharper and more serious as he completely set aside his final contempt for the Eastern capital martial artists who he previously thought relied solely on brute force. He realized that relying solely on the ordinary crane immortal style would likely be insufficient to swiftly subdue this opponent. He quickly formed a peculiar hand seal in front of his chest, a unique posture to guide and compress the chi within his body, and the aura around him became hazy and unstable. In the next moment, 4 vivid afterimages, nearly indistinguishable in their aura along with his real body, created a total of 5 Tianjin Fans appearing like phantoms from various positions on the arena, front, back, left, right, and even above, one afterimage briefly suspended midair, surrounding the center where Long Jio stood. An advanced application of the afterimage fist. Afterimage fist. Another trick to confuse the eyes. Long Jio growled, his eyes sharp like the most precise radar as they scanned over the 5 Tianjin Fans. His powerful battlefield instinct and keen perception of chi allowed him to vaguely capture the more solid and heavier aura fluctuation among the 5 figures, that of his real body. Ignoring the distractions and feints from the other 4 afterimages, he fixed his sight on the strongest target ahead to the right. With renewed force, his feet exploded with energy, his body shot forward like a penetrating projectile, his fists like heavy hammers ruthlessly crashing towards the head and chest of that Tianjin Fan. Once again, it was a straightforward, no-frills, violent advance. Wrong guess. Foolish. The other 4 Tianjin Fans simultaneously revealed cold, mocking smiles and struck together. Whether it was fingers like sharp swords, fists heavy as mountains, palm strikes that were cunning and fierce, or leg sweeps like whips. From 4 distinctly different angles, their attacks screamed through the air, targeting Long Jio's vital points. In an instant, they sealed off all his escape routes. However, the Tianjin Fan he charged at just as his fists were about to make contact shimmered and dissipated like a reflection on water. Indeed, it was just an afterimage. Yet facing the attacks coming from 4 different directions, almost simultaneously, Long Jio surprisingly did not dodge or evade. A deep growl emanated from his throat, and the previously restrained aura around him erupted like a volcano, forming a slightly hazy but remarkably powerful invisible barrier around him. He chose the most direct and dangerous approach, taking it heat in. Puff, 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 puff. The sound of impacts came in rapid succession like rain on banana leaves. The 4 attacks from the afterimages crashed heavily against Long Jio's protective barrier, producing a deep, resounding noise. The barrier trembled violently as if it could shatter at any moment, and the immense force caused Long Jio's body to sway dramatically, his internal organs feeling as if they were being hammered, blood surging in a tumultuous wave and he even tasted a hint of metallic sweetness in his throat. Yet his eyes burned like flames, showing no signs of wavering. Using the force of impact and the twisting power of his waist and abdomen, he suddenly executed an extremely rapid spin, delivering a fierce elbow strike infused with all his remaining strength and indomitable, while like a cannonball charging towards the chest of the Tianjin fan, who had just executed a finger strike. All his combat instincts and perception of aura informed him that this was the real body. How is this possible? The real body of Tianjin Fan was indeed here, and he never expected Long Jiao, while facing the assault of 4 afterimages, to not only neglect defense, but also precisely locate his position and retaliate in such a reckless, mutually destructive manner. In a hurry, he could only quickly bring his hands, which had just launched the finger strike, back to defend, crossing them in front of his chest. Boom! The clash of elbows and arms was no longer a dull sound, but a resounding explosion. Tianjin Fan felt an indescribable, overwhelming force surge towards him like a torrent breaching a dam, instantly collapsing his defensive posture. He was like a kite with a severed string, uncontrollably flying backward, barely adjusting his posture in the air, and after landing, he still stumbled backward for several steps, until his back crashed into the elastic ropes at the edge of the arena, finally coming to a halt, his face flushed, chest heaving violently, and his breath clearly in disarray. His prideful advanced afterimage fist, which incorporated chi interference, was unexpectedly forcefully dismantled by the opponent in such a brutal and direct manner. Livestream comments: Blue Planet, wow. Long Jiao's fighting style is too damn fierce. Exchanging injury for opportunity. Using blood to seize chances. Is this the ultimate embodiment of the Eastern capital military style? This gives me chills. What kind of willpower does it take to endure so many attacks just to locate the real body? Tianjin Fan's afterimage fist was violently dismantled. The visual effects are explosive. Long Jiao's combat intelligence is absolutely top-notch. He is far from being a brute. Strength suppression. Is this the confidence and margin for error brought by a nearly 200-point difference in combat power? Ding. Emotional points 99.99 from the Blue Planet audience. Aesthetic of violence. Extreme shock. Ding. Emotional points 9,500 from the Blue Planet audience. Tactics and guts. Ding. Emotional points 9,200 from the One Piece world audience. Romance of manliness. Comment: wow, this is exactly what I love. No matter how many changes or tricks you have, I will break through with sheer force. This is the true battle between real men. Ding. Emotional points 9,800 from the Hunter world audience. Extreme decision analysis. Comment: target Long Jiao, complete damage assessment, real body localization, counterattack path calculation, and power explosion within 0.3 seconds. The decision risk is extremely high, but the maximization of returns. Combat intelligence assessment S rank. Damn, is this guy a monster? Tianjin Fan forcefully suppressed the surging blood within him, his eyes finally revealing a look of disbelief. Long Jiao's tenacity, strength, and that undaunted combat will far exceeded his pre-match expectations. He took a deep breath, knowing he could hold nothing back any longer. He must employ a more powerful technique, or else defeat would be only a matter of time. No longer hesitating, he brought his hands together in front of his chest, his index and middle fingers aligned like a sword. A more condensed and dangerous aura began to gather than when he previously unleashed the whole punch. But this time he did not intend to launch a ki blast, but rather, take this for Demon Fist. With a low yet oppressive shout, the muscles and fascia near Tianjin Fan's shoulder blades emitted an incredibly strange, tooth-grinding, squirming sound. Immediately after, under the gaze of countless shocked eyes, 2 arms completely formed of highly condensed chi, solid as flesh, yet radiating an energetic glow, abruptly grew out from below his shoulder blades. The 4 arms covered in energy chi moved flexibly in the air, forming fists, aligning fingers, transforming into palms. Adopting various attack postures, delivering an unparalleled visual impact and psychological pressure. The entire arena's atmosphere became thick and bizarre with the appearance of these 4 arms. What kind of technique is this? Long Jiao, who had always been calm and observing the battle, furrowed his brows tightly for the first time, his eyes filled with vigilance. This technique, which defied logic and conjured arms from thin air, was completely beyond his understanding and the system of Eastern capital martial arts. With the emergence of Tianjin Fan's 4 arms, his offensive power skyrocketed by more than 1 notch. It was as if 4 top martial artists, connected in mind and seamlessly cooperating, simultaneously launched an assault on Long Jiao. The frontal punches rained down like a storm, while the rear palms struck like phantoms from impossible angles, fingers, sharp palms flipping through the air. Fists, palms, fingers, claws from 4 completely different directions, employing varying methods of force and attack rhythms, wove together an almost impenetrable web of death enveloping Long Jiao. In an instant all around Long Jiao it seemed as though every direction was filled with Tianjin Fan's arms, and attack after images the air was torn and compressed, emitting a series of piercing screams. Long Jiao felt an overwhelming pressure instantly surge upon him, like a solitary boat amidst raging waves or a rock enduring the strikes from all sides in a storm. He swung his arms, executing the martial arts of brutal combat, honed through countless battles to the utmost limit of his capabilities. Block, parry, deflect, counter, recoil. His figure transformed into a blurry shadow in a confined space, performing ultra-fast and overload movements. Each of his blocks was precise to the millimeter, striving to dissolve the strongest force with the least cost. Each of his evasions was as if he could foresee the attack, narrowly avoiding vital points. Each of his counterattacks struck like a lurking venomous snake, fierce and precise, targeting the barely perceptible gaps and flaws in Tianjin Fan's assault transitions, forcing him to frequently defend. His techniques discarded all flamboyance and performance, leaving only the utmost efficiency and lethality, like a precise and efficient killing machine. Bang, 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 swish, swish, boom. The sounds of fists and feet, the heavy impacts of energy clashes, the piercing screams that tore through the air, and the occasional explosive roars all mixed together, creating an intensely fierce battle symphony. The solid arena floor cracked under the terrifying energy and shockwaves they unleashed, splintering into spiderweb-like fissures, debris and dust flying everywhere. Tianjin Fan grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. He unleashed the energy-consuming four-demon fist, momentarily boosting his combat power, his assault like a fierce storm, believing he could swiftly subdue or even defeat his opponent. However, Long Jiao's defense was like an unyielding wall of size, resilient beyond imagination. Even more terrifying was the opponent's counterattacks, each one striking like a precisely calculated venomous sting, always able to find openings in the moments when his old strength had just waned, new strength had yet to arise, or when the coordination of his forearms became slightly out of sync, forcing him into a frantic scramble as his offensive efforts repeatedly faltered. The opponent's fighting will, physical stamina, and that seemingly unyielding tenacity were like a Azura returning from hell. I can't go on like this. My chi and stamina are depleting far faster than his. A flash of urgency and resolve flickered across Tianjin Fan's eyes. He knew prolonged defense invites defeat, or a prolonged offense without breakthrough ensures his own downfall. He had to stake everything on a single desperate gambit. With a sudden decisive motion, he drew all four arms inward, converging them at waist-height, palms facing each other, while a terrifying, annihilating energy began to surge, compress, and coalesce at unprecedented speed. The very air within the arena seemed vacuumed away, thick, suffocating, oppressive, while the core of that gathering energy blazed with a light so searing it threatened to blind, accompanied by distant thunderous roars like wind rending the heavens. He was unleashing his ultimate technique, the Kikaho, a devastating blast capable of leveling hills and vaporizing lakes. Even if it drained half his chi in an instant, he had to end this battle here and now in one decisive stroke. Yet in that precise moment, when he channeled every ounce of focus into controlling that cataclysmic energy sphere, Long Jiao, who had been locked in relentless defensive counterattacks, abruptly shed his glacial composure. His gaze, once as still and cold as ancient ice, ignited with a lightning-sharp brilliance that tore through the sky. He had waited for this exact instant. The moment his opponent committed to a technique demanding prolonged charging, immobilizing stance, and zero flexibility in redirection. That split-second rigidity and singular mental absorption was the greatest opening imaginable. Flight technique. A sharp, guttural cry erupted from Long Jiao's throat. His feet slammed into the ground, not to retreat, but to launch his body skyward like a rocket shooting straight up with explosive force. In an instant, he soared over 10 meters into the air, not to evade but to seize the decisive advantage, a commanding high ground vantage, and the crushing, mountain-shattering acceleration granted by gravity's downward pull. Tianjin Fan's Kikaho required mental targeting. Long Jiao's sudden vertical ascent shattered his habitual targeting plane, causing his spiritual lock to falter, just for a fraction of a second, less than 0.1 second. But for a master of Long Jiao's caliber, that sliver of time was more than enough. Now, suspended midair, Long Jiao's body arched like a colossal bow drawn taut to its fullest extent, every muscle, fiber, sinew, and current of chi coalescing instantly into his right fist, primed to unleash annihilation. He became a celestial meteor forged from pure will to destroy, plunging downward with unyielding ferocity, carrying the culmination of his entire cultivation, absolute power, unwavering intent, and the ruthless clarity of a warrior's killing spirit, aimed directly at Tianjin Fan, frozen mid-charge, fatally exposed. Before the fist even struck, its condensed pressure descended like an invisible mountain, freezing the air around Tianjin Fan, halting his breath, and sending ripples of instability through the very energy core of his half-formed Kikaho. No, there's no time to fully release it. Alarm screamed through Tianjin Fan's mind, his soul recoiling in terror. In sheer desperation, he couldn't complete or precisely aim the Kikaho. Instead, he hurled upward the volatile half-coalesced energy mass gathered at his waist, an uncontrolled, allure-nothing deflection against the descending cataclysm. Boom! A deafening thunderclap detonated above the arena, as if heaven itself had split open, or two meteors collided heat-in. Long Jio's ultimate fist, forged from a lifetime of cultivation, and Tianjin Fan's unstable half-formed Kikaho exploded upon impact in midair. An incandescent white light swallowed all sight, followed instantly by a roar so violent it threatened to rupture eardrums. A visible tsunami-like shockwave, laced with chaotic, rampaging energy, erupted from the point of collision, radiating outward in all directions with devastating force. Front row spectators were thrown off balance by the concussive blast, crying out in alarm. Even the referee clung desperately to the arena pillar to avoid being hurled into the air. It took several long seconds before the blinding radiance and maelstrom of energy finally subsided. Long Jio descended from the sky, landing on one knee, breathing heavily. The sleeve of his right arm had vanished, reduced to ash, while his forearm burned crimson, oozing tiny beads of blood and trembling faintly, bearing the brutal toll of that titanic clash. Yet his spine remained unbent, his gaze unbroken, sharp, unshaken, and fixed unflinchingly ahead. Across the arena, Tianjin Fan knelt on one knee, his face ashen, a thin trail of crimson blood tracing his lip, his breath shallow and ragged, his vital energy severely depleted and disordered. The violent energy backlash from the premature Kikaho detonation had inflicted deep internal injuries. Even the two ethereal Kai-forged arms of his four-demon fist wavered, like fading illusions, before dissolving entirely into the air. He tried to rise, but searing pain lanced through his meridians as though scoured by fire, leaving him paralyzed by exhaustion. He won. From the eastern capital rest area, Hu and the others clenched their fists despite their concern for Long Jio's injuries, whispering the words with fierce relief. This victory had been agonizingly hard won. No, it isn't over yet. Zhang Yang, who had watched in serene silence until now, suddenly raised a brow. His preternatural perception detected it clearly in the audience. Jiao Zi's wide, innocent eyes, once guileless, were quietly gathering a subtle, uncanny wave of psychic energy, thick with binding and interference, aimed squarely at Long Jio upon the stage. Its purpose was unmistakable restraint and disruption. Indeed, just as Long Jio drew a deep breath, summoning his last reserves of focus to close the fight, the unthinkable occurred. He felt his entire body seize, suddenly immersed in viscous, solidified glue, or bound from every direction by countless invisible, unbreakable chains. Every movement became agonizingly slow and laborious, as if wading through tar. Lifting an arm demanded many times the usual expenditure of qi. It was Jiao Zi's insidious psychic ability, the psychic bind. Now, Tianjin Fan, use the solar flare, then finish him. From the stands, Crane Hermit's voice, cold, venomous, and urgent, slithered into Tianjin Fan's ears, clouded by injury and fatigue. It carried the weight of absolute command and the smug satisfaction of a scheme perfectly executed. Tianjin Fan, his inner energy chaotic and his consciousness blurred by pain and exhaustion, obeyed instinctively, drawing forth the last dregs of his qi. Fingers rigidly extended, index and middle fingers of both hands pointed unerringly at Long Jio, helplessly ensnared. One thought consumed him: this was his only chance to obey his master and triumph. Soul AR flare. His voice cracked as he roared. In that instant, a white light, brighter and more blinding than any before, erupted from his fingertips. Not a flare, but a supernova detonating in miniature. The incandescence surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire arena and spilling beyond, blinding every spectator facing the stage, stunning the referee, and overloading camera lenses with pure vision-erasing whiteness. Shouts of shock, curses of outrage, and cries of pain erupted in chaos. Despicable. Using such underhanded tactics. Outside interference. A blatant violation. Referees. Tournament organizers. Are you blind? The stands erupted, fury boiling over at this sudden, shameless betrayal. Long Jio's world dissolved into endless, featureless white. No sight, no spatial awareness. Only the crushing weight of invisible restraints and the vertigo born of total sensory deprivation. He stood at the gravest crisis since the match began, blinded, bound, and utterly vulnerable, while his opponent would surely exploit it. Livestream chat: Blue Star, damn it all. That vile old Crane Hermit. He's directing Jiao Z to cheat from the stands. Solar flare, it's blinded him. Long Jio is completely sightless. It's over. Truly dire now. Tianjin Fan, do you have any idea what you're doing? You're aiding evil. Are the referees dead? Where is the fairness of the World Martial Arts Tournament? I'm furious. The Crane Hermit School is rotten to the core, from top to bottom. Hold on long, Geo. Ding. Emotional resonance .9999 from Blue Star viewers experiencing extreme rage fury. Ding. Emotional resonance .9800 from Blue Star viewers expressing the cry for fairness. Ding. Emotional resonance .9200 from One Piece World viewers commenting fufufu. How disgraceful. To stoop so low for victory. Even pirates recoil in contempt. Young three-eyed, one has your martial heart truly grown, so easily clouded. Ding. Emotional resonance .9500 from Hunter x Hunter World viewers commenting gross violation of rules. Organizers must immediately neutralize external interference. Target, Tianjin fan. Judgment impaired due to injury and coercive external command. At this razor's edge moment, when Long Geo stood on the precipice of fatal assault. On the arena floor, Tianjin fan, having just unleashed the solar flare and preparing to deliver the final blow despite his wounds, felt his vision begin to clear from the afterimage glare when his third eye snapped open of its own accord. That divine reality-piercing eye pierced through the lingering radiance and saw with perfect clarity Jiao Zi's eyes glowing with eerie pink light as he strained to maintain his psychic bind, and beside him Crane Hermit's face twisted in undisguised sinister triumph. As if struck by a bolt of glacial lightning, comprehension flooded Tianjin fan's mind. He understood, instantly, the source of that sudden suffocating binding. He understood the true meaning behind his master's urgent command. This was no fair contest. It was cheating, a vile manipulative plot exploiting Jiao Zi's innocence. A torrent of emotion, betrayal's fury, shame at his own gullibility, and righteous wrath at the desecration of martial honor, erupted like a volcano within his chest. Jiao Zi. Stop. A roar like a wounded lion tore from Tianjin fan's throat, so powerful it drowned out the entire arena's clamor. It was raw with anguish, disappointment, and absolute unassailable authority. Jiao Zi, caught mid-concentration, flinched violently at the sudden furious bellow. He had never seen Tianjin fan so enraged. Instinctively, pure and unguarded, he ceased channeling his ability. The pink glow in his eyes winked out. Trembling, he stammered, Tianjin fan. Instantly Long Geo felt the invisible bonds dissolve like receding tide. Freedom restored, though his vision remained veiled. You imbecile, worthless fool, who told you to stop? Crane Hermit, seeing his scheme collapse, exploded in rage. Pointing and shrieking at Jiao Zi, his lecherous face contorted into a demonic mask. And you, Tianjin fan, traitorous ingrate, daring to defy your master's command. Have you forgotten who raised you, who taught you martial arts? Do you dare side with outsiders? Tianjin fan turned slowly, his gaze locking onto the familiar, yet horrifyingly alien visage below. Sorrow and resolve filled him. Gritting his teeth, he spoke each word carved in iron. Master. Crane Hermit, I honor you for raising me and teaching me, but the dignity of a martial artist and the sanctity of fair competition must never be defiled. Even if I win by such means, how could I ever face heaven and earth as Tianjin fan? How could I ever call myself a martial artist? Rebellion. Total rebellion. Crane Hermit trembled with rage, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. Since you deny me as your master and refuse my orders, you're nothing but a liability. Today I'll purge you both. Cleanse the sect's name once and for all. Before the final syllable faded, Crane Hermit's aura exploded. Dark violet chi swirling around his body, his fingers curling into lethal claws, fingertips crackling with ominous light, as he lunged toward the arena, prepared to slaughter both Tianjin fan and Long Geo without mercy. His killing intent was palpable, a wave of glacial dread freezing the blood of nearby spectators. The entire arena erupted in stunned disbelief. No one had imagined it would escalate to this. Crane Hermit himself storming the stage of the World Martial Arts Tournament to murder his own disciple and opponent. It was an unprecedented scandal, unheard of, unforgivable. In this moment of utmost peril, Crane, Xian Ren, a voice ancient yet imbued with supreme authority and fury, resounded like a tolling bell, echoing throughout the venue and instantly silencing all the clamor. It was then that the turtle sage, having risen to his feet, removed his quirky sunglasses, revealing eyes that, though aged, were clear and sharp, now ablaze with a burning rage. The aura around him no longer carried the hint of his usual absurdity. Instead, it resembled a vast and profound ocean or a volcano on the brink of eruption. You are going too far. In a martial contest, to resort to such despicable tactics and even attempt to harm others publicly. Do you truly believe no one can restrain you in this world? Receive this attack. Turtle, style, chi, wave. Without giving Crane Xian Ren any time to react, the turtle sage swiftly formed a blossom-like stance with his hands at his waist, completing the classic starting pose in an instant. A surge of blue energy far more condensed, grander, and more terrifying than the previous energy blast from Tianjin Fan wildly gathered in his palms, like rivers converging into the sea. Buzz! The blue-white light illuminated the serious face of the turtle sage, and also cast light upon the face of Crane Xianren, which had suddenly turned pale with horror. No! Old Wu Tianyu. In the next moment, a stout blue energy beam embodying the dual wills of purification and destruction surged forth from between the turtle sage's palms like a roaring galaxy. Wherever the beam passed, the air was ionized, emitting crackling explosions, and the very fabric of space seemed to twist slightly. Crane Xianren had no time to mount any effective defense or dodge. All he could do was cross his arms protectively in front of him, only to be utterly engulfed by that horrifying blue beam. With a heart-wrenching and abrupt scream, Crane Xianren's body was as if struck heat by a high-speed interstellar train, transforming into a purple meteor launched skyward by the overwhelming turtle-style chi wave. The speed increased, soaring higher until it became a speck of light in the sky, disappearing into the azure expanse, unknown to which corner of the universe it flew. The entire main venue fell into an eerie silence, as if the air itself had been siphoned away by that earth-shattering strike. All eyes tracked the purple meteor that was Crane Xianren vanishing into the blue heavens until no trace could be captured, slowly returning to the turtle sage, who was gradually withdrawing his energy and donning his quirky sunglasses once more with an expression of disbelief. He stood there as if the turtle-style chi wave, powerful enough to pierce mountains and send a person soaring into the sky, was merely a casual flick of dust from his shoulders. The vast ocean-like and volcanic-like aura had already subsided, reverting him to the appearance of a somewhat lecherous and frivolous old man. Yet this stark contrast etched itself even more deeply into everyone's hearts, especially those who truly understood the power contained within. Wu Tian-sensei. Clin's mouth dropped open as he struggled to regain his voice, his eyes filled with admiration and shock. He had always known his master was strong, but he had never imagined it to such an extent. Yamucha's throat felt dry as he murmured, So strong. Is this the true power of the god of martial arts? Bulma's eyes sparkled as she rapidly recorded on her tablet. The energy levels are beyond estimation. The instantaneous output far exceeds the current instrument's measurement limits. How many secrets does this old man truly hide? After a brief moment of silence, the audience erupted not merely in cheers, but in a tremendous wave of mixed awe-relief and excitement. Many people stood up, spontaneously applauding in the direction of the turtle sage. This applause was not only for victory, but also for the legendary martial artist who stepped forward at a critical moment to uphold fairness and justice with absolute strength. On the stage, Long Jio's vision finally returned to normal. The first sensation he felt was the sharp pain and weakness in his right arm, the price of clashing with the energy blast. He glanced around and saw Tianjin Fan kneeling on one knee due to injury and disordered internal energy, gasping heavily, as well as the dumpling, who was frightened and weeping softly below the stage. Finally, his gaze briefly met that of the turtle sage, who had returned to his normal state. He nodded slightly, expressing a silent respect. Had it not been for the turtle sage's timely intervention, facing the outburst of Crane Xianren, even if he could protect himself, he would have been unable to safeguard the already weakened Tianjin Fan, and the situation would have spiraled out of control. The referee wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and jogged onto the stage. First, he glanced apprehensively at the sky where Crane Xianren had vanished before attempting to calm himself, and checked Tianjin Fan's condition. Tianjin Fan's complexion was pale, his breath weak, his chest heaving violently, clearly suffering greatly from the backlash and internal injuries from the recent confrontation. Standing was a challenge, let alone continuing to fight. The referee then looked at Long Jio. Though Long Jio was also heavily exhausted and injured in his right arm, his gaze remained clear and his posture upright, evidently still retaining considerable combat strength. Especially after eliminating outside interference, the momentum before the interruption of the match undoubtedly favored Long Jio overwhelmingly. The referee took a deep breath and announced in the loudest voice possible, attempting to suppress the noise in the arena, due to the external interference being eliminated by Master Wu Tian. The match may continue. However, given that competitor Tianjin Fan is severely injured and has completely lost combat capability, according to the tournament rules, I declare that the winner of this quarterfinal match is competitor Long Jio. Roar! The applause and cheers reached a new crescendo. This time more eyes were focused on Long Jio, filled with recognition and admiration for this strong figure from the East capital. He managed to persist in such an unfavorable situation, and ultimately, though not directly knocking out his opponent, the result was clear, secured victory. His tenacious will and formidable strength earned everyone's respect. Long Jio did not display excessive joy as he slowly walked to Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan struggled to raise his head, the normally stern expression in his three eyes now filled with complex emotions. There was the unwillingness of defeat, the pain and confusion of betrayal by his master, the shame of nearly aiding the villain, and a trace of relief for having made the right choice at the last moment. Long Jiu looked at him, fell silent for a moment, and solemnly said, "You are a true martial artist." This simple statement carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. What he acknowledged was not Tianjin Fan's victory or defeat, but the martial artist's conscience and dignity he exhibited at the crucial moment when faced with the choice between his master's command and justice. Having said that, Long Jiu extended his uninjured left hand and firmly patted Tianjin Fan's shoulder, then, without further words, turned and walked down the stage step by step. Although slowly, it was exceptionally resolute. His back appeared particularly tall in the eyes of the crowd. Tianjin Fan. Dumpling dared to run onto the stage with tears her small body, trying to support the swaying Tianjin Fan, tears rolling down like pearls from a broken string. "I'm sorry, Tianjin Fan. I didn't know. I didn't know what, master." Tianjin Fan looked at Dumpling's innocent and fearful face, feeling a myriad of emotions within. He shook his head, his voice hoarse and weak. "It's not your fault, Dumpling. It's us, who have always misunderstood him." Leaning against Dumpling, his gaze turned once more towards the turtle sage, the gratitude in his eyes deepening. He knew that if it weren't for the turtle sage today, the outcome for him and Dumpling would have been unimaginable. Live chat comments: Blue Star, we won. Winning upright, and also in a convoluted manner. Old turtle sage is invincible, reliable at critical moments. Tears. Long Jiu's words: a true martial artist, are the highest praise for Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan has awakened. Although the price was heavy, it is a good thing to escape the clutches of that old bastard crane, Xianran. Dumpling, little angel, don't cry, it's not your fault. The East Capital is really too strong. Long Jiu can still win despite being injured. Next match. Zhangyang versus Shirhu. East Capital internal battle. I am fully expecting. Ding. Emotional point from Blue Star audience: justice may be late, but it arrives. 8888. Relief emotion. Ding. Emotional point from Blue Star audience: recognition of the tough guy. 8600. Ding. Emotional point from One Piece World audience: justice and power. 9000. Comments: Karalalala. That's right. Having power yet losing oneself is merely a beast. To find one's way back at the crucial moment, this kid deserves the title of martial artist. That old turtle understands righteousness as well. Ding. Emotional point from Hunter x Hunter World audience: analysis of aftermath impact. 8700. Comments: with the threat of Crane Xianran eliminated, Tianjin Fan's camp relationships reset, and there exists a possibility of easing and even befriending with the Turtle Sage and East Capital. The Turtle Sage's prestige has significantly risen. Ding. Received a donation from Blue Star audience: Interstellar Humanitarian Foundation, portable advanced medical repair capsule, singless version for one person. Postscript: please be sure to use it to treat the injured. May the spirit of martial arts endure. Ding. Received a donation from One Piece World audience: Certain Princess of a Kingdom, special healing ointment, royal secret recipe. Postscript: that three-eyed warrior and the victorious warrior, please use this for treatment. You have displayed true courage. Ding. Received a donation from Hunter x Hunter World audience: Senior Pharmacist, Nun ability nourishing potion, can accelerate energy recovery and internal injury healing. X2. Postscript: based on Nun ability preparation, it should also benefit what you refer to as Qi. Zhangyang, resting in the East Capital's waiting area, looked at the system panel displaying the surging emotional points and the dazzling array of donations, feeling quite satisfied. This tumultuous match, while causing injury to Long Jiu, brought about tremendous benefits and influence. Not only did it reaffirm the resilience of the East Capital martial arts, but also indirectly facilitate Tianjin Fan's rectification, weakening the potential adversary of the Crane Xian sect, and allowed the Turtle Sage to showcase hidden muscle, achieving multiple gains in one stroke. He glanced at Tianjin Fan, who was being supported off the stage by Dumpling, receiving preliminary examination by the tournament's medical personnel, and signaled to Shirhu. Shirhu immediately understood and approached with two accompanying personnel from the East Capital, who also understood some basic treatment and Qi adjustment, handing over the high-efficiency muscle repair gel and Nin ability nourishing potion extracted from the recent donations via the system. This medicine for injuries is provided by our teacher, Mr. Zhangyang, and should work well, Shirhu succinctly said to the somewhat wary Tianjin Fan and Dumpling. Tianjin Fan looked at Shirhu, then at Zhangyang, who was calmly observing from a distance, his expression complex, ultimately whispering, "Thank you." Dumpling quickly bowed. "Thank you. Thank you all." This scene was captured by many cameras. The East Capital showcased not only formidable martial strength, but also won many people's goodwill in terms of demeanor. At this moment, the host finally snapped back to reality after a series of events, clearing his throat and excitedly trying to draw the audience's attention back to the match. Dear audience, what an exhilarating match. Let's once again congratulate competitor Long Jiu for advancing to the semifinals. At the same time, we pay our respects to competitor Tianjin Fan. The spirit of martial arts never gives up, and more importantly, it is to uphold one's true self. Now, after 3 incredibly intense quarterfinal matches, we already have 3 competitors successfully advancing to the semifinals. They are competitor Cheng Long, competitor Sun Wukong, and the recently victorious competitor Long Jiao. And today's final quarterfinal match is equally highly anticipated. This will be an internal showdown from the Yangwu Martial Arts School in the East Capital, pitting the founder of the martial arts school, the mysterious young powerhouse, competitor Zhang Yang, against the chief disciple of the martial arts school whose strength is equally unfathomable, competitor Shihu. A battle between master and disciple, a derby of internal conflict. This is bound to be a showdown filled with highlights, perhaps tinged with a hint of tragedy. Among them, only one can advance to the semifinals and join the other 3 strong contenders. Let us take a brief break, ready our enthusiasm and expectations, and welcome today's grand finale, Zhang Yang vs. Shihu. All eyes in the venue suddenly focused on the East Capital's waiting area. Zhang Yang slowly stood up, stretching his wrists, glancing at Shihu, who also stood up, his eyes filled with immense seriousness, respect, and fierce fighting spirit. Let's go, Shihu. Zhang Yang's voice was calm and steady. Let them see that our martial arts in the East Capital knows no limits. And let us both fight without regrets. Shihu nodded heavily, his voice steady and determined. Yes, teacher. Please guide me. The 2 of them walked one after the other towards the ring's passage. An invisible, yet overwhelmingly heavy pressure began to permeate the venue. Everyone sensed that this final quarterfinal match would likely be as intense as any preceding one. The internal battle of the East Capital was about to commence. In the main venue, following the astonishing turnaround battle between Sun Wukong and Long 23, as well as the intense showdown between Tianjin Fan and Long 9 that concluded with the Crane Hermit being sent flying, the audience's emotions were like a bowstring stretched taut to a critical point. The air was thick with the scorching scent of sweat, dust, and heightened adrenaline, intertwining excitement, anticipation, and the mental fatigue from continuous watching. But all these feelings transformed into a pure desire for the upcoming climactic battle when the host's stirring voice rang out. The host took a deep breath, as if drawing in all the oxygen from the venue. He announced loudly, in a deliberately lowered, mysterious, and excited tone, "Dear audience, please put away your still unsettled gasps of astonishment, but keep your warmest enthusiasm. Today we have witnessed resilience, witnessed transformation, and most importantly, witnessed the judgment of justice. And now what is about to unfold is the final match of the day, and perhaps the most extraordinary quarterfinal battle." He deliberately elongated his tone, his gaze sweeping over every eager face in the audience like a spotlight. His voice suddenly rose high like a sword being drawn. This is an internal duel born from the same bloodline, the same conviction. It is a derby battle between master and disciple, proving the Tao through martial arts. Let us welcome with thunderous applause and cheers the backbone of Yangwu Martial Arts School, the chief disciple, a formidable powerhouse who stands out in Dongdu due to exceptional talent and iron will. Contestant Shihu. The spotlight focused like a stage spotlight, locking onto the exit of the passage. Shihu stepped out steadily. His figure did not appear overly burly, yet every inch of muscle seemed like tempered steel, filled with explosive power and fluid lines of beauty. His gaze was sharp like that of a hawk locking onto prey, yet deep within lay an astonishing calm cultivated over 3 years of hard training and battlefield honing. Wearing the standard martial arts uniform of Dongdu, he resembled a treasured sword sheathed in an ancient scabbard. Though not fully drawn, the oppressive aura emanating from his combat power of 860 had already made the perceptive martial artists in the front row hold their breath. The audience erupted with cheers and applause like a tsunami, filled with admiration for this representative figure of Dongdu and an infinite anticipation for this special duel. And his opponent. The host's voice shifted from high-pitched to an almost reverent solemnity, even tinged with a barely detectable tremor, is the founder and soul of the Yangwu Martial Arts School. He is a young master merely 11 years old, yet has created legends with his own hands, bringing new life and transcendent martial arts concepts to Dongdu. He is contestant Zhang Yang. As Zhang Yang's figure leisurely stepped out of the shadow of the passage into the light, the sound waves of the crowd experienced a curious rupture. The cheers continued, yet it felt as though filtered through an invisible membrane infused with countless layers of scrutiny, curiosity, and indescribable shock. The young man before them had grown much taller compared to 3 years ago, although his features still bore the essence of youth. Those eyes, profound as if containing an entire sea of stars, held wisdom that saw through everything and power that controlled the entire situation beneath the calm. He walked with composure, as if not approaching the arena, but strolling through his own courtyard. Once he stood still, he merely remained there quietly, his aura blending perfectly with the surrounding environment, flawless and unfathomable. His combat power of 2,500 lay dormant, like an ancient dragon beast sleeping beneath the abyss, concealing all aura. Yet the invisible pressure stemming from the essence of life itself made those approaching the arena feel a shiver of reverence and fear deep within their souls. Master Roshi instinctively adjusted his sunglasses, his gaze behind the lenses heavy enough to almost drip water. He whispered dryly to Krillin and Yamcha beside him, "Pay attention, don't miss any details. This match may overturn your understanding of martial arts." Bulma had long tossed aside her tablet, her hands unconsciously clenched tight. The modified energy detector on her body was emitting a sharp and persistent overload alarm. The garbled text on the screen seemed to narrate its helplessness in the face of Zhang Yang. In the VIP box, Tianjin Fan, barely suppressing his injuries, opened all three eyes wide and fixed his gaze on Zhang Yang. From this young man, he felt not merely the strength of Qi, but a strange realm of unity and ease, as if he himself were the rule of the domain, entirely unlike any martial arts school he knew. The murmurs in the audience surged like a tide. Master and disciple in conflict. It feels somewhat cruel, yet also filled with anticipation. Is this Zhang Yang truly human? That feeling, it's like standing before an insurmountable mountain. Sure, who is already strong like a monster, as his teacher Zhang Yang's strength is unfathomable. Dongdu truly. Regardless, they secured 2 spots in the top 4. On the arena, Zhang Yang looked at Sure, whose body was tense as if standing on the edge of an abyss. A gentle and encouraging smile appeared on his face, and his voice clearly pierced through the noise of the crowd, resonating directly in Sure-Hu's heart. Sure, who set aside all burdens. Forget that I am your teacher. Forget that this is a competition. At this moment, this is merely a stage for you to showcase the results of 3 years of hard work, an opportunity for us to validate our martial arts and explore the future together. Let go of all restraints, give it your all, and let me see how high you have reached in these 3 years. Sure, who took a deep breath. The scorching air filling his lungs seemed to carry the power of his teacher's words. In his eyes, a momentary flash of emotion, determination, and unwavering resolve sparked as he nodded firmly, "Yes, master. I apologize for my offense. Please guide me." He understood that this was not mere humility but the highest respect and trial bestowed by his teacher. He must put aside all distractions, showcasing all he learned, comprehended, and created over the past 3 years without reservation. The match begins. The referee's arm fell like a guillotine, crashing down. Before the sound faded, Sure, who had already exploded into action. He etched the words "give it your all" into the depths of his soul, starting with instant step, charge, a technique merging the basics of turtle school movement with the military's extreme sprint. Instead of simply pushing off the ground, he instantaneously compressed and exploded his chi, generating a powerful reverse thrust that transformed him into a blurred afterimage, closing in on Zhang Yang with a speed beyond human limits. His right fist struck toward the center, devoid of any ostentation, yet concentrated all his essence, chi, and spirit, forcing the air to compress and emit a deep sound explosion as it passed. This punch seemed to charge forward relentlessly, yet concealed within it were at least 3 variations of feints blocking Zhang Yang's paths for defense, evasion, and counterattack, representing the pinnacle of his combat wisdom at the moment. However, facing Sure-Hu's thunderous strike that resembled a comet's tail, Zhang Yang merely responded with a knowing smile. He didn't even adopt any traditional defensive stance. Just as the terrifyingly powerful fist was about to touch his chest, his body seemed to lose all weight, transforming into an intangible breeze, effortlessly spinning and floating away in a manner that defied the laws of physics. Sure-Hu's fist, charged with the peak of confidence capable of cracking stones, slid past Zhang Yang's clothes, the force of the punch failing to disturb even a hair on his temple. The feeling of pouring out all his strength only to strike nothingness created an extreme sense of disparity, causing Sure-Hu's blood and chi to surge violently, making his organs feel as if they were shifting uncomfortably. Yet his resolve was unyielding. Taking advantage of his forward momentum, he twisted his waist and hips with force, his left leg striking out like a steel whip that had been coiled for too long, aiming to sweep Zhang Yang's lower body and force him to either take the hit or lose his balance. Zhang Yang still chose not to meet force with force. His footwork moved in mysterious, unfathomable patterns, seemingly aligning with the celestial motions of the stars. As if casually, he retreated half a step, while leaning his body at an extremely subtle angle, causing the fierce whip of the leg to barely miss him by a hair's breadth, not even brushing the edge of his clothing. He resembled a director who had long completed the script, accurately predicting each of Sure-Hu's movements, effortlessly neutralizing every attack in the fleeting moments with the smallest, most energy-efficient, and most incredible methods. Sure-Hu let out a low roar mixed with unwillingness and an even stronger fighting spirit, and his offensive surged like a volcano erupting. His fists transformed into a sky full of punching shadows like a fierce storm, his legs kicked out a continuous curtain of strikes resembling a gale sweeping through leaves. He perfectly fused the solid foundations of Turtle School's strikes, the close-range grappling techniques grasped from ancient martial arts of Blue Star, and the fierce momentum of risking life and death on the battlefield. Fists, palms, fingers, elbows, knees, legs. Every part of his body turned into the deadliest weapon, attacking like mercury, spilling seamless and relentless, weaving a net of death that descended upon Zhang Yang. His techniques had long surpassed rigid imitation and patchwork. They possessed their own soul, ruthlessly precise like a battlefield killer, yet infused with the unique rhythm and cadence of martial arts training. Bang, 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 bang. Shala, shala. The sounds of chi colliding on the arena, the tearing of fabric against air merged into a dense chorus, making it difficult to distinguish the count. Hus' figure, due to his extreme speed, had already turned into a blur surrounding Zhang Yang, constantly flashing and attacking, appearing as a vague shadow to the ordinary eye. From the audience's perspective, who was undoubtedly in absolute control, his offensive flowing like quicksilver, while Zhang Yang seemed to only be retreating and evading desperately. The audience was filled with gasps and exclamations. It's too fast. I can't see anything. Hus' attack is terrifying. It's like a storm. Zhang Yang seems to always be retreating and dodging. No, look at his eyes. You see his eyes. So calm. He's not even taking it seriously. Livestream comments, Blue Star, my god. Has Hu gone berserk? This offensive, this speed and power, even Long Jiao and Tianjin fan would struggle. Why isn't the host making a move? Hiding all the time isn't a solution. Are you stupid? Can't you see the host is feeding him moves? This is real combat training. Whose strikes feel fierce yet beautiful, embodying a sense of violent aesthetics. I already feel sorry for the arena floor. Ding. Emotion points 9200 from the Blue Star audience, storm offensive. Shock. Ding. Emotion points 8800 from the Blue Star audience, leisurely walk. Ding. Emotion points 9000 from the One Piece world audience, rhythm control. Comment ha. The disciple is like a raging wave, but the teacher is like a deep and still ocean. This absolute control over the rhythm of battle is comparable to top-tier observation hockey. Ding. Emotion points 9500 from the Hunter x Hunter world audience, ultimate evasion analysis. Comment target Zhang Yang, movement pattern unresolvable, suspected to have integrated spatial perception and prediction abilities. Hus' attack mode evolved with compatibility, rising to 91. On the arena, who felt waves of shock crashing over him. He had pushed his speed, power, and variations of his moves to unprecedented heights, even exceeding expectations, each strike easily capable of defeating the vast majority of opponents in the preliminary rounds. However, he felt as if he were facing an endless vast ocean or fruitlessly trying to catch a free-spirited breeze. Every time his teacher dodged, it was not out of helplessness, but was perfectly timed, a brilliant display, as if he had thoroughly seen through the most subtle habits of Hus, strikes, the flow of energy, and even his intentions for the next moment. This feeling of being completely under the opponent's control nearly shattered his confidence. Yet how resilient was Hus' spirit? This sense of powerlessness not only did not crush him, but instead ignited the fuel of his indomitable will and fighting spirit even brighter. He clearly understood that this was not mockery, but his teacher was guiding him along this extreme path to illuminate the way forward, forging his martial heart. Master, I apologize. Who suddenly feigned a move, retreating rapidly for several steps, his hands swiftly coming together in front of his chest. The familiar azure light began to rapidly gather. This was the initial stance of the Turtle School's Kamehameha. Oh, a flicker of genuine surprise and approval passed through Zhang Yang's eyes. To use this technique so proficiently, it seems you have put in considerable effort. However, just as everyone thought who was about to unleash a decisive strike, a sudden change occurred. He did not fully release the Kamehameha, but forcefully altered the direction of the energy just before it reached its most surging peak. He diverted most of the energy used to maintain the Kamehameha form into his leg meridians in a manner that was nearly crude, yet exceptionally efficient. Sky dance technique, explosive step, alter. Boom. A sound of explosive energy even more intense than before erupted. Hus' feet seemed to have installed thrusters, and the ground of the arena instantly showed spiderweb-like cracks. At that moment, his speed broke through previous limits, truly achieving an effect akin to short-distance teleportation. His figure vanished like a ghost, appearing almost simultaneously in Zhang Yang's most challenging blind spot. With his fingers pointed like a blade, the highly condensed and sharp chi gathered at his fingertips, silent, yet swift as lightning. It pierced toward Zhang Yang's vital spot on his back. This change in tactics perfectly combined the build-up of the Kamehameha with the explosive nature of the sky dance technique, a stroke of genius filled with imagination and practicality. Now this is getting interesting. Zhang Yang finally ceased pure evasion. He didn't even turn his head, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, casually slashing out with a backhand chop, arriving first, and precisely striking the most vulnerable joint of Sure-Hus' wrist. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and Sure-Hu felt a piercing ache and numbness in his wrist as the concentrated force dissipated instantly, causing his entire arm to go limp. What's more, a gentle, yet overwhelming force traveled along his arm, pulling his body forward uncontrollably, instantly destabilizing his center of gravity. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, taking advantage of this reaction force, glided sideways like a feather, effortlessly creating several meters of distance, his breathing as steady as if he had never engaged in combat. The idea of transitioning between reality and illusion is great, and the explosive power is sufficient. However, you still need rigorous training in the finesse of instant energy diversion control and the stability of your center of gravity during attacks. Zhang Yang's voice rang out calmly, like a strict teacher commenting on a student's homework, as if the dangerous exchange just moments ago was merely an ordinary sparring session. Sure-Hu staggered a few steps, barely steadying himself, rubbing his still sore wrist. The look in his eyes toward Zhang Yang deepened with awe, but the flame of his unyielding spirit burned even brighter. Yes, Master, I understand. No longer rushing for results, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, his mind racing as he recalled every detail of the previous exchange, digesting his teacher's guidance. He realized that confronting his teacher Hedon was futile. Only by seeking breakthroughs in technique, timing, and strategy could he hope to graze the hem of his teacher's garment. In the ensuing battle, a peculiar rhythm emerged. Sure-Hu no longer launched meaningless, ferocious attacks, but truly began to fight with wisdom. At times he executed the Phantom Fist, creating several indistinguishable illusions to disrupt judgment. At other moments, he unleashed the Solar Fist, a blinding white light, erupting in an attempt to deprive Zhang Yang of his sight. He even daringly combined obscure techniques from the ancient martial arts of the Blue Star, such as the Earth Stomp, Throat Lock, and joint techniques, with the gentle arts and grappling techniques of the Turtle Immortal School, moving like a slippery loach, constantly trying to get close, entangle, and restrict Zhang Yang's movements, searching for any possible flaw. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang consistently played the role of the insightful guide. He either deflected Sure-Hus' powerful elbow strikes with a casual flick of his finger, or precisely identified Sure-Hus' true self among the phantoms, executing a perfectly timed interception to disrupt his combos, or he capitalized on the slight imbalance that occurred when Sure-Hu applied his joint techniques, using a simple pull to make him lose his center of gravity. Each resolution was accompanied by piercing insights that struck at the core, akin to the evening drum and morning bell resonating deeply within Sure-Hus' heart. The Phantom Fist relies on the spirit rather than the form. Your illusionary aura does not flow naturally enough. The Solar Fist is not merely about blinding. The key lies in creating a momentary void in the opponent's perception. Your timing was 3/10 of a second too early. The application of joint techniques should be like a skilled butcher carving an ox, finding the gaps to enter. Your intentions are too obvious and your force is overly rigid, lacking in variation. Zhang Yang's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout the arena, making Sure-Hu feel as if the clouds had parted and the sun had shone through with each utterance. He absorbed these invaluable practical experiences and martial insights like a parched sponge, immediately adjusting and attempting to implement them in his next attack. His movements visibly became smoother and harder to grasp, and his application of chi grew increasingly refined. The audience had long forgotten that this was a brutal elimination match determining the qualifiers. They were immersed in an unprecedented banquet of martial teachings. Zhang Yang's masterful demeanor, as if he were effortlessly in control of everything, and Sure-Hus' progress being honed under the suffocating pressure like a diamond revealing its brilliance, captivated their hearts. Livestream barrage Blue Star. I cried, really cried. What a divine master-disciple relationship. Every comment from the host is worth its weight in gold. I feel like I'm about to break through. Sure-Hus' pace of progress is terrifying. Is this the benefit of having a renowned master? I declare from today onwards, Zhang Yang is my martial idol. This is no longer a competition, it's an artistic exhibition. Donations. Must donate. For this selfless inheritance. Ding. Emotion points 99.99 from Blue Star Audience Mastery Inheritance. Moved worship. Ding. Emotion points 9,500 from Blue Star Audience Visible Progress. Ding. Emotion points 9,200 from One Piece World Audience Teaching Fishing. Comment: wow, this is truly rare. Not only possessing immense strength, but also the wisdom and vision to guide others forward. This kid is bound to become a master in the future. Ding. Emotion points 9,800 from Hunter World Audience Teaching Effectiveness Evaluation. Comment: the teaching efficiency is astonishing. Sure-Hus' understanding of martial arts and practical application abilities under pressure have increased exponentially. Zhang Yang's teaching methodology has immense replicable and promotional value. Ding. Receive donation from Blue Star Audience Galactic Martial Alliance. Ancient Martial Intent Inheritance Stone Fragment. Note your teachings resonate with the ancient Taoist rhyme. This item may inspire you. Ding. Receive donation from One Piece World Audience Elite Training Camp Governor, Life Restoration Training Insights Advanced. Note excellent guidance. I wish to share some insights about bodily control with you. Ding. Receive donation from Hunter World Audience Elder of Heart Source Flow, the ultimate application of circle, and the conceptualization of domain spirit imprint. Note your field has begun to take shape. This is an old man's little insight, hoping it helps you explore the future. Time flew rapidly in such intense exchanges and teachings, and soon half an hour had passed. Huss' breathing had become as rough and hurried as an old bellow's, sweat streaming down him like a stream, leaving dark marks on the arena floor. His movements inevitably slowed, muscles trembling from overexertion, and each punch and movement came with a tearing pain. However, contrasting sharply with his extreme fatigue was the increasing brightness in his eyes. They burned with the purest desire for martial truths and a sense of excitement and determination, as if he were about to touch a certain barrier. He felt that the chi within him, which had previously reached a bottleneck and was as stagnant as dead water, was being extremely compressed and refined under the teacher's precise hammering and guidance. With each brink of exhaustion, each moment of clarity after being pointed out a flaw by the teacher, it felt as though an invisible heavy hammer was striking at the foundation of his martial arts, driving out impurities and redundancies. He knew he had truly touched the barrier of his limits and grasped the opportunity for a breakthrough. Teacher. Who summoned his last ounce of strength to let out a hoarse, yet thunderous roar, forcing his heavy legs, as if filled with lead, to stand firm once more. He no longer attempted to attack, but closed his eyes, letting his hands drop naturally, as if surrendering all defenses. Yet the aura around him began to fluctuate and boil violently in a way never seen before. This was not a scattered aura, but rather under the forceful constraint of a powerful will. It crazily collapsed and condensed towards the core of his dantian. Zhang Yang's usually calm gaze finally revealed obvious emotion and extreme admiration. He clearly saw that the chi within Who, which had once flowed like a river, was being forcefully compressed and transforming into a higher quality, higher density form. This was a sign of about to break through his limits and increase in combat power. He never expected that Who could be pushed to such an extent during this teaching, and seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Focus your mind, calm your energy, guard your dantian. Guide it, master it instead of being mastered by it. Zhang Yang's voice, imbued with a strange power, directly etched into Huss' nearly blank mind. Huss' body trembled violently following the teacher's guidance, forcibly bringing that vast and violent flow of energy under his will, completing the final cycle and compression within his body along a certain profound path. Buzz. A distinct aura unlike before, more refined, heavier, and filled with an oppressive force, suddenly erupted from Huss' body. An invisible vortex seemed to form around him, causing his tattered martial outfit to rustle. He suddenly opened his eyes, which shone with brilliance like two bolts of tangible lightning. He broke through. On the brink of exhaustion, guided by his teacher and driven by his indomitable will, he forcibly shattered the previous bottleneck. His combat power surged from 860 to over 900 and stabilized around 920 points. Though his body remained utterly fatigued, even bringing a deeper sense of weakness due to the forced breakthrough, who felt his perception clearer than ever and his understanding of chi deeper than ever before. He looked at Zhang Yang, eyes filled with boundless gratitude and a heightened fighting spirit. Teacher, thank you for your support. His voice was hoarse but carried the joy of rebirth. This final strike, please. Savor it. He no longer used any complex techniques, simply raising his right fist slowly. All the chi, all the will, and all his understanding of martial arts coalesced into this seemingly ordinary punch. No name, no grandeur, only a return to simplicity and a firm belief in breaking through and forging ahead. Zhang Yang smiled a smile of satisfaction upon seeing the carefully nurtured seed finally sprout and shine brilliantly. He also no longer suppressed his power, excessively adjusting his aura to a level comparable to Huss, at that moment, simply raising his right fist in kind. Come. Between them the air seemed to solidify. In the next moment Who moved. He stepped forward with heavy yet resolute strides, as if pushing a mountain, slowly directing the punch that carried everything he had towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang also struck out simultaneously. The movement was equally slow, yet embodied a martial intent that could stabilize the universe and encompass all. Their fists slowly met under countless tense gazes. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no rampant energy storms. Only a deep, resonant hum echoing in everyone's hearts. A gentle yet irresistible circular wave of energy spread from the point of contact, gradually expanding, brushing over the arena, sweeping across the audience, bearing a strangely calming power. As the fists separated, Zhang Yang swayed slightly, but regained his balance looking at Shu with unabashed approval in his eyes. Shu wore a smile of ultimate satisfaction intertwined with exhaustion. His body swayed, and the brilliance in his eyes quickly dimmed like a burnt-out candle. Finally, he could no longer hold on, and fell straight back. Just before losing consciousness, he seemed to hear the teacher's gentle voice. "Well done. Sleep now." The referee had long been dumbfounded, rushing forward only after Shu fell. Zhang Yang waved his hand at the referee, indicating no need for a check. He personally stepped forward, bending down to gently lift the exhausted Shu, treating him like a rare treasure. Holding Shu, he faced the entire audience, his voice resonating clearly in every corner. In this battle, Shu has proven his martial heart and limitless potential. Victory or defeat is no longer important to him or to me. After saying this, he disregarded the referee who was about to announce the results and step by step steadily walked off the stage with Shu. Members of the Eastern capital immediately surrounded him, their eyes filled with admiration for Shu and boundless respect for Zhang Yang. The referee took a deep breath and announced in a profoundly serious tone, "Contestant Shu has lost consciousness. The winner is contestant Zhang Yang. He advances to the top 4. The entire venue first fell silent, then erupted into unprecedented thunderous applause and cheers. This applause was dedicated to the unfathomably powerful Zhang Yang, who possessed the demeanor of a master, to Shu who broke through himself under extreme conditions, earning honor despite defeat, and to this legendary battle that transcended mere victory or defeat, embodying the inheritance of martial arts and the bond between master and disciple. Thus, the top 8 competition of the world's #1 martial arts tournament came to an end. The contestants advancing to the top 4 are Cheng Long Turtle Immortal Sun Wukong Long 9 and Zhang Yang. The Yangwu Martial Arts School of the Eastern Capital, with an absolute presence of occupying 3 out of the 4 slots, announced its unquestionable strength, officially stepping onto the world stage. Everyone's gazes fervently turned towards tomorrow. The semifinals, a direct confrontation between the Turtle Immortal School and the Eastern Capital, a dialogue between legends and a new era, will surely be earth-shattering. And Zhang Yang, after properly settling Shu and using a bit of nourishing potion from the hunter world to stabilize his realm, finally turned his calm gaze towards the remaining opponents, the slight curve of his lips finally carrying a real warmth called fighting spirit. Warm-up is over. The dust of the quarterfinals has settled, and the list of the top 4 swept across the entire Papaya Island like a hurricane, shaking the world through television signals. Cheng Long Master Rashi Sun Wukong Long 9 and Zhang Yang. These 4 names symbolize the pinnacle of martial arts on Earth today. Among them, the Yangwu Dojo occupies 3 spots, its momentum unmatched. The uproar in the main venue has not yet fully subsided, while staff have begun to set up the props needed for the drawing ceremony. As the audience reminisced about the astonishing battle between master and disciple, their eager gazes turned toward the drawing box that would determine the semi-final matchups. The air was thick with speculation and anticipation. What do you think the semi-final matchups will be? It must be Zhang Yang against Long 9. The organizing committee has always wanted to suppress the influence of Dongdu, so they will definitely arrange their 2 strongest fighters to face each other. A knowledgeable person whispered. But isn't Long 9 also from Yangwu? How does that weaken them? You don't understand. Letting their own experts clash first, no matter who wins, Dongdu will lose a spot in the finals. That's the real ruthless strategy. In the VIP box, several core organizers of the World Martial Arts Conference wore serious expressions. The emergence of Zhang Yang and the advantage of Yangwu Dojo occupying 2 spots in the top 8 filled them with intense unease. The influence of Dongdu's martial arts was expanding at an astonishing speed, severely threatening the established power dynamics of traditional martial arts sects and the interests behind the conference. We must take action. A bald organizer wiped his sweat, speaking resolutely. According to the previous plan, the semifinals must have Zhang Yang facing Long 9. This is our best chance to weaken Dongdu's influence. Let them tear each other apart. Whoever wins will be greatly exhausted. This way, whether facing Cheng Long or Sun Wukong in the finals, our chances of winning will be much higher. They meticulously planned, even making secret manipulations on the drawing box and the paper slips, ensuring that the person drawing would inevitably take the matchup they had predetermined. Zhang Yang versus Long 9, Cheng Long vs Sun Wukong. As long as this outcome is reached, Dongdu will have at most 1 person entering the finals, and that person will surely be a weary fighter after a tough battle. Our goal will be achieved. Another organizer chuckled sinisterly. However, their schemes and tactics had long been seen through by Zhang Yang thanks to the wide sensing capability of the 10,000 Realms live broadcast system, one of the new features of the LV3 system. I see. Trying to use such tactics to limit Dongdu. Zhang Yang stood by the window in the player's resting area, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Unfortunately, you have miscalculated. For him, it didn't matter who he faced. But the organizing committee's unscrupulous methods to achieve their goals thoroughly infuriated him. More importantly, the battles with Master Rashi Chunglong, the living fossil of martial arts, or with Sun Wukong, the destined child, would be far more captivating, suspenseful, and visually appealing than a duel with Long Nine, maximizing the emotional engagement from audiences across the realms. Since you choose to break the rules, don't blame me for flipping the table. With a thought, Zhang Yang's mental power spread out like an invisible web, quickly locking onto two familiar auras, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, who were resting near the medical room. He flickered, disappearing like a ghost, and the next moment appeared before Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. Tianjin Fan was sitting cross-legged on the ground, meditating, his three eyes tightly closed, brows slightly furrowed, clearly still digesting the gains and losses from his battle with Long Nine, as well as the complex emotions brought by Master Crane's ejection. Jiaozi floated nearby, worry etched on his small face. Feeling someone approach, Tianjin Fan suddenly opened his three eyes, his sharp gaze shooting towards Zhang Yang with a hint of vigilance. Upon recognizing Zhang Yang, the vigilance in his eyes turned into seriousness mixed with a trace of barely perceptible admiration. Zhang Yang, what brings you here? Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, I have something I need your help with, and I also need you to uphold justice. Help? Uphold justice? Tianjin Fan raised an eyebrow. The organizing committee has tampered with the drawing ceremony. They prepared specific slips to ensure that the drawing result would be me against Long Nine and Old Chunglong against Sun Wukong. The goal is to create internal strife among Dongdis martial artists, maximizing the weakening of our influence. What? Tianjin Fan exclaimed, flames of fury bursting from his three eyes. How dare they be so blatant? He was already dissatisfied with the various unfair practices of the conference, and hearing this even more despicable insider information made him furious. Exactly. Zhang Yang's gaze swept over the floating Jiaozi. If I'm not mistaken, Jiaozi should possess a psychic ability that can influence objects and even the thoughts of others, right? I hope Jiaozi can assist in ensuring a truly random drawing at the upcoming ceremony, using his power or ensuring a more fair and exciting matchup result, like me against Old Chunglong and Sun Wukong against Long Nine. Tianjin Fan instantly understood Zhang Yang's intention. This was not only for self-interest, but also a counterattack against unjust rules. He looked at Jiaozi. Jiaozi nodded vigorously, his youthful voice filled with determination. Tianjin Fan, what they're doing is wrong. I can help ensure that the drawing elder picks the slips that should have been there and haven't been tampered with. Zhang Yang looked at Tianjin Fan and presented his prepared offer as a return, and to thank you both for your just actions, I sincerely invite you to come to Dongdis Yangwu Dojo for exchanges and training after the conference. There are dozens of disciples with fighting abilities between 800 and 1,000, like Long Nine, each with different training systems, so you can find equally matched opponents every day. Dozens. Fighting power of 800 to 1,000. Tianjin Fan jumped to his feet, his face filled with shock and desire. For a martial arts enthusiast, there could be no more enticing conditions. Moreover, this move could thwart the conference's scheme and promote the true spirit of martial arts. The scales of his heart tipped almost instantly. All right. Tianjin Fan nodded decisively. We will definitely help with this. Not for a reward, but for the fairness of martial arts. Zhang Yang's face showed a sincere smile. Thank you. Then Dongdis Yangwu Dojo will always welcome your arrival. After a brief rest and adjustment, the drawing ceremony for the semifinals of the World Martial Arts Conference officially began. Under the watchful eyes of the entire audience and cameras, the four advancing contestants, Chunglong, Sun Wukong, Long Nine, and Zhang Yang, took the stage one by one. After a brief introduction of the rules by the host, they invited a respected senior martial artist to draw. In the VIP box, the organizing team was confident, awaiting their predetermined results. Long Nine's gaze, hidden behind the mask, swept over Chunglong and Sun Wukong, finally landing on Zhang Yang. Chunglong, Master Rashi, appeared calm and collected. Little Wukong looked around curiously. Zhang Yang seemed to stand still, but his mental power quietly connected with Jiaozi not far away. He sensed a faint yet exceptionally pure psychic energy, like the most precise, surgical knife, silently cutting into the drawing box, not only blocking the mental guidance set by the organizers, but also gently guiding the old martial artist, avoiding the areas of the slips that had been tampered with. The old martial artist reached into the drawing box, felt around for a moment, then pulled out the first slip, announcing loudly the first match of the semifinals. He unfolded the slip, and his voice echoed throughout the venue. Contestant Sun Wukong versus contestant Long Nine. Oh! Little Wukong blinked, looking at Long Nine, excitement lighting up his face. Long Nine's brow furrowed slightly under the mask. The smiles of the organizing team below instantly froze. This was not the first match they had predetermined. The second match of the semifinals. The old martial artist unfolded the slip, his voice booming. Contestant Chunglong versus contestant Zhang Yang. As soon as the results were announced, the venue fell silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous cheers and discussions. Wow! Zhang Yang against Cheng Long. A legendary battle against a rising star. This is the showdown we wanted to see. So looking forward to it. A true peak battle. In the VIP box, the faces of the organizing team turned as pale as paper. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The bald organizer nearly collapsed to the ground. Our arrangements. How could this happen? They couldn't understand why their foolproof plan had completely failed, instead leading to the most undesirable outcome. They had avoided internal strife in Dongdu, and Zhang Yang was set to face the legendary martial artist Cheng Long in the semifinals, undoubtedly elevating Dongdu's prestige. Cheng Long Master Rashi adjusted his sunglasses, his gaze sharp as he looked at Zhang Yang, just as Zhang Yang's calm eyes met his, filled with a trace of battle intent and understanding. Master Rashi felt a chill within. Does this kid know something? However, this battle is just what I want. Zhang Yang nodded slightly to Master Rashi in respect. His goal had been achieved, not only shattering the opponent's scheme, but also welcoming the long-anticipated duel. Livestream comments: Blue Star. Wow. Zhang Yang versus Master Rashi. A fateful matchup. Ha ha ha, the organizers must be green with envy. They tried to scheme, but ended up being played themselves. The host did an excellent job. This is the true spirit of martial arts. I bet 5 dimes on the host to win. Let's get those donations going. Ding. Emotional point from Blue Star audience member: Justice executed 99.99. Excitement support. Ding. Emotional point from One Piece World audience member: breaking the scheme 9800. Comment: Gulalala. Using strength and wisdom to break the darkness. This is what a man should do. Ding. Emotional point from Hunter x Hunter World audience member: rule breaking assessment 9700. Comment: target Zhang Yang successfully utilized external abilities to intervene and dismantled the organizer's scheme. Tactical evaluation: efficient, discreet. The drawing ceremony concluded amidst the organizers' dismay and the audience's fervent anticipation. The semifinal matchups have been officially confirmed. First match: Sun Wukong vs Long 9. Second match: Cheng Long vs Zhang Yang. The grand battle is about to begin. The next day, the sun blazed fiercely once again, but the atmosphere on Mugwa Island was even more electrifying than the previous day. The semifinals of the world's greatest martial arts tournament were about to commence. The main venue, capable of accommodating tens of thousands, was filled to capacity, with even the aisles packed with enthusiastic spectators. The global television ratings had reached an unprecedented height. The first match to take place was between Sun Wukong and Long 9. On the stage, little Wukong donned his signature orange martial arts uniform excitedly, moving his limbs, his tail wagging cheerfully behind him. He looked at Long 9, who was clad in black and masked with pure fighting desire gleaming in his eyes. Long 9's aura was heavy and composed, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Through previous observations, he understood that Sun Wukong possessed a formidable physique and astonishing recovery abilities, thus engaging in a direct confrontation was not a wise strategy. His strategy was clear. Capitalize on his superior combat power, approximately 1,000 points compared to Wukong's 800 points, along with more extensive experience and skills, to achieve a quick victory or drag Wukong into a war of attrition, exhausting his stamina. The match begins. The referee announced. Little Wukong launched the first attack, still employing that simple yet lightning-fast aggressive style. In a flash, he closed in on Long 9, his fist cutting through the air toward Long 9's face. Long 9 dared not slacken his body, swaying to sidestep at a speed comparable to Wukong's, while his hand sliced toward Wukong's wrist joint, attempting to use technique to overcome brute force. However, Wukong's combat instincts were terrifyingly sharp. His fist twisted mid-attack, transforming from a thrust into a sweeping motion aimed at Long 9's ribs. Left with no choice, Long 9 switched tactics to block. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged dozens of blows in an instant, the sounds of their fists and feet colliding like a rapid drumbeat. Wukong's strength was greater, his speed slightly faster, his assault like a relentless storm. Long 9's techniques, however, were more cunning and vicious, often countering effectively while seeking flaws in Wukong's moves. The scene fell into a stalemate. Although Wukong's offense was fierce, Long 9's defense was like a fortress, always managing to deflect his attacks with minimal cost, occasionally launching sharp counterattacks that left Wukong with superficial wounds. Useless Sun Wukong, Long 9 coldly remarked after a brief exchange, attempting to disrupt him with words. Your attacks are strong but too direct. You can't hit me, it's meaningless. Your stamina will eventually run out. Little Wukong wiped the blood seeping from a cut on his cheek, grinned, and revealed his white teeth. Hee, you're pretty impressive too. But I won't tire so easily. Here I come. He charged in again, his assault even more ferocious, seemingly unaware of fatigue. Long 9 was secretly startled. He realized that Sun Wukong's recovery speed far exceeded his expectations. The minor injuries seemed to have little effect on him. This can't go on. Long Nine's gaze sharpened, knowing conventional tactics would not lead to a swift victory. He suddenly feigned a move and leapt backward a distance. Is he going to use a trump card? In the audience, Krillin clenched his fists nervously. Yamcha's expression turned serious. This Long Nine indeed has an ace up his sleeve. Long Nine brought his hands together in front of his chest, and a blue energy wave began to rapidly coalesce. This was the initial stance of the Kamehameha. Bulma exclaimed, "Is he trying to destroy the stage?" Master Rashi Chunglong furrowed his brow in the stands, recognizing that this was indeed the Kamehameha, but he felt that the way the energy was coalescing and flowing was slightly different from what he taught, seemingly more violent. Little Wukong's eyes lit up upon seeing the Kamehameha. Instead of being afraid, he became even more excited. Wow, is that the Kamehameha? I can do it too. He immediately took a stance, hands clasped at his waist, and shouted, Haim, huh. A small but incredibly concentrated white energy wave began to gather in his palms. Though it seemed smaller than Long Nine's, the pure and vigorous life force it emitted was astounding. A clash of waves. The audience held their breath. This was a showdown of energy waves, and a slight misstep could lead to dire consequences. However, just as everyone thought the two would collide head-on with their energy waves, a glint of cunning flashed in Long Nine's eyes. He didn't direct the Kamehameha fully at Wukong. Instead, at the moment the energy reached its peak, he forcefully altered the energy's trajectory. Flight technique. He shouted softly, and propelled by the powerful backlash of the Kamehameha, his body shot upward like a rocket, soaring dozens of meters into the air. The Kamehameha, he hadn't fully unleashed, still brimming with colossal energy, was redirected ruthlessly toward the stage below. What a... Everyone was stunned. He doesn't want to clash. He wants to destroy the stage directly. Krillin exclaimed. Oh no, Wukong can't fly. Yamcha's face changed drastically. This move was strikingly similar to the strategy used against him yesterday by Tianjin Fan. Utilizing the flight technique for aerial dominance, directly attacking the stage, forcing his non-flying opponent to take the Kamehameha head-on, thus falling into a passive state of attrition. Long Nine's combat power already surpassed Wukong's. If Wukong were to take his full-strength Kamehameha, even if he could withstand it, it would surely exhaust him greatly, or even injure him. At that point, Long Nine could descend and launch an attack, determining the victor. Despicable. The audience erupted with boos, but more expressed concern for son Wukong's predicament. In the VIP box, the organizing committee members wore satisfied smiles. This was precisely what they had hoped to see. Long Nine fully utilizing his advantages. High above, Long Nine smirked beneath his mask. From his elevated position, he looked down at the seemingly insignificant son Wukong and ruthlessly unleashed the gathered blue energy wave. Kamehameha. A massive beam of energy like a sword of divine retribution struck directly at the center of the stage with a sense of destruction. If this strike hit, it would turn a large part of the stage into dust. Everyone believed that son Wukong could only choose to take it head-on or jump off the stage to concede. However, just at that critical moment, little Wukong took an unexpected action. He did not attempt to withstand the massive energy wave, nor did he even look at it. His gaze was fixed on Long Nine, who was temporarily in a state of rigidity after unleashing the Kamehameha in midair. Now is the time. Little Wukong's eyes shone brightly. He stomped hard with his feet. Boom. The stage was dented by his stomp, and using the violent recoil, he shot upward like a cannonball. Not forward nor upward to clash with the energy wave, but at an oblique angle in a bizarre arc that defied the laws of physics, narrowly skimming the edge of the Kamehameha. What a... How did he do that? What kind of movement is this? The audience erupted in astonishment. Even Master Rashi stood up in shock. Is he using the instant explosion of energy to forcibly alter his trajectory? This kid, has his control over energy reached this level? This was not the flight technique, but a unique movement skill that Son Wukong had forged through countless life-and-death battles, embodying ultimate control over his body and energy. Similar to the principle of afterimage fist, but with a greater emphasis on instant explosion and changing direction. Long Nine never anticipated that Son Wukong would evade his ultimate technique in this manner. His old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet emerged. His body was in a momentary state of rigidity after unleashing the Kamehameha, leaving him helpless to watch the orange figure appear before him, as if teleporting. Hey! Little Wukong wore an excited and pure smile. In the absence of leverage in the air, he unleashed his core strength, his body like a giant bow, then crashed forward with great force. Bang! A ferocious headbutt landed solidly on Long Nine's chest. Pooh! Long Nine felt an indescribable immense force coursing through him, as if his sternum were about to shatter. He couldn't help but spit a mouthful of reverse blood, staining his mask and clothes. The energy he had gathered instantly dissipated, and he fell like a lifeless kite from the high sky. After colliding with Long Nine, a little Wukong also lost upward momentum and began to fall. But as he fell, he once again clasped his hands at his waist. Came, Haim, hop. A small yet extraordinarily condensed white energy wave like a precise sniper shot surged toward the descending Long Nine. This was not for harm, but to accelerate. Boom. The white energy wave arrived first, striking Long Nine's back as he fell, providing him with downward acceleration. Bang! Long Nine's body crashed down at an even faster speed, like a meteorite landing heavily on the ground beyond the stage with a muffled thud sending dust swirling. Almost simultaneously, little Wukong nimbly landed on the edge of the stage. Though panting and slightly pale, it was evident that the extreme maneuver and the last energy wave had consumed a significant amount of his energy and stamina, yet he still stood firmly. The arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the rapid reversal of events. From Long Nine's airborne attempt to destroy the stage to Sun Wukong's bizarre advance, head-butting the enemy and delivering the finishing blow with energy, the entire sequence took only 2 to 3 seconds. The courage, decisiveness, and exquisite control over timing, strength, and energy were nothing short of miraculous. Contestant Long Nine has fallen out of the ring. The winner, contestant Sun Wukong. The referee paused for several seconds before reacting excitedly, announcing, "Wow!" A deafening round of applause and cheers erupted like a tsunami. Everyone was awed by Sun Wukong's extraordinary combat intelligence and indomitable spirit. Incredible! Sun Wukong. He won with this. It's simply a miracle. How did he execute that last movement? No wonder he's the hero who defeated King Piccolo. Livestream comments Blue Star, holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Little Wukong is amazing. This battle IQ. Unbelievable. Breaking through with pure strength. Swapping positions with injuries. So cool. Long Nine had it all planned out only to be taken out with a headbutt. Ha ha ha, this is so exhilarating. Donations. I must donate. Ding. Emotional points 99.99 from Blue Star audience, turning the tide, chocolation. Ding. Emotional points 9,800 from Blue Star audience, headbutt victory. Ding. Emotional points 9,500 from One Piece World audience, gamble in desperation. Comment. Finding the only chance of victory in desperation and executing without hesitation. This courage and instinct rival the heroes of the sea. Ding. Emotional points 9,700 from Hunter World audience, tactical execution and risk avoidance analysis. Comment. Targeting Sun Wukong, successfully avoiding major damage Kamehameha under extreme disadvantage and delivering a fatal blow utilizing the opponent's skill cooldown. Tactical risk assessment extremely high. Success rate below 30. Result success. Potential assessment significantly increased. Ding. Received a donation of high-frequency neural reaction enhancement agent trial version from Blue Star audience, interstellar combat enthusiast. Note to supplement Monkey Brother. Make the next one even more intense. Ding. Received a donation of Hockey Seed Convergence Insights Observation Hockey Inclination from One Piece World audience, New World Captain. No kid has good instincts. Hope this insight helps you see further. Medical staff quickly entered carrying the unconscious Long Nine, whose mask had cracked. Little Wukong, amidst the cheers of the audience, grinned, waved to those around him, then hopped down from the stage, heading backstage to find some senza beans. The first semi-final concluded with Sun Wukong's unexpected victory. Long Nine's schemes ultimately fell short against Wukong's pure and powerful martial instincts. Now, all the pressure shifted to the other two participants about to take the stage. Chung Long Master Rashi slowly stood up, leaning on his cane, and walked toward the contestant passage. His gaze was deep, as if containing an endless storm. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang also stood up, straightened his somewhat disheveled clothing, and the gentle smile on his face gradually receded, replaced by a restrained, yet formidable brilliance capable of changing the color of the heavens and earth. The warm-up truly concluded. The air of the legendary martial arts master and the traveler bearing the multiverse system, the pioneer of a new era, were about to engage in an ultimate showdown on this ancient stage that would surely be etched in history. The second semi-final, Zhang Yang versus Chung Long Master Rashi, is about to begin. The remnants of the first semi-final have yet to dissipate, and the air still seems to hold the shock and smoky scent left by Sun Wukong's astonishing headbutt. The waves of sound from the audience surged like the tide as people excitedly gestured and discussed the incredible comeback that had just occurred. But at this moment, all the noise and discussions were slowly smoothed by an invisible hand, ultimately converging into a near-stagnant anticipation, intensely focused on the vacant arena which had been restored, but still bore the marks of the previous battle. A sense of oppressive tension, like a mountain storm approaching, enveloped the entire venue. Even the noisiest children seemed to be affected by the atmosphere, widening their eyes and holding their breath in anticipation. The host took a deep breath as if to inhale all the oxygen in the arena, and with an unprecedented solemnity, even carrying a hint of the sacred, shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, Please calm your excited hearts, but retain your most fervent expectations. Next, we will witness what may be the most special and pinnacle duel in the history of the World Martial Arts Conference. His voice trembled ever so slightly, not from fear, but from the excitement of realizing he was becoming a witness to history. This is a dialogue that transcends time and ideology. It is the ultimate collision of experience and innovation, accumulation and eruption, tradition and exploration. Let us extend our highest respect and welcome the two contestants of the second semifinal. He deliberately elongated his tone, sweeping his gaze across the audience, ultimately fixing on the entrance of the contestant passage. First, the champion of the last World Martial Arts Conference, the unyielding pillar of the martial arts world, Chung Long. The spotlight, like a stage light, instantly locked onto the passage exit. The old man, Chung Long, transformed from the turtle sage, slowly stepped out. He was still dressed in his simple dark martial arts attire, leaning on a cane, his movements appearing slow and unsteady, yet each step seemed to tread upon some peculiar rhythmic node, resonating subtly with the earth beneath and the atmosphere of the entire arena. The lewd and carefree expression he usually wore while sneaking peeks at beauty magazines was gone, replaced only by a calmness and depth that reflected the passage of time and the myriad of worldly experiences. Only those who truly stepped into the realm of Qi with a keen perception, honed to a certain level, could sense the terrifying energy lurking beneath, that tranquility akin to a dormant volcano capable of wreaking havoc. The limits of the human body shattered by the dragon's wish had, through 3 centuries of relentless cultivation, finally erupted, revealing a combat power that astonishingly surpassed 20,000. This number was enough to instill despair and suffocation in most so-called strong individuals on the current earth. A tsunami of applause erupted from the audience, filled with warmth and respect. Many elder martial artists even rose to their feet in excitement, paying tribute to this living legend. And his opponent. The host's voice suddenly rose like a sword being unsheathed, filled with fervor and unspent enthusiasm, instantly pushing the atmosphere to another climax. Is the miracle from the Eastern capital. A young master who at the tender age of 11 created a brand new martial arts system, igniting the flame of martial arts in the Eastern capital and leading the Yangwu Martial Arts School to a powerful rise. He is Zhang Yang. Another spotlight shone down, and the figure of Zhang Yang calmly emerged from the shadows of the passage. Unlike Chung Long's heavy presence, which had accumulated over hundreds of years like a mountain, his aura was pure and restrained, akin to the rising sun. Warm and gentle, yet imbued with the vigorous life force that dispels darkness and nurtures all things. He walked steadily, his gaze clear and calm, directly meeting the profound eyes of his opponent. The gazes of the two intersected in midair. There were no sparks of contention, no hostile intentions of life and death, only a pure and profound quest for the highest realm of martial arts that transcended age and identity. It was a wondrous sensation that could only arise between seekers standing at the same height, even glimpsing the same sky. The entire arena fell silent. In an instant, the sound of a pin drop could be heard. In the vast hall filled with tens of thousands of people, the only sounds were the pounding of their own heartbeats and the suppressed breaths. Everyone instinctively held their breath, their eyes wide open, fearful of missing any extraordinary moment that might happen next. In the VIP box, Tianjin Fan, who had barely regained some combat strength through the use of magical beans and sheer willpower, stared intently at the arena with his 3 eyes, his pupils reflecting the two figures as he unconsciously murmured, "It has begun. This is the true peak showdown." Klin and Yamucha were even more nervous, their palms sweaty, exchanging glances, both seeing immense shock and longing in each other's eyes. Bulma had long since tossed aside her energy detector, which had undergone multiple modifications and was supposed to detect higher values. Facing the two figures on the arena, the garbled, wildly fluctuating readings and the deafening overload alarms on the screen had already indicated everything. Their levels had long surpassed what the instruments could comprehend. On the arena, the experienced referee also felt the invisible yet heavy pressure that was as oppressive as a mountain, as if he were at the bottom of the deep sea, where even breathing became difficult. He struggled to swallow, moistening his dry and tight throat, and with all his strength, his voice, trembling noticeably, announced, "The match now begins." The final syllable of "begin" had not yet fully faded into the air. A terrifying aura, indescribable in words, erupted like an ancient colossal beast that had awakened from eons of slumber, breaking free from its shackles. Centered around where Zhang Yang stood, it exploded violently. The golden aura was no longer the gentle flowing halo of the past, but transformed into a blazing pillar of light that shot skyward in a fraction of a second. The radiance was so dazzling that it briefly overshadowed the sun in the sky. The violent energy fluctuations surged like a tangible tsunami, enveloping everything in a breath of destruction, spreading wildly in all directions. The arena, reinforced with special alloys to withstand missile strikes, emitted a grating creak that made one's teeth ache, and the incredibly solid ground cracked around Zhang Yang's feet, like glass being struck by a heavy hammer, with rubble and dust being displaced and suspended by an invisible force. Ability Enhancement System Full Power. 100% output. Blue Star Ancient Martial Arts, Chi Blood Furnace Ignite. Burn my remnants, forge my indestructible battle spirit. Zhang Yang held nothing back, launching his attack with all his might, creating a sound that could shatter the heavens. He unleashed his fundamental combat power of 2,500 points through the purest and most extreme ability, Enhancement System Tenfold Amplification, and simultaneously activated the forbidden secret techniques of Blue Star Ancient Martial Arts that squeezed potential and thrived in dire situations to their limit. These two forces, stemming from different worlds and rule systems, under his extraordinary mental will and profound understanding of the essence of Qi in the Dragon Ball world, not only did not clash or repel each other, but rather resonated wonderfully, creating a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. A presence far beyond mere numerical accumulation, more refined, more domineering, filled with aggression and destructive power, fiercely broke through the threshold of 25,000 combat power and continued to soar upwards as if there was no limit. This power carried an extreme sharpness and absolute enhancement, as if everything in the world, both the tangible and the intangible, would be forcibly strengthened, and its structural weaknesses then pierced through and shattered. This aura, this feeling. He had been hiding such terrifying strength during his fight with the stone tiger. This is simply two different people. Even the turtle sage, who had anticipated Zhang Yang's potential and was mentally prepared, turned pale at this moment, his eyes behind the sunglasses shining with disbelief. He could clearly sense that the power Zhang Yang was unleashing at this moment was not only frightening in terms of quantity, but also contained a quality, characteristic that he had never seen even in his 300 years of life. It was a kind of enhancement that touched the level of rules, domineering and pure. Good lad, you really were hiding such trump cards. Cheng Long was momentarily shocked, but this soon gave way to an even more surging battle intent and joy. He was astonished by Zhang Yang's level of power and his fusion of different forces, and delighted that his long-dormant passion was finally boiling again, finally able to welcome a true exhilarating battle that would allow him to give his all. He knew that facing Zhang Yang in such a state, any reservation or underestimation would be the greatest disrespect to this worthy opponent and a desecration of his 300 years of martial arts training. Cheng Long let out a vigorous and resonant roar, shedding all pretense. His once grouped, aged body straightened in an instant like a pine tree standing tall against the wind. His originally withered and slack muscles bulged and inflated like a blown-up balloon, each chunk stacked like tempered steel, stretching the loose martial arts attire to its limits, outlining explosive lines of power. A vast and magnificent surge of white energy erupted from within him, shooting straight into the sky. While this aura was not as sharp and aggressive as Zhang Yang's, it was heavier, longer-lasting, and deeper, filled with the endless wisdom accumulated over the years and the broad realm of nurturing all things and embracing the universe. His combat power stood firmly above 20,000, unfathomable. The golden and white auras, differing in color and nature, yet equally capable of shaking mountains, stirring clouds, and instilling fear in gods, collided thunderously above the arena. There was no tangible contact, yet it produced a sound like thunder rolling across the 9 heavens. In the space where the two auras intersected, the air was extremely compressed, and distorted light refracting in bizarre ways, as if the very space there was wailing and trembling. The entire massive outdoor venue seemed to have encountered a violent earthquake, visibly and continuously trembling. The seats in the audience emitted creaking sounds, and some drink bottles placed on the railing toppled to the ground. This is so terrifying. Is this truly the power that humans can possess? I feel like my heart is about to jump out. Breathing is so difficult. Gods, this must be the battle of the gods. The audience was nearly suffocated by the overwhelming might that surpassed all expectations right from the start, turning pale, sweating profusely, yet deep inside they were filled with an exhilarating sense of witnessing a miracle, trembling uncontrollably, utterly conflicted. Livestream comments: Blue Star, I can't believe it. The host has exploded. This special effect is explosive. The funding is burning. This aura, this pressure. Even through the screen, I feel like I'm going to wet my pants. Old Turtle Sage has transformed too. My heavens. It feels like facing the entire Pacific Ocean. Gods fighting. This is the true battle of the gods. Everything before was just kids playing house. Ding. Emotion points 9,999 from viewers of Blue Star. The match begins immediately. Ding. Emotion points 9,999 from viewers of the One Piece world. Level of confrontation. Comment: Galalala. This astonishing clash of momentum evokes anomalies in the heavens and earth rivaling the conqueror's hockey of the top powerhouses of the New World. This kid is incredibly powerful. Ding. Emotion points 9,999 from viewers of the Hunter World. Observation of energy transformation. Comment. Highest priority warning. The target Zhang Yang's energy properties have undergone a fundamental leap, with multiple high-risk energy fusion levels surpassing the safety threshold. Energy levels cannot be accurately assessed. Risk is extremely high. Data recording. Master Qinglong, please guide me. Zhang Yang's voice was not loud, yet it carried an uncanny penetrating power, cutting cleanly through the roaring chaotic maelstrom of surging qi reaching Qinglong's ears with crystalline clarity. His tone conveyed the utmost solemnity toward his senior and profound, burning anticipation for this battle. Come then, young man. Hold nothing back. Let this old man see clearly. The path you have walked, the Tao you have awakened, how far they have truly taken you. Qinglong's gaze blazed like lightning, no longer concealing the sharp, time-honed intensity in eyes that had witnessed centuries of vicissitudes. Slowly he assumed the most fundamental, and yet most profoundly enigmatic, opening stance of the Kamesin style, outwardly unremarkable, yet inwardly resembling a ceaselessly rotating vortex of primordial chaos devouring all things, while simultaneously giving birth to myriad phenomena. In the next instant, the illusion of frozen time shattered utterly. Both men vanished from their original positions, not truly vanishing, but accelerating beyond the visual threshold of nearly all observers. Boom! A detonation erupted at the arena's center, tenfold more thunderous than the earlier clash between Sun Wukong and Long Nine, louder even than the combined cacophony of every quarterfinal bout. It was as if two meteors had collided, heat-in at speeds dozens of times greater than sound. A visible solid-like ring-shaped shockwave, interwoven with violent golden and white chi surges, exploded outward like a ring of annihilation, slamming ferociously into the specially reinforced energy barrier that flared brilliantly along the arena's perimeter. Whoom! The barrier shrieked in metallic anguish, its surface flickering violently, trembling, uncontrollably erupting with frenzied arcs of lightning and turbulent ripples, as though it would shatter into oblivion at any second. The technicians maintaining the barrier recoiled in terror, frantically overloading its energy output. Only then did most spectators finally glimpse the first exchange at the arena's heart, a raw, unadorned fist-to-fist collision. At the point where their knuckles met, space itself seemed to buckle inward. No probing feints, no deceptive maneuvers. Only pure savage direct collision of force and velocity. This was the ultimate expression of absolute confidence in one's own strength and the highest possible respect for one's opponent. Zhang Yang's fists moved with the speed of lightning struck with the fury of thunder. They were precise as surgical blades, perfectly fusing the lethal essence of ancient Blue Star martial arts forged in millennia of warfare with the extreme defensive reinforcement and piercing power granted by his non-ability, tenacity, and hardness. Each strike transcended flesh and bone, transforming instead into ultra-high frequency, vibrating, rotating drills of destruction imbued with an unwavering will to tear through all resistance, pierce every defense, and pulverize all matter. Where his fist swept, there was no mere airburst, only a scalp-prickling, cloth-rending sheesh, as if reality itself were being torn asunder. Qinglong's fists stood firm as bedrock, heavy as mountains, and harmonious as the Tao itself. 3 centuries of martial cultivation had allowed him to synthesize the Kamesin style, and indeed the techniques of countless schools gathered across his global wanderings, into a seamless whole, ascending to the realm of formless mastery where technique transcends form. His movements appeared half a beat slower than Zhang Yang's, simple, unadorned, yet unfailingly arrived first, striking with impeccable timing. With minimal motion and flawless angles, he parried, blocked, redirected, or dissipated each of Zhang Yang's earth-shattering, unstoppable assaults, like the supreme master of Taiji, guiding every blow astray, dispersing its force, and erasing its impact without trace. More terrifying still, each of his strikes concealed a hidden current of Yin force, vast as the ocean, layered and inexhaustible, insidious and supple, like a parasitic affliction that seeped past Zhang Yang's defenses, vibrating and wearing down his chi, sinews, and bones. Pun 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 pun. Their figures dissolved entirely into 2 indistinct, entangled streaks of light, one gold, one white, like 2 divine dragons locked in eternal combat. Across the modest arena, they clashed at speeds beyond human sight and even spiritual perception, engaging in a frenzy of combat that defied mortal comprehension. Every part of the body, fists, feet, elbows, knees, shoulders, hips, even flying hair and exhaled breath, became lethal, fluid weapons. The explosive reports of colliding chi merged into one unbroken high-frequency roar, so intense it threatened to rupture eardrums. It was as if 10,000 colossal Quinyu war drums were beating in unison, churning blood, dizzying minds, and scattering senses. The scattered energy no longer flowed as mere wind. It coalesced into tangible, chaotic torrents of destruction, countless serpentine bolts of lightning writhing wildly across the shattered arena floor, lashing, carving, and gouging bottomless black trenches, raising plumes of dust only to crush them instantly beneath overwhelming pressure. Zhang Yang now manifested the distilled essence of myriad realms, executing it flawlessly and evolving it even as he fought. He fused the Blue Star martial arts short-range burst power Cun Gene penetrating force 2 Gene and high-frequency vibration Jin Gene with the Dragon Ball world's unique properties of chi condensation and explosive release, sometimes striking like a hidden dragon rising from the abyss. Direct, unstoppable, aimed straight at the center, sometimes slicing with palm blades like celestial swords cleaving mountains. Sharp, ruthless, targeting vital joints, sometimes sweeping with leg attacks like a divine dragon's tail, crushing armies with sheer mass and momentum. His Nun ability Zhou enveloped his entire body in uniform chi, granting him an invisible, inviolable armor of cosmic law, while fleeting applications of Yin and Zetsu momentarily disrupted and masked his chi signature, attempting to obscure Chunlong's spiderweb fine perception and premonition. And Chunlong, in this relentless high-stakes duel, revealed what it truly meant to be an oceanic vessel of wisdom, to embody the peerless magnificence of a grandmaster of martial Tao. His responses had long transcended fixed forms, instead unfolding like spontaneous, effortless artistry, a natural outpouring of the Tao itself. He seemed to possess this sincere Tao, a prescience bordering on foresight, always evading Zhang Yang's sharpest thrusts by the narrowest margin or deflecting his mountain-shattering force with 4 ounces against 1,000 pounds, redirecting it harmlessly into empty space, or even turning it against its source. At times he staggered like a drunken master, employing bizarre off-angle attacks reminiscent of drunken fist. At times his arms traced perfect, circular trajectories brimming with Taoist resonance, exhibiting supreme softness and resilience, absorbing and dissolving Zhang Yang's brute force into the void. At times he rooted himself waist and legs unified, unleashing explosive, heaven-splitting punches of pure yang, meeting force, heat, and utterly unyielding. 3 centuries of insight, accumulation, and refinement had elevated his understanding of martial arts to a height that left every martial artist present, including Zhang Yang, in awe and reverent admiration. Remarkable, truly extraordinary. Even amid the suffocating speed of combat, Chunlong retained enough mental clarity to observe and analyze. He does not merely layer disparate power systems. He discovers deep resonances between them, using chi as foundation and will as catalyst, achieving a genuine synthesis. His control over chi condensation and instantaneous release is nothing short of sublime, nary a mode of energy wasted. Such mastery, such innate genius. I have never heard of its equal. Silently he marveled, and his fighting spirit soared higher still. No wonder he is the heir of Grandmaster Wu Taibei, the living fossil of 3 centuries martial cultivation. Zhang Yang likewise felt unprecedented pressure. Chunlong's defense formed a self-contained domain around him, flawlessly harmonious. Every attack that entered it vanished like a clay ox sinking into the sea, or was diverted, fragmented, or gradually dissolved. This sense of helplessness ran deeper than any he'd known, facing foes whose power dwarfed his own. Yet alongside it surged an even fiercer, brighter flame of exhilaration and yearning. His eyes blazed ever brighter, as if in darkness he had glimpsed a beacon illuminating the path ahead. This pressure, derived from a higher level of martial wisdom, is precisely the sharpening stone he currently needs and craves. In an extreme confrontation where his combat power surged and the intensity and danger were akin to life-and-death struggles, though they tacitly avoided wide-area destructive techniques, like the Turtle School's Kamehameha and aerial combat, he felt his martial arts, which had once seemed overly harmonious and flawless due to a forced fusion of various strengths, begin to tremble and roar violently like never before. It was as if he was at the brink of a bottleneck in the martial realm, where he was just a step away from grasping the ultimate truth, yet it remained as elusive as a mirage. That unyielding and invisible membrane, which had isolated him from the higher vistas, began to show faint but discernible cracks under the continuous impact, honing, and enlightenment provided by Chunlong's profound martial wisdom and experience, as deep as the vast universe, and as refined as millennia-old cold iron. Inspiration flowed like a once-blocked spring, finally finding its outlet, and began to surge forth. Not enough. The pressure is still insufficient. I need more intense collisions. Deeper contemplation. Zhang Yang silently shouted in his heart, and his offensive suddenly transformed again. He no longer adhered to any established techniques or routines, and even began to actively break his own combat habits. He started to boldly and even somewhat recklessly attempt deeper integration of high-level applications of his mind power with the operation of Qi. He tried to compress the circle of his perception range to the tip of his fist, attempting to concentrate all his sensing and penetrating power into a point to break through the surface. He experimented with techniques for altering the distribution of Qi to achieve instantaneous superfrequency bursts within his meridians, pursuing extreme instantaneous acceleration and directional change. He even began to meticulously observe and comprehend Chunlong's seemingly casual yet skillful manipulation of the surrounding air currents, light, and faint energies to create favorable conditions for himself, clumsily trying to imitate and integrate these into his own movements and strikes. This process was undoubtedly fraught with immense risks and strong sensations of stagnation. The energy flow was not predetermined, resulting in many instances of discord and even conflict, leading to slight distortions and flaws in his movements at critical moments, causing his internal energy and blood to surge. Had it not been for his heightened mental concentration and abnormally quick reflexes, he might have been caught off guard by Chunlong's seasoned experience and keen insight, suffering a devastating blow. Yet he remained resolute and unyielding. He understood that without breaking the old, one cannot establish the new. Only by shattering the old framework could he erect his true sanctuary upon the ruins. Chunlong immediately sensed the subtle changes in Zhang Yang's aura and rhythm of his techniques. Instead of feeling any annoyance, admiration and relief filled his eyes, nearly overflowing. In such an intense life and death duel, not only has he not been paralyzed by pressure, but he also maintains such a clear mind, daring to seek change, innovate, and even bravely imitate and learn from his opponent. This child is indeed an once-in-a-lifetime genius destined for the martial way. Given time, his achievements may truly be boundless. He reflected, and any lingering sentiments of hierarchy and strength that might have existed were entirely dispelled, placing Zhang Yang in a position of equal footing, even as an opponent deserving of his utmost seriousness. He did not seize the opportunity to attack for victory during Zhang Yang's experiment, but rather, like a masterful mentor who had reached the pinnacle of his craft, he adjusted his offense and defense precisely, sometimes applying greater pressure to force Zhang Yang to think and adapt faster, sometimes easing off slightly to grant him a moment to breathe and digest his insights, at times showcasing new techniques or methods of exertion, like casting a guiding stone to lead Zhang Yang's thoughts toward deeper exploration, igniting more sparks of wisdom. This had long transcended a simple contest of skills, resembling a grand conference, exploring the martial way with the arena as the classroom and fists as the ink. Time rapidly slipped away in this suffocating yet exhilarating extreme offense and defense. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. 30 minutes passed. Neither fighter's speed diminished due to fatigue or energy depletion. Instead, their increasing familiarity with each other's combat styles and energy characteristics, combined with Zhang Yang's rapid growth under pressure, made their clashes ever more perilous, intricate, and beyond reason. The spectators were already dizzy, their brains overloaded with information processing. They could only see two blurred figures colliding, separating, and colliding again at a speed that transcended thought, each contact erupting with roars powerful enough to shatter the hearts of ordinary people and energy flashes that blinded the eyes. The damage to the arena increased, as if it might completely collapse at any moment. Yet they remained glued to the spectacle, unwilling to avert their eyes even slightly, as if they could glean a fragment of the martial truth from this incomprehensible battle. Live chat comments: Blue Star. I have completely given up on understanding this. Just think of it as watching a universe-level special effects blockbuster. Is this really the kind of movement humans can perform? This speed, this power, this reaction. The host seems to be evolving. I feel like his techniques are becoming increasingly flavorful. It's indescribable, but it just feels different. Master Roshi is the true great god. This patience, this guidance, this demeanor, truly deserving of the title of master. I cried, it really moved me. This is not a competition, it's the creation of art, the inheritance of spirit. Ding. Emotional points 99.99 from Blue Star, audience treasure of martial civilization. Touched worship. Ding. Emotional points 99.99 from Pirate King World, audience passing the torch. Comment: Woo. Teaching through battle, inheriting through confrontation. This breadth and demeanor remind me of the captain from back in the day. Ding. Emotional points 99.99 from Hunter World, audience breaking observations and risk alerts. Comment: Target Zhang Yang has entered the most crucial breakthrough phase. Mental fluctuations and energy restructuring frequencies have peaked. External guidance: Chunlong plays a decisive and positive role. Success rate has risen to 65. Warning: the remaining 35 risk of failure may still lead to serious backlash. In the VIP seats, Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes were already bloodshot as he poured nearly all his mental energy into perception and memory, veins bulging on his forehead, muscles tensed, as if he too were partaking in that terrifying battle. He greedily absorbed the exploratory spirit demonstrated by both fighters, particularly Zhang Yang's during his breakthrough, and Long's seemingly omnipotent wisdom in response, which would have an immeasurable and profound impact on his future path in martial arts. Clint and Yancho were even more entranced, their eyes filled with yearning and shock. They felt that the results of their 3 years of hard training seemed like child's play in front of these two, while also unlocking a door to a higher realm, filling them with infinite motivation. This is the feeling. I understand now. In the midst of this sustained high-intensity confrontation and contemplation, in a moment Zhang Yang experienced a sudden enlightenment, as if a chaotic lightning had split open all the fog in his mind. He suddenly realized that his previous attempts to merge the powers of 3 systems into an indistinguishable whole might have been fundamentally flawed. They originated from different worlds possessing distinct underlying rules and core attributes. Forcibly erasing the differences in pursuit of absolute unity instead resulted in a lower outcome, losing the essence of each. He instantly shifted his thinking, abandoning fusion in favor of a higher-level organization and integration. From a god's perspective, he clearly examined the powers he possessed: ancient martial arts of Blue Star, whose core lies in intention refined through blood and fire into a killing technique embodying the style and edge of combat. It established his combat tone and aggressiveness. Mind Power Enhancement Type at its core revolves around rules emerging from the mind, and oaths as miraculous strength, providing extreme enhancement and specific rule applications that transcend common sense, embodying the muscle of martial arts, granting him exceptional bursts and characteristics. The chi of the Dragon Ball world, fundamentally centered on Source, is the energy of life's origin, one of the most fundamental and variable forces in the universe, serving as the energy spring and the bridge and foundation driving all laws. This is the blood of martial arts. No longer a simple crude mixture, but centered on his indomitable will and the heart of martial arts, pursuing the pinnacle, using the most inclusive and foundational chi as a carrier and harmonizing agent, weaving the characteristics of the other 2 systems' powers together like the most skilled craftsman weaving threads, or like an architect constructing a building, systematically and distinctly incorporating them into a brand new, uniquely his own martial arts framework and system filled with infinite possibilities. Crack, pop. A sound that seemed to emanate from deep within the soul, resonating throughout heaven and earth, rang clearly in Zhang Yang's perception. That layer of realm membrane, which had hindered him for so long, was finally shattered at this moment by a sudden clarity and a new power structure. The golden flames of energy raging around Zhang Yang suddenly converged inward, then began to flow slowly with a more profound and harmonious frequency. The energy oscillation, which had previously been overwhelmingly powerful, yet required intense maintenance, and felt somewhat chaotic and impure, instantly transformed into a seamless whole, flowing freely, as if it had always been this way. The golden flames were no longer merely fierce and domineering. They also gained an indescribable spirituality and an inherent authority, as if he himself became the embodiment and spokesperson of an entirely new martial way. A unique, faint, yet undeniably real feel began to emanate from him as the center. He casually swung his fist forward, seemingly unremarkable, hardly creating any wind. Yet on the trajectory of his fist's movement, the air was no longer passively and roughly displaced. It seemed to possess life, actively and obediently yielding and subtly forming a boost. His speed and power had abruptly escalated to a remarkable level from the original basis, consuming less energy and operating more smoothly. Long's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpoints. He sensed that the meaning contained within Zhang Yang's punch had undergone a revolutionary transformation. This was no longer imitation nor mere patching together, and it wasn't even a simple fusion. Rather, it was a creation based on profound understanding. The budding of a Tao uniquely belonging to Zhang Yang. Long's hearty laughter reverberated like a great bell in the silent venue, dispersing the previously suffocating atmosphere. He looked at Zhang Yang with eyes full of unabashed admiration, as if appreciating the birth of an unparalleled treasure. Good, 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 he exclaimed 3 times, each utterance imbued with different emotions. The first was astonishment at witnessing a miracle, the second was the comfort of seeing a junior grow, and the third was an infinite expectation for the future of martial arts. I never expected it. Truly unexpected. Having lived over 300 years, I believed I had seen the world's heroes and tasted the splendor of martial arts. Yet in my twilight years, I am fortunate enough to witness the budding and birth of a brand new path in martial arts. Zhang Yang, you have not let me down. The future of martial arts is even more brilliant because of you. As he spoke, Long's gaze suddenly turned piercingly sharp. He knew that at this moment any compliment would be pale. Only by welcoming the first true bloom of this new Tao with his peak state and strongest power could he show the greatest respect and blessing to this young pioneer. He no longer held back. the essence that had accumulated over 300 years erupted without reservation at this moment. His combat power exceeding 20,000 surged to an unprecedented peak, and the majestic white aura no longer merely surrounded him, but surged like a tangible ocean completely enveloping him. His seemingly old body transformed into a pillar supporting heaven and earth, with arms muscularly coiling like a dragon crossing in front of his chest, his energy radiating throughout, every cell humming with power. This was the strongest defensive stance of the Turtle Sage lineage, Xuanwu true form. He aimed to measure the brilliance of this new birth with the strongest barrier. Come! Cheng Long exhaled loudly, his voice booming like thunder. Almost simultaneously as he took his stance, Zhang Yang's punch, containing unique Dao rhythm and pioneering power, had already arrived. This punch appeared slow, yet in reality transcended the boundaries of time. It seemed light, yet contained the weight of 1,000 tons. Where the fist passed, the space rippled slightly. Boom! At the moment of impact between fist and arm, the anticipated cataclysmic sound did not occur. Instead, it was replaced by an unusually muffled sound, as if an implosion had erupted from the depths of the underworld. All destructive force and energy seemed to be forcibly compressed by an invisible power within the small space between the two colliding arms. However, the extreme compression resulted in an even more terrifying and shocking visual effect. Centered around the two of them, the battered arena floor suddenly caved in, as if struck heat by an invisible meteorite at the most cunning angle. A perfectly formed giant pit over 5 meters in diameter, with edges as neat as if cut by a knife and a depth of about a foot, formed instantly. Immediately afterward, the cracking sound of kacha-kacha echoed like a prelude to death. Dense cracks spread like spider webs with unprecedented speed and density, covering every corner of the arena. Within a breath, even the specially designed energy shield base at the edge was not spared, being overrun by jagged fissures. Buzz, beep. The energy shield, capable of withstanding continuous bombardment by heavy weapons, emitted the most piercing and sharp wail since its inception. The shield's glow flickered wildly, as if a struggling candle in a storm. The once stable surface of the light screen was now covered with countless fine cracks resembling ice, as if it were about to shatter completely under the weight of the terrifying force that remained compressed to the extreme. The audience in the front row could even distinctly feel a destructive wave that made their souls shudder, forcefully transmitting through the crumbling shield, causing their hearts to involuntarily convulse along with the wailing sound. Under this counterforce, Zhang Yang's figure swayed slightly. Using the overwhelming recoil, he floated back a few steps like a feather that had lost all weight, or like willow fluff drifting in the wind, light and graceful. His toes lightly tapped on the shattered floor several times, each contact perfectly dissipating the residual force, ultimately stabilizing his stance, as if he had never moved. The fierce golden aura that had originally surged up around him quickly retracted into his body like a receding tide, but his gaze, filled with profound, understanding confidence and a determined spirit of exploration, shone brightly, like a pearl wiped clean of dust, or like the brightest star in the night sky, dazzling and impossible to conceal. On the other side, Cheng Long Turtle Sage also took 3 solid steps back, each footfall leaving a remarkably clear imprint on the arena floor, comparable in hardness to alloy, as spiderweb-like cracks expanded from his footprints, barely diffusing the monstrous force that had surged like the Yangtze River. He felt a surge of soreness and numbness in his crossed arms, and his internal energy was churning like stones thrown into a lake, unable to calm for a long time. He slowly lowered his slightly trembling arms, exhaling a long breath of turbid air that shot out like an arrow, dissipating over a meter away. He raised his head, gazing intently at the youth across from him, whose aura had become completely different, as if he had undergone a life rebirth and a soul transformation filled with endless comfort, indescribable emotion, and a hint of relieved satisfaction. He gradually relaxed his combat stance, and the vast white aura receded into his body like a docile pet. His once upright posture seemed to slouch slightly again, returning to that seemingly ordinary old man, yet his eyes were brighter than the stars. The entire venue fell into a profound, heart-pounding silence. It was as if even time had solidified at that moment, the air heavy, as if it were mercury. In a venue filled with tens of thousands of people, it was so quiet that one could hear the frantic beating of their own hearts and the heavy breathing of those beside them due to extreme shock. Everyone widened their eyes, their eyeballs seemingly about to pop out. Their mouths gaped open, yet no sound emerged. They stared blankly at the arena, which appeared ravaged as if by ancient beasts, and at the 2 figures standing amid the ruins, whose breaths had returned from fury to calm. They may not fully comprehend the levels of duel and sublimation that had occurred in that brief moment, but deep within each of their souls, they could clearly and involuntarily sense, though the battle had yet to be declared or result by the referee, something far more important than victory or defeat something more shocking and capable of being recorded in the annals of martial arts history, had already been born in that earth-shattering final strike, in this silent yet expressive gaze. It was a transmission of spirit, the beginning of a new era. Zhang Yang stood in the center of the shattered arena, resembling a meteorite crater, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. He slowly closed his eyes, completely immersing his spirit within himself like a devoted inner observer. He clearly saw the power within him that, though once strong, had always been separated by a thin veil. Now it had been completely renewed like a divine weapon, reforged, flexible and smooth, as if possessing its own rhythm of life, flowing joyfully and smoothly through his meridians. He also felt deep within his soul a seed of martial way that had just broken through its hard shell, blossoming with wisdom, will, and the brilliance of battle unique to him. Zhang Yang, though still tender and small like a flickering candle in the wind, it exuded a breath full of infinite possibilities and vigorous life, stirring his heart. He knew that from this moment on his path had truly rid itself of the shackles of imitation and borrowing, and he would begin to pen, to illustrate, to create, and to define his own way. He took a deep breath, as if inhaling the freshness of the entire world, then slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was as clear as mountain spring water, yet as steadfast as a millennium stone. He looked at the elder across from him, whose clothes were slightly tattered and dust-stained from the earlier clash, but stood straight like a pine, filled with encouragement, admiration, and pure joy, and at that moment, all his distractions were cast aside. He clasped his hands in a salute to Cheng Long, bending his body 90 degrees in a deep bow, speaking sincerely and solemnly, filled with heartfelt respect. "Thank you, teacher, for your support." This address of teacher was no longer mere polite formality, but a condensation of countless emotions, genuine gratitude and respect. Thankful for his unreserved battle that provided the perfect whetstone, grateful for his patient guidance and silent protection that cleared the fog on his path, thankful for his broad-mindedness that personally pushed open the door to a new world, a road belonging to himself. Cheng Long accepted it calmly, a genuine smile of satisfaction blooming on his face, like a diligent gardener witnessing the sapling he nurtured grow into a towering tree, dispelling all the wrinkles on his face, appearing so warm and pure. He subconsciously touched his non-existent beard, his eyes filled with contentment and infinite expectation for the future. At this moment, victory and defeat had become unimportant in the silent understanding between the two. In this duel there were no losers. Or rather, both were winners, having gained each other's respect, advanced martial arts, and experienced a legendary encounter. It was precisely at this moment of mutual understanding and unspoken connection that Cheng Long had made his decision. His participation in the martial arts championship was originally to sharpen Wukong and Klin, allowing them to witness that there are always people beyond, and to dispel the arrogance born from defeating Piccolo. Now the goal had long been exceeded. Not only had Wukong and Klin been trained, but he himself had also moved his muscles and bones in this thrilling duel, with Zhang Yang rediscovering his long-lost passion. More importantly, he had personally witnessed and guided the birth of a future master, the rise of a new star in martial arts. Zhang Yang's strength was no longer inferior to his own, and his potential was even more boundless. His maturity of character and firmness of will surpassed his peers. Even many older martial artists could only look on in admiration. With him around, the future of martial arts on Earth, the future of the Eastern capital, would be secure. It was time for this old man, who had long since faded from the historical stage, to retire from his accomplishments and completely hand the stage over to these vibrant young people. As he thought of this, Cheng Long felt a sense of lightness. The intangible pressure he had borne as a martial arts grandmaster for 300 years seemed to lighten considerably at this moment. He looked at Zhang Yang, a carefree smile with a hint of teasing appeared on his lips, suddenly saying, "Brat, the path has been paved for you. How far you can go depends on yourself. My mission is complete. These old bones can't withstand your youthful antics any longer." Before his words could finish, under Zhang Yang's slightly astonished and yet to fully react gaze, amidst the puzzled looks of the referee and the audience, Cheng Long laughed heartily, his figure swaying, and everyone felt a blur before their eyes. The old man, who had just stood in the pit, had become indistinct like a ghost, and then vanished into thin air on the arena. Without the glamorous light and shadows of the void technique, without earth-shattering momentum, he quietly and gracefully left the stage where he had just showcased his prowess. As if he had never appeared, yet as if he were everywhere. This sudden and unexpected departure once again plunged the entire venue into eerie silence. The referee stared blankly at the spot where Cheng Long had disappeared, then looked at Zhang Yang, standing still, opening his mouth, but unable to utter a word for a long time. Zhang Yang looked towards the direction Cheng Long had vanished, first startled, then understanding the elder's kind intentions and carefree spirit. A warm current surged in his heart, filled with deep respect. He bowed deeply once more towards that direction. At that moment, victory and defeat had been decided.